The Summer That Keeps Its Secrets by Kixer. Chapter 1. Aftertaste. I woke with the taste of copper at the back of my tongue and the unreasoning certainty that something important had been left in my trousers the night before. It was an absurd sensation, the sort you have after a feast when your teeth ache and you cannot remember whether the last sip was wine or something stronger. I slid a hand into my pocket and found what I expected, a folded slip of parchment that sat there like a coin in the dark. It was lighter than it looked. Heavier, too, if weight could be measured in consequences. The urn had been returned. The word sat in the house like a scandal, or a blessing depending on who was counting favors. The counter-ritual had succeeded, at least in the narrow, demonstrable way people like to measure success. There were fewer oddities in the corridors, the scraping moan in the east tower had quieted, and for the first time in weeks the portraits did not glance about as if they had been had. The urn itself rested in a crate in the manor cellar, wrapped and warded and not allowed to speak to anyone until Severus had been sated with proof. It hummed like a subdued thing. It smelled faintly of iron and lavender and old promises. The fact of its return should have felt like victory. It did not. Victory, I was rediscovering, always collects a tax. Sometimes it was paid in coin. Sometimes it was paid in names and reputations. Sometimes it took something smaller and harder to see, a promise whispered in the dark that you were obliged to keep, a loophole used and therefore owned. I put my fingers on the parchment and felt the edges of letters I alone had read. The prophecy was in my pocket. The oath was still sealed into my mouth. I had been given the design of a destiny no one would have believed a Malfoy capable of carrying. The house was quiet in the sort of way that comes after thunder when all the servants are still breathing in case the sky decides to startle them again. Morning light, thin and pale as spun glass, found the silver on the sideboard and made it suddenly too bright for comfort. I drew a robe around my shoulders and went looking for tea. There are, I find, few things in the world as civilizing as a good cup of tea when everything else is unsteady. Luna was waiting in the conservatory, half hidden behind a tangle of winter roses and an armful of papers. She had a notebook, thin and covered in small diagrams, open on her knees and was chewing at the end of her quill with that attentiveness she reserves for difficult puzzles and birds that misbehave. She had been staying at the manor for longer than anyone might consider ordinary. The explanation was practical. She had access to the same lines of inquiry as I did, and the ways she saw magic could be used as a map where my own vision was a compass with a tendency to circle. The explanation that made me warmer and quieter, the one I rarely said out loud, was simpler. She kept me from being only an heir. She made me a person again. She looked up when I came in and gave me a small smile, the sort that refuses to be dramatic and is therefore more dangerous than any confession. Seeing her was like being suddenly reminded that the world had corners you could lean on. There was a very particular steadiness to Luna. She wore it like a cloak, not flashy, not designed to be noticed, surprisingly warm. You slept badly, she observed, as if it were a matter of obvious fact. She had a way of saying things as if they were simply variables to be logged rather than judgments to be endured. There was relief in that. It meant no one else would weigh me yet. It is a charming new habit, I told her, and it came out sharper than I intended. I softened it before it could land between us like a blade. You keep the tea cold for conspirators. She handed me a cup without ceremony. Old habits, she said with her eyes, die slower when they are pleasant. She had put a sprig of something in it, mint, I think. She claimed it kept thoughts honest. I sipped and the world calmed by degrees. There are times when a simple draught can seem like the only proof that you are still attached to the ordinary earth. We sat with the kind of silence that is not empty. We had been doing this a lot, sitting and letting the castle breathe around us while we catalogued minor catastrophes and tried to press patterns into sense. It made me less inclined to be performative, to don the pale smile and the polished manners that were our family's currency. Perhaps that was the point. Victory, I kept remembering, had a price tag that liked to be paid in appearances. You keep checking the wrong things, Luna said after a while, tapping the page with the tip of her quill. Her voice never rushed. It was as if patience were another form of evidence. Which things? I asked. I could have been asking the world. I could have been asking my own chest. The things that shout. She waved the quill vaguely toward the dining room. Staircases that scream and portraits that gossip. They are loud and useful. They also want you to think, the universe wants you to think, that the same people are guilty. You think someone likes shouting for the pleasure of it, I said. Not for the pleasure. For distraction. Her reply was simple. It told me what I already suspected and had avoided naming. Someone was making a show of the castle. The urn had been their target, yes, but the patterns were finer. Where a child leaves a trail of breadcrumbs, a clever fox leaves a trail of questions. Lucius thinks he can fashion it into a return, I said, more to the room than to her. The way he had appeared in public after the counter-ritual, hair immaculate, throat held to a new kind of silence, had been too practiced to be sincere. He is, in politics, a man who believes every advantage is an instrument you can tune. Return was a malleable word. It could mean regaining men, regaining old influence, regaining a position at the table where the right kind of whispers are minted into power. Luna's pencil paused. He will try, she said. Men like him always try. There was compassion in it and no surprise, which calmed me more than anything else could have. My mother, whose intelligence wore a different face, had always been the real gatekeeper at the manor. Narcissa does not make a noise. She is precise and economical in the way a woman with a point to make that involves entirely you will be if you don't heed it should be. Lucius loves thunder. Narcissa loves the barometer. We found them both at breakfast, which was more a meeting than nourishment, father talking in a low voice about invitations and the usual list of names that mean leverage, mother answering with the steady arithmetic that keeps small things from becoming catastrophes. Lucius's smile in the morning light made me think of silver cutlery that tries too hard to shine. Politics, he said when I Saturday. Reinvention, Draco. The right engagements. A few well-placed hours. If we are to be taken seriously. By whom? Narcissa cut in, and it wasn't rude, it was the kind of exact question that has felled more opponents than any duel. By those who bankroll us, or by those who most loudly pronounce us forgiven? Lucius's smile did a beat of falter. He met her eyes the way you would watch a candle in a draught. Both, he said, too quickly. He always took too many words for his triumphs. When he narrows his conversation, I know he is about to make a dangerous offer. Dangerous offers have a certain sound. They promise validity where none exists. I kept my face steady. It is a craft I have honed, the habit of being the polished heir who measures his responses to useful degrees. It serves. It is also a costume. I have had to wear it in public so long that sometimes it is hard to remember what I look like underneath. The costume, however, does not carry my prophecy. The costume bows to no obligation but social meter and family legacy. My pocket does. There is the matter of Hogwarts, I said, because if the conversation was about the public face, we needed to name the thing that could undo any of the neat talk. The castle was still, on the surface, functioning as it should. But there were reports. The moving stairs had shifted their routes just enough to allow misdirection. A portrait in the north wing had refused to confess where it had seen certain students. These were small things, the sort of technical nuisances that were more dangerous than explosions because they trained people to mistrust everything. If you cannot trust the roots and the recording, you cannot trust the institution. Narcissa's fingers tightened on her cup. We cannot be seen as meddling, she said. Not yet. To be seen to be meddling invites attention we do not want. Then we must work from within, Lucius said. Discreetly. Let rumors of our rehabilitation be guided. Let us to do what must be done. By what authority? My mother asked. It was not a rhetorical question. If Lucius meant to act as though we were the arbiters of safety, then he would have to justify why a family with our recent history should be handed the keys. The justification had to be impeccable because the people who would resist would tear at any seam. I felt the paper in my pocket as if it were a pulse. It was not a boast, it was a liability and a kind of currency different from what Lucius thought valuable. Knowledge, when secret, is not always power. It is an invitation. It asks of you actions you might regret or bargains you might have to make. I had made bargains. I had accepted a loophole and, by so doing, had allowed the counter-ritual to take place without exposing certain anchors. That acceptance had not been free. Nothing of significance ever is. Severus requested proof, I said, keeping my voice small. I had learned that when you spoke certain names you must throw them into the air like paper cranes that would land somewhere else to distract. For his ledger. He wants to be sure the urn functions as it should. Lucius's eyes lit. Severus Snape is a currency of his own. The man holds more than potions and disdain. He keeps ledgers, he keeps lists. He is, in the very particular way of the observant, someone who understands the arithmetic of bargains. In the past, that had made him an enemy of sorts. In the present, allies are chosen for their utility rather than their moral weight. Of course, Lucius said, and the way he said it sounded like someone already composing a letter of gratitude. He will be loud in private and louder in public. That is his work. He has a talent for turning exposure into investment. I have seen him do this before and I do not like the hands he tends to keep. Narcissa reached across the table to lay her hand on my father's wrist. The touch was quiet. It was not about stopping him as much as keeping him from demonstrating. She had always been the family firewall, where Lucius is firework, Narcissa is fuse, cool and practical. Choose caution, she said. We cannot pay another price. We all understood what she meant without saying it, not every defense is clean. Sometimes wards demand living anchors. Sometimes prophesies exact misaligned payments. The conversation hung in the air like steam. It is uncanny how quickly our family had to keep itself from the familiar indulgence of moral grandstanding and adopt instead the language of contingency. We learned, painfully, the alphabet of survival. After breakfast I walked to the cellar. I said I needed to see the urn, but that was vanity rather than necessity. The crate was there as expected, the wood smell less comforting than a threat. Severus had arranged wards that hummed faintly when I approached. They were not hostile. They were meticulous. The urn within was smaller than my imagination styled it and dangerous in a way I had not wanted to consider, polished ceramic with filigree that seemed to reflect more than light. I placed my palm against its cold and did not let myself feel the particular memory that rose, a memory of the counter-ritual's heat, of the way old things had to be carefully coaxed back into mute compliance. You do not get to understand the full ledger of a ritual by reading its instructions. Someone has to pay the accountant in the end. The urn had been closed, a seal had been mended, the immediate rupture fixed. That much was true. What wasn't true was the idea that restoration returns all accounts to zero. Seals are interest-bearing. They accrue debts to be paid at inconvenient times. You cannot stitch a breach into a hole without reorganizing the seam lines elsewhere. There is small courage in the ability to acknowledge that truth and go on, one foot in front of the other, arranging your face for the world. There is another kind of courage in the willingness to shoulder burdens people would be difficult for them to understand. I am practiced in both. Luna appeared at my elbow without the flounce of entry. She had a lamp in her hand and a strip of paper with notes nearly microscopic in their neatness. The filigree is similar to a potter's sigil from the 16th century, she said, squinting at the jar as if expecting the ceramic to explain itself. Not a script ritual exactly. More of a maker's curse. A maker's curse, I repeated. It sounded absurd, as if she had mislabeled the sort of thing with a harmless category. But there is a logic to craft. Potters sign their work with marks that bind it to them. In rituals, makers leave themselves an invisible trail. It is the same as a name in a ledger. That would make the urn part of a larger contract, she said. One maker cannot hold all the edges. That means whoever tried to reopen the seal might be seeking to alter multiple contracts at once. If they were only after the urn, they would have swatted differently. Who then? I asked. She shrugged, small and reasonable. There are lists of people who excel at subtle craft. Some of them were never very public. Some of them prize things for the damage they can make rather than what they can take. Her answer was not a revelation so much as a direction. Whoever had pried at the seal cared about the wheat beneath it. That is a different, and therefore more worrying, kind of ambition. It was not just about terror. It was about remapping obligation. We left the cellar and found Severus waiting in the corridor, the dark he carries about him like an old cloak. He watched us with an expression that never quite allowed sympathy to settle. I respect Severus in a way that borders on fear, which is a tribute to his usefulness. He has always been a financial advisor of sorts in moral economies. Proof, he said without preamble. His voice is always the voice of someone who has audited you in your absence and not smiled. I will accept the earned containment. For now. But containment is not resolution. No one pretends otherwise, Luna replied. She does not flatter him. She reasons. He listened in the way of men who are used to being told the truth and having to decide what to do about it. We need to map the scene lines. The maker's sigil repeats. It touches other objects. There are obvious places to look. He made a sound almost like a laugh. Obvious to you. Dangerous to others. Your curiosity has a way of inconvenient timing, Miss Lovegood. She smiled, mild and infuriating in its patience. Convenient timing is a human luxury. Curiosity is cheaper. Then get me the lists, Severus said. Until my portrait in the catacombs, there are layers I would prefer to remain closed for now. If Lucius means to stage an appearance, I will see he has the evidence he needs. I am not a man who does favors without a ledger. He meant, both openly and not, that everything he offers will be added to a column. He asked debts to be paid in future obedience rather than coin. I have accepted his bargains before. I can feel their weight. They do not feel like help so much as strategic neutral necessity. Luna and I walked back through the halls. The castle was waking. A portrait patched with Victorian gentility asked about my health and then seemed to decide it was none of its business and fell silent. The staircases creaked with their usual indignation. Even the air felt like a thing that had been through a quarrel and was now pretending it had merely been tired. You know they'll watch you, Luna said as if she were merely noting that the sun rises in the east. They will want you to be the face of peace. They like a single person to point to. They like to point at anyone who makes them feel secure enough to breathe, I said. It is easier to joke than to say the other things, that if I am the face of peace, then I am visible, that visibility is a narrow bridge over a wide sea of intentions, that once you are visible, you are consequently a thing to be leant upon. I had grown used to being the shadow that gave orders from somewhere behind the scenes. Being the face changes the arithmetic. Luna's fingers brushed mine and it was a small, entirely honest gesture. You are not an advertisement, she said. You are a person who happens to be needed. I wanted to kiss her for the simplicity of that. Instead I folded my mouth into the smile that would be useful in front of the cameras and promised myself an evening unscripted. Promises to oneself are not legally binding, which is why they make the best comfort against the future. The rest of the morning dissolved into the kind of preparations that feel important and, in retrospect, are mostly theatre. There are letters to be penned that must sound contrite without losing dignity. There are appearances to be scheduled on doorsteps that look as though they have always belonged to the family. There are gifts that must be made palatable to the public yet useful to those you would buy off. Lucius moved through the day with a surgeon's efficiency. Narcissa folded herself into tasks that were quieter and more lethal if used. I practiced my smile in a window until the glass reflected me as someone I recognized and then not. It is an old game and I am very good at it. The paper in my pocket warmed as if it were a small animal, reminding me of the things I had chosen and the things that seemed to choose me in return. At midday, a messenger arrived from Hogwarts with a note folded into the thin clefness of blue paper that announces scholarship and worry. It was the sort of thing that allows headlines to assemble themselves in the right order. The note said, without being dramatic, that there had been another small incident. A seam of enchanted stone had been found with faint scorch marks and a misplaced registry charm that had made a map of routes look like a spider web. The castle had managed it without catastrophe. The castle was tired. The phrase was left unsaid but lived in the margins. There would be more. You learn, in an environment so full of rules and hidden traps, to regard small incidents as the soft warning lights of an oncoming storm. They are last before the scream. The castle was laughing at us in a way that suggested it was only being polite. There are choices you make when you hold an answer that no one else believes is the right one. You can either be honest about your knowledge and invite distrust and danger, or you can build a quiet network of explanations to protect the people you love. I chose the latter. It is not noble. It is practical. Noble choices are a luxury I cannot afford. That evening, Lucius asked me to join him in his study. There was a cigarette cooling in the ashtray, a small indulgence he had let himself after the ordeal, and a pile of correspondence that smelled faintly of ink and old power. He did not speak of prophecies. He never did. He spoke of opportunities and of shows to be made of voluntary rehabilitation, the kind that convinces both your supporters and your detractors that you are no longer, in fact, to be feared. He proposed a plan that involved a public denouncement of certain old sympathies combined with a guarded return to philanthropic gestures. He used the word generosity more than once. Narcissa watched us both through an angle in the doorway. She had the expression of someone who is surveying a chessboard and knows the pieces that are missing. Her eyes found mine at one point and held. There was no need for words. We were, irreducibly, on the same side. Her lips twitched in a sort of smile that is not a smile at all but a shield. I had learned to take comfort from its smallness. "Do not be reckless," she said to my father then, and the kitchen clatter beyond the study door distanced itself. "We are not instruments for your vanity." He bristled. "It is a dangerous thing to let pride go unanswered." He answered with the quiet smile of a man who has always assumed that he will be forgiven if he performs correctly. "It is a dangerous assumption. I am choosing a route that will gain us influence," he said. "You worry about the wrong thing, Narcissa. Influence buys safety." "Not always," she replied. "Sometimes it buys enemies the map they need." They moved on to other things after that, invitations and lists and men and women who will be asked to taste an estate's throw of favor. I listened, and catalogued opportunities and risks. My head was heavy with ledger lines that were not my own. Sometimes I think the world is all about mapping corridors. It has corridors that lead nowhere and corridors that lead to financial ruin. It has corridors that lead to fulfillments, the kind you only whisper about. When the meeting was over and the house settled into that particular hush that follows the scheduling of work, I found Luna in the library, feet tucked under her, a string of pages scattered like a flock of little birds. She looked up, deliberately unreadable, and the smile she gave me was the one I had promised myself earlier. "Will you go back?" she asked. "There is the question that is not a question. Return to Hogwarts means visibility. It means wearing a face for an audience that will trade in gossip and scar you through their curiosity. It means walking through a castle that is now both home and crime scene. It means stepping into the place where the scenes are being pried. It also means something else. It gives me leverage. It gives me the chance to listen to the staircases and tell them stories that are useful." "I will," I said. She folded one small hand over the other as if she were summoning a pattern. "You will have to be careful," she said, but that was not news. "And you will have to keep a smile that does not invite the wrong people." "I have a smile for every room," I said. It was easier, sometimes, to play at being comfortable. It works. It is a public commodity. It buys a sliver of peace. She leaned back and exhaled. "Promise me one thing." "I'm very good at promising," I said, with a modesty that I did not entirely feel. "Promises are currency between us." "Keep the paper," she said. "But do not let it be the only ledger you keep. Keep other things as well. People. Names. Small comforts." It would have been easy, in that moment, to tell her the whole thing, the oath, the loophole, the way certain debts were bound to blink in the present like volcanoes waiting for the right tremor. I did not. There are truths I say for the right listeners, and there are truths that keep their own company because to speak them aloud is to invite monsters. I folded the parchment back into my pocket and felt its edges again, the faint raggedness where letters had been traced by a hand that knew too much about obligation. I will keep other ledgers, I promised. It was both truer and more private than the casuistry of the day. She smiled as if she had expected nothing less. When I went to bed that night, the house quiet around me and the servants' footsteps like slow drumbeats down the hall, I realized how thin the accomplishment of the past weeks felt. We had closed a breach. We had restored an urn. We had made a public show of being reasonable. We had been careful, and yet we had accepted bargains that would not appear on any public balance sheet. There are some things you do because the alternative is worse. There are other things you do because you are naive and have not correctly calculated the price. I was certain the bargains I had struck were necessary. I was not certain they were inexpensive. The aftertaste of the victory was not sour in the way defeat is sour. It was, instead, quietly persistent. Like a very good whiskey, it lay in the mouth and demanded consideration. It would not be ignored. I lay with the paper in my pocket and thought of all the small names and debts I had not yet accounted for. I tried to sort them into lists in my head and failed. Lists have a way, I discovered, of absolving you of the violence of choice. If you label a thing correctly, it can be shifted with greater ease. The prophecy in my pocket was not a list. It was an arrangement of edges and commands that wanted a certain closure. That closure, whoever held it, is what the rest of the world would call fate. Sometimes I think the only person who can hold a destiny like that is someone who has been taught to measure the cost of everything before they agree. Sometimes I think I was chosen precisely because my training as the heir had taught me valuations. It is a grim kind of logic. It suits me. Outside, late into the night, the grounds of the manor moved in the wind. There were letters to write and appointments to schedule and 1,000 small ceremonies to perform to convince the world that the Malfoys, newly reformed, were now to be trusted arbiters of discretion. Inside, the parchment warmed against my hip. The clock chimed in a way that made the house feel older and more honest. In the study, my father laughed at something he had planned for the morning. Narcissa's silhouette passed the doorway, unmoving shadow at the margin. In the library, Luna's lamp burned like a compass. There are nights when you can pretend it is enough. Only it wasn't. There was a seam to the world now that had been cut and then sewn. My hand rested on the place where the thread would hold. I had been given the needle and the design. I had stitched as much as one person could without being torn apart. I rose, because there are some livelihoods you cannot postpone. The house was still, but not asleep. I padded down the corridor toward the drawing room where, by habit and hunger and the awkward civility of a family that bargained with its own conscience, Lucius was waiting with the sort of smile that intends to rearrange the world in a shape that flatters him. I smoothed the front of my robe and the small muscles of my face found the public arc of geniality. I slid the parchment deeper into my pocket, where it no longer sat like a coin but like a lodestone. It is easier, when holding such things, to pretend they do not pull. I opened the drawing room door and stepped into the light where diplomacy wanted us to perform. The game would begin again in the morning, registry of smiles, measured apologies, the meticulous folding of a scandal into a benefit. I trained my face into the right angle and walked forward. Behind the performance, under the ledger and the added obligations, was a smaller truth I could not deny. The castle was not only my charge, it was also my school, my battlefield and, increasingly, the place where those I cared for found safety in my awkward competence. Luna had given me a kind of courage I had not known I wanted. That, too, had a price. If I failed, it would not be just my name that endured the ruin. The drawing room swallowed me with its light and its polished intent. Lucius lifted his glass in the way men do when they mean to toast acceptance and reclaim dominion. I returned his smile like a practiced mood. Neither of us mentioned the word I kept in my pocket. We had no need to. The world knows how to carry secrets without speaking them. There is a certain quality to beginnings that I prefer. They are tired of the past and impatient for what comes next. I smelled old paper and something that might have been hope. I straightened my shoulders. There were ledgers to consult, bargains to make, staircases to map. The castle, in its slow, creaking way, was not yet ready to tell us the next thing. But it will. Someone, somewhere, will pull the thread and the whole pattern will twitch. I had, for reasons that were mine and other people's, become the place where that tremor might be noticed first. That knowledge is less a blessing than an obligation. I crossed the room and the light hit the signet on my finger. It is a small thing to be a Malfoy. It is a larger thing to be one when you carry secrets that might seal or undo a world. The paper in my pocket warmed again, and a sound like the Sorting Hat's whisper, only in my own head, and therefore more dangerous, told me that the summer was not done with us yet. I drank, smiled, and prepared the face the world wanted. Tomorrow, the public would meet our apology and our new generosity. Tonight, I stood behind the glass and felt the pulse of the thing I had yet to reveal. It was a slow drumbeat that measured out the coming months. I could not predict whether we would be admired or hunted. I could only promise myself to be ready for the moment when someone tugged the seam. When that happened, I would have to decide, in the light or in the dark, what I was finally willing to pay. Chapter 2: Registry of Smiles. The castle smelled different, not in any way a visitor would notice. No, it was subtler than that, a minor rearrangement of scent that sat behind the familiar, stone warmed by the late summer sun, old dust, lemon polish from the house elves, but there was an undercurrent, the faint tang of metal and beeswax, as if somebody had been sewing a new lining into the place and left the workstand open. I noticed it the moment the train curved past the Black Lake and the turrets came into view. A small tightening went across the back of my neck. You learn to trust small things at Hogwarts. They tell you which stairs are tired, which portraits are overworked, which spells have been nursed along until the frayed edges are held together with hope rather than runes. The small things often warn you before the big ones roar. The outward fact of my return was, predictably, ceremonial. Head down, shoulders right, the Malfoy carriage disgorged us at the stone drive and then retreated like an obedient animal. I had practiced the way I would lift my chin in the morning, how to adjust the pale, correct smile that has been more useful to me than any wand. It is muscle memory now, a polite curl I fit across my face when required, to soften conversation, to deflect questions that could become knives, to convince strangers that their safety lay in the unruffled line of my profile. In the mirror at home it was easy. Mirrors at school are less obliging, they have a habit of telling you which parts of yourself you practice and which you cannot. People looked at me as I passed. Not anyone in particular, that was the point. They watched, weighed, filed me away as a variable, potentially volatile, potentially useful, potentially dangerous. There were courteous bows, brief nods from professors whose faces managed civility even when they were calculating a cost. There were glances so sharp I could have shaved with them, and they came from both ends of the spectrum, those who had only ever hated us for what our name meant, and those who had learned to hate us for what our choices had been. A boy from Hufflepuff gave me a long, late apology in a corner near the entrance mosaics. His voice wobbled on the words and I signed them away as brief ballast. There were whispers as I passed, polite enough to wear the cloth of propriety but with seams wide enough to see inside. They were looking for my performance, for the ledger of a Malfoy life catalogued in public, and like any inheritance worth having, the performance came with conditions. I gave them the pale smile they expected, the tilt that would be photographed in the paper of whispering portraits and then laid beside more scandalous headlines. I said the correct thing when asked about the manor and old friends who were now less comfortable names. I smoothed conversation the way one smooths a tablecloth over a chipped table. It is strangely reassuring to make the world untroubled for a few minutes at a time. The trouble comes when you have to keep the tablecloth from sliding off. You should know, if you don't already, that public maledictions are not always the most dangerous things. A smile can slither into a noose if people misread the flourish. I kept my secret tucked under that smile like a brooch. The full words of the prophecy, yes, all of them, sit somewhere in me like a small, stubborn silver fish, alive, confidential, and tireless. There is a weight to words heard in the dark and agreed upon by faces you cannot show. I do not scatter them the way some scatter gossip. I have reasons. They are reasons about family, about promises given and kept, and about a set of consequences that are rarely kind to those who make them public. The wards did not look pleased to see me. A ward at Hogwarts is generally the sort of thing you notice only when it is doing its job well, unseen, quiet, the kind of household magic that keeps drafts out and cupboards honest. These wards were sitting up straighter than they used to, as if they had been scolded into better posture. The seams between bits of protective enchantment had been restitched with different hands. In some corridors the rooms that usually glowed a sleepy, domestic green hummed and flickered like sickly fairy lights. In another place, one of the staircases I passed on my first night back, the usual anchor room that kept the steps from wandering had a new thread looped through it, thin as a hair and blue as a bruise. HMPH, I said to no one in particular. A habit carried from a summer of smelling other people's bargains. You regard a new stitch and you imagine the hands that did it. Some people work neat spells because they are careful, others reweave wards to test the seams because they are experimenting. And then there are those who cut threads to see what happens. Luna was not wearing the usual look of comfortable bewilderment when I found her in the corridor near the tapestry of the ball. She stood in front of a portrait, not one of the big headmasters, but a smaller, less notorious painter who had been a regional savant of portraiture in the late 19th century and had taken his permanent residence in that particular frame. Luna read portraits in much the way other people read newspapers. She scanned faces, paused over a paragraph of embroidered eyes, and left with the headline she wanted. I might have said she read them like wandsmen read runes. She will have corrected me and told me it is more like listening for the hollow of a particular laugh. She turned toward me as if the corridor had been a perfect manuscript and I had appeared on the margin. I had not expected to feel the small, dangerous gladness that always accompanies her presence. It is a misguided thing to admit in public, the shape of my chest when Luna is near, but then, I have never been particularly good at pretending to be indifferent to beauty that thinks in sideways sentences. Her hair caught the late light in a way that suggested quiet constellations. Her expression was serious in the way many people were serious at Hogwarts now, the gravity of being the only person in a large room who saw the pattern forming. "You noticed," she said. It was not a question and she did not sound surprised. Luna rarely sounded surprised. It is as if club-footed evidence falls into her hands and makes polite, necessary noises. "Noticed what?" I asked, the professional expression of someone who kept secrets for a living. The pale smile, a hairline crack away from being a habit. It served me well with people who didn't know how to look past it. "The warding on the north corridor," she said, and in her voice there was a list of other things she had seen that day and a mind already knitting them together. "The rooms are different there. I talked to Gregory, the portrait, and he refuses to call the day before last a day at all, which is an unusual stance." I had learned two truths about Luna in the months we had spent reading The Castle together. First, that she possessed an almost criminal patience for detail. Second, that she was unafraid to speak it aloud. Both traits had an odd effect on me. I became careful with the things I said around her, not because I feared she would betray me, she is not the sort for petty treachery, but because the truth felt slippery in her presence. It wanted conversation and therefore forced me to invent a shade of honesty I could live with. "Did Gregory mention anyone in particular?" I asked, because if you want to map a conspiracy at Hogwarts there are always three things you must catalogue first: who had motive, who had means, and who would not be missed if the castle decided to hush them. "He said the painter on the second floor was unnerved by the smell of iron down in the cellars," Luna replied. "And Sir Havisham insisted that the tapestries were humming like bees after thunder. He said he could not whistle them quiet." She unrolled a small, battered notebook from the inside of her robe and handed it to me. It smelled faintly of lemon and old paper. I took it as if it were something very rare, which, in a way, it was. We had started these notebooks over the summer, a private ledger, because we had both learned that the castle catalogues itself in 1,000 small betrayals and forgettings. Luna's handwriting was narrow and exact, as if the ink were thinking along with her. "Registry?" I asked, one eyebrow arched. "A register of curiosities," she said, and when she smiled there was nothing entirely serious about the expression. It acted like a seamstress might look at a new bolt of cloth, deeply interested and already planning. "It keeps the oddities from being lost. Numbers are useful for memory." We stood there, in a corridor that smelled faintly of beeswax, and I found myself agreeing to terms I had not quite meant to. If there is a secret I hold closer than a prophecy, it is that I am not as alone as I have tried to be. Choices made in dark rooms look very different when somebody else points a light at the margins. We made the first entry together, sitting on a low bench beneath a painting that pretended to be a landscape but had a tendency to blink when alarmed. 1. North Corridor Ward, room variant, blue thread looped. Observed time, dusk. Portrait testimony, Gregory, 7th century painter, expressed displeasure over iron smell. Tapestry vibration reported by Sir Havisham, 4th floor tapestry, humming like bees after thunder. Bees and iron, I murmured, and despite myself I tasted a small thread of dread. Bees were natural, iron was purposeful. Old magic likes bees. New magic likes iron. Luna doodled a constellation in the margin. Numbers give shape, she said. For things in one place make a pattern. We added a second entry that night when we tested the movement of the stairs. The moving staircases at Hogwarts are capricious beasts at the best of times. You acquaint yourself with them like temperamental relatives, know their quirks, mind their moods, and be ready to accept the occasional minor indignity. That evening, a flight of stairs that should have taken us from the astronomy tower to the upper north landing looped us around in a way that felt designed to disorient. It was as if the staircase wanted the upper floors to be empty at that moment. One student fell into a very small argument with a portrait about whether stairs could harbor moods. The portrait insisted that stairs can be moody, the student insisted that they were merely so rationally inconvenient. I observed both arguments in a way only a Slytherin will, as data points wrapped in temper. 2. Moving stairs, astronometer north, looped path observed. Near miss, 5th year Muggleborn slipped, no injury. Portrait testimony, Painters Guild argues for mood, stair had a mapped absence at 22:37. A mapped absence, Luna repeated. Like someone took a piece of the walking map and folded it away. If you want to know whether mischief is mundane or ritual, look to the care in its making. An absent step happens because a student dislodged a hinge in jest. A mapped absence happens because someone has made a deliberate hole in traffic and sat back to watch who trips into it. Our register grew a third line by the end of the week, small shards of ceramic, thin as breath, discovered in a cupboard devoted to leftover kitchenware. Porcelain is an old thing in rituals, it takes shape easily under the right kill, and those who remember weaving seals like to use it for its brittle honesty. I knew, from a long strand of summers and a dangerous family history, the way things that look ornamental sometimes carry instructions sewn into the glaze. 3. Porcelain fragments, house elf cupboard near east wing, motif, thin spiral groove, glazed with iron residue. Time found, after dusk. Likely, ritual debris or offerings. Action, move to herbology stores for study. Note, Malfoy household does not ship iron near pottery without reason. Check ancestral bindings. I had to breathe through that last line. The mention of family bindings is the kind of thing you keep to yourself. My name, legally required and historically weighted, sits like an old bell in corridors you cannot help but hear. The ancient bindings of the Malfoys are a subject for polite dinner conversations, or for late-night investigations and secret oaths. Writing the words down felt dangerous, as if ink could be a beacon. Luna watched me watching my own handwriting, and with the smallest tilt of her head she understood the moment of hesitation. Write it, she said. So it becomes a thing. Then we know to be careful. Her practicality made me want to argue with her, to say that paper is a poor form of defense, but she was right. A thing noticed becomes less likely to slip into a void where no one remembers to check it later. If there is a method to this castle's unrest, it begins with small things noticed and listed. We made methods. That, for a long time, has been my family's principal skill, to make methods. We would take a route each night. We would carry different objects across thresholds and note the way the walls reacted. We would talk to portraits as if they were inclined to gossip about the castle's secrets. Those conversations were not entirely academic. Portraits have loyalties and grudges, and many of them have been at Hogwarts a very long time. You can persuade a portrait to give you details if you flatter their fashion sense or mention the name of a deceased friend. Most of the linings of the castle remember things people would rather not be remembered. It liked the silver better than the iron, Luna observed after the first midnight test. I had walked a small silver compact along the north corridor, and the ward allowed me passage with nothing more than a mild shiver of attention. I then took a hairpin of iron, an old Malfoy pin I keep for reasons my mother calls sentimental and my father calls leverage, and the corridor pulsed. It was as if the ward sniffed for malice and then grew cautious at recognized scent. "You used a Malfoy pin," she said, "like that solved everything." It did not. But it did give us a valuable data point. The castle recognized certain sigils or family iron as anchors. That would, in time, explain why the urn had drawn so much attention over the summer. Ritual magics like to anchor themselves to names that have been spelled into stones for longer than people remember. We began to triangulate. Portraits, staircases, broken porcelain, these are the points on which conclusions can be hung like a heavy coat. Someone was probing the castle, light and careful, as if testing the tautness of a net. They sought seams. They listened for the sound of old bindings when you press an ear to the wall. That is how you map power, softly, politely, the way a thief might press a hand against a safe and wait to hear whether it trembles. I kept my mouth shut about the word that matters most. It is not cowardice. There are lengths to which I have already gone that would cause one to misunderstand the shape of my allegiances. To tell would be to place a name under a microscope. And yet every time I folded the register shut and placed it inside the odd pocket I carried for secrets, I felt the weight of what I withheld. Luna, who knows more than people expect and less than I keep, read me like a map and placed a finger on the fold. "You will tell someone eventually," she said, quietly. Not an accusation. More like a statement of fact. A good one. Prognostic, almost. "Eventually is a vague word," I answered, with the polite sarcasm I reserve for those who ask too many direct questions. "And vague words are useful." She smiled. For a second the strange world we had built between us felt almost ordinary. Odd lists, nocturnal routes, portraits who thought themselves headmasters. There was an intimacy to secrecy that was less romantic than it sounded, more like shared plumbing. It binds you together in ways that polite friendship does not. You begin to finish each other's leads. You learn who will go with you into a midnight corridor and who will spend the night arguing in the common room about whether someone was being dramatic. Luna would always go with me. The truth of that is the clearest thing I have been willing to own. Not every portrait would cooperate. One evening, we approached a pair of ancestral heads along the staircase that had, for reasons we would later discover, acquired a very strong preference for the color blue. One of them, a particularly florid viscount who wore more lace than seemed practical, decided that he had no recollection of anything but the taste of lemon sherbet. The other, a sober matron who had been painted in a fugue of greys, declined to speak at all. Portrait interviews are not inexpensive in terms of ego. You have to flatter an old head with the proper amount of interest, otherwise they grow peevish and give you nursery talk. "Secrets are like bonsai," Luna said as we sat in the shadow of the matron's frame. "Cut the wrong branch and you will have to repot the whole thing." "And if the gardener is unkind?" I asked. "Then you must steal his shears," she said, and there was that sideways, unpredictable smile I had come to know well. "Or borrow them." There was humor in that. There was danger too. We moved slowly, methodically, because the wrong accusation makes enemies and the wrong enemy is expensive. In the evenings, when the corridors thin out and the castle settles like a beast chewing an uneasy sleep, we would sit and add to the register. We invented codes. A circle dot meant possible ritual residue, underlinings meant urgent, a small Malfoy sigil in the margin noted anything that smelled of family bindings. It was ludicrously secret and terribly sensible. The other students performed their routines with the predictable fervor of those who think school is the theater of their lives. I performed mine. The pale smile is a cunning tool. People lean towards it, they mistake it for simple things like contrition or the acceptance of consequence. It fooled most of them. It did not fool all of them. There are people at Hogwarts who read faces like spines of books. They know when something has been pressed into your hands and when something has been taken away. They had their own speculations about what the summer had sown. "You have the look of someone who will not forgive easily," said a Slytherin prefect to me in the corridor one afternoon, as we both watched first years practice charms in semicircles like new birds. I might have been flattered. Instead, I considered how much patience it takes to hold on to things. "I practice," I said. It was the truth. I also practice the look of casual indifference. Practice is how one avoids accidents. The library grew more important to us as the term went on, but that is not where we started. The library is an obvious place to look for bindings and references, a repository of institutional memory. Instead, we began in the small places portraits hide, the linings of corridors, the footnotes of old house elf ledgers, the margins of a cupboard. There is bravery in restrained curiosity. We were cautious because being careless means someone else writes your story for you. Trust is the other currency you learn to value at Hogwarts. I have not always been generous with it. It is an odd thing to find your own generosity expanded by the presence of one person who treats secrets like specimens. Luna does not judge when you hand her a half-truth, she files it under incomplete and then helps you look for the rest. When I needed to move the register to a safer place, a new pocket sewn into the lining of my robe, the inside of an envelope, she insisted on supervising the work like an affable spy. The domesticities of conspiracy are often the most comforting. The castle kept returning its oddities at the most inconvenient hours. One misted morning, as we passed the greenhouses, a gardener's mirror, a tiny thing made for hummingbirds, refracted the light differently, and a group of herbology trays sprouted what might have been flowers if you believed in such things. They were small and flaky and smelled of iron and thyme. The house elves were not pleased. A house elf who works in the greenhouses has a short list of tolerable surprises and a much longer list of unacceptable ones. "It likes this season," Luna observed, running a fingertip over the petals and leaving a light streak of dust on her finger. "It chooses the things that will look ordinary." Every selection offered possibilities and peril. Ritualists are picky. They prefer their instruments to be unremarkable so that their effects slip into the daily life like salt. A shard in a cupboard, a hum in a tapestry, a stare that loops a traveler away from a corridor each night, each is a stitch in a larger garment. There was a look in the eyes of some teachers I passed that suggested they were reading our register with careful interest though they had not been asked. I have a complicated philosophy about adult involvement. On one hand, adults can close windows you did not know you had opened. On the other, they can be the only ones to read the handwriting on certain contracts. The castle's safety lies often in not telling everyone everything. It lies also in the difficult action of knowing when to expand the circle. I kept the prophecy to myself because the very telling of it would change its effect. Luna never asked me directly for the words, she respects the things people do not yet own in full. "Why do you keep it?" she asked me once as we sat on the sill of an unused classroom, legs dangling over the cold stone like two adolescents with a secret. The wind moved the pages of our shared notebook as if impatient to be filled. "Because if I say it out loud it will become something people can ask favors of," I said. It was partly truth, partly prudence. The world has a way of folding people into bargains when a prophecy is offered as currency. She did not press. She was good at that. She understood that secrets are not always burdens to be shared, sometimes they are the only way to keep the people you love from being used as pieces in other people's games. We had both been around enough politics to know the razor edge of such choices. Still, the night before the end of my second week back, when the castle had shut one wing against the other and the portraits were doing the steady work of making the day look more tolerable than it had been, I found a new entry to add. It was not in my hand or Luna's. It lay at the edge of a stairwell, a folded sliver of parchment that smelled faintly of beeswax and something else, old blood, perhaps, or iron warmed by the sun. When I unfolded it, the ink looked like a memory of writing, smudged, a little circular in the corners, as if someone had tried to make it invisible. It read, not in a language I could decently reproduce, an arrangement of runes that suggested a binding, a lattice. It was not a full spell but a map of where stitches could be pressed, corners where the castle's magic had thin places, indicated with little excess like old maps. Someone had been planning repairs or, worse, work. The kind of thing that, if one followed the map without care, might release the very thing we had bandaged. This was the sort of discovery one keeps for the sound of other people's footsteps. I slid it into my coat and walked the long way back to the common room as if I had no thought on my mind and everything to lose. Luna met me at the portrait hole with 20 questions pinned neatly to her expression. "What did you find?" she asked. Her eyes were bright with a luminous curiosity that made people trust her. I could have told her everything. I chose, instead, the smallest truth. "A map," I said. "A child's cache of runes." She nodded as though such things were to be expected. "Maps are important. Maps tell you where to plant your feet. Maps also tell you where to dig," I said, and in that instant the whole ledger of our progress, staircase loops, humming tapestries, porcelain fragments, folded into a single necessary worry. Someone was not only testing the wards. They were mapping scenes with an accuracy that meant they planned to open something up. We added the map as a new entry and circled it twice. The register's margins began to fill with the small marks of people who were mapping and those who guarded maps. We were now not simply observers, we had become nodes. The castle, which had always been a place of quiet alliances, had folded itself into our work in the most inconvenient way. It had given us our own breadcrumb. "Tomorrow," Luna said as we wired the notebook closed and put it in its pocket inside my robe. "We begin again, but at first light. We follow the map." Her voice had the steady assurance of someone who knows how to make things happen. "It is not romantic. It is better. You can love a person who tells you the time of the next train without being weighed down by melodrama." I looked at her and felt the small, fierce tug of a life I could live, secret maps, late-night registers, the two of us against the soft hum of a castle that had decided to cough. I buckled my cloak and allowed the pale smile to settle into place, the habitual curl that kept the world at a polite distance. It would be useful with teachers, with portraits, with the sort of polite enemies who offered civility as a blade. It would also keep something else at bay, for a time. I slipped the map deeper into the pocket. It felt heavier than paper ought to. "Be careful," Luna said, because she always said that kind of thing and meant it in the most ordinary, sensible way possible. "I intend to be," I lied, and like most lies of comfort it was only half a lie. I have always been careful in the ways the world demands, but the map had a pull to it, as if every stitch it marked wanted to be untied. We left the portrait chamber and walked back into the common room where other students were arranging their books and whispering about the term's beginning. The castle settled around us like a living thing with 100 small aches. There is a rhythm to Hogwarts that you remember as soon as it takes you in, the way it hums with requisites and the way its doors close at night with a certain finality that feels both protective and claustrophobic. I find comfort in that rhythm more often than I allow myself to admit. When I climbed into bed that night I could not put the map out of my head. The wards that had been resewn like a grandmother's hem, the porcelain shards like the breadcrumbs of the ritualists, the stairs that looped and spiraled their way around, the portraits that read like newspapers, each was a line in a longer sentence someone else had written in the corners of the castle. Whoever had left that map had knowledge and purpose. Whoever made the porcelain fragments chose the kitchenware carefully. Whoever threaded the blue loop into the room at the north corridor knew the taste of names. There is a peculiar confidence that comes with keeping secrets. It is the knowledge that you alone carry something that could alter the world. That confidence walks like a thin, bright blade in my chest. It is comforting and terrifying by turns. It makes me watch the room where my father eats in the morning with an eye for codes he did not bother to hide. It makes me curl the register in my hand until the paper softens. It makes me lie awake and imagine the castle as a seamstress's table, a place where threads are pulled and hems were tugged, and I am the only person who knows which of the hems will fall apart if tugged the wrong way. In the morning the castle hung differently. The runes of the north corridor fluttered like a bird startled in a bush. The portrait I had watched the night before blinked with a new fatigue. The day began with a sense of being observed, which is, for anyone who has been under a family's shadow, a familiar and odious sensation. People smiled at me and the pale smile did what it had always done, it quelled questions and created distance. But Luna waited at the portrait hole with the exactness of someone who cared about punctuation. She had taken the map last night and laid little tracings across it, notations like a person who folds geography into the palms of their hands. "You are reckless, Malfoy," she said, and it was, in the way she said it, not a rebuke. "Practiced recklessness, then," I answered, "because it is important to me to keep my sense of humor even when the world feels heavy." We set off at first light. The castle seemed to understand the seriousness of our business and responded by moving in small, mischievous ways, a staircase that refused to cooperate until we complimented its banister, a portrait that pretended to have lost its language until we mentioned its favorite hat. Such are the rows you must hoe when you are digging for stitches. You flatter the old heads, you keep your hand light so the castle does not mistake curiosity for violence. At the edge of the north corridor we paused. The rune loop that had looked like a bruise in the dimness now shone with a paler, almost pensive light. Someone had been here overnight, either to finish sewing or to come back and check their work. Whoever it was knew the smell of the Malfoy pin. Whoever it was patient. Patience, when you come from my house, is the most dangerous of virtues. It allows a person to plan the kind of decisions that ask other people to be sacrificed. "Are you frightened?" Luna asked, quietly. Sometimes, I admitted. There were truths to be had in that admission, not of cowardice but of honest risk management. More often, I am cautious. "That is almost the same thing," she said. "Almost," I agreed. We stood there a long time, two small figures in a corridor that had been stitched and restitched and now hung like a living seam. I thought of the summer and the urn that had been mended elsewhere, of bargains made and compromises given, of Severus's look across a table where he had not yet written his price. I thought of my parents, who practiced politics like a language, and of the ledger of our family bindings. It occurred to me, with the sharpness of a fresh frost, that if the map in my pocket were to be read by the wrong person it would change how people measured me. "Register," Luna said, as if reminding me of a spell. "Number 4. For a map, lattice of potential weak points discovered in stairwell. Ink smudged, possible recent handling. Immediate action, follow map tomorrow at dawn, consult herbology and portraits for residue. Long term, investigate Malfoy anchored rooms." That last line I underlined twice. When we closed the register and turned away from the room, the corridor seemed to relax a little. Minds, like rooms, need to be told their own story sometimes. It is a small, foolish thing to believe that because you have noticed something it cannot happen. Noticing is only the first step. The next is deciding what you will do about it. For the moment my plan was simple: follow the map. Listen to the castle. Keep the ledger up to date. Keep the smile polished and the secret safer than most people would have thought possible. Keep the prophecy in my chest where it could not be read in passing. Keep Luna close enough that, if I needed to tell the truth someday, she would be the first person who would not run. There was, as I wrote the last line in the register that morning, a note in the margins of the map that had not been there at first, a small cross-hatched mark like the symbol one draws on a map to indicate "do not go here." It did not say words. It did not have to. The message was the sort that lived in folds and in the way a corridor avoids your feet. Whoever had placed that mark was not asking for a name. They were warning someone. We left it for what it was. We put the register away and walked toward the library, because there are always books and because books pretend to believe that answers are only a few pages away. I did not believe that. The castle will continue to hum. People will continue to look. There are bargains to be kept and compromises to be made. But there, in the immediate bright of my hand, in the small, stubborn maple of Luna's notebook, was a plan. Tomorrow we would follow the map. I felt, suddenly, an impatience I had not allowed myself. The castle had entrusted us with a stitch, someone had left us an invitation, and that invites you to act. I practiced the pale smile once more in a shop window as if polishing the rim of a glass before a toast. It is a useful thing to have in your back pocket. It gets you attention without invitations. It keeps certain people at bay. We walked into the library under a sky that felt like parchment, and the portraits in the corridor watched us go. One of them, a woman with a severe bun and a studious expression, mouthed something as we passed. I did not stop to listen. Some mysteries are more useful if you leave them waiting, like a kettle that has not yet boiled. There are doors I am going to have to open in the weeks to come. There are things I will need to say and things I will never say out loud. For now, the register was a small, defensible thing, a private inventory of the castle's mischief. For now, Luna and I had made ourselves a mapkeeper and a catalogue. It was not much. But much is built of small things. We had the first of them. We walked in the direction of the great hall and I felt the castle listening, and then, softer, and only in my bones at first, a whisper followed the hush. Someone else had also been mapping scenes. We had mapped them back. Chapter 3, Whispers. When peace smells like old paint and disinfectant, you learn to mistrust every pleasant thing about it. The manna glittered politely, invitations were sent to compliant houses, Lucius toasted with measured smiles and Narcissa practiced the serenity of someone who has learned to carry fear in one gloved hand and calm in the other. Publicly, we had survived. Privately, the taste of surviving had the same thinness as a cordial diluted past the point of enjoyment. It left a film of uncertainty on the tongue. You get used to that film. You learn its edges, the places where it gathers, how it resettles if you ignore it. You learn, above all, which questions are safe and which will fracture everything you have been trying to hold together. That was the new grammar of my life: what to say, what to pretend, who to let believe what they needed to believe. The prophecy, what they had carved into the private part of my history, sat under all of it like a coin under a chair leg. I could feel its cold through the floorboards. I could not make a sound about it. So when the first incidents began, I watched in that old, careful way. Not because I thought myself immune, because someone had to see and not speak, because speaking in that moment would be announcing the existence of things better kept bottled. Because, in this house and city and province of loyalties, silence often buys safety. Sometimes it buys nothing at all. But it was what I could pay. The first was trivial in a sort of way that makes trouble clever. Professor Harkiss's classroom, Chance, the one with the windows that opened to catch wind no one had invited, filled with smoke during a demonstration. It was proper, theatrical smoke, curling, scented faintly of lavender, thick enough that a first year coughed and then laughed when it cleared, the sort of laugh that insists everything is well. The candles guttered and relit themselves without the professor's intervention. A charm misfired and the feather he intended to levitate sang a single, thin note before dropping and bouncing like a startled beetle. Nobody was hurt. The carpets were not singed. It would have been a pranky mishap, except the smoke left a pattern on the plaster above the hearth, a filigree of ash in the exact symbols we had marked on the urn when we restored it. A filigree small enough to be dismissed as an artistic quirk, precise enough that I recognized the curve of the third rune before my chest tightened. The rune had been worked in silver and then rubbed to a darkness before being reassembled within the urn's casing. It was the same handwriting, if handwriting was something a charm could conspire to reproduce. Everyone else murmured about bad wandwork and overexcited students and a charm that had learned to be eccentric. Professor Snape's eyes, dark and flat as a winter pond, found me the way a compass needle finds north. He said nothing, he had never been one for dramatics unless it suited him. That silence, though, had weight. He carried the kind of quiet that meant, I have seen this kind of thing before, I'd prefer not to. The way he lingered outside the classroom afterward, hand folded over the inside of his robe as if clutching some invisible ledger, suggested he was adding another column. There were more little attentions after that. A set of scales used in the 6th year theory of magical law class began to weigh moments rather than objects. A pupil stepped onto one and their former words spilled out along the brass like spilled mercury, repeating what they had told their best friend that morning with an intimacy that made the class silent and a little ashamed. In arithmancy, a charm on a projection wand misread a number and instead of mapping the equation, shaped the resulting light into a face we had known, just long enough for a student to blink and say the name, which even in the dormitory halls was a kind of echo you learned not to make. Murals rearranged themselves. A portrait of a former headmistress that had always had a fondness for flourishes began to append little marginalia, tiny thread-like annotations that no donor would have approved. The moving staircases gave me the impression they were practicing misdirection. One morning I waited at my usual landing, the one that would take me toward the dungeons, and watched as the steps reoriented themselves in a way that sent an entire set of children in the wrong direction, hurrying them toward the astronomy tower rather than the Slytherin landing. When I rapped on the baluster to signal my displeasure, a gesture of half jest between me and stairs, I felt them tremble under the weight of an enchantment that wasn't local. Someone was teaching parts of the castle to be sly. Prank, people said. Student experiment gone wrong. The portraits argued. The portraits did not agree, which is another way of saying the castle itself was less unanimous than I liked. They traded theories in their painted voices, old grievances, late gossip, a memory of a prank 30 years dead, and then they began to talk about omens. The catch of the headmistress turned into an omen. The way the moonlight lay on the panes became an omen. The sort of thing that, taken by itself, is nothing, gathered a momentum until even the teachers found themselves objecting not on the basis of logic but on the grounds that something in the house was whispering to them, and the whisper had a way of making common sense come across as treachery. There is a particular kind of study that begins in the stirrings of fear, not the kind where you flip through books and underline, but the kind where you sit very still in a workroom, listening to the screech of an unknown mind across the corridor and asking it for reasons. The professors began to factor omens into their examinations. Heads of house held private consultations in corridors shut off from student eyes, and the prefects went about their duties with an attention that bordered on superstition. Those conversations happen in clipped sentences that have the sound of caution and the smell of old loyalties. They make you think about whether the walls are listening and, if they are, whether they will answer when asked whom they will protect. I did not speak. I have been blamed, in polite ways, for taking my own counsel too seriously. There is truth in that. I am predisposed not to blow the whistle. My life has required me to learn the shape of inevitabilities and to wait for openings. But this wasn't patience so much as calculation. To tell would be to place the only proof that my family, that Lucius, that our house could be both wound and instrument, into other hands. It would be to admit that a part of my history was a danger and therefore could be used as a lever. Being quiet left me to watch reactions. Luna watched differently. She sat in the back of Charms without trying to hide the way she observed the smoke pattern once the room was cleared. Where others looked for sensationalism, Luna's eye slid over the edges, finding a question and sanding it smooth to test if it fit. She did not flinch from oddities. She considered them the way a person might consider a problem in mathematics, separate, tidy, beautiful. Even when she smiled, it was a smile that asked permission of whatever had presented itself. If I had to be bound to secret knowledge, I preferred a confessor who would not treat silence like a lock but like a map. We had rules at that time: do not mention the urn in public, do not explain the silvered rune to anyone who might take it as a pretext. The problem of the week, if the week can be reduced to such a thing, was that the castle had a fashion for drama. When pieces move, the inhabitants offer theories that spread like watercolor, colors spreading into one another until you can no longer tell where a fact stops and a suspicion begins. In the Great Hall, the Slytherin table was a throat that swallowed these colorings and spit them out in small, cold jokes. That was our way of maintaining morale, humor, and a quiet confidence in our knowledge of how things were supposed to be. We were professionals at being unimpressed. That week we were less so. My father's guests reacted the way men of influence always react, through a protocol that is part meal and part negotiation. They commented on that hysteria in the school, on the necessity of restoration, on how such things were useful for forging alliances. Lucius smiled and offered to fund additional wards. Narcissa said nothing out loud except a single, succinct instruction to the house elves to check the silver storeroom, a place where old ritual talismans sometimes wound up and where, coincidentally, I had had to hide a piece of the urn while we were mending it. The piece had been dry and perfect when I left it there. If something was being probed, wedge by wedge, those fragments were the sort of thing a meddler might find delicious. I did not mention it. I could see, in the split second a doubt took up in my mother's face, the shape of the bargain I would eventually have to accept. She saw, as mothers do when they are used to knitting their children out of danger by taking an inferior cloth and sewing it over a hole, what would be lost if the wrong kind of people learned that we had more than one piece of history in our keep. Narcissa had a talent for counting the cost of candor. There is, in a castle like Hogwarts, a social economy of whispers. Spells cost nothing to utter and everything to record. Rumor is valuable without being taxable. It slides under doors and between steps and into portraits that are sometimes more talkative than their subjects were alive. Rumor will attach itself to the most convenient limb of explanation. As the incidents multiplied, lilting charm voices that answered in vowels that belonged to no student, a tapestry in the middle corridor that wept for an afternoon, a suit of armor that kept removing its helmet and sitting down to contemplate the day, rumor braided its hair into a rope and began to tug. On the 5th day there was a near accident. The history wing, usually a place built on the certainty of lists and birthdays, filled with smoke that smelled of copper and iron. It came from the globe-making display in the display case, an ornamental celestial sphere that, for reasons no one could justify, ignited in a bubble of cold fog. The pupils in the corridor coughed, but the globes did not crack. The firemaster from Hogsmeade, a man with hands like oak roots and a face like boiled beef, tested the air and could find nothing to arrest. He looked at the smoke, frowned, and said gravely, an echo of a ritual, perhaps. It was the kind of thing adults say when they think they are keeping their composure. Echoes are dangerous. They repeat gestures without context and can build a chorus out of half a lies. They draw from memory and not necessity, and therefore they are skilled at flattering the unconscious. An echo will make a history you were not meant to remember feel as if you always had. I thought of the urn and how much of an echo it had been built to silence, and my throat went dry for a reason that had less to do with Ash than with the calculus of attention. If someone could call the voice of a sealed thing back into edge, who was to say what would awaken? I began to keep notes. A small, neat ledger, the kind you sign with a quill and which smells faintly of lemon rind, appeared under my pillow. I wrote timings and descriptions in a hand so calm it read as if my wrist were immune to the tremors in my ribs. The list grew: April 3rd, morning charms smoke; April 4th, the scales; April 5th, history wing fog. There were patterns. The incidents increasingly targeted liminal places, doorways, stair landings, classrooms that were more transit than domicile. Whoever was probing was interested in movement, changeable, useful, easy to manipulate. When I left the ledger open once, Luna saw it and did not pry the way other people would. She balanced on the footrest of a chair, one ankle hooked over the other, and read the list as if reading a shopping list. "You are keeping a ledger," she observed, which in her vocabulary was less an intrusion than an acknowledgement. "It feels like bookkeeping," I told her. "You do not lie to Luna the way you lie to others. She has a way of taking falsehood and folding it into observation until it breathes truth." She looked at me with a kindness I had not planned for, and then, as if following some invisible breadcrumb, she tapped the page and said, "Liminal places are thresholds. Someone likes thresholds." That was not a response that relieved me. It was a fact. It was also a finger pointing at a possibility I had civilly ignored, that the attacks were not random, that there was method in them that tracked with where the house stored its secrets. If they were searching, they had a reason. If they had a reason, they had intent. The castle did queer things in response. Portraits that had once been content to repeat the things for which they had been commissioned grew nervous. They began to withhold anecdotes that would have been obvious and instead offered warnings in formats that made little sense. An old headmaster would produce a phrase like a bookmark and then stop, as if the ending had been stolen. The Stes learned irony and used it against students by way of misdirection. Even the house ghosts took to moving about with explanatory sighs, as if they had tired of being ignored and wished to be indispensable again. The energy of the place was a living thing, and it measured intrusions as if they were mosquitoes, tolerable until multiplication. Heads of house sent lists of innocuous prophylactic charms to be taught as part of curriculum in case parents asked why the school felt different. The ministry offered liaison assistance, which in practice meant someone came to write a report and then filed it in a thick leather folder that no one seemed to be allowed to open. If you have been personally acquainted with things that could break the world, watching bureaucracy attempt to make sense of them is a kind of consolation and also an aggravation. They perform the ritual of taking responsibility while ensuring nothing of substance is changed. The students were the interesting bit. You could see the ripples in them, The way a boy who had once been bravely indifferent began to look where the paintings pointed, the way a girl with a sudden interest in ancient runes drew diagrams in her margins that were not in her homework, the way best friend alliances hardened like resin as if glue could be a ward. Fear tightens the weave of small communities. It makes them efficient. It also makes them cruel. Rumors that once would have been shrugged up become the weapons people sharpen against one another in order to feel in control. There were whispers that someone had been seen in cloaks not issued by the school. Many cloaks appear at midnight in the corridors, because the school has a fashion for mystique, and many of them belong to the harmless dead, alumni, pranksters, people showing off. But an apparition in a cloak is the shape of a message: either you are playing with old power or the old power is playing with you. Either way, it was a problem. Severus, meanwhile, continued to be Severus. He seemed to feed on the friction that had appeared, as if the presence of an unresolved problem was like a warm fire in which to more clearly see what was being thrown. He marked his classes with a precision that bordered on obsession. He gave 6th year's practical tests that looked like exercises and felt like traps designed to tease a certain kind of competence. He asked questions that were pointed and lived in the shadow of things not explained. There is a satisfaction, in certain positions, to being the only person who seems willingly to notice every cobweb. He had that satisfaction like a badge he did not ask to wear but did not take off. I am compelled to mention him because some part of me wanted to trust him. We are all gamblers in our own way. The difference between us is simply what we are willing to wager. He had held a bargain with me that was not yet due for cashing, and his silence is a currency I found both useful and dangerous. When he stepped into the corridors these days, his cloak bunched like dark water and he smelled faintly of lemon rind and something older. He moved like a man who has practiced being still to the point of making stillness a language. There was a day when the charms Hod, the thing they used to keep practical implements, began to murmur in a voice that sounded uncannily like my cousin's laugh. It would have been funny if not for the way the murmur trailed off into syllables that were not ours. A child who had been leaning against a cabinet said the syllables in a whisper and turned white. It called my name, she said, and names have a way of being more dangerous than weapons in a place that reveres heritage. The school played with names because names have power. The old magic is respectful of line, of whether a thing is supposed to be. Naming is how you get someone to answer. If the echo knows a name, it will try it. The echo might have been trying to see whose attention it could capture. If it had chosen badly, it could not care. It would try again until it reached a living voice. This is where the political calculation comes in. If the echo's connected to my family, then speaking about them risked not only social ruin but violence of a kind that did not bother with good manners. If it was merely a prank, telling would have been shameful and perhaps lead to my being laughed at. Every admission was a hazard. Every silence was a negotiation. At night, when the house lay quieter and the castle's movements had the spread of breath, I would go to walk the corridors. It is an affectation of the preoccupied. You walk as if your mind were elsewhere and pick up more than you intend. On one of those walks I found the corridor by the portrait of Aldrin, the one that used to hum a melancholy tune in November, clattered with the residue of soot. It was a smudge in the shape of the rune. Not a forgery, but a projection, a memory made to be seen, like a ghost leaving a note. The rune had been stamped with the light of a thing that knew the metal words of restoration. It had been made for me, or at least with me in mind. You would think, in a story that takes pride in its ironies, that the rune would be the moment I yelled across the house, the thing that would send my family into action. But I stood there and did what I had done 100 times. I took a breath, I cupped the cold of the stone banister, and I walked away. I wrote it down in the ledger. It is a strange thing to take notes of your own undoing as if you are a clerk counting stock. But clerks survive better than men who speak too often. Clerks have a ledger of capability. Clerks are useful when things must be bargained. Luna followed me across the stone like one follows a shadow with permission. She did not ask me if I had seen it, she simply said, "There are scripts that look for their author." She tilted her head in the way that makes an observation into an invitation and then added, "If someone is trying to call the seals, they'll need a pattern to read." Runes are patterns. Patterns like a home. If they're looking for me personally, I said, they are clumsy. She smiled, no smirk, just a small, steady smile. Clumsy is fine. Clumsy people make mistakes you can exploit. Her voice had the innocence of a person who has been plundering two sets of logic at once, one set the school expects, one set that notices that logic often leaves crumbs. There is a habit in houses like mine to build a private theatre of calculation. It consists of 3 acts: denial, diplomacy, and admiration for the elegance of one's own misalignments. I was trying to avoid the first 2 because to engage them would be to heat a fire I could not guarantee to put out. Luna, however, is not a color that thrives on the theatre. Her curiosity is more like a hand in a dark pocket, feeling for a clasp. She refused to bow to the rules of grand politics. She wanted merely to see what the clasp opened. We did not solve anything there and then. We formed an accord. I would continue to keep the ledger and restrain the talk. She would watch the more esoteric margins of the castle and bring me what she found. It was, in its way, the beginning of a discovered rhythm. It was also the start of something else, a person I could let know the edges of what I intended to hide without feel the need to think of it as betrayal. The rumor mill, meanwhile, was making quick work of itself. Some student who had always been good at knowing which stories would turn heads, started talking about marks on the urn's casing. That was a dangerous thing to say aloud. People who know about things that should be left alone do not keep the best of their knowledge in the great hall. It is picked up by ridicule and curiosity until the bone is bare. The mention of the urn's marks would send the curious scuttling like moths to a lamp. I watched the way the talk gathered, slowing my silver smile into something practiced that said nothing. There are smiles like a lock, they close you off without being rude, and most people accept them as a social grace. I had mastered that smile. It is not foolproof. A smile is a thing you can wear until it cracks. That week ended with a certainty that did not feel like success. I had enough data to say there was a campaign rather than a prank. The incidents were deliberate. They were trying the scenes and testing response. I could list chalk marks and names and times and still not know who the campaign served. What I did know, in the hollow place where my name rested and the prophecy with it, was that these probing acts would either stop or escalate. And when they escalated, there would be choices. I had made choices before. I would make them again, the difference being that before, the cost had been abstract. This one had a portrait, a ledger, and a rune insert to give it shape. I kept the ledger closed and the rune's impression secret in my memory. I decided to let the castle stew a little longer in its own whispers while I ordered my thoughts into a file I trusted more than people. As I left the castle at night, passing the portrait of Aldrin who still hummed as if November were an event to be collected, I felt the weight of the coming week settle on me like a shawl, warm, sensible, and capable of being used to hide small things. Behind me, somewhere in the twisting stairs, a stair turned and let a whisper escape. It sounded like someone speaking in a language half forgotten. It sounded like a name. I did not know it then, but hearing a thing call aloud what it had been trying to keep was a slow invitation to reply. Chapter 4, Luna in the Library. The restricted stack smell, at once, of old paper and cold stone and something faintly metallic that might have been the ghost of an old ritual. It was impossible to reconcile that with the version of Hogwarts everyone else could see, laughing corridors, banners that smelled of Polish, charmed candles that never dripped wax, and yet there it was, the smell of things put away with purpose, as if the castle had exhaled its dangerous bits and locked them behind glass and admonitions. Luna had a lantern that made the dust motes look like planets. She held it with both hands, as if the light was something fragile she did not want to startle. The amber glow softened her face, giving the usual pale and thoughtful angles a look of someone who had been carved for patience. I thought then, absurdly and very privately, that patience might be the most useful kind of magic there is, cheaper than drafts, less conspicuous than curses, and able to outweight an entire wardrobe of men with reputations and patience only by the measure of their threats. We had permission, or permission-adjacent circumstances. Snape had not given us a parchment stamp or a curt nod in public. That would have been too tidy. What he had done, in the manner he did most things, was arrange for the librarians to be distracted for precisely the amount of time necessary for 2 people to settle into the stacks and make themselves invisible to prying eyes. Lucius's name could buy access, yes, but that ticket came with a cost. The buzz that followed any Malfoy through the halls, the polite leanings in of portraits, the way a whisper filled a whole staircase when our boots sounded on the flagstones. Luna preferred the small cloak of obscurity you earned with soft steps and better questions. She had taught me how to move through places as if one belonged to their quieter corners. We found a table large enough for a stack of catalogues and a bottle of elderflower cordial and set our things out with the kind of ceremony that belongs to conspirators. I unrolled parchment, smoothed the edges with fingers that still bore the faint smell of garden soil from Malfoy Manor's conservatory, Narcissa's late insistence that I clear my head before plunging back into the castle's rot. I kept the prophecy folded under a separate cloth in my coat. It was a small ritual now, a button pocket on top of another button pocket. I did not intend to open it here. The stakes here were fewer than in the arguing shadows of our sitting room, but not non-existent. A stray memory in a portrait or snooping house elf and half the world could tilt. Luna, of course, had not brought anything so dramatic as a parcel wrapped in secrecy. She produced instead a neat little book tied with twine, its cover worn soft from fingertips and elbow rests, and a pencil tucked into the twine like a bookmark. The book had no title on its spine. It was simply the sort of thing people who pay attention to corners of things keep: notes, sketches, marginalia collected from places where no one else thought to look. "Did you take the back stairs?" I asked, because of course she had. The front staircases had moods lately. I had learned not to trust them, not to be petulant. She blinked at me, those light eyes always settling on the small surprise in the air, and answered in that lateral way of hers, as if my question had been a pebble dropped into a pond and she were interested only in the rings it made. "No." The portrait at the top of the West Tower likes the sound of my shoes. She sings the catalogue numbers to me sometimes. She tapped the book. She remembered a number I wanted, so I remembered to bring paper. That should have made me relieve the tension in my shoulders a little. Portraits could be gossips, but they had loyalties too, and a portrait swayed by an honest seam of curiosity tended to be kinder than one bribed by old money. Still, I kept my voice dry. "Charmingly democratic," I said. "What sort of song is it that catalogues warded archives?" "Unreliable," she said. "Mostly the kind of song that remembers in fragments. But the fragments are useful. They are like stepping stones." She meant, as she always did, something precise: fragments as steps. Such an image was not sentimental, it was practical and oddly comforting. I pictured us standing on neat pale stones that led across a dark pool. I thought of ambitious men with long lists and short patience wading in and slipping. Luna never slipped. The restricted stacks were not so much a room as a labyrinth of niches, each niche built like a fort. Shelves leaned, small reading alcoves were carved into the stone. Some held grimy tomes with copper-clasped covers, others had neat portfolios labeled with dates that predated most family trees. Portraits of less famous librarians peered from frames, and their eyes, being enchanted with the lighter obligations of the living, could be coaxed into remembering a smell, a phrase, the time a student dropped ink on a crucial folio. They were skittish about the Malfoy crest. A few went so far as to shift their gazes as if the very mention of the name caused drafts. Luna moved through that space with a confidence that seemed fashioned from long acquaintance rather than a single year of research. She found things I would have missed, like the pattern of nails on an old chest that didn't match the style of the hinges, or the way a footstool had been used as a shorthand ledger. Her mind took patterns other people forgot to notice and braided them into something sensible. If I had been made into a thing, she would have been the small, steady magic that kept my edges in good order. We started with household bindings, little notices that indicated how a household kept the house from being too hospitable to otherness. They were the kind of thing the castle allowed to stay on the margins of record: charms that refused a stranger at the door, sigils stamped in the half to keep wandering wards from catching, the names of seam masters and smiths who specialized not in swords but in careful metalwork meant to hold a promise instead of a threat. Most of these were domestic, quotidian measures. Families who lived with strong attachments tended to bind things to the home rather than to the people. It kept possessions safer when people died or old debts needed neutralizing. We leafed through folios and found names that clicked into place like puzzle pieces. The urn, apparently, had been made in a style that resembled a particular household craft, not the broad, sweeping words of a public seal, but the precise, almost private language of hearth anchors. This was the sort of detail that made me sit up properly. The urn had felt, to me, like a public thing, a temple piece, and yet whoever made it had borrowed the grammar of home. That meant, in Luna's neat phrasing, that the urn was less a thing planted in the castle than one woven into a network of doors and kitchens and firesides. People forget that the small ways of keeping a room from being noisy are the ones that last, she said. You can shout at a bell until it rings no more, but leave a kettle to boil on a particular set of stones and the sound will learn the house. Hand steady, I pointed to a marginal sketch she had made of a symbol, an interlaced knot with the unnerving precision of a key. This looks like our family's cellar wards, I said. Lucius's men always speak of seals as if they are blunt instruments. I never thought of them as domestic. Most dangerous things like to be domestic, Luna answered, pencil tapping the knot as if it were a drumbeat. It makes it harder to spot them. It makes people forget to look. Here was the first lesson of the stacks. Danger, said the books without speaking, that hid where people expected comfort. The urn style being derived from hearth anchors meant that whatever had been woven into the urn had likely been intended to be, at least in part, soluble in household logic. If someone had meant the urn to be a public terror, they had nevertheless made it speak in whispers. We worked in rhythms. Luna would find a catalogue reference and read it aloud. I would locate the volume on the shelf. We would spread the tone between us and let the pages spill their oddities. Sometimes the information was patient, arriving in the form of a recipe for a ward, a list of ingredients where the name of one of the contractors was inked in the margin, perhaps the same contractor who had worked for a minor gentry family near the coast. Sometimes the books offered no names at all, only a technicality, a measurement, and then our hands would hover and plot the seam lines like cartographers. Little discoveries mounted into a map. When the books were quiet, we talked because silence was a thing that sharpened thoughts into small arrows. We talked not of the prophecy, which I kept under cloth, nor of Snape's bargains in any detail. We did, though, use half-sentences, placeholders with which to talk all the same. I would say the edge and Luna would nod, supplying and the unseen seam, and the world would fill in precisely enough that we could move. Those shorthand codes were our language. They were necessary, because things overheard got dangerous in ways that betrayed themselves only weeks later. Did you ever think, I asked once, tracing a faint silver line in a margin with the tip of my finger, that the reason the castle resists us now is because we're asking too directly? You made it sound like an argument you might lose, Luna said, and laughed in a small way that made the sound careful, as though it were a bird. I didn't think the castle would have opinions. I thought, perhaps, it would prefer a certain decorum and get offended when insulted. Yes, I said. Offended? We found a ledger with the name of a ritual smith, Bartleby Fenn, which sounded to me like a man who should have been in a play about the sea, not in the footnotes of protective metalwork. His records were fragmented, but the handwriting suggested he liked to record apprentices' initials in the margins. Luna, with her talent for noticing the sort of details other people considered quaint, leafed to an end page where a smudge had been pressed into a circular loop, like a thumbprint worn from too many touches. Someone wiped at it, she observed. Not to clean it, but to blur the owner. On purpose. I could feel my mouth tighten. Lucius's sort of enemies made more effort to obscure names than to attach them. The kind of people who worked through social wreckage had the patience of carnivores. Luna tapped the smudge with her pencil. Either that or it's a practice mark. People do this when they practice knots. Practice knots are rarely smudged like obfuscations, I pointed out. True, she said, and obfuscations are rarely patient enough to be only smudges. There wasn't much in the way of triumph in that exchange. I had always been taught to read decisions as acts, not as marks of uncertainty. But this was the stacks, and the stacks liked to dismember certainties into delicate parts that could be reinterpreted by the patient. We were patient. Later, in a corner lit only by Luna's lantern and the narrow green of an enchanted plant borrowed from some herbology folio, Luna found a bureaucratic note, one of those appendices written in a counsel's tidy hand. It listed household nodes for several estates around the countryside, and at the bottom of the page, in a cramped script I recognized even without seeing the penmanship, was a place name that made my throat go dry. Malfoy Manor. I had expected Malfoy to be in Lucius's records, of course he would be, but to see it there, among others, as part of a ledger on household nodes felt like someone had drawn a circle around my own chest and asked the castle to measure me. The note itself said little. Reference: half-lattice tie, Malfoy Manor, check seam at stairwell, note, oak lintel concerns. The rest was bureaucratic nonsense. But the scene line was now an entry in a book, and the book sat between Luna and me, and I felt both exposed and strangely reassured. If the castle had written my name in a ledger, then perhaps there was a way to read back out of what it had bound. See? Luna said softly. The house remembers many hands. Sometimes it keeps notes. It remembers, I echoed. The past was a ledger that could be edited. I wanted, with a small, selfish hunger, to have been given the option to cross my own name out. Does this mean? Luna stopped. She checked my face with a look that was as precise as anything the librarian portraits had offered. There was an unshakable steadiness in the way she looked at me then, as though I were an equation she was inclined to believe until reason suggested otherwise. It means it connects, I said. It doesn't mean they were trying to make the urn into a cellar trinket. Not exactly. It means the same words, the same binding grammar, show up both at the urn and at Malfoy Manor, which suggests either the same hands, or the same school. Luna's pencil drew a small square in the margin, neat, like a little window. Or the same pattern of thinking, she offered. People learn from each other. Guilds, smiths, families. You can take a way of building for a kettle and use it for a seal, and the seal will try to be a kettle because that's the hand that made it. That's a poetic way to justify what we call a lax security, I said. I could see the way Narcissa would twist this into a fashionable list of precautions. Family men had a way of turning household magical knowledge into an elegance that invited thieves. People don't usually bind things the way families do, Luna continued. They bind them the way they need them to be held. One way is not better than another. They're different. She was not lecturing. She was cataloguing, like the books themselves. That is how she altered the room. Not by turning it inside out, but by giving it new names for the things that already lived there. The stacks are a place hungry for names. Once the names took root, possibilities could be tested with little experiments. We took one of those experiments that night. If the same latticework of hearth anchors had been used at the urn and in Malfoy Manor, then perhaps the scenes that held the anchors would reveal themselves in the same way. Luna suggested we look for lintel anomalies, the way oak around a doorway could be carved with a pattern, or the way a stair could have a nail hammered into a riser in a place that made no sense. Such small, domestic gestures were often the signatures of smiths who did not want their work to be obvious. They wanted the house to be part of the charm. I want to see your manor, Luna said, almost as an aside, and I felt my fingers close reflexively around the parchment under my coat. Only in the sense of measurements or diagrams. If there are old maps or inventories in the Malfoy family records nearby, maybe we'll find patterns. I ought to have said no, on principle. Lucius's involvement made that more complicated than ever. I had to arrange who would escort me, what stories I would offer, how much of the truth I could spill into an air that had ears. But Luna's face had a softness that made my stomach clench, not with dread but with a slow, ridiculous urge to protect. There were worse reasons to risk a thing. Bring your own maps, I said instead. And gloves. My mother's gloves are too ready to show fingerprints. Gloves are too secret, Luna said, and then leaned over a book, and for an hour we were nothing more than two people marking up a ledger. The stacks felt then like the inside of a clock, gears moving patiently, unloved, keeping something enormous from falling apart. Luna had a way of naming our small tasks as if they were part of a gentle strategy rather than a desperate scramble. I liked being folded into her sentences. She made danger sensible rather than a commodity of fear. There was a portrait of a librarian who remembered the time the castle's seventh seal had been argued about. He brightened when he saw Luna's lantern. Old portraits were like slow engines of memory. They warmed up, then they gave. Hecuba of the North, he offered when Luna asked about a certain ledger, and his voice smelled faintly of boiled tea. Left a note in the bindings. Fragile hands but clear code. You must be careful with the litany. You mean this list? Luna asked, and when she opened the folio, a small engraving fell out and fluttered onto the table like a pale moth. It was a map, but not of corridors. It showed points, kitchens, larders, boot rooms. The line between them were drawn in arcs that suggested vanishing points rather than straight lines. Someone had sketched the household as if it were an organism, each hinge and half a heartbeat. It's a stitch map, Luna said. They stitch wards where the house breathes most. Kitchens, chapels, cellars. Places people visit at regular intervals. I think of it as the house is sewing. So it's less a lattice than stitching, I said. I liked that word. Stitching implied repair. Lattice implied trapping. I had been raised on the latter logic, lines that held others in place. It helps to know what you're climbing into, Luna said. And who keeps the needles? Who keeps the needles? I mulled that over. Who makes them is usually a dangerous sort. But who keeps them? That is often the family. Or the housekeeper. The housekeeper is a good place to start, Luna said, almost to herself, and I found myself thinking of the house elves in service at Malfoy Manor. They were creatures of habit and domesticity, and therefore likely to notice the peculiar grooves of certain rituals. They witnessed the small economy of a household in a way that great men never did. That realization should have made my heart squeeze, like a fist closing on a smooth stone. It did, but not entirely because of political calculations. There was a personal corner to it, too, the idea that there were small, watchful creatures who had names that were never written in any ledger because the ledger had not thought to ask. The house makes its wards out of people as easily as it makes them out of wood, and that thought was both dark and intimate. We copied the stitch map carefully. Luna's handwriting, precise and slightly slanted like a measuring tool, made a tidy facsimile. We added our own notations in pencil, lintel, riser nail, kitchen area, old hearth. It felt, perversely, like homework, a school exercise in loyalty and danger. It was at a late hour when the stacks grew colder and the portraits dimmed their lamps that I had one of the quiet, small admissions that had become ours. We were packing a folio of Fenn's notes into a satchel. My fingers brushed Luna's as I handed the paper over. She did not recoil. She smiled, not a flashy thing, but a short, certain arc, and said, "You smell like the manor." It's comforting, I admitted. There was no grand confession in that, only a small fact. She hummed and put the folio in her bag with the sort of attention that suggested she would treat it like a kitten. Comforts can be dangerous, she said. Not all of them, I said. Some are the only things worth keeping. She looked at me then, properly looked, as if the room had narrowed and the two of us were the only witnesses. There was something in her eyes that accepted the tilt of my mouth and the tension that I rarely let show. Then keep them, she said, as if offering a wise, small command. Carefully. There is a way one hears such instructions where they are not a command at all but a mutual agreement. I folded my hands and felt the weight of the prophecy in the other pocket, as if it listened too. We left the stacks with the kind of silence that feels like a curtain falling at the end of a play. The castle seemed to notice that two people had been in its secret places and adjusted its air, as if the moving staircases had been listening in closed ranks. Outside, under a sky that was a little clearer than the portraits had promised, we walked the length of the corridor. Luna kept close to the walls, mapping with her steps. I felt the small, protective itch of the boy who had once polished laces for practice. I had not outgrown it. There was an old staircase, one of those service stairs that ruby-capped portraits like to pretend they knew everything about, and as we reached it, something in the stone shifted. It was so subtle that if you were not looking for it you'd have blamed it on a draft. The step that had been there a second ago was not. I nearly misstepped, my heel hung over a shallow drop that had not been there when I had walked it an hour earlier. Luna's hand flashed to my arm, steady and quick, and the two of us found ourselves for a second in a tableau where timing mattered. We laughed, breathless, because it was the only way to turn the breath in our throats into something less like a shout and more like a statement. For a heartbeat I felt the faint, ridiculous thrill of being alive in a house that was alive in return. Then practical things snapped into place. That the stairs had shifted meant someone, or something, had known we might pass. It meant the castle was testing. It meant the stair was not lost to chance. What if it isn't testing? Luna said, voice very small. What if it is reading our plan? Then we have been very predictable, I said. We have been the most boring of patterns. She smiled again, that small ineffable look that made my chest contract with a thing that was nearly akin to affection but steadier and less clamorous. Then we will have to be unpredictable. I liked that plan. It felt good in the muscles. We walked on, consciously keeping our steps uneven, not in wild leaps but in small variations, like a metronome thrown out of rhythm. The castle accepted the dissonance without complaint. Portraits gossiped to one another, and a librarian called us back for a vellum that had slipped from its place. The night smelled of old candles and warmer things. When Luna pressed my hand for a second in the shadow of the arch that led to the courtyard, I did not pull away. It was a small contact, something like the fastening of a cloak, but it anchored me. That anchorage would, now that I think on it, probably be the single thing the prophecy could not account for. Everything else was calculations and bargains and knots of binding, but even a knot has a soft point where fingers can hold. Luna was a soft point. She had made logic seem inevitable in the way she lined up evidence, and she made my small, guarded self seem worth the risk. Her mind was steady and strange. She read patterns not because they were dramatic but because patterns were often honest. She made it possible for me to believe in continuity where I had been trained to believe only in leverage. The next day, back at Malfoy Manor, Lucius would ask me questions my answers could not afford to satisfy. Snape would send an owl that smelled of smoke and secrecy. An old house elf with a patchwork memory would cough up a phrase that made Lucius sit straighter. There would be arguments whose stakes were measured in futures rather than in the neat lines of scholarly footnotes. And somewhere beneath all that, the house would stitch and unpick and stitch again. But that night, in the stacks, we had rewritten a few lines of the ledger. We had given the castle new names for things it had never had to say aloud in a very long time. We had found that the urn's grammar nodded back to places I had always thought were mine. We had discovered a map that made the manor look less like a bastion and more like a knotted shawl. We had learned that the castle's mischief sometimes came in the form of a missing stair. When Luna slid a ribbon into her book and looked up at me, there was a question in her gaze that was at once a request and a readiness. "Shall we go and look at the lintel?" she asked. I had, by then, an advisor to consult, 3 advisors, if you counted the prophecy, and yet the thought of following Luna into my own house's hidden stitches felt like the only plan that had room for truth. I nodded. "Tomorrow, then," I said, and as we parted by the portrait of Hecuba, the painting's eyes twinkled in a way portraits rarely allowed. It was, perhaps, an approval. Or perhaps Hecuba fancied herself a dramatist. Either way, the stair had been absent tonight, and the presence of its absence had its own deliberations. The castle had decided to move things while we were within earshot. That was no accident. That meant the next place to test would be a stair, a lintel, a seam. It would be small. It would be domestic. It would be precise. And someone had threaded a needle through our lives and left the thread hanging. I intended to follow it. Chapter 5: The Missing Stair. There are moments when politeness becomes an occupation. You practice the angles of your smile in front of people who will decide whether you rise or fall, and you become very good at smiling. You learn to let your jaw ache out in private and present a line of white teeth that can be polished and invested like banknotes. After whatever had happened with the first seal, after the counter-ritual and the speeches about healings and moving forward, I found I had an extra kind of politeness to practice, the one you keep for the castle. Hogwarts likes attention. That is one of its charms and one of its dangers. The staircases will shuffle themselves if you stare too long, portraits will complain if you consult them at the wrong hour, the castle's temper can be felt in the way banners hang limp or proud. You learn to read it the way you read faces. And when a staircase goes missing, or, more exact, when it goes somewhere it should not, it announces itself in small ways that only someone who pays close attention will notice. A student arriving in the wrong corridor with a broom between her legs. A portrait that stops answering a question midline and looks away. The misdirection is jest and a message, both. The broom closet incident, as it was called in the crowded markets of student gossip, should have been laughable. It was, when you only saw the beginning of it, a third-year Hufflepuff named Millicent, not the one with a notoriously sour temper, another entirely different. There are a great many Millicents in the world, meant to take the staircase by the west wing to her dormitory. The stair that usually eats the east corridor instead slid her into a broom cupboard tucked behind the Chan's classroom. She emerged several minutes later covered in bristles and apologies, laughing in a way that made everyone forget that she had been frightened. People told jokes. They called her the Broom Room Girl for a day and then went on with their lives. I did not find that funny. I watched the way the cupboard door had 3 faint smears where, apparently, someone had propped it against the wall. I watched a portrait of an old headmistress twitch and say, indeed, too quickly, as if the word had stuck in its mouth. I watched Luna fold her long fingers into a triangle and close her eyes, not because she needed to sleep but because she was letting the castle tell her something. Signal, she said when I told her what I'd seen. Her voice always had 2 registers, the one people expected, an airy, mildly distracted cadence, and beneath it a precision that could cut glass. When she leaned forward, the pale hair fell like a net of moonlight around her shoulders, and I never ceased being at least a little astonished that someone could look like that and be so untroubled by being observed. It isn't random. Hardly, I said. Hogwarts isn't a child playing about with new tricks. When it misbehaves like that, it's because someone is petting it the wrong way. She smiled at that, not because she found it amusing but because she liked the metaphor. There are people who like to talk in metaphors and there are people who like to organize them with pins. Luna was the latter. She'd been living at the manor for several weeks, which made for a combination of things: my mother's contented sighs about good company, my father's cold assessments of her contacts, and a very pleasant form of domesticity that I had not been prepared to appreciate. We took our tea at odd hours and spent evenings cross-referencing scrolls and old house inventories by lamplight. It was a small workroom of 2 people who had decided there were scenes in the world and those scenes needed stitching. I had been a spectator to many rituals that did not belong to me. I had enrolled in the School of Caution. There are more convenient social masks than the Malfoy one: a silk, a smirk, a neat lineage and the right glare. But the prophecy, the one nobody knew I carried in full, insisted on an attentiveness that was not complete isolation. It wanted me in the middle of things. So I listened to the castle and I went where the staircases refused to go by themselves. We made a map. Not a proper map, Hogwarts would have been insulted by anything so presumptuous, but a skein of notes and arrows pinned to a stretched scrap of blue parchment. We used borrowed chalk from the caretaker and a length of inked cord borrowed from someone who would not ask us what we meant. Luna insisted on a ribbon of beetlewing silk, because it's sensitive to currents of old magic, she said, and I indulged her. There is something tender about small superstitions when you have to hold them against a larger fear. The pattern, when it emerged, was less neat than any of us had expected. It was not a line so much as a net. Staircases that usually climbed to the east wing rerouted into spare cupboards for a single day and then behaved for weeks. Others hooked a step upward, causing a student to be mosquito net unbound and drop a library trunk into a lower corridor. It was, if you were generous, playful. If you were not, it was deliberate. Someone's mapping the castle, Luna said. She had a scrap of parchment with little tick marks across it, and a scattering of symbols that would have meant nothing to anyone outside our small circle. See here. The diversions cluster around 3 things: old service corridors, rooms that used to be used for hospitality, and places with ceramic waste, broken plates, chinaware, things like that. Broken porcelain. My interest sharpened. The urn is crafted of that material. The counter-ritual had required the reconstruction of craft work that was not purely ornamental. Porcelain and ceramics can have charms in their glaze, residues of spells. The thought of someone poking at those residues without having to answer for it made my mouth dry. Yes. Ceramic, she said. It might be track marks rather than the artifacts themselves. Like people who look at footprints to decide how a beast ran. We set up a trap, the sort of thing that looks conspicuously adolescent but was surprisingly effective. We put a small, harmless charm on one of the more temperamental stairs and waited. The stair moved obligingly, delivering a 7th-year Ravenclaw prefect neatly onto a lower landing with the kind of indignant fluttering of robes only a prefect can achieve. Everyone laughed. We pretended to laugh too. Our charm recorded the directions. The staircase left a faint, flaky residue that we could later analyze. It told us which way the steps bent, whether they tended inward or outward, if they took a single large leap or a series of small ones. The residue smelled faintly of alum and lemon peel. It was, Luna announced, craft residue, and she traced a line that made sense of the smell. They're not random, she said, eyes bright. It's a pattern of probing, finding where the castle's bones meet. Bones. I liked that word. It felt proper for Hogwarts, which is a living thing built over old workings. To probe the bones is to find the architecture of the old wards, the scenes where spells are anchored. Which also meant someone wanted to know where to cut. We followed the trail during hours when the castle was most restless, the witching hour between the last common rooms and the first hush of dawn, when portraits were half asleep and staircases liked to show off. I'd grown practiced at telling teachers that I preferred private study in the library. It was a credible lie. Some nights I would borrow a cloak and shadow Luna through the corridors, sometimes letting her go ahead in that odd, unself-conscious way of hers that drew confidences out of the walls. We learned to ride the stairs like tides, letting them take us and noting their deviant angles. The corridor map on our blue parchment blossomed with arrows and crosses. The near accident happened because the castle had a sense of timing and we had not always anticipated its humor. One evening we flagged a staircase that had, for a pattern, taken an eastward bent and deposited students into the greenhouse corridor. We expected a small detour. Instead it did something more creative. It shunted a cluster of steps sideways, a lateral movement that must have been felt in the knees of anyone whose weight shifted at the wrong moment. A first-year girl, she wore a Slytherin scarf, of all things, the castle is not above irony, took one mismeasured step and suddenly found herself not on a corridor but on a ledge between stories, a slender slice of space with a brick wall on one side and a sheer drop to the herbarium on the other. There is nothing about saving people that improves one's appetite for theatre. When the girl froze, very young and bright-eyed, the world narrowed to a small danger and my reflexes were quick. There is something vulgar and radiant about being useful. I moved before I had arranged an likable face. The cloak I had borrowed ballooned. I slid across the little landing and reached for her sleeve with the kind of care you reserve for a glass you don't want to break. She screamed once. I heard breath like a bell in my ears. Luna was there in 2 strides with a thin knot of luminous thread in her hand. She wedged it around the stairs banister like a lifeline. I am not, typically, fond of being touched without my permission. I am, however, fond of being allowed to act. I caught the girl around the shoulders and pulled. As she clung, her breath hot and rapid against my sleeve, something very unpleasant clicked through me, not because I had breathed the same air as a Slytherin first year, the thought would have been unworthy, but because the castle had almost taken her for the sake of a joke. There is a difference between mischief and malice. You begin to keep score. When the prefects arrived, alarmed, officious, offering assistance and not asking if we were hurt, we arranged ourselves into positions of concern and neglect. I handed the girl over to her head of house with what passed for appropriate cool. Luna and I retreated into the shadows and counted our luck. We were baited, she said. There was no scorn in her voice, only a precise coolness. That lateral movement wasn't for mischief. It was to test whether someone would notice the ledge. Tests are probes. Probes for what? I asked. Access, she said. To narrow routes. To see whether the castle will let a living body cross an inner seam. Once you can get a human in, you can get charms in. Once you can get charms in, you can leave something. Or take something out. There are many forms of theft. You can steal money, you can steal trust, you can steal a ward. The prospect of someone taking apart the castle's protection, or worse, discovering how to slip a tether past a seal, made me bitter in a private way. It reduced me to measures, more room locks, more attention required at odd hours, new explanations for why I was in the library at dawn. People asked me if I was tired, and I practiced looking elegant and faint. Exhaustion becomes, for a Malfoy, a cultivated look. The small things began to accumulate. Fragments of porcelain were found in odd places, a chipped rim in a corridor that had no kitchens, a speck of glaze in the folds of a curtain. Luna gathered them into a paper bag and kept them on her bed at the manor with other oddities, a thimble, a sliver of a charm, a scrap of owl feather with copper staining. She described them in a language that was patient and exact, as if reconstructing a potter's technique could also reconstruct a motive. "They're being careful," she said one night, tracing a line of glaze with a fingertip that left no mark. "They don't want to open the urn again. They want to see which parts of its craft can be taken apart and put back without the whole thing complaining." "Or someone else wants to know how the urn was put together," I said. I kept my voice low. The manor listens, even with shutters drawn. Lucius hears about things in a way that is practical and cold. He calculates with a ledger. Luna's eyes softened. She had a way of both seeing me and seeing past what I had become. "Or perhaps they're trying to find where we stitched the hurt," she said. "The castle is mending itself. Someone is testing our seams. It ought to have been, in a way, calming. If the thing was a probe, it could be defended against. If it were merely curious, curiosity could be slowed. But there are other shapes of curiosity that do not ask for consent." The night the stair sent us somewhere we did not expect began like any other, a soft rain on the turrets, the castle's lamps throwing pools of yellow on the flagged floors. We had been following a particular diagonal, a stair that usually curled up toward the north gallery. It had lately taken to diverting itself into the service corridors that ran like veins under the castle. On our map those corridors were crossed with small X's and question marks. We took them in a cloak borrowed from one of my father's attendants, which smelled faintly of polished wood and stale citrus. It was my own private theatre. Luna led, she always did. There is a particular freedom in being second to someone who is insistent without drama. We stepped where stair bent and then did something the stair did not expect. We left a tiny pin of light at the entrance, a careful thing that hummed quietly like a moth. It recorded passage, and, if someone tried to rework the stair, it would show where a charm had been laid. "It is a kind of map," Luna murmured. "Leave breadcrumbs so the breadcrumbs remember us." We trailed the stair through a corridor that smelled of dust and old lavender, Hogwarts laundry angles, and it led us not up but sideways. The steps took us into a wall of stone, into a passage narrower than any public corridor, lit by fat candles that burned steadier than they should. I noticed the way the mortar had been scored, like careful hairlines along a seam. Someone had not simply nudged the stair, they had chosen the masonry where it stepped. Then the stair stopped, and the stair did not have the courtesy to put us back where we had been. Instead, it yielded a small door we had not expected, a wooden hatch in the floor of the corridor, set flush and unremarked. It had no portrait over it, no brass nameplate. It was a plain thing, as if it belonged to a service entrance. Service entrances have histories, though. They hold the forgotten little hearts of buildings. I was the first to crouch. The hatch lifted on hinges that grated like ancient iron and revealed a spiral of dust and a smell like the lower reaches that the castle are saved for, a damp, minerally scent with a hint of old glue. We could have turned back. We did not. We had already carved our map with pins, and we had sewn ourselves to it by leaving that small light at the door. Luna slipped down first. The steps were tight as ribs. The air drew down with us. Below, where the light bulged into a small chamber, there was a shallow pool. Not water in a way that would encourage swimming, but a basin of stone with traces of something glowing faintly on its rim, a pale, iridescent dust that had an affinity for porcelain. Around the basin were little footprints in ash, as if someone had walked through a candlestorm and left marks. They were not recent. They were not that old either. They told a story in the marked way of things that are used for a ritual and then put away with haste. "There is weaving here," Luna said. Her voice took on that odd, precise happiness she had when a mystery arranged itself politely into place. You can smell the old binding. My chest tightened. In the center of the basin there was a crocken fragment, a small part of a vessel with a glaze pattern that looked like river scales. I recognized the technique because the urn's reconstruction had left its own fingerprints on history, tiny, repeated arcs in the glaze. The fragment in the basin carried the same mark. It had been washed, as if it had been handled with care and then submerged. Someone had been here, repeating the pattern of the counter-ritual. There are signs, I whispered. Not because I thought anyone would hear below, but because saying it made the fact less sharp. Someone is tracing the urn's craft in the castle. Or tracing how it was unstitched, said Luna. She turned the crocken piece in her fingers like a surgeon inspecting a bone. You can learn by unpicking. We were both silent for a long moment. Silence in a place like that is not empty, it has weight and information. There were other things in the small chamber, a line of pins stuck into the wall as one might pin a model, an arrangement of candle stubs placed in angles that suggested an attempt to mark compass points, and, the fact that made my stomach drop, a string of thin silver wire tied to a small iron ring. The ring bore a scratch that was faint but unmistakable, a sigil that matched nothing on our household ledgers but that had been, in my past dealings, present at certain negotiations. That's not a student's mark, I said. There is a vocabulary people learn when they have been around too many rooms where agreements are made and debts are paid. That ring belonged in a cellar at the manor where my father kept his less public items. It had the taste of negotiation in it, a half-signature left to show a bargain had been considered. Luna's eyes lifted to me. There are too many hands, she said. She had a way of putting things plainly that made me feel less alone. Not just pupils. Someone here has access to the manor's instruments. I didn't answer. There were too many certain things to not answer. Lucius had friends and grudges. There were people who liked to know what stitches had been sewn into the world and who wanted to find an end to a tether. The ring could belong to anyone, an old house ally, a bored confidant, a curious scholar. But the presence of the ring in a seam under the castle read like a signature in a pocket that did not belong to the person who made it. We left no mark of our own beyond the faint light of the stair and the pencil smudge on the edge of the hatch. We made our way back up with the care of people who had been to the bottom of the thing and found it not dead. The castle staircases had the courtesy of shuffling themselves back into polite places, as if nothing had happened. It was the habit of this place to want to forget things when that suited it. At the manor that night I watched my mother fold napkins with a practiced hand and felt the small domesticity of home like an armor. There are few virtues more useful than denying the part of you that is alarmed. Narcissa is not an excitable person. She laid the cloth and considered the cutlery and, when I told her that the staircases had been behaving oddly, she set down a knife with a small, precise movement. Do not mention the arcane material to Lucius, she said. There was that practical edge, save the politics for when you must argue them. If this is a probe, we will want to be cautious. I agreed. It is not always easy to say to your father that someone is prying at the bones of the castle because it invites a ledger. Lucius responds to ledgers. He measures with a clip of a finger and a small lift of his chin. To tell him there are men willing to learn how to take a stitch out of enchantment is to invite him to buy into the situation. We will watch, I said. Good, Narcissa replied. She rested a hand on my sleeve in that way mothers have, brief, proprietary, full of the idea that whatever they hold they can protect. There are gestures that keep you honest, hers was one of them. For a moment, and it is a small and foolish admission, I let myself be a child who wanted to be assured of his safety. The next week, the stair that had given us the hatch did something else. It delivered not a pupil but a ragged scrap of paper in a footprint of dust on the corridor outside the Charms classroom. The scrap bore two things, a smudged ink line that might have been an address and a faint handprint that seemed to be older and yet fresh. Luna picked it up with gloved fingers. Her face, in the lamplight, read like a sudden bloom. It is a map, she said, but not of places. Of scenes. Someone is drawing the castle with the same words we are using. They are stitching notes. We started to follow the principle that two minds working in parallel on the same thing are a dangerous advantage. If we were clever, we could outsmart the counterprobers; if not, we could become bait. I arranged for a handful of people I thought reliable to watch certain corridors, house elves in places with low suspicion, an elderly portrait who owed me a favor, and, as always, Severus. He had a way of being where things were colder; he liked cold things. I do not trust him more than is prudent. His ledger is long and the currency of those pages is often unpleasant, but he knows the castle's bones in ways he does not make public. He turned up the morning after I sent a discreet note and did not smile. "You are poking," he said. It was not a question. His words are small and unadorned and therefore worse than any flourish. "We must know what is finding the scenes," I said. He watched me for a long time, as if trying to trade in me for some other measure. "Then be careful about what you tell it," he said. "What you learn will not reside only in your head." I left him with that and felt the old, familiar pressure like a poker at my ribs. Snape always measures risks in a way that makes your skin go cold. He is not cruel because he enjoys cruelty. He is cruel because he is economical. We tracked the stair for the rest of the term. Each misdirection took us a little further into the castle's hidden habits. They clustered around places where the old hospitality rooms had once been, the green room included, which made my mouth go dry when I thought of certain betrayals. They bounded near the room of requirement, which now misbehaved more than usual, closing on seekers or presenting them with odd furnishings like a person with a mind of their own. There was a deliberate patience to the probes. They took small things, tested edges, withdrew. And then, one night, the staircase did something that made me notice the world differently. It routed us, not toward a scene but through one. It opened between two portraits that had always been polite to each other and which had a habit of gossip. The portraits blinked as if embarrassed. I felt a coldness in my trachea like someone had whispered a truth I had avoided. The steps folded inward and disclosed a corridor we had never seen before, narrow, paved with a stone that was older than many of the walls, its ceiling low and hung with copper rings. At the far end hung a curtain of beads made of something that glinted like old moonlight. We moved through it because we had no other plan. We have a quality of arrogance that is sometimes useful. The curtain parted beneath our hands like the skin of an old wound. Behind it there was a place the castle had evidently kept to itself, anterooms and tiny niches, a palm-sized architecture of service spaces where long ago people had left things and then forgotten. But at the center of the room there was a thing that made my breath go very cold. A small, shallow alcove had been arranged like an altar. Not an altar in the pious sense, but an altar of craft. Porcelain shards were scattered across it in a pattern that made no immediate sense until Luna rearranged one with a fingertip and hummed. The shards fit like a jigsaw of a bowl which was not there. In the hollow of the arrangement, someone had placed a mirror, nothing elaborate, just an unframed plane of glass. The light that found it bent and refracted in a way that made my temples ache. When I looked into that mirrored surface I saw not my own face but the faint, overlapping image of rooms I did not recognize, a chamber with a ring door, a corridor with a stair that led downward into a green glow, the underside of the castle, a place where mortar curved in impossible ways. There is a particular sensation reserved for when you discover someone is using your world to rehearse the things they mean to do to it. It is like being in a room where someone has been walking your path in your absence, leaving traces to see if it is safe. The mirror was a rehearsal stage. The shards arranged around it were a way of looking, the ring in the stairs basin had been a signature. Someone had been practicing how to show the castle its own bones. Who is mapping our dreams? I said, less aloud than to myself. There is an arrogance in the question that suits me. Who, indeed? Luna stepped closer and looked into the mirror as if it were an open book. She did not flinch. Whoever it is, they work methodically, she said. This is not a child's game. This is a rehearsal of a space. They want to know how the castle will reflect its own image. My mouth formed a word I did not say. A rehearsal of a space is an announcement that someone intends to enter it. The last thing you did to a space before you took something from it is always full of meaning. I thought about the urn and the counter-ritual and the ways my father had spoken of reclaiming what was lost. I thought of bargains made in basements, of promises kept or broken under lamps. The ring in the stairwell, the sigil with its faint scratch, the fragments of porcelain placed in a pattern like a child's mosaic. It was the careful work of someone preparing for theft or for an excavation of a craft. It was small and procedural and therefore terrifying. We were not the only ones to see that, in the end. There was a knocking, soft and indecent, at the curtain behind us. Someone had come into the room at the same time the stair had folded. We had not expected company, we had, for all our planning, been surprised. I stepped forward, considering the possibility of a fight. There are many ways to be brave and some of them involve displays I dislike. I thought first of reason as the most useful weapon. The curtain rustled. A person slipped through it, young and plain and unremarkable, carrying nothing. They wore a cloak too thin for the season and had a handwriting in the faint notes pinned to their sleeve that looked like a map of worries. They looked at the arrangement of shards and smiled, not with malice but with a kind of professional interest. "I'm sorry," they said, with a politeness that was the last thing you expect from someone standing in your private space. "I didn't mean to intrude. I'm..." The name they gave me mattered less than the way his eyes flicked to the mirror and then away. There was recognition there. A small, private pause. It was the pause of someone who believes they have been found out but hopes for leniency. Behind him, where the curtain had been parted, a shadow occupied the space between the beads, a second person, larger, someone with a carriage that I felt in my bones as dangerous. I knew that carriage. It was a way of standing that my father often adopted in the drawing rooms of people he intended to unsettle. It carried a presence like a blade. "Mr. Malfoy," the larger man said. He pronounced the name like a brand and I saw, in the set of his shoulders, a kind of appraising hunger. He was not a student. Luna's hand found my sleeve. She had an odd, fierce steadiness about her in that moment, as if the magic in her could be both curious and defensive. "You shouldn't be in here," she said calmly. Her words were not for them, they were for the room. You can speak to spaces as if they are people and sometimes they answer. The man smiled in a way that was too polite to be true. "We were merely examining the architecture," he said. "Hogwarts is a place of wonder. We had no intention of disturbing you." It was a lie, a posture, and dangerous. I did not know his name, but I knew the shape of someone who would make a practice of mapping secrets and selling the maps. The things his eyes lingered on belonged to my household and to the prophecy all at once. "Who are you?" I said. The question bore the weight of a many-edged blade. The man thought before he answered, which is the politeness of deceit. His name, when he gave it, was not one I would have expected to see scratched in the margins of a family ledger. It was a name that belonged to a roster of men with enough time in their pockets to buy doors and then resell the maps. He introduced himself with a courtesy that smelled of money. "My name is less important than my purpose," he said. "There are things politics teaches you, how to be small when you must, how to let someone speak and then take the conversation away, how to count the cost of a single word." I weighed the man, the room, the mirror. The shards of porcelain arranged like a bowl told me the rest. Whoever had left them here had been careful, methodical, not a novice. They had tents in the manor's lesser rooms and ravenous curiosity. They had a map with my family's handwriting on the margins. They were rehearsing the removal of craft, I said finally. They wanted to see how the castle would let a craft be moved. If you are interested in the castle's wonders, perhaps you do not want to be the one who chooses that interest. The man's smile thinned. He took a step backward and the second shadow beside him moved, as if ready on a spring. There was a small thing in his hand, a token, a simple brass disc with an insignia that resembled the one I had seen scratched on the iron ring. He meant to show me the disc like a calling card. "Where did you find that?" I asked. It was not really a question. His eyes widened a little, as if it were the first time he realized a misstep. In the same second, the candle stubs in the room threw tiny, unpredictable flickers and the mirror caught the light and split it into a dozen small images. It was like seeing a dozen doors open and then slamming shut. He did not finish. Something interrupted him, not a person but a noise, a faint, high humming under the stones. The staircase behind us had slammed shut in the corridor above, making a sound like a throat clearing. The man cursed under his breath with a quickness that revealed his impatience and his calculation. We were all very suddenly aware of the castle in the way you are aware of a sleeping predator, attuned, listening, ready to snap. The man with the disc had not expected to be found. He'd expected to be rehearsed to invisibility. I saw, in one glance, what his intention might have been, to learn how to open a seam and then to broker it, perhaps to someone who kept ledgers and a taste for old things. "You will leave," I said. It was a risk to give orders to a stranger, but the authority of a Malfoy name in the right moment carries weight. He hesitated, and in that hesitation I saw the shape of choices, to force a scene and invite warding, or to slink away and regroup. He chose the latter. He bowed with an affected grace and left, his companion melting into the corridor like a shadow that had tired of itself. The disc he had shown us dropped, unnoticed, to the floor. Luna picked it up with 2 fingers and held it as if it were both a thing of curiosity and a loaded weapon. On the way back, we took the stair that behaved itself with the patience of the ashamed. We did not look back. We did not gloat on the victory of unsettled men. We had, in other words, done what all proper intruders do, left evidence that they had been there and perhaps been smug about not being caught. The chip of a disc, the ring scratched in the stairwell, the basin with its fragments, they were all small things. But small things can be the beginning of the unraveling. It is the nature of the world to be patient and then to demand its price. The probe had come closer than we had realized. Someone had placed rehearsal in the castle, and in the rehearsal lay a threat. At the manor that night, I sat in a chair by the window that looks onto the garden. The moon made the fountain silver. My father sat opposite me and read a paper that had been folded too many times. He did not ask about the staircases. He did not need to. He had his own way of finding what he wanted. He is a man who calculates. There is a ledger he keeps not in ink but in a register of favors and threats. "We are being watched," I said finally. It is not often I say that to him. The words taste like confession in his presence. Lucius glanced up as if he had been expecting that remark for a long time. "Of course you are," he said. It was that. He never disputed the obvious. The castle is valuable. People will want to know its parts. "What do you intend to do if they start taking them apart?" I asked. He folded the paper with the same economy he reserved for people he did not need to flatter. "We will decide who gets to be there when they try," he said. He loves the ledger because in it he can assign roles and set terms, he thinks in options and counters. There are ways to comfort yourself after such a conversation. You can imagine your father arranging resources like chess pieces, and that will soothe you for a while. You can pretend your own weight in the world is solid. But there is a part of me that keeps very private accounts, of what I have promised to keep secret, of things I have sworn and the loopholes I have used. The more the world knocks at the seams, the harder those loopholes must be guarded. A single hole in a lattice and an entire pattern can fray. Luna joined me at the window. We watched the fountain silver and the fountain small spray. "You look like a man who had measured the world in coins," she said softly. "In her company my smallness is sometimes allowed. She does not need me to be formidable." "I suppose I do have a balance to keep," I said. The words sounded ordinary out loud. There are moments I want to tell her everything, every ledger, every oath, the contained sentence of the prophecy, and the way it feels like a thread pulled tight under the skin, but I have learned the cruelty of oversharing. She knows so much and so little at once. She is a patient vessel. "Then tie your ledger with the lamp of the castle," she said, absurd as ever. Luna has a habit of making metaphors that both disarm and reveal. If they are as careful as they seem, they will be watching its lights. I turned the phrase over and found myself smiling despite the weight. The smile was small and thin by the older habit of keeping my face a careful thing. But it was there. I had found some anchor in the middle of a castle that shook its staircases like a tired thing. I had found small defiance in the form of a girl who carted shards in a paper bag and who could make the shadows of the manor feel like home. Later, lying awake in a bed that is too well made, I imagined the room beneath the stones where someone had rehearsed the castle's geometry. I pictured the mirror that reflected a dozen doors. I thought of the disc, gleaming on Luna's palm like a coin that had lost its religion. I tried to count the price of learning too much. It is absurd how the mind begins to calculate. In the middle of the night I heard, or perhaps imagined I heard, the distant creak of a stair. The sound wound through my dreams like a thin finger. I found myself thinking of the boy in the corridor who had been bait, of the cloak that smelled of wood and citrus, of the ring that carried my family's handwriting. Someone was training, rehearsing. It was an act of patience and an act of threat. In the morning, I would go back to the castle with a plan that was not yet fully formed. There are many plans that begin with the words "we should," and most of them end with more complications than you'd expected. But I am, as ever, stubborn in my particularities. I would watch the staircases, ride them like tides, and place breadcrumbs that would remember us. There is a part of me that wants to be dramatic about the future, to speak of seals and endings and the way a prophecy demands reckoning. But the truth is smaller and, in its way, more dangerous. Someone has begun to measure Hogwarts seams. They are patient. They are methodical. They have left the theatre of rehearsal open for us to see, and in its center they have set a mirror. I looked at Luna as she rose to leave. She had a small smile that made my chest ache in that way only she can. "We will follow," she said simply, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. "We will follow with caution," I corrected. I felt the circle close around us, not a trap, but a net that had to be tended. I thought then of the urn and the old counter-ritual and the things we had promised we would never allow to happen again. Outside, the stairways of Hogwarts shifted at odd hours, like the breath of a sleeping beast. I listened to them, and for the first time in a long time I wanted to know who had learned to read the bones. There was a strange, private sort of eagerness in that. To find the answer would be to hold a knife at the throat of a secret. To hold it would be dangerous. And if the map we had found in that quiet chamber was true, we had only just begun to be drawn into something larger than a missing stair. When I thought of it that way, my mouth tightened and my smile refused the night's rest. The house was quiet. Luna's braid swung as she left and the manor hummed like a thing content to for a while. But I could not forget the mirror that showed rooms I had never seen and the man who had bowed and smiled like a man who sells other people's maps. Someone had been rehearsing to enter the castle's bones, and they had left their rehearsal in plain sight. There are many ways to be brave. There are also ways to be careful. We had chosen, foolishly and purposefully, to do both. We would follow the missing stair. We would follow the footprints into the underbellies of the castle and into the rooms where mirrors show more than faces. And when the next misdirection came, as come it would, we would step into it, together. I did not know then that the next stair we took would not lead us just to a scene but to a door that had been marked for us in a way that made my throat close. The castle has a way of answering questions with more questions. It was a courtesy I had learned to fear. Chapter 6: Porcelain Omens. The Morning Post had never been a place I expected to taste trouble. It was a predictable, domestic kind of nuisance, a thud at the window, a sleepy owl that infected the air with feathers and the faint, honest smell of mice. We had spent worse mornings at Malfoy Manor, of course, mornings watched by men whose smiles were thin and businesslike, mornings when the urn sat heavy in its crate like an accusation. But those were things you learned to stand in, like drafts. The Post, by contrast, should have been banal. It should have been safe. The owls that arrived that morning were neither banal nor safe. They came in a caravan, 20 of them settled on the sill, porcelain in miniature, fixed mid-hover as if the glaze itself held them in their choreographed flight. Their faces were not beaks and feathers but pale, stylized masks, owl enough to be recognizable, not enough to be alive. Someone had made them carefully, painfully, and then had cracked them. Hairline fractures split ribs of porcelain, some faces had shards missing, exposing hollow bellies where a message ought to have been wound. A few still bore the faint, greasy stamp of the delivery office, some were smudged with ashole powder that, when I tipped the nearest one up, left a ghost on my thumb. They were beautiful in the way that funerary objects are beautiful, made to be dignified and to survive being looked at. They were also deliberate. There is a manner of outrage that is tempered by design. These owls were that kind of outrage. Whoever had sent them wanted us to notice the craft, the care, to feel observed rather than merely attacked. I am not given to theatrics in my private life. I have style, I have facility for a cool smile and a steady hand. But the sight of those little cracked faces made my jaw work in ways I don't permit in public. I gathered them up because there was nothing else to do, because to leave them on the sill was to lay them out for anyone to read. I carried them to the slithering common room with the same brisk politeness I would use to carry a tray in a drawing room. The common room's green light made them look like bones bleached by some gracious sea. Luna was at the table 2 minutes before I was. It was neither surprising nor entirely common. She had made our investigations a kind of partnership, not formally, not in a ridiculous we must share everything way, but in the manner of two people who prefer one another's company when either may be intercepted. She sat with her head tipped, hair like a mind of its own about her shoulders, and a thin notebook that smelled faintly of sun and lemon drops. "Porcelain owls," she said simply, as if she had expected them and been saving a seat. "They collapsed on the sill like a flop that had forgotten how to die," I replied, unwrapping my gloves. I set the nearest one down. It made a small, hollow sound on the table. Luna reached for it with the same casual curiosity she might have used handling a moth. "Are they from the same maker?" she asked, looking up. Her eyes fine pattern as though pattern were a matter of taste. "Or is it a message and a variety? Someone is very keen to make sure we notice them," I said. "And that they feel expensive." She smiled, but not the faraway one people usually remembered as eccentric. There was a sharpened edge to it. "The maker's mark is under the glaze," she said. "You need to hold them to the light." I did, because it was easy to obey her. Through porcelain a faint, looping sigil shivered, no larger than a coin. I knew that symbol. I had seen it before the night the urn was carried down into the cellar. It had been impressed into clay and fired, a maker's flourish used as a signature and, worse, as a ritual marker. The table tilted for the sound the portrait above us made. Portraits will cough when they mean to. The larger the painting the better it is at sounding like a human with a cold. Slytherin's common room portrait, an ancestor who had taught something cruelly practical at Eton and at the Vindictive Institute of Goblin Finance, cleared his throat with mountainous dignity. To call the scenes and stitched, he purred for all the room, and it stopped me. Words do a thing at home in my chest that nothing else manages. They find the base of my ribs and make me aware of the gut that remembers every bruise. "To stitch but once is to court unraveling," he said, as if reciting a weather proverb. "Little things will tell you the larger stitch is bare." I would have laughed, afterwards. I would have written it off as common portrait wisdom, portraits like aphorisms, and aphorisms like bad coin. But the phrasing had the cadence of ritual, and the present participle was one an old litany would use. The syllables felt like the half of an invocation left outside a door. They were, in short, something I had heard before in our cellar while other people said other things that smelled of smoke and old lace. We sat, the three of us, me, Luna, and the portrait that liked to cough up ancient aphorisms. The owls sat in a small group like a jar of teeth. Nobody at that table moved to call the prefect or the headmaster. There was a shared understanding between Luna and me and those who have spent a night listening to the house settle after men with any number of motives have argued beneath its eaves. This was a thing we should look at ourselves. Looking at it would be safer than looking away. "There are residues," Luna said. She tapped the cracked edge of an owl with the tip of her finger and dusted the mark of a sigil with a fingertip. "Ritual glue," she pronounced. "Not ordinary cement. Something that binds for a season but fades if moved. It's used when people intend their work to be temporary because they mean to come back." "How considerate of them," I said. The breath left me thin. "What do they intend to come back to?" A thread of frost crawled along my spine at the thought. The last time someone had meant to come back, we had argued for hours about loopholes and exact wording, about how a thing could be used as a hinge if you wrapped it around the right man. That last time had left us with an urn we could not speak of and with oaths that tasted like pennies in my mouth. We had thought the lattice of binding was singular, a center at which the urn and its craftsmanship sat like the hub of an invisible wheel. That hub had been sealed. They had called it the first seal in the newspapers that loved neatness. The word first had sat like a small, worn stone in my hand. Now the portrait coughed again. They will seek the scenes, he said. The maker does not only place their mark at the heart. Count the reverence and you will find two, perhaps more. The image of scenes made my stomach do the thing it does when Lucius presents a check with exactly the wrong number of noughts. Scenes imply multiplicity. Multiplicity implies a network. Networks are not kept secret by a single lock. They are kept secret by many small, patient men who do work in the dark and who stay quietly anonymous behind their crafts. If they've begun testing the scenes, they're not just probing for openings, I said. They're looking for nodes. Nodes, Luna repeated, as if trying the word on. Like knots. So the scene would be a place you sew to. The maker's mark might show you where they begin. Or where we must begin to stitch back, I said, and the sentence tasted like the cellar again. We took the owls to the library because Madame Pince is good at making a must into a sort of interrogation. She has a patience for objects that are trying to be interesting, and an instinct that repulses evasions. Parchment, she believes, remembers. Lima, the portrait nearest the restricted section, had kept his spectacles out of habit and folded two more forms of disapproval. He peered at the porcelain with the self-satisfaction of someone who has had to reorder a dozen inventories because the world insists on being messy. It's the maker of the East Terrace stables, Luna said after only a few minutes. They kept a workshop there before it was bought out. The stitches are a type of binding used in family rituals. The glue they use is not for permanence, it's a tracer. A tracer, I repeated. The idea that they were being traced made me unnecessarily angry. I focused it on nothing in particular. Paranoid people tend to be right more often than the rest of the population because their paranoia is a kind of narrow-sightedness. Someone could have sent these for no worse purpose than to remind me what my father used to collect. Or to remind you that they can, Luna said. She took a piece that had, on closer inspection, a tiny hairline line of ink under the signature. It was not a message but a micro-letter, folded and so thin the light could not keep it. She breathed on it and the ceramic warmed slightly. When she opened it, the page inside was blank, but not empty. A soft bloom of ink lay there, as if watching us, waiting for a heat to move it into speech. Thermosensitive ink, Luna said. Mostly used by stage magicians and cartographers who rue boredom. The charm is simple, it only shows with a warm breath a body's nearness. Whoever sent this wanted the observant to put themselves close. So that they could see us come, I said. And measure us. She lifted her mouth into a faint line, the sort of expression that, if repeated in public, would make people declare her flighty. But when she looked at me, there was nothing flighty in the calculation. They measured the rooms we favor, she said. They measured lines of heat, the map of voices. That was the moment I felt the world narrow to the small spinning drawer of my chest. I had been careful, I had rehearsed certainties. There is a way to contain a dangerous thing when it sits on your tongue, you articulate it, bind it with the smallest, most neutral words. But language also has a way of betraying you. The more I tried to say what might be true, that this was not a message, that it was a map, that the scene was being searched, the more the world around the table took its breath like a thing waiting for a cue. I told myself to be reasonable. We were a year older, the walls of the castle had been mended in places, the portrait of the ancestor was a show-off. Reasons lined up neatly. Men might be horrible, men might be cunning, men were also often useless. And yet, one of the owls was whole except for a hairline crack that ran from eye to chest. I had not noticed the tiny script along its inner rim until Luna turned it under the library light and hummed. The script was not a runic pattern but something older, artisan flourishes that mimic ritual, a scribble that reads like a prayer half remembered. There were phrases there I could not read, but the rhythm of them, the cadences like a child's chant, made the back of my neck feel crowded. You said something the other night, Luna said, flipping a page with a thoughtful finger. About seals not being a single thing. About knots. That was sound moralizing on my part, I said quickly. A diploma secured by vanity. Or a confession, she countered, and my throat tightened. She tapped the ledger with a pencil. We should check the master's portrait racks. They remember different things at different times. Some of them were commissioned before the first sealing. The idea of seeking portraits that predated the counter-ritual sat in some mental cupboard labeled dangerous. Portraits, when asked the right question, will sometimes remember how things used to be done. They will sometimes confess to the notion that a thing was stitched in 3 places, not 1. If this was so, then the weight of responsibility pressed into sharper relief. Because if it was not only the urn but a lattice that had been reknitted to live in the cellars and in the stone, then the cost of unmaking it might be larger than any of us had assumed. When I told Lucius about the owls later that evening, because telling him is a small cruelty I permit myself, his face is a map of no compromise, and maps clarify routes, he only folded his hands and said the sort of thing that could be interpreted in any number of ways. They are reminders, he said. Reminders to the world, to our enemies, that something intricate lives on the inside of our walls. Or reminders to us, I said, because I am not a blind son. Reminders to be watchful. Both, he said, and there was a strange pleasure in the intersection of his words. I left the drawing room with my jaw set and my mind fuller of questions. We worked at the seams like gloved hands trying to unravel a pattern in which every thread would snap if tugged too hard. Luna devised an inventory, a small, ridiculous list written in a neat slanted hand, maker's marks, residue type, heat mapping. It looked like the sort of list a person makes before walking into a dark cellar. I had meant it as flippant, but the deliberate calm with which she stitched items into it made the list an anchor. Have we considered why porcelain? I asked the night we sat among the owls and the pages and the portraits. If they're probing, why not send a parcel of knives or a rain of broken glass? Porcelain keeps secrets, Luna said. It receives impressions. It cracks and shows them, and it records temperature. Also it is beautiful, which is often used by malicious people to make their malice more palatable. Her voice made a small, serious point of the last phrase, and I loved her for it, loved her in the small private way I had learned to love things that steady me, the sound of a closed door in a windless room, the way a spell called to a halt leaves the bones of its pattern visible. It was a guarded love because I do not gift my heart easily. But she had become a place my thoughts returned to when terror made them brittle. The owls continued to be curious. One morning a new delivery had arrived, an owl with an eye missing, a fissure from crown to chest, a smear of old copper inside. In its hollow sat a sliver of pottery, a shard polished black by time. It was not stamped, the glaze was rougher than the Slytherin stable pieces, as if it had been fired in a less genteel kill. When I took it in my hand it hummed faintly, like a chord in the back of the throat, and an image, not a full memory, but a shadow, rose in me, a low room, and men speaking in a language one uses for bargains when one plans to betray later. Luna put both hands on mine, maybe because she had noticed the faintness of my fingers. She did not flinch. She is, in some ways, the most practical person I have met. She takes the world as an object of gentle study, and her curiosity is never merely performative. It is a practical instrument. It came from within the castle, she said. This glaze, you know it. It wasn't made in a workshop that sells to Muggle collectors. It's local. Older than the stables. I thought we had closed what mattered, I said, looking down. The shard had a scar that traced like a rune. We closed the urn seam. Scenes need to be watched, Luna said, and she smiled in that small, private way, as if telling a story where the ending is not yet decided. Maybe someone else is making their own scenes. My response was a practical cunning. If it's inside the castle, then either someone has access we didn't know of, or someone with access is being used. It could be a student, though the work here is too precise for most students. It could be a staff member. Or, which I hate to suggest, it could be a portrait being used as a mouth. She looked at me then with a softness that was almost incredulous. Portraits can't make physical objects. No, I said. that they remember. If a portrait is instructed, persuaded, to guide attention, that is exactly the kind of theatre an artisan would value. Use the portrait to narrow the search and the artisans do the rest. We traced the glaze. We went to the kitchens, to those who still kept an eye on old pots and the sort of earthenware that outlives cooks. We asked the house elves tipsily and then more carefully about a potter who worked at night. The answers came folded in different ways: a wink in a pantry, a name half remembered by a woman who had since died, the suspicion of a caretaker who knew to look at hearth patterns. The castle, I realized, was more porous than I had liked to think. Repairs held in place, yes. But only because someone came to replace the thread. Whoever had made those owls intended to test where the castle's hands loosened. Then the portraits began to change their behavior in ways I had not anticipated. They are, generally, self-centered and strangely honest. They will tell you where an unimportant thing was kept because it helps their narrative, but now there was a new nervousness. The portrait of a woman who sold the school its broomsticks in the 19th century kept muttering about looms and wrong threads. A portrait near the west staircase, one who had once taught geometry to students who remembered the 19th century scourging methods as nostalgia, leaned forward too often, as if he wanted to be heard. One evening, at a corridor where the stone is given to damp and the torchlight picks out things in flaked gold, a portrait I had avoided all my life because he liked to judge me out loud, the Duke of Drowsing, I called him when I was small, said something so quietly that only I heard it. "Do not bind a lattice to one heart and expect it to stay," he said. "They will come with their needles and mark the knots. They have always done so." The thing about whispering portraits is that they place you in history as a spectator, not an actor. They shared, with a detachment that was not malice so much as habit, the idea that whatever we thought we'd finished had always been a compromise. The lattice of magic in the school had been older and more complex than the three of us had assumed. 3 might be preferable on paper, in practice it unfurled like ivy, and ivy grows by finding anchors where suitcases and old suits of armor allow it to hold. "Multiple nodes," I said aloud, because words calm me. Luna took the phrase and wrote it down with a flourish. "It means," she said, looking up at me with her calm that never entirely matched the strangeness of the world, "that we are not dealing with a single wound. We are dealing with a disease that thinks it is polite enough to test your temperature before attacking." I wanted to be clever. I wanted to say that the Malfoy family had met such diseases before and that we had always taken a scalpel to them. But I am not entirely braver than I seem. There are lines you cross willingly and there are lines you cross because you have no choice. For every seam exposed there will be a ledger where someone tallies names and obligations. I see how Lucius counts leverage like others count cups of tea. I see, in the small shifts of his face these days, a man who would sell a piece of his soul if it explained the loss of a single luxurious thing. "Do you think this is a test?" I asked Luna, and the question had all the private meaning it deserved. She looked down and tapped the edge of a plate in the common room with a finger. "Tests are not always about proving something. Often they're about locating, finding out where empathy ends and where hatred begins. This is a calculation. Someone wants to know how much space our good manners will take. The castle, in its slowness, makes a kind of music when the wrong thing is done to it. Staircases shift in a private rhythm, portraits cough like a dozen people clearing their throats together, doorways will close in a way that suggests the stone is embarrassed by what it has let in. And somewhere in that music there are rhythms that map to the old bindings. The urn had been one node. Confronting the idea that it might not have been the only node is like learning there is a second player in a duet you thought you soloed. We began to map the scenes by habit, and in mapping we found a pattern that made the hair on my arms lift. The nodes were placed where the castle's old orders led rival loyalties, near the chapel where ancestors had sworn support to one another, beneath the green gallery where backstage deals had once been done, a small turret where the potter's will had been for decades and where contractor notes, dusty, deliberate, tucked into the stone. The lattice was not geometric as a mathematician might love, it was political. The portrait that had coughed the phrase about count the reverence fell silent when we told him we suspected multiple nodes. He leaned back and did the thing portraits do when they want to be taken seriously. He folded his painted hands. "It was always unwise to trust only one scene," he said. for balls have been known to laugh and men to trade in false confidences. It is safer to disperse your faith. Dispersal, I said. My voice sounded smaller in that corridor. Splintering responsibility. Of course. It makes neutralizing more expensive, he went on, as if he were making a point about architecture and the cost of shingles. Not just in coin, but in sacrifice. The old charm makers, they love to make a thing with a price that the living might not wish to pay. There are bargains of a size I would rather not speak aloud even now. The prophecy I carry, the heavy small line of fate and obligation, is itself a kind of bargain, and knowing that the world contains lattice points that might demand money in different tender is a thing that narrows my chest. I thought often of Severus then, and of the bargain he had placed before us in half-syllables. He keeps a ledger the way a spider inspects its morning, he waits to see which insects will fly into the web. The more nodes, the more insects, the more likely some bargain will be called. You should tell him, Luna said one evening in the library, the owls tucked into a neat pile like a collection of bad teeth. Not everything, but the fact that the scenes are many may change what he offers. I cannot, I said immediately. Not without painting ourselves into a corner. Sometimes painting into a corner is useful, she answered dryly. If the painting makes them reveal their hand. There is a particular kind of hand I have learned to watch for, Severus Snape's. He is a man who counts debts and who tolerates no unpaid tabs. He is the sort who, when offered a thing, will test it until it has given up the last of its secrets. If the seam lattice is as complex as we suspect, Severus will offer us terms that will look generous at the moment and become knives later. He will say he will assist in exchange for something that is not immediately quantifiable, and in this way he has always been patient. It is not only a matter of sealing, I said to no one in particular one night as the house lay thick with the smell of tobacco that was Lucius's favorite sin. It is a matter of who will pay for the work to be done. Some costs are paid with coin, some with knights of honor, and some with names. Luna's hand found mine then, and she did what she does best, she made the world a small, manageable object. We will find the scenes, she said. We will make them visible. Men will have to choose how to pay. Her confidence was not the same thing as hubris. It was, instead, a frankly arranged set of possibilities with a rational margin for error. She did not romanticize what came next. She did not ask for heroism. She asked for careful steps, lists and a plan. I watched her and felt something like relief because whatever else I am a man who prefers to do things with cleverness instead of fury. We followed the potter's trace to a place I had never expected the castle to offer, a scene beneath a stair that spiraled down into an old storeroom, where a portrait of a housekeeper heretofore ignored had been pinned to the wall. The stair had been adjusted lately, one of the moving staircases favored by the more practical ghosts in the building, and at its base lay a small alcove with a floor tile different from the rest of the stone. Someone had placed a pot there once, the grout was fresh within living memory. When Luna ran her finger along the scene, the air around us held its breath. It is a node, she whispered. Not the urn, no. But it is a place where something with a charm was left to anchor. A knuckle of binding rather than a heart. We could have halted then and declared a partial victory. We could have told the headmaster and smiled our public smiles and let the adults take it from there. But I had learned to distrust the inclination to move things to those who dress them in speeches. The political cost for our family would become a public thing. Lucius would either use it as an excuse to posture or to bargain, depending on his appetite. My secret, the small, thudding secret, would remain as a hazard. Who sent the owls? I asked Luna. And if they intend to test scenes, why begin with porcelain? Why not begin with direct mischief? Because, Luna said, her eyes very bright, porcelain is not accidental. It is theatrical. The owls announce the maker. They ask us to notice the craft and the maker's pride. Pride indicates a network of artisans. The maker wants us to know the name so that we will trace it. They want you to follow a forensic path so they can sit back and watch which doubt on your face leaks when you realize the lattice is Nenny. Her emphasis on the last word was small and fierce. I considered the ways that the world has always chosen to test you, by attacking what you think is safe, by insulting your beliefs, by discovering the circumference of your courtesies. If they could make me reveal that the lattice was more than one knot, they could also make me reveal my own compass. What was I willing to do to keep what I had promised? I thought, suddenly, of the prophecy I carried like a small heat under my ribs and of the oath I had made in a night when men had fire in their voices. I felt, privately and with a cold that was not wholly unpleasant, the calculation of choices narrowing. We left the tile with a small marking and a scented thread so that we might return without others knowing. We did not tell the headmaster. We left the owls in a box in the common room, together with a list Luna had written in the gentlest of scripts and the maddening thing called optimism. We will find them, we will map them, we will choose. That night, on my pillow, I replayed the portrait's phrase about counting reverence and the smear of script under glaze. I could not sleep for thinking of the possible names that would come with such insistence. I imagined Severus in a dim office, tapping his long fingers on a ledger and deciding which favors to call. I imagined Lucia smiling in a way that would cost more than coin. I imagined my mother, practical, like a blade sheathed but ready, measuring the world into what could be saved. Luna slept in the chair by my bed, and when I woke many restless times her face was there like a thing I had been given. In the morning, the owls were still intact except for the one that had offered us the shard. A new note had appeared in the box overnight, not written in any hand I knew, but glimmering faintly in thermosensitive ink. Luna held it and smiled. "They're still being polite," she said. "For now." The normal thing would have been a plan that involved more heads and more caution. The rational thing would have been to take everything to the headmaster, or to Severus, and make the world as official as a paper on a desk. But the world had taught me that anything made official will be archived in ways that take from you the freedom to choose. We had decisions to make that were not mine to give away. We had to make them on the brittle, private scale of small hands and careful lists. "We go to the room of requirement tonight," I said, finally, because speaking gives a shape to terror. "If the room is behaving strangely, we will not be alone. If it is not, then perhaps we will not find what we need. But if someone is placing nodes, they'll have an aesthetic. They'll be careful. They'll like their work to be admired." Luna's mouth twitched. "You make it sound as if art galleries are a concern for the dark," she said. "Every artist loves an audience," I replied. "Even the poisonous ones." We rose together as conspirators, not in robes of glory but in the banal armor of homework, lists, and the certain knowledge that secrecy is its own kind of courage. Luna took the cracked owl with the thermo-ink and tucked it into her bag like a talisman. I hid the shard beneath my pillow where it warmed the linen in a way that made my teeth ache. Outside, the castle moved like the slow body of something thinking. The staircases, I noticed, leaned away from the Gryffindor Tower with a prudishness that suggested doors closing on old acquaintances. In the distance a portrait muttered a word that sounded suspiciously like needles, and the phrase thudded in me, multiple nodes, more than one seam. I had thought the first seal would be enough. I had been mistaken. There are many ways to be brave. Tonight, ours would be to go back into the room that decides how the castle will allow seekers into its private places, and ask politely that it open its memory. It may rebuff us, it may show us a pattern we cannot undo. It may be our salvation. The alternative would be to wait until somebody else counts our scenes for us. I folded my hands and felt the pulse of the shard beneath my pillow, a small, impatient heartbeat against the linen. The owls watched us with their cracked faces as we left. Someone, somewhere, had turned the castle scenes into an argument, and I did not like being on the losing side of an argument that would demand more than my polished smiles could buy. We went out into the dark, and the stairs moved under our feet as if they too held opinions. Chapter 7: Severus's Offer. The manor smelled of old leather and snow. I do not mean cold, not exactly, but the particular, liminal cold of rooms that have been shut up against more than weather, the chill of polished things that have been put away until their owners need them again. It is a grown-up sort of cold, one that wears silk and has the courtesy to be discreet about its barbs. I had learned to like it for what it did to my temper. It made everything I had to think about appear sharper and therefore possibly manageable. Severus arrived as if the house had grown him. He took up the doorway like an accusation and then softened into the room with the same care with which one might settle a poisonous instrument on a velvet cushion. Black, long, and painfully neat, he could have been a stain on the carpet that had learned to read the paperbacks in the study. His eyes were the same, cold and appraisal, but there was something else under them tonight, a cautious measurement. Not of me. Of the balance sheet I had been carrying. "Professor," I said, "because politeness is a small currency that buys you a great many practical things in life." He inclined his head once, a precise economy of motion I have learned to value when I have little else to trade. "Mr. Malfoy," he said, and behind the words I heard the catalogue of reasons Severus Snape has always had for speaking to me. The first was duty. The second was leverage. The third wore patience like a winter cloak and would not be hurried. My father and mother were at dinner with some men who had forgotten to call them yesterday. Lucius could have arranged the evening so Severus would not have come alone, so that the conversation would have been a public, managerial act, but something in their relationship requires solitude. Severus prefers his contracts in the dark, my father prefers them on the silver tray. Tonight, the vault of the house agreed with Severus. I alone saw him. We sat opposite each other by the fire, I in the chair that had the right height to make it appear I was only slightly less in command than I felt, Severus on the straight-back thing that does not look like a seat so much as a promise not to fidget. Portraits peered from their frames, all the right colors, all the wrong loyalties. I kept a polite smile for them and the rest of my face is folded neatly under my skin. "You have come," I said. "I have," he said. He watched the flames like someone who took pleasure in a carefully mixed potion and expected some reaction to it. He had been helpful during the thing with the urn. Helpful in a way that made me owe him. Or perhaps more accurately, his help had rearranged what I already owed. Those fiscal metaphors are vulgar but they are faithful. His method of assistance is to render obligations tangible. He writes them down in the ledger of other people's choices. That ledger is heavy. "I am grateful," I said. "Gratitude rarely changes a pattern," he observed. "It is typically decorative." His voice was dry enough to be suitable for a winter morning. There was a pause. We both knew what would fill it. Snape did not wear his barbs as a show. He placed them. He was one of the few people who could reduce pomp to a clinical exercise and still make his patient bleed. "How is the urn?" he asked at last, not the easiest, bluntest question but one that contained several others. I felt the old ritual in my pocket, where the piece of parchment that had been the trouble put a comfortable weight against my palm. I had not told him the text. I had not told anyone the full text. You do not carry a prophecy in your pocket without learning how to be both very careful and very dishonest in small ways. "Sealed," I said. "Repaired?" "With caveats." He nodded. That small movement was his smile. "Caveats," he echoed. "The honest name of most modern protection." "Potter," I said because a little straightness sometimes clarifies. It is not courteous to offer the wrong names. Hick, and undermining. Someone aimed at scenes. We fixed a node and the strain moved. "Scenes," he said. "The castle is a body with veins. You should not have to explain such metaphors. You are not a child." There was a hurt in that, because I am not a child. I have always been accused of being young in different rooms. Lucius calls me a diplomat when it suits. My mother calls me her boy when the patience for other forms of comfort is gone. Snape's pity was a weathered coin, never tender but always exact. He could have asked me for any number of things. Instead he asked questions. "Do you know how many nodes there are?" he asked. "Not yet." "And you do not plan to tell anyone until you have to?" He sounded like an accountant reading a balance sheet and deciding whether it can be doctored. "I plan to manage what is necessary," I said. "It is the old Malfoy way, never offer the sum of your intentions to people who can tally them against your family." He laughed then, very quietly. "You mean you will not tell Severus Snape anything that might be used to hurt you, your parents, or your reputation?" Admirable. I will say that loyalty to family has its charms. Then you will help. He looked at me a long time as if trying to decide which of my faces was the real one, then said, I will. Under terms. There it was. The ledger again. I had expected something else, threats, or the bland coercion of the past, but Severus framed his request as a business arrangement, which is how he always prefers to call the moral consequences of his choices. It is elegant because it disguises the gravity of what it demands. What terms? I asked. There is a cadence to bargaining that is all about timing. You do not name the full price first. You demonstrate capacity. Then you show your willingness. Then you leave space for fear to do its work. A favor, Mr. Malfoy. A debt. Possibly more than one. He folded his fingers together as if arranging them into a contract. Something to be drawn upon when I judge it necessary. Not immediately. Not, I hope, in accordance with some malicious schedule. But eventually there will be a time when I will call upon what is owed. He pronounced the word owed with the care of a man speaking of curses that answer to a ledger. There are many ways to be threatened. Severus prefers the long, slow kind. The advantage for him is that it makes you calculate, not panic. The disadvantage for you is the same. You have to think, and that is exactly what he wants you to do with the thing he offers. How many? I asked. He shrugged, a movement that did not change the weight in the room. 1. Perhaps 2. I am not an unreasonable man, Mr. Malfoy. Unreasonable, I said. The word is useful when you want to be dismissive without appearing ungrateful. What do you expect the favor to be, precisely? It would be indiscreet to name it, he said. It is easier for both of us if it remains undefined. An undefined favor is adaptable. A defined favor becomes brittle and may break if circumstances change. There was a technical truth in that. There was also the truth that secrets are weapons and that leaving a favor undefined is the same as taking hostage of an unknown possible future. He could ask for sea, he could ask for pebble. It would matter what it was when he asked. That was the point. You asked for room to maneuver, I said. I asked for efficacy, he corrected. You, Mr. Malfoy, are in possession of several leverage points. The urn. Your name. Your family's precarious social standing and the enemies who would make sport of exposing it. You also possess connections. He gestured, small and precise, toward the portrait of some fox in the corner. And I can move things through certain channels that you cannot reach without making noise. Which channels? That was the question I needed him to name. Wards could be poured. Portrait testimony could be softened. The library may permit an additional reader if the right quiet voice asked for it. Snape's network included people in dark places, wards on the cusp of legality, and an ability to close doors that other men could not. He could, for example, make the room of requirement a less hospitable place for those who listened for scenes. Or he could make it easier for a saboteur to find the wrong corridor. He could, in short, choose whose secrecy prospered and whose conspiracies were exposed. Restricted archives, he said at last. Certain memories among the portraits can be coaxed into clearer narrative, though not always willingly. I can facilitate access to warding techniques you might otherwise not know. I can place a certain pressure on the headmaster's administrative impatience, which, in practice, means I can steer attention or deflect it. And in exchange? I asked. He looked at me as if seeing a map where I saw only the edges of an ocean. Your discretion. Your cooperation. Additionally, and this is the most practical part, a pledge that, when called upon, you will not obstruct what I must achieve. If you are then in a position to assist, you will. He did not say what that assistance might involve. That was the point. I thought of Lucius, who has always measured what must be risked for prestige, of Narcissa, whose maternal instincts had made her dangerous in private, of the parents I would have to shield if the seams tore in earnest. I thought of the room where the urn had been, and how he had wrapped a breach and laid a bandage over a cut that may not have healed so much as been held. I thought of Luna, who sat late into the night in the library putting strange words together until they made sense, who laughed at the dark parts of myth and then made them useful. She, above all, had to be kept safe. Who will this favor hurt? I asked, finally, because the real currency in these matters is not the thing asked but the lives that are risked by it. You are used to making lists, he said. You are, after all, a Malfoy. Make one now. I had learned to do that professionally. I considered spoilers. Who could be asked to lie? Who could be asked to forget? Who could be moved like chess pieces without the world noticing? Families. Portraits. A student who had not yet learned to be suspicious. A loyal house elf. The dignity of a headmaster. None of the lists that suggest mortality are neat. There are always corners where the light hits differently. That is not an answer, I said. It is counsel, Snape offered. I am stating the obvious. Any favor that involves rotational sacrifice will be costly. You will be asked to make a choice. That's the trouble with your bargains, I said. I allowed myself the smallest wryness, the Malfoy smile that has made me useful enough through the years. You make me feel as if I am choosing which of my relatives to throw across the moat. He flinched, minutely. For a man who calculates so well, certain truths create small, human ripples. You will choose what you value, he said simply. We all do. Silence fell like a wet cloak. The fire popped. I wanted to ask him plainly, is he the sort of man who would accept a favor that required a child's harm? He would not answer directly. He never does. But there was something else I needed to know. I needed to know whether he could read the loophole I kept folded like a spare serviette in my coat pocket. You gave something at the first ceiling, I said. We had both been loath to name the bargain openly. It is odd how the currency of these exchanges often becomes a private note, written in an invisible ink that both parties keep. You did. You were present. You assisted. I made observations and offered facilitation, he corrected. In a transaction such as that, one does not always take what one thinks one takes. One returns with certain rights which may or may not be enforceable. This is clear. Clear, I repeated. It was the same word he had used earlier. There is a quality of echo to his language. I hated being echoed. What do you want from me there? I asked. He did not answer my question. He answered the one that would reveal whether I had been careful with the loophole. You altered the counter-ritual, he said. You created a local contingency. That contingency needs maintenance. The lattice is cleverer than our plans. I created a loophole, I admitted. The word tasted of dust. It was necessary. It bought us something. A method. Necessary, he echoed. He did not judge me the way other people did. To him, necessity is just a variable and guilt a further complication. But the loophole is also a lever. It may be used. It may be found. Or it may fail, at which point the cost will be worse than if we had taken a more straightforward route. You learn things about yourself in the moment when someone else can see the ledger you keep and reduce it to decimals. I do not like the image of the lever. It implies a fulcrum and someone to push. The prophecy is not a single direction. It is a pattern of influence stitched between people who will pay. What do you propose? I asked. He leaned forward, not quite so that we were closer but so I could feel that the conversation had stepped into a different mood. Access, he said. Assistance. A promise of intervention when I judge it prudent. I will do the things I can to protect the seams you cannot see. In return, you will not obstruct when I call upon what I have requested. And if I refuse? He did not smile. Instead, he offered me a picture of a different future. If you refuse, Mr. Malfoy, I will not be aiding you or your family. I am not a man of charitable services for enemies of the wards. I will then be, at best, indifferent. At worst, I will be the instrument by which others learn where to place their next strike. It was an elegant threat because he framed his potential malice as professional detachment. The implication was lethal: either he helps and the debt grows, or he sits and the world finds the seam. The choice is rarely as stark as it is presented. We each have options that arrive in caucuses of grey and ash. I had 100 reasons to refuse. The ledger of favours would grow till I was buried under ins. I had 1,000 to accept: the family name, the fragile safety of my mother, the difference between a warning and an actual breach. If Severus asked for a favour that required a human life, I would not pay it for any ledger. But he vehemently avoided naming the harm in that way. That is what made his bargain the more dangerous: it asked me to accept an envelope without reading what is inside. I could not resist asking the question that had been ticking inside me since the library had told us of the green room and the porcelain fragments were catalogued. What of the room of requirement? I asked. Is it not neutral? He finished. It was a relief, of a kind, that he had answered. Not anymore. It has its own moods and its own wounds. It will be an amplifier if the scene runs through it. If you mean to use it as a sanctuary, do not do so without knowing which part you are entering. It is clever in how it defends itself. I know this much, I said. I have been there with Luna cutting the scenes. It is changing. Then you have been more useful than you know, he said. It was almost a compliment. We spoke then, like two men who had once played at being enemies and found the rules of their game had been rewritten. He drew maps with words, the lattice of seals across the grounds, how anchoring rituals pass their strain into a living thing, how artful ceremonies can move cost onto the unwary. He told me, in clipped sentences that read like recipes, how the urn had been assembled of domestic, fragile materials: ceramic, seam, the deliberate brittleness of ritual objects meant to crumble at the right time, and how the counter-ritual had been improvised to place the strain over living anchors rather than to destroy the work of art. We bought the school a season, he said, and in exchange, we purchased obligations. There is a particular cruelty to the language of explanation. When a man such as Severus Snape gives you the mechanics of what you feared in poetry, it becomes a clearer danger. It helps you place your foot. It also takes away the luxury of a sharp, clean moral panic. It forces you to know the clock. I have always been a person who makes decisions by the smallest units of time. Seconds and margins are where the world tilts. He leaned back then, and for the first time in our conversation his expression softened just enough that it might have been tenderness if he were a different man. You have allies, he said. Lady Malfoy. Miss Lovegood. Others. They do not know the full arc of what you carried into the urn. That may be mercy. It may be poison. Mercy is useful. Luna. When I hear her name in the quieter rooms of my life, it is like sunlight. She is a stranger's light. The oddities round her forehead make her brave in ways I had not permitted myself to be. She found what I did not want to find in myself and did not name it. She did not recoil. She accepted my faults and helped turn them into a map. I love her with the small, stubborn love of someone who has watched a friend repair the thing that keeps him alive and decided it was worth protecting at all costs. Saying that aloud feels foolish and spectacular and undermining at once. It is also the truth. You will not press them, I said. Not without my say. Not without my consent. There are ways of pressing things that do not require consent, he said. But I do not intend to press Miss Lovegood. She is useful in other ways. Useful and unexpected. Then what do you want from me now? I asked. I had rehearsed this moment. I imagined myself walking away. I had not, in my rehearsals, imagined being unsettled by the thought that he could have named any number of older wrongs and called them due. A promise, he said. A binding of your word to the clearing of debts. A guarantee that, should I call upon what I have asked for, you will not publicly oppose me. And a small practical thing, that you provide me with access to information and the occasional passage that will not break your family. That is vague, I said. It must be, he replied. Precision is a luxury neither of us can afford. If I define a favor now, it becomes a check to be cashed. If I leave it undefined, it becomes a tool to be used in the dark when events require it. He had the arrogance of a man who had been in the dark most of his life and had learned to make it pay. Maybe he is right. I did not entirely trust him. But that was the point. The man who lives by his wits eventually becomes an instrument no one may summon with certainty. His favor might be a kindness, an annoyance, a life saved. It might also be a life used. He would be meticulous about what he spent. How long do I have to decide? I asked. There are mercies in asking for time. People often fall into the trap of insisting on immediate surrenders. Severus left me a small, human courtesy. I took it. Not long, he said. There is a sequence on the wards I can feel, not a wave but a pulse. It will touch the castle in the next months. If you want my assistance in the containment of any future event, we must formalize things soon. The longer you wait, the fewer options I can offer without revealing the truth to too many people. Formalize how? I asked. A letter sealed between us. A testimony placed in a portrait. Something durable where I can prove you pledged. Not a binding oath, Mr. Malfoy, you know the perils of those. A record that will make dishonor difficult. Not impossible, my profession of optimism runs thin, but difficult. That was a curious thought. He wanted a record. He wanted evidence. Severus Snape, the man who keeps secrets like rare insects under glass, was asking to deposit one himself. He wanted to make our bargain an artifact. Perhaps the man believes in proof because his world is the one in which proof redeems or ruins you. I thought of the portraits. They do not forget, they gossip. They can be instructed. They can be compelled. We could place a record in a frame under the right counsel. It would be visible, but only to those who knew how to look. A portrait testimony is an instrument that is as close to an oath as you can get without summoning a penal consequence. It suited the arrangement, visible, yet private. Useful in the way a Malfoy instrument should be, elegant and cutting. A portrait, I said at last. A written note of agreement. It will be placed somewhere controlled. Not in public. Not in the ministry's hands. I would prefer a portrait, Severus said. Paper is too often eaten by lawyers. A portrait will speak. He did not smile, but there was a satisfaction in the way he accepted the idea. Perhaps he liked words that lived rather than ones that were read and then shredded by committees. And if I refuse? I asked again, because I liked knowing the edges. Then you live with what silence you choose. You carry the weight, and if the lattice tips, you will have more than a scale to hold. He was almost kind. It is a dangerous thing in him. Kindness, when it resides in cold men, is like a sharpened blade, rare and dangerous. I leaned back. The room felt both safer and more precarious. The deal was the shape of a thing I could bargain with. The fine print was hidden. He was offering me help, in the way a man offers you a rope when the sea is rough. He would tether it to the person who had keys to the lock in the future. I could accept. I could refuse. Either way, the coming months would test the seams. Give me until the end of the week, I said. I will present you with something tangible. A portrait, as you suggested. He considered, then inclined his head. Do not think, he said slowly, that my assistance will come out of some benevolent posture. I, like you, am in this for outcomes. I am not the sort of man who returns what he has given without taking an account. Nor I said. We were, in that exchange, two wolves agreeing to hunt along the same run. This is an uncomfortable metaphor for an unlikely alliance, but it works. We knew our hunger, and both our muzzles were mostly clean. He stood at last. He said nothing else. He did not need to. We had made enough of the architecture of the bargain so that its walls were beginning to show. He moved toward the door with the same quiet efficiency with which he had come. On the threshold he turned. Mr. Malfoy, he said. It was not a pleasantry. Yes? If, at any time, you find yourself considering that you must carry this alone, he said, do not. The castle is older than any of our grudges. It will forgive less than you imagine, and it will keep what you do not tell it. That was both warning and an odd mercy. The castle would forgive less than I imagined. Forgiveness is not its business. It is astonishing how often men who work in the world of potions and wards take the castle's side. Severus and the castle have had long conversations in other lives. I felt the words in my chest like a promise. When he had gone, the house seemed smaller and the night larger. I stood for a while in the doorway where Severus had last been and considered the ledger I had added to. He had placed a claim on a future corner of my life. He had asked me to make a portrait into a witness. He had told me truths about scenes and the room of requirement and the lattice of seals. He had left me with a simple, classical choice: take the help and the obligation, or decline and watch the world press. I could have been indignant at the way he framed his terms. I could have told him to take his ledger elsewhere and fight for the castle without my name on it. But that would be a romantic stunt and not a strategy. I am not yet of an age to die for clean deeds when someone is likely to die if I do not act. So I moved. I wrote his portrait a note. Not a ledger. Not an oath. A note. The portrait I chose was one of an ancestor who had been particularly proud of the family for reasons I shall spare both of us. Portraits are sometimes capricious, but they are also accountable if pressed. I asked, most precisely, for a line to be kept, a report. I phrased it in the language of our mutual politeness so that Severus would find the terms adequate and not curious enough to call my bluff. When I slid the scrap into the friend's hand, the painted Malfoy frowned at me and asked myself what had led to this moment of odd secrecy. I told the portrait the right half-truths, that there were dangers and I had reason to cultivate alliances. It was the sort of thing a Malfoy can say without being exposed as a man with a pocket of prophecy. The portrait agreed to be a witness. Portraits are surprisingly obliging when bribed with loyalty. It is why we have them. That night I walked the corridors. The portraits watched me pace like judges and, sometimes, like anxious relatives. I passed the library door where Luna's lamp burned faintly through the panes. She would be there, I knew, hunched and humming over a pile of half-translated folklore that some archivist had labeled unreliable just to make her smile. I wanted to go in and tell her about Severus's offer, to let her make sense of the fishes in language in the way she does. I wanted to feel the steadiness of her hand when she laid a strange phrase against a ward and found that it fit. But I did not go in. There are things one must not tell the people you care for because they do not deserve to bear your chosen weights. Instead I stood outside and listened to the muffled turning of pages and the way her voice hums when she encounters a thought she likes. She sounded like a small locket, half closed. I thought of telling her everything and then realized the absurdity of such an act. I have spent a lifetime keeping things neat for the family, practicing the small deceits that keep us whole. Luna does not do that. She does not keep neat. If I let her into this ledger, she would rearrange the weights in a way that might make them unbearable or might make them bearable. Either way, the gift might be dangerous. I left the library door without entering. It is a private failure when you choose to protect someone by excluding them, but decisions have corners and you learn to fold them like a map. I returned to the study where the fire was still alive, the portraits less interested now that the immediate news had been dealt with. I had accepted, in the small way I can count as acceptance, I had agreed to Severus's terms on the condition of a portrait and a note. I had promised nothing else. The debt sat in my chest like a coin I had not yet spent. I could imagine many ways to use it. I could imagine the way Severus would call it in when he needed to move a guard or to ask for a silence. I could also imagine the day when the favor would require something I would not give. That day will come. In the meantime, I had bought us a night. I put my hand on the pocket that held the prophecy. It was calm. It was only parchment and ink. It was also everything. It had already made me choose and already made me lie. It would do more of each, I'm afraid, and I would have to be cunning enough to find spare margins between the lines. Severus's offer had the shape of a promise and the voice of a threat. It was the sort of alliance that makes better villains or better saviors. I do not yet know which we will be. I only know that I have just a little less distance to travel alone. The trouble with distance, of course, is that it only delays what must be reached. When I went to bed that night, the house did not feel like a fortress so much as a ledger book, pages to be read and margins to be annotated. The quiet made it dangerous. It made it possible. In the morning there was a scrap of news pinned to the hall notice board, another stair misaligned, a portrait discolored in the west wing. Small things. The castle was testing its edges. The lattice is not a single event. It is conversation stretched thin, and then, when pressure comes, it fractures beautifully and unpredictably. Severus will call upon his favor when the fracture gives a voice. I will have to hold the shape of my family while he writes his note. Or I will have to refuse and watch us break. I did not yet know which course I would take when the time came. But I had placed my signature, in a manner of speaking, on one side. The question that keeps me awake is which name I will be willing to write next to it when the ink is finally demanded. Chapter 8: A Father's Reach. At night the manor becomes a map I am supposed to read without a lantern. Rooms are borders, corridors are no man's lands, portraits are the little customs officers who will insist you declare your intentions before you are allowed to pass. I move through it the way I used to move through corridors at school, with the practiced ease that hides a dozen small ticks, and every step marks which allegiances I intend to keep. Tonight the drawing room smells of lemon oil and old smoke. The fire is a restrained thing, the sort of fire my father would consider respectable, tidy, anticipatory, never allowed to breed beyond polite warmth. Lucius sits where he always sits, long body slanted against the leather, his fingers wrapped around the stem of a glass like a talon holding currency. The silver in the room, lamps, the clock, the snake-headed handle on the umbrella stand, catches and returns him, even his watch seems bent to complement the pale geometry of his cheekbones. He looks, at a glance, as if he were indolent. He is not indolent. He is calculating as if calculation were a religion. You have been quiet, he says, the sort of observation that is never neutral. There is a light in it, a practiced fatherly note that could be either approval or the first brush of a whip. Only in the hours the portraits cannot gossip, I tell him. I drop into the chair opposite, because that's what heirs do, take the offered place and smile while measuring what will be asked. I have practiced this smile so often it is like a muscle memory now. It is polite, faintly sharp, and designed to consume the question before it can demand a full answer. You have been more than quiet, he repeats, and the tone sharpens. School gossip reaches the manor faster than the owls. They say you and that Lovegood girl spend your evenings with books and whisperings. They say other things. There is always a precise moment before my father reveals the weapon he means to use. It comes in the drag of a syllable, the small adjustment of his hand to his glass. Tonight he shapes it into a question that is half solicitation, half threat. I want to repair certain ties, he says smoothly. There are people who would be useful to us again, if placated properly. I can be very good at placating, if I have the appropriate instruments. I can make those who still hold suspicion think it was all a misunderstanding. But I will need a face for the front. Schools listen to their alumni. His gaze is on me, and I feel both the warmth and the knife. Repairing ties, to him, always means to restore leverage. He does not say the word leverage. He does not need to. You mean you want me to be a social instrument, I say. My voice is light enough to be careless, but there is an undercurrent. An instrument of your making. Very flattering. Lucius allows himself a small, superior smile. I am not an ungrateful man, Draco. I have raised you to occupy a public position. We both know where your influence lies. He allows the imprecation to hang, slithering corridors, school friends, the careful acquaintances on whom a smile or a slight would settle for years. All I ask is that you present the family in a manner that affirms our usefulness. There are a dozen ways to make the request sound less venomous. He picks the one with the softest velvet over the iron. Lucius has always been able to wrap a chokehold in finery. And in return? I ask. It is a small question, and the sort of conversation I have been having for the last several months, with him and with the whispering envelopes that arrive at odd hours, ministry envoys, old associates who prefer courtesies under the table. In return, that is where it usually becomes unsavory. In return, we buy ourselves breathing room, he says. Positions, contracts, introductions. Money that is well placed gives us a foothold to stand on when others would try to push us off. He watches me when he says this, as if I will seize every offered foothold and make the step that belongs to him. You can be a bulwark, Draco. Or you can be a liability. Narcissa arrives like a different geography. She is never late when she intends to untangle something. She glides into the room as if the house parts around her in civility. Her hands are less delicate than some people suppose. They are used to holding small, resented things, an infant's fevered wrist, a fragile alliance, and making them steady. Lucius, she says with the particular coolness of a mother about to administer a displeased correction. You speak as if everything can be bought with introductions and dinners. It can be arranged, he counters. And what else fortifies a family but a return to respectability? Narcissa's eyes on me are both softer and more relentless than my father's. Respectability is not a thatched roof you can buy in a night, she says. It is weather. It takes time. It requires caution. We will not rush into the mouths of men who will chew us to extract every bone. You are sentimental, Lucius says, not unkindly, because he respects certain weaknesses in his wife. He will respect them, groom them, and use them. Narcissa meets that with a polite, tiny hardening. You are dangerous, she says. They are an old axis, the two of them. One arm of the family is a sword, the other is a shield. My role between them, the fulcrum, is something I have not practiced at all. It is the thing I have been made for by an accident of blood and prophecy I cannot speak aloud. I felt the roles weight at school every day, sitting at the table in the great hall, watching friends compute whether this Malfoy would help them or betray them. The prophecy is a private thing I carry in my head like an heirloom, wrapping it in a velvet I cannot show. It is part knucklebone and part obligation, sharp when handled role. Lucius leans forward, the lamplight contaminating the shadows on his face until he looks like a scratched statue. There are alleys of influence that were never closed, he says. There are men who would like to be restored to favor if it were made pardonable by association. We can make that association. We can be the bridge. And you want me to be the bridge, I finish. You are well suited, he says simply. You have charm and polish when you choose. You are taken seriously. You do not speak without weighing advantage. You can steer conversations without anyone noticing the rudder. It is not flattering. It is honestly pragmatic. Being useful is the family trade. Being useful at the right time can buy you protection. Being useful at the wrong time can buy you a millstone. I have learned to keep my hands open and light, to accept usefulness as something that will be asked of me and paid for in a currency I do not like. Narcissa moves her teacup, the delicate china making a sound like a small, deliberate bell. And what is the price, Lucius? She asks. You have always been clear in your payments. What does it cost? He smiles, the sort of smile that reveals maps he has folded away. Patience, he says. A promise here and there. Nothing that stains the ledger with names of those we cannot afford to anger. We are not asking you to do anything unlawful. We did unlawful things, Narcissa points out, more softly. We are trying to be careful not to do them again. He inclines his head toward her like a man conceding a quarrel in which victory was never his principal object. We will be careful. But there will be, inevitably, requests. Favors. That is the way of reconstruction. If I have to name them, we will be asked for loans, for introductions, for endorsements. People will ask that we vouch for them. Some will be asking because they expect gratitude. Some will be asking because they expect to buy. Narcissa's jaw tightens. And you want us to be buyers and sellers. We have always traded, Lucius says. This is a different currency. I think about that word, currency. It slides across my mind and lodges. There is a part of the prophecy I wear like a shadow, like a ribbon tied around the inside of my neck, certain terms, certain anchors. The urn is quiet now, as far as I can tell, but it hums in the edges of my sleep, a small, patient sound. To make any public move could shift something of the lattice I keep hidden. To participate in this old commerce of favors might tilt something I have promised not to pull. Narcissa's fingers find mine under the tea table. She does this sometimes, small, steady contact that says more than any of their words. She trusts me in the way she cannot trust the world. For a man who reads alliances like maps, maternal touches become more meaningful than any treaty. You would not have me betray what I am, I say, because a son must be honest if only to the person he cannot avoid telling the truth to. You would not betray who you are, Narcissa answers. We are asking you to be careful, not to burn yourself as a torch to signal us. Lucius, we will not make him the first line for every necessary sin. Lucius's mouth flattens. He always forgets she is capable of saying that aloud. Part of his habit is to test whether her love will keep the house together or send varnish flaking off. You underestimate my caution. And you underestimate how much caution you will need, Narcissa replies. There is a lull in which the house listens to our 3 breaths. In that lull, I think of Luna. She has been staying here more frequently lately. We worked into small nights together at first, the library stacks, under sun lamps where she would spread out a map of wards and marginalia and smile as if we were planning a garden party rather than tracing ritual scenes. Now she sits in a guest room that overlooks the West Pond, her hair a pale cloud against the pillows, and she leaves me notes folded with an economy of handwriting and an economy of charm that undermines the gravity of the world. She has a talent for making the strange simple and the simple strange. When I am with her, the heady parts of the house, the press of history, the sense that every choice will be tallied, become a little thinner. Lucius knows this, of course. He knows everything that is a weakness and everything that could be bent into service. He sets his glass down with a soft, deliberate sound that marks his next sentence as important. There is someone I would like you to meet, he says. A man who has been in the right rooms and the wrong ones. He has influence we can use. He has interests that, if properly managed, will be advantageous. You do not trust me with names, I say. I trust you with the appearance of things, he corrects, the smile returning like a sharpened blade disguised as silk. You will be the face that makes this man plausible. And what will he want in return? Narcissa asks, because she always names the obvious flaw. Discretion, Lucius says. Contact. A seat at certain tables. He is not a man who asks for blood. The way he says it, not a man who asks for blood, is meant to reassure. It is also meant to brush away more delicate questions. I know too much about the currency of men who operate in rooms where names are traded like cards. I know that when someone promises no blood, they often mean there will be other things that are worse, obligations kept, rumors dispelled, secrets made public at the correct, surgical moment. I think of the greenlit scene we found in the room of requirement a few weeks ago, the way the castle held its breath and allowed us to see a lattice of wards that had not been read properly in years. I think of the little porcelains we found shoved behind a stair, shards of an old ritual potter's making the same marks as the urn. I think of how fragile the lattice is when people begin playing at its edges again. The thought is a small chill that has nothing to do with draft. There is another way, I say. We can work quietly. We can use our existing friends. There are families who would be happy to be the face. I can speak to them at school. There are those who owe us old favors. Lucius taps a finger against the rim of his glass, considering the offer as if it were a chess move. He admires prudence, he admires power, he admires the talent for making prudence look like power. You are not the only one who has debts to collect, he says. We need men who are not already inflicted by pending obligations. People who can be handed a thing and will not be thought to have been compromised. Lucius's policy is always a taut cord with a knot somewhere in the middle that will tighten if one tugs hard enough. He wants recruits who are clean enough to be useful but desperate enough to be bought. It is the oldest trade in any court. You want me to make introductions to my friends? I ask. It is an easier compromise than I had expected to have to face. Introductions are harmless. Introductions do not require signatures or rituals or the movement of anything bound to the prophecy. Introductions are the sort of small treacheries that can be performed without leaving a visible mark. For now, he says. For now, introductions. Showmanship. Make us appear as civic, as repaired. If it succeeds, there will be fewer whispered questions at the ministry steps. We will be invited back. We will be consulted. And if it fails? Narcissa asks. Choose on the edge of a cliff, always the practical one. Then we recalibrate, Lucius says. We always recalibrate. It is not an answer. It never is. A man with Lucius's appetite for leverage cannot be fully satisfied by vague promises. He is not asking me to start a party and thank the minister at the end. He is asking me to be the public hint for something that will happen in the rooms behind other doors, and he expects my face to be the decoy and sometimes the bargaining chip. The thought of being the hint for someone else's bargaining edible to me in a way I do not like. My life, for all I pretend to be a man prepared to be pragmatism incarnate, is a fabric with certain threads I will not let be cut. The prophecy is one such thread, an ugly, purposeful thing that is not mine to place on the market. I have already made compromises. I have already made bargains with men who understand how to keep me safe. There are alliances I have cultivated not to be useful to my father but to be useful to the thing I am bound to do. And every time I trade myself to Lucius's network, the ledger in my head marks an extra liability. Narcissa places her hand on the silver tray and lifts the decanter as if to settle the matter by ritual pouring. You will not be used, she says finally to my father. Not blatantly. Not in ways that bring the family to its knees. Lucius lets out a short laugh. And where would you prefer a man of influence learn his manners if not at the tables that shape them? Sitting in whispered corridors will do nothing in the face of open invitations. We will do it with eyes open, Narcissa says. We will not let charm and candor be locks on a door that no one can open. Lucius gives a small, conceited nod. Then you shall have your eyes. But you, Draco, will be the public peace. You will be the one to attend the first gathering. He says it as if it were a triviality. As if it were nothing, as if I enjoy collecting honors like bad ribbons, I knit back. Do you want me to make speeches? Not yet, he says. Just be agreeable. Be convincing. I can picture the scene even now, my smile worked to a premium, polite words like a lubricant for old iron, a nod here, a tasteful joke there. It is the masquerade of reconciliation and we will do it so thoroughly the ministry will forget what scepter they once brandished. And who will be there? I ask. Names are important. Names tell a story their attendants cannot. Lucius leans back and names only what he must, an embassy from certain industrial houses, a few of the old families with newly tempered appetites, and a man who was recently rehabilitated. He seeks introduction to respectable society and is willing to be generous. Narcissa inhales. How rehabilitated? Generously, Lucius says. By his own lights. By public lights, perhaps not yet. He avoids the other word with the kind of skill that belongs to all of us who have learned to pretend, he implies without naming the damn thing. And if this man is a knife? I ask. If he is someone who cannot be kept on a leash? Then we will have judged poorly, Lucius says, and his voice has that small, infuriating certainty again. We will be blamed by men who themselves might have preferred that I take braver measures. Blame is light, Narcissa says. Loss is heavier. We will not make you a sacrifice. There is a pause as if the house is listening, deciding which of their arguments it will believe. I find myself thinking not of the honorifics or the maneuvers but of the way Luna tilts her head when she reads something and how she traces a line with her finger as if the world is a sheet of intriguing calligraphy. If I must be a hinge, I think, I would prefer to be one that opens a safe place for her, not one that shuts her in a closet. Do you have any idea what I have become? I asked finally. Not what I pretend to be in the drawing rooms or at breakfast, but what is asked of me behind closed doors. Lucius studies me like an antiquarian inspecting a relic. He is trying to determine whether, under the cultivated idleness, there is a capacity for the uses he imagines. You are practical, he says at last. You have made choices that preserved us. You have been clever. And those choices cost, I say. They have weight in the way an anchored stone has weight. To put me in the path of every man who wants to buy his way back into society it will ask me for more trade. It will ask us all, Lucius agrees. And that is what we shall give to keep the house standing. Another old argument, ancient and never fully resolved, safety by trade or safety by silence. Neither comes without a cost. Narcissa draws in a breath that shakes only a little. I will not stand by and watch you use our son as bait. We will find our allies differently. We will give the appearance of cooperation, and when the wrong men show their faces we will close them out. Which is to say you will block me from a table I have paid to sit at, Lucius says mildly. I am not blocking you, Narcissa answers. Only your excesses. They can argue for days, because they both have the patience of people who have had long marriages in which one always learns where the other will strike next. I let them argue. It is safer than the alternative, which would be their violence colliding and the house snapping in half like a brittle twig. In the end, what they decide is a compromise of sorts, because that is what families do. We meet for war and find a way to eat tea instead. I will attend the gathering. I will not be overtly used. We will attempt to steer the invitations toward those we have known and accept only those whose currency is acceptable to both. Lucius will keep his secret lanes open, quietly. Narcissa will monitor the sides. I will present. When they have made their compromises, when the lamps have been left to their clever shadows, Narcissa withdraws to her rooms and Lucius returns to his late bills and his later callers. I find myself alone in the drawing room with the fire, and I permit myself a kind of small, private anger. It is not the grand, moral outrage people imagine when they think of someone in my position. It is the petty frustration of a boy whose parentage obliges him to be the public instrument for adults who have already decided what they prefer. It is also, beneath the irritation, a deeper thing, a worry. The urn hums in my head like a distant bell, like a piece of music I have clipped in the night. If I let the house be sold, even in small pieces, I risk moving the weight that holds certain scenes. It is an arithmetic of obligations that is taught as a child at my father's knees. Every favor owed must be matched by a later repayment. But the prophecy refuses to be matched to Lucius's ledger. It keeps its own balance, and its currencies are not always the ones men in exchangeable coats understand. When the corridor to the guest rooms creaks as Luna returns from her nightly wanderings, she insists on watching the moon's reflection in the pond from the western glass. I stand and meet her halfway. You look as if you have been bent, she says, taking my hand and making the odd, steadying face she uses when she wants to make me think the world is a puzzle to be arranged rather than a war to be survived. Is it a broom? A portrait? Or your father? She has an economy of mischief that always makes some piece of my armor fall away. The joke is small, but it is enough. Mostly my father, I answer. And the other things men do when they want to appear to have lost nothing. She tucks herself close beside me, on the wing of the sofa where I have sat for so many of these late talks. She smells like tea and a hint of dipping ink, and I find the world becomes both lighter and more complicated when she is near. She is not part of our map, and yet she fits in it in ways none of us expected, like a new road put down after an earthquake, odd in its lines but strangely necessary. He needs to make friends, she says matter-of-factly. It's part of the ritual. Your family has always had to be seen to be human. It's part of being noble, isn't it? If they see you in the right company, they will be less likely to stab you. You speak like a consultant for reconciliation, I tease. I am, she says. Less the consultant and more the friend who wants to know if you have eaten your vegetables. I never ate vegetables willingly even as a child, I admit. I exercise what passes for moderation and memorize the right sort of apologies. She laughs, quietly. Then practice the apologies that will not cost you anything in music. Be friendly in the way that does not change what you are. Be cautious in the way that does not change what you are, I correct her. It is one of the small bargains between us that we finish each other's counsel in the house. She strokes my wrist as if it is evident she could catalogue, and I feel a steadiness I have not had often since the war. You will tell me everything, she says. Not everything, I say. The truth is an honest thing and an expensive one. You don't need my ledger. But you will tell me enough, she insists. Her voice is gentle, and there is a small steel there. We will map the scenes together. And if one of those scenes, I say, thinking of Lucius's rehabilitated man and the men who measure currency by doors opened and names aloud, asks for something that cannot be applied without shifting the lattice. Luna thinks a moment in the way she always does, her eyes moving as if she is drawing invisible diagrams. Then you will refuse, she says. And we will find a way to make it look like the refusal was your idea. It is the sort of answer that seems impossible until it is acted upon. But Luna is a problem solver in a way that is dismantling and then reassembling. She has the odd, patient intelligence of someone who treats secrets like pieces in a jigsaw. It steadies me to hear it. It is not enough to banish the smell of danger, but it dresses it in a hat I would prefer to wear. I wake the next morning to the house arranging itself into a court. There are letters with heavy stamps and invitations that smell faintly of wax and older pleasures, and the staff have a politeness that is a functioning strategy of disguise. Lucius is outwardly relaxed in a way that makes me suspicious. His relaxation is usually a pause before he picks up the next string of men. You will go tonight, he says when I come to his study at midday, because this is what the act of being an heir requires, confirming times, plans, the logistics that will turn social theatre into a stage for strategy. There will be conversation. They will be companions. Present us as someone who belongs. And if I refuse? I ask aloud, because finally there is the moment that proves anything. You do not refuse, he answers without much ceremony. You weigh the options and choose whatever keeps us out of the harsher weather. You keep us in the light. You make it sound like I will be attending a fete rather than standing at the lip of a pit. A pit has a nicer table if well set, Lucius says breezily, and the banality of the image is what makes it cruel. Narcissa is brief when I tell her. Be careful, she says, and seems to mean it in both the practical and the metaphysical sense. She presses a small ivory locket into my hand, an old thing with a scratched surface, and the gesture is both protective and parochial. Wear this, she says. If you must be performative, at least do it with something that believes in you. I clasp the locket in my palm. It is a small thing, heavy with motherly insistence, and I allow it to be an anchor. Later, when I am in my rooms adjusting a cuff and practicing a smile, I think of the lattice again. I think of the vows I made, under a different, darker ceiling, to hold something to its terms. To be the chosen one is not to be the hero in some public myth, it is to be the unwilling constraint of a plan that makes no effort to be popular. There is a cost, and it has been paid in small increments. To serve as my father's instrument might be mere politics. It might also be something that asks me to move a piece on the board that will unbalance something else entirely. I do not know which. That is the part of being young that is sharpened into a weapon in me, the ability to cross my faint face into a light of pleasantness while the mind runs all variegated scenarios. I will go to the gathering tonight. I will smile, I will nod, I will make pleasant remarks about how the ministry's recent reforms are sensible. I will talk like a man who has been taught how to say soft things and hide hard truths. And when I step into that room, put on that mask, and present my family as painted porcelain to those who once spat at our name, I will carry, beneath this charm, the weight of the prophecy, a thing that will not be an easy thing to trade or to be traded for. The manor will be a map tonight, and if I am asked to redraw its borders I will do so the best way I know, quietly, with a pencil so that if I have to, I can erase. Lucius's last words to me before I leave are soft as a velvet brand. You will make us useful, he says. You will be careful about where you place your usefulness. I always am, I say, because I have lived on the seam of being careful for a long time. Luna joins me at the carriage door and presses something small and flat into my palm, a folded scrap with a scribble of word lines. "If you get lost," she says, "mark the stairs. Don't trust the portrait in the northern corridor. And if anyone brings you olives, decline them, they smell of too much money." The carriage rolls away and the world becomes a garden of lamplit invitations. In a house full of men who always seem to be buying their way back into place, I walk toward a room where I will have to present everything as if it were unremarkable. There will be smiles. There will be toasts. There will be men who have been paid and men who do the paying. Somewhere between the candid small talk and the passing of secrets like favors, someone will ask me for something they hope I will not refuse. I know, with an instinct the prophecy has taught me like a sixth sense, that the real question will not be what I say tonight. The real question will be what I am prepared to keep hidden afterward. And the longer we sit pretending to be whole, the more likely it is that someone will decide the measure of our wholeness. When I step into the drawing room where the night is already offered on a silver tray and find Lucius already in the company of men who have mouths like doors, I understand that being a fulcrum is less like balancing a seesaw and more like holding a map while other hands try to rearrange the roads. I smile, because it is the oratory of our lives. We smile, we nod, we make the evening a theater. And when one of the rehabilitated men, the one my father had described as generous in public lights, raises his glass and leans in with a proposition that will show kindness only if I can make it sound inevitable, I find my throat dry in a way that makes me feel older than I have a right to be. It is the first real asking. It is the moment where the house will see whether the Malfoy name can be spun back into respect. He presents his request as a simple favor, the sort of thing a man does when he asks a friend to sign for a loan. He speaks of a business venture, of opening commerce that will mean jobs and a pleasant letter to the minister. He places the ask like a coin on a table. It gleams. It seems harmless. But the coin is warm, and when I hold it in my hand I can feel the ghost mark of others who have held it before. My father's gaze is a small fire across the room. Narcissa's locket rests like a small piece of reassurance against my chest. Luna's scrap of words is folded in my pocket like an unspoken map. "You will be the front," the man says. "You will allow us to be associated. Nothing that stains you. Just your name. Just your face." It is the exact question I feared, wrapped in civil language. I smile, because a smile is a useful thing. It smooths the edges of knives that might otherwise show. And the cost? I ask, because the surname has taught me to always ask, to make sure every favor is marked and every line is counted. The man's smile is liquid with the histories of many nights. An introduction. An endorsement. Your attendance on the board as a token member. The word token is the sound a noose makes while its maker pretends to tie a bow. I let the glass ring into the pause. In the stillness of that moment, where everyone else watches me like men watching for a compass to swing, I think of all the smaller things I have given already, a silence here, an evasion there, a boyhood of possibilities turned into a ledger. I think of Luna, reading word lines as if they were sonnets. I think of the urn, quiet and heavy behind its protections. I think of Severus's bargain, the ledger of obligations he keeps like a priest keeping confession. Yes, I say at last, and the single syllable is a small door closing. It is not an answer that will be read easily. It is not a promise I will keep lightly. It is the beginning of a road in which I will have to walk carefully, and not all of those steps will be my own to choose. When the room breaks into pleasant clinking and slow conversation resumes, I find myself grateful for the noise. It is easier to move through a theater of noise than to stand under the spotlight and feel the eyes. I send a reply that is calibrated, warmth with a sting of distance. I promise attendance. I promise to listen. I do not promise to sign until I have consulted my mother's counsel and a small network of friends who understand murmurs. At the carriage home, there is a wind that smells like the beginning of rain. Luna is waiting for me under the west lamp, wearing a coat that is oddly cheerful for night politics. She reads my face like an open page and kisses me in a public way that is not the affair of men in suits. It steadies me. "You kept your head," she says. "You smiled the right smile and said the right thing. I did, I admit, and the admission has relief in it. Relief is a fragile thing. It is a transient coin. We will make sure the introduction is safe, she says. We will check the ledger. We will make it so your name is not used as a noose. It is already a noose sometimes, I say. The humor is small and bitter. But we will try. We walk back to the manor through a garden that smells of damp leaves and old stone. In the dark, the house looks like an island lit by small, domestic lighthouses. When I step over the threshold, the map reforms itself, rooms, corridors, portraits that will blink and offer opinions at proper times. Lucius's voice is still ringing in my ears, the echo of his last command: you will be careful about where you place your usefulness. I go up to my room and in the quiet, the only place I allow myself quiet, I take out the paper Luna gave me and trace the ward lines with a fingertip, as if I could feel the runes under the surface. The prophecy rests like a second skin. The urn is a dim memory in the corner of my night. There are costs ahead that will pry into our house like hungry hands. The thing about being a fulcrum is that you are always asked to balance others. Tonight I have balanced them with a smile and a promise of attendance. Tomorrow, someone will ask for more. And the day after that, someone else will come with a heavy hand that will not be appeased by pleasant conversation. I extinguish the lamp and lie back, the rooms of the manor dissolving into a soft darkness. In the silence, the urn hums a patient little note and my head fills with the quiet arithmetic of obligations. If I am asked, I will give what I can without breaking the lattice. If I must betray something to save the house, I will make the choice with as much care as a man can when every option tastes of consequences. There is a terrible smallness to my gratitude that this is mine to choose at all. I have been both chosen and sold to choices. I have the hardest part, making sure that the next time a face asks for me, I know which contours of my name I will sell and which I will keep hidden, even from my father. The night is thin and long, and somewhere in the manor the clock marks time with a patience that feels almost cruel. Tomorrow I will be asked to host a dinner in which the kindnesses men exchange will have the sharpness of an auctioneer's rap. Tomorrow a man will ask for my attendance on his board, and the simple word will be an opening of doors I am not sure should be opened. I do not know how many of my old securities one will have to exchange before this house is safe again. I only know that every bargain I make will be measured against the thing I must protect in secret, that every handshake I offer might cost me a truth I cannot risk untying, and that sometimes, to keep the people I love from falling, I will have to pretend I enjoy the act of being bought. In the small, still hours before dawn, I make myself a promise like a private oath: I will be slippery enough to avoid being snapped, I will be tight-lipped enough to keep the lattice intact, and I will find some way, with Luna's peculiar, patient intelligence stitched at my side, to make whatever bargains we make fit into a plan that does not hand other people's blood to the wrong men. Outside, the dawn is a pale coin. Inside, the manor breathes, its portraits hushing themselves into more flattering versions of events. I close my eyes and think of scene lines and of the small, steady fact that I have already been asked for worse. I think I can refuse later. I can refuse when the money is in the open and the man asks for the final signature. For now, I will be the fulcrum. I will make the attendance. I will present as anyone might who had learned a lifetime of pretending. I will do so because it buys us another night. Because that is what sons are good for, and sometimes the choice is not between doing wrong and doing right, but between which wrong protects the right. Chapter 9, Mapping Scenes. We began with a map drawn on the kitchen table at Malfoy Manor, which felt both prudent and absurd. Prudent because maps are a practical thing, a way of turning unease into a task, and absurd because you would have thought a house that has been standing long enough for portraits to have grandchildren might know its own entrails better than its inhabitants. The manor, which likes to present itself as a finished thing, had never had a proper map of Hogwarts stitched into its plans. So we made one. Luna sat cross-legged on the radiator lid, her boots tucked into a pool of sunlight as if she had invented warmth. She had unrolled several lengths of parchment as if presenting a trivial offering. The paper was creased into angles I could predict. Luna had a way of making disorder look deliberate. She had also brought along a small box of fragments she'd accumulated from the castle, little shards of mortar, slivers of pottery, a curled scrap of a portrait's backing, and she handled them with the sort of attention most people reserve for infants and old books. When she looked at those fragments, she was not only curious, she was tender. It was ridiculous, and I liked it for that precise reason. Our map was not the sort other people drew when they wanted to know where the trophies were or which stair would take you up to the astronomy tower. We were not interested in routes to the kitchens, in places where ghostly exchange students played, or in the secret passage that still smelled faintly of cheese. We traced anomalies, places where plaster had been cut and mended like hurried stitching, where portraits blundered in their memories, where the staircases changed their minds. We marked any instance of the strange ceramic luster, porcelain glaze that should not have been where it was, and anything that hummed when Luna passed her palm over it. There is a kind of listening that is not sound at all. Luna called it seam listening, which made me want to make a cutting remark. She smiled and said the phrase as if it belonged to someone else and therefore could be quoted. She had, she explained, taught herself to notice the ways buildings answered a human hand, a tremor in a mortar joint, an echo that lingered behind the stone like a held breath. That afternoon she taught me to listen for those things. I found I was better at it than I had expected. A lifetime of polished surfaces and cautious conversation had honed my attention to edges. We began at the obvious places: corridors recently patched, stairwells that had been replastered in a hurry, portrait frames with new ribbon repairs around their hangings. The castle, in its own way, had attempted to heal itself after the first seal was put back in place. The housekeeping had been thorough and the wards restitched. But a hand that stitches hurriedly sometimes cuts the wrong length. There were seams that refused to close. In rooms that teachers had assured parents were secure, the mortar was thin and the plaster still bore hairline fissures like old paper folds. Behind the great hall dais a service hatch had been resettled and the joint in its frame creaked with a sound like a finger on a flute. Evidence of the urn, of the particular manner of its craft, kept turning up. I had seen the urn, that metallic sheen, the fine ceramic temper, the way someone had inlaid silver without letting it meet the clay, was impossible to forget. It was the kind of thing you feel more than understand, a memory of heat and kill and the precise way a hand had pressed a loop of metal so that it would sing in the dark. Luna said the shards had a particular vocabulary. When she put a fragment to her ear it made a sound that was not music but a pronunciation. It says belonging very quietly, she told me once, though she might as well have said morning and meant exactly the same thing. I believed her. Hogwarts is a house that is allergic to being understood in one sitting. It shifts, it reteaches the rules every hour, but it also keeps memories the way people keep grudges. Some of those memories are sewn into plaster. We followed them like detectives who had learned to read a language that pretended to be decorative. At the portrait of the first-year headmaster, a splintered face that had misremembered the taste of peppermint, there was the suspiciously new ribbon across his frame. He could not agree on whether a corridor had been closed in his day. Thrice I told the truth in measured increments, because telling too much meant someone else would ask why a Malfoy had been interested, and why a Malfoy had been allowed to touch the scenes at all. More often, the portraits were useful in the way old people are useful. They remembered what had been ordered and who had delivered the order. A certain housekeeper's portrait, a matronly woman with a dislike for drafts and students who left trays half full, had, in her panel, a list of 3 craft workers who had been summoned to the castle after the first seal had been repaired. She spat their names like a gardener discarding rotten fruit. 2 of them were obscure, but the third was a name that made my hand go cold. A company of repairers who specialized in cashmere-like clay work, who worked often for families who kept private collections. They had been summoned by a letter that had smelled faintly of money. I did not say the obvious thing, that families who smell of certain kinds of money often smell of other, less savory currencies as well. Luna, for her part, did not seem to notice that look in my face. She only asked the matron if she had seen where the repairers left the extra pieces. The matron shrugged and said they took their scraps with them. That is the sort of honesty portraits have, practical and infuriating. We combed corridors that had been sealed with new plaster, and in places where the plaster had not been cut too deep to be hidden there were little echoes of manufacture. When you scrape away several thin layers very carefully, you find a different hole beneath them. Luna's technique, which could charitably be called eccentric, was to carry a small tin of chalk powder she'd taken from the Care of Magical Creatures stores. She would gently dust a scene with it and watch for the spark, the way the powder shifted when there was a current in the mortar, the way it lit up a hairline crack for no obvious reason. I watched her do this with the patient resentment of someone who hates to be outflanked by obviousness. She was not always precise, but she was persistent, and that wins more often than genius. We learned, from dust and portrait and the way a staircase shied away, that the castle still contained nodes, discrete points where the warding met something else. A seam is not an accident when it repeats in a pattern. The pattern was a lattice, nodes at intervals that, when we connected them with ink on parchment, made a slow and ugly geometry. Arcs across the basements, a bow that rose beneath the Black Lake windows, a tight knot beneath the northern turrets. When we sat at the table and compared notes, we found that the nodes echoed the urn's shape. It was not that they were copies, they did not pretend to be that. They were echoes, the way a voice in a long corridor retains the curve of a consonant. The same kind of glaze, the same shards of clay, even the same little burn marks where a silvery inlay had been affixed. Somebody had woven the urn into the building. At first I thought that would be a relief. If the nodes bore the same craft language as the urn, perhaps the corruption was accidental, a case of a housekeeper who had once admired a small thing and decided to keep it. But tile and mortar speak about intention more plainly than people do. The shards were placed so that they would be hidden under a statue, under a chair, behind a board, not in the open where curiosity might prod. Whoever had put them there had wanted the nodes to be invisible to the careless, visible only to those who knew how to read the seams. "It looks like a lattice," Luna said, running her finger along a charcoal line. "Like a web of small things that only hold when someone remembers to press them." "It looks like a trap," I said. I did not mean it to sound melodramatic, but the word fit. A lattice, a web, a trap, all metaphors for the same thing when the thing you are describing is a set of points that hold some force together. The urn, as far as I had been permitted to understand, had been a keystone to an old seal. The seal had been repaired and the urn set back. Lattice work that echoed the urn's craft at dozens of points in an institution like Hogwarts felt less like repair and more like a network, an anchorage system that extended beyond convenience. Luna looked up at me, her eyes enormous in a face that always made the world look calmer. "Do you think the castle remembers who it belongs to?" she asked. It was a wrong question. Castles do not belong in the way a person belongs to a house. They belong to histories, to families who paid in stone and shame. The seams belong to a hand that had once thought it right to tie something into the hull of the world. I wanted to tell her that some of those hands had names I did not like to think about. I wanted to be simpler about it, to give her the truth in a paragraph and close the subject, but the oath in the back of my mind needs things to be measured. So I told her nothing more than the shape of what I had found. Luna accepted the shape. She did not ask who had put it there. The staircases were a news item, a notice on the ever-moving itinerary of the school that the building itself had chosen to mislead people. The stairs had, at odd hours, diverted students onto corridors that did not exist, and one afternoon a first year went the wrong way and fell through a trap that should not have been there. Fortunately, the fall was onto a pile of caretaker's rags and not into the night chair, which would have been less forgiving. The misdirection pointed us to a service shaft that should have served only for lifting coal and soup. Someone, evidently, had used the shaft as a conduit for a linen of runes and clay. We dropped a line down the shaft. Luna hummed while she did it, because if you hum while you work it makes the world less sharp. The line snagged on something at the lip of the opening. We pulled it up and found a length of woven thread that had been used as a marker. The thread bore a tiny bead of clay, the same glaze, like a ghostly thumbprint. I ran my thumb over it and felt a dull cold. There are things you want to touch so you will have an answer, and things you want to leave alone because touching them would be an admission. The bead felt like both. The room of requirement, perhaps the castle's strangest organ, was behaving like a jealous animal. Its moods changed more quickly than the portraits, which by now I looked upon as the slow, reliable pole. The room that had, on previous nights, given us a perfectly arranged set of shelves and an alcove filled with old architectural ledgers, closed to us like a mouth. Several times we approached it and the stucco on the opposite wall rippled and swallowed the word we spoke. When Luna asked for a map, it offered instead a locked anteroom full of trunks and unusable objects. When I pressed, asking for an archive relevant to scene work, the door opened to a chamber filled with gardening tools and a plaintive herbarium that smelled of mold and summer. It was like requesting a compass and being given a spoon. Had the room forgotten the simplest rules, or had it decided it was inconvenienced by our curiosity? Luna suggested that the room might be protective. Or jealous, she added, seeing my raise of an eyebrow. It shares what it trusts, and perhaps it does not trust our reason. We were forced, in the end, to coax the room like an animal. 1 hour we asked for a corridor, and it gave us a corridor that turned into a library I did not remember. We ducked beneath a false bookcase and found, behind a shelf on pale oak, a little cavity that had been built as if for something very small and very private. Inside was a base of clay, a socket where something had been seated and then removed. The socket held the outline of a small object's weight, the impression of a rounded base and the shadow of a silver inlay. The field was cold when I touched it. There was a residue there, a faint tang like that of iron filings and kiln smoke. It was always a place for small things, Luna said. She tilted her head at the socket, as if listening to it explain itself in small, blank syllables. Maybe the room does not like the idea that we want to map its family secrets. What if the room is doing what a house should do and protecting itself? I asked. In my head the list of possibilities included traps for curious children, anchors to keep the lattice whole, and a deliberate lattice designed to shift consequence in a more useful direction. I said nothing of the fact that an anchor that could be moved, that could be taken and reseated elsewhere, was a terrifying equation. It was easier to keep the thought like a stone in my mouth and reveal it only when I could faultlessly present the sums. You learn, doing this kind of work, to trust the small tools, a piece of wire for lifting, a ribbon for marking, a scrap of paper for catching dust. We found a method that suited us. Luna would go with her chalk and her habit of humming, and I would stand in the doorway, offering facial neutral questions to portraits and staff. We were a good team because we were the wrong one to expect. The castle expected heroics and broomsticks. It did not expect a Slytherin heir who knew how to ask a question without imposing a story, and a Ravenclaw who smiled at the scenes like they were polite animals. We could slip the castle a small understanding and see what it offered back. One evening, in a corridor whose plaster had been repatched in a hue that attempted to match the original and failed by being too proud, we found a node that looked, on paper, like a child's piece of mischief. A bit of pottery embedded into the corner of a skirting board, glazed and burnished so carefully you could only recognize it if you knew what to look for. It was the sort of thing a trainee would hide beneath their hand to practice a technique, but it had been placed there on purpose, and with forethought. Whoever placed it had meant for the glaze to face the wall. Whoever had meant it knew they did not want it seen. I pried it loose with the careful arrogance of someone who has been allowed privileges. The shard came away with a mild resistance like a muscle released from a knot. Underneath, hidden in the mortar like a letter inside a folded page, was an etching. It was small, no larger than the nail on my little finger. When I held it up to the light I expected to see some generic mark, the potter's mark, the kill cipher. Instead what it bore was a crest. Not a family crest in the grand sense, a small sign, carved with quiet pride, 3 leaves curled around a circle, as if enclosing something fragile. My throat tightened. I had seen that sign before. It lived beneath my grandparents' plate and in an old snuff box in the manor. It lived also in certain family ledgers that we kept in the cellar and did not often show our friends. The sign was Malfoy, in its private tattooed way, a smaller, older version that some ancestor had used before the pomp of the snake arrived in the family parlor. The sight of it there made the corridor seem suddenly intimate in a way I did not like. I said nothing. Saying something would have been a confession I was not ready to make even to Luna. I slid the shard into my sleeve and the heat of it was a lie and a brand both. Luna watched the motion. She did not ask for my hand. She did not ask me to show her the sign. She only hummed and made a soft, encouraging noise like one makes to a nervous animal. Later, over the map, she would draw that small crest and mark it with a dot whose implication we both understood. Here, someone with my name had touched the scenes. When you are a person without a single true home because everything that should be a home is a test, you become attuned to who is refusing and who is choosing. The Malfoy crest in that hidden socket did not tell me everything. It told me only that someone had wanted to bind their name into the castle, to anchor a family to a place that was not meant to be anchored in private ways. There is a way to honor such a discovery and a way to deny it. The first route is politics and exposure, the second route is concealment and quiet excavation. For my family's sake, I became expert in the latter. We worked late. The staff trusted me enough to let me in, some because it was convenient and others because they suspected that my interests served certain aims they did not like. The housekeepers gave us a spare key that rattled like a throat. The fat lady sighed when she saw us and made a remark about the hall's mood that was more useful than she anticipated. The moving staircases offered us small courtesies and small tricks, a flight that misled us for a while until we greased its mind with a question, and then it gave up a route that led to the foundation. There were nights when the castle simply refused us everything, and we would sit on the stone steps with our map spread between us, and watch the moon slide across the leaded windows while Luna traced lines with her finger as if the ink might teach them to behave differently. It occurred to me more and more, in the small, almost private terror that had been my companion since the first time the prophecy had been whispered in my ear, that these notes were not just foreign objects. They were promises, and promises require someone to attend to them. The lattice needed tending. It asked for the cost to be paid somewhere. Whoever had woven the lattice either intended to preserve something noble, or else to move consequence away from certain quarters and toward others. The arteries of a castle are not neutral, they move burden as much as rum. You can repair a hall and make another place weary. Luna, as I said, was patient. She objected to none of the colder calculations I made. Once, when I told her that we should be secretive about the Malfoy mark, she nodded without surprise and said only, "Some names press on buildings because they are soft at the heart." It was not an answer. It was more, an affirmation of what I had known and not wanted to admit, that my family had not been above using such things. I did not tell her about the oath. I did not tell her about the true text of the prophecy. I did not tell her about the other bargains that kept the manor breathing. But the map absorbed some of my secrets anyway. We wrote them down and by the motion of ink made them less poisonous. Perhaps that is why I trusted the map more than I trusted my family ledger. There was, in the end, a convergence. The nodes we had circled on our different parchments, in the basements, under statues, behind dune boards, traced a line across the castle. They did not form a single straight line, they made instead a narrow spiral whose axis descended into an old part of the castle that the portraits called the Green Room. The Green Room, I had to remind myself while tracing the spiral, was where backstage and ceremony met, where secrets went to be dressed for the public, where people who wielded influence and people who had influence in the wrong hands met and said polite things. It was also, as much as any place can be, a dangerous place to be implicated. Luna tapped the place where the spiral tightened. Her finger was as steady as a compass point. "This is a node," she said simply. "If the lattice is a net, this is where the ropes are knotted." There are moments in which a life shows its predilection. My predilection was to count the price aloud and then decide upon the portion of it I would accept. Standing over the map, with Luna's hand near mine and charcoal smudging the web of our making, I felt the old tremor, a prophecy in the hand, a throat full of iron. I thought of the urn, of Severus's ledger, of Lucius's distant, deliberate fingers at the edge of every negotiation. I thought of Narcissa, who would do what was necessary in quiet rooms with sharp tools. I thought of the choice I had always imagined I would not be asked to make, whether to expose the lattice and thereby risk the family and the house, or to hide what we had found and in doing so carry forward something that was older and more crooked than any of us deserved to hold. Luna looked at me as if she could read the room's mood. She had observed more scenes than I had, but she was not primed by the family ledger. Her gaze did not judge me in the incandescent way Narcissus relations can. It was curious and patient, two things that, in the end, feel like love because they allow you to be as flawed as you are without replacing you with an ideal. "We could find the knotted rope and see if it ties back to someone who owes," she said. "Or we could untie it." There was a simplicity to the suggestion that was almost brutal in its honesty. Untie the knot. If it had been tied by a hand with a name I knew too well, untangling it would mean undoing a family habit. Untying would cost us leverage, perhaps safety, perhaps the patience of those who taught me how to smile when a favor was needed. Leaving it knotted would keep us safer in the immediate sense, but would mean we continued to live with the lattice as part of our architecture, binding us to some other person's design. I thought of the way some portraits had favored certain faces, the way some stairs had betrayed us for the fun of it. People assume that power is loud and immediate. Most power is patient and domestic. It lives in scenes, in mortar, in the polite wording of a contract. It is easier to be heroic at a distance than it is to be heroic in your own home. So we chose to begin. We planned an excavation of a sort that would not attract the notice of press or the suspicious ear of a visiting lord. There are ways to move within Hogwarts that do not attract attention if you have enough plausibility and enough arrogance. I could be a polished descendant doing the proper thing. Luna could be the curious young woman whose only crime is a habit of humming. Between us we had enough patience and enough peculiarities to pull off a small clandestine operation. But before we left the table, before we wrapped our map and hid it where sniffer dogs of curiosity might not find it, we made one more observation. At the very center of the spiral, under the green room, the lattice converged on a cavity that was not only architecturally appropriate but emotionally reckless. It bore a socket too large, a recess meant for an object of weight, and along the edge of that socket, carved into a supporting stone, was the same three-leaf mark. It was not identical. A hand had added a flourish, a scratchy flourish, as if to make private ownership more emphatic. Someone had stamped a Malfoy mark into the heart of Hogwarts. The sight of it was an accusation. It read like a ledger. It was not a family crest so much as a ledger entry. We were here, it said, we had tied ourselves to this house, and if the houses of the world thought that such a thing could be done and undone without consequence, they were mistaken. I felt the marrow of my hand ache at the memory of carrying a prophecy and promising things in the dark. I felt also the small, almost foolish warmth that comes from being understood. Luna put her hand on mine then, a small, steady pressure that made the page of the map tremble. I did not tell her what the mark meant, not in words, but I put my fingers over hers and let the map be our secrecy for a while. Outside, the manor clocks announced a late hour with the familiar, old-fashioned timbre of a family that measures itself in timepieces. The map lay between two people who had, without meaning to, become a small found family for each other. I lay awake that night not from fear so much as from a consideration of the arithmetic of future choices. The lattice asked for tending. Someone had made a promise and expected payment. I had reasons to protect and reasons to deny. Luna slept with her face smudged with charcoal and the faint scent of old paper about her hair. I watched her and thought that whatever the future would demand, she would make it possible to hold my choices in a new light. We had mapped the scenes and found a hand that wore a name I thought I knew how to hide. There were ways forward and ways that pulled backward. The castle, which remembers with a peculiar appetite, had placed a knot at the center of its domestic life and made that knot our business. I closed my eyes and imagined the lattice tightening in the dark, and somewhere beneath the stone there was a small, hollow echo that sounded suspiciously like an answer waiting to be asked. Chapter 10: Green Room Clues. If you had asked me, a week ago, whether the word green could ever make me nervous, I would have given you one of my sharper smiles and sent you off to find a dictionary that included color of cowardice for extra effect. That was before someone decided to turn one of Hogwarts' formerly genteel backstage corners into a theater of threats. The green room is hardly a place most students visit twice, which suited the scandal makers perfectly. A low-ceilinged chamber with molded wooden stage lamps that never quite warmed the air. It used to be where visiting guilders warmed their noses and shared nicotine-laced gossip with sympathetic portraits. Teachers turned it over for private counsel when they wanted conversation to stay out of sight and out of earshot. It is, in short, a room built on the comfortable assumption that only people who already knew how to be careful would ever find themselves there. Someone who wanted me noticed that and wrote their message on it. Luna found the first thing. She was already moving through the manor that morning like a small, deliberate comet, quiet, luminous, leaving shells of notes in her wake, and she arrived at breakfast with her usual placid smile and that slightly faraway look she carried like a private map. I had been trying to keep my face composed as polished silver. I was learning, by degrees, how necessary it was to be a pleasing ornament. Luna pays no mind to Polish. She concentrates on evidence the way other people concentrate on music, casually, insistently, as if the thing ought to be obvious once you listen properly. You remember the green room, she said between mouthfuls of toast, as though she were reminding me of a fact and not proposing an expedition. Professor Bletchley thought there might be something left. Portraits didn't like being asked, they had the impression debates had been private. I did remember. Bletchley, for all his capacity to be ceremonious and deeply irritating, had the good sense to suspect when disturbances had pattern. The misdirection of a staircase, the whispering omens that seemed to gather around prefect's hours, someone had been clever about choosing quiet places to strike. Green room sabotages read like someone practicing on a small, forgiving stage before attempting a larger performance. I will escort you, I said. Which is to say I volunteered. The Malfoy voice knows how to commit to things, and already my family required that I look interested in the security of a school I attended. There are certain acts, it seems, that must be performed in public so the watchers accept them as truth. Luna's smile in reply did something minor and decisive to the room. She is not showy. When she meets someone's eyes, she does not skim for advantage. She sees. You should bring gloves, she said. There might be powder. Gloves were hardly an affectation where evidence and wards were concerned. I retrieved the long leather pair from my dressing table, the ones the house elf has polished until even the seams look insolent. Lucius would have approved. There is a theatrical care, almost an indulgence, in wearing gloves to examine mischief. Narcissa's expression as I left the manor said what is rarely said aloud: do not bring us ruin. Kinship in our house was never a matter of crowns, it was a matter of consequences we could foresee and deflect. Hogwarts received us with a stare that seemed to have misremembered where it should be, shifting its incline as if to measure the intention behind our feet. That is what the castle does now, it tests. If you are foolish, it will mislead you for the sake of a lesson. If you are cautious, it will become an accomplice in your caution. We took the route that left the portraits muttering more at each other, and one of them, a baronet who had once practically dined on a duke, peered out and tutted in a way that suggested he disapproved of our being fashionable. You must keep to the side halls, Luna advised. Portraits are quick to gossip to whichever head is most sympathetic. The green room's portrait doesn't talk in riddles. It remembers. I found myself grateful for the portrait's loyalty. The painted figure in question, a cramped little woman with a beaked nose and eyes like split coins, swung her pince-nez and announced herself as though she were delivering weather. They were arguing, she said. Not like ordinary arguing. Like people who practice arguing to get their tongues used to the right sounds. Then the lamps went dim. Till they could not remember a line. Who was there? I asked. Masqueraders, she said. Silver hair. Someone with a Malfoy way of speaking. And someone with a laugh made from bells. There was a small, very private part of me that tightened when the painted woman said my family name. The Malfoy way of speaking, smooth, ironed flat into entitlement, had been useful in many places where one preferred doors to open without knuckles being worn raw. I resented, automatically and stupidly, the suggestion of my presence. It is difficult, after a while, not to resent being a symbol. Luna hummed as if the portrait's words were a musical phrase to be checked for notes out of place. Bells, she said softly. Aligns with the troupe that sometimes uses the castle theatre. They reappear every few years. What do you mean, masqueraders? I asked, though I suspected the answer would make my mouth smaller. In the old days of bullying and triumph, such a word might have conjured hoodlums and cutpurses. Now it suggested a coordinated stage for politics. The portrait blinked its painted lashes. They had masks, she said. Old theatre masks. The ones that smile. But they did not move the lips beneath. It was what I expected and did not want to be true. A political performance. The more public the target, the harder the wound. Sabotage aimed at privates like toilets and staircases is nasty. Sabotage aimed at a room used for private counsel is a statement. You choose place with the same care you choose words. Whoever had arranged for the green room's humiliation had wanted surveillance in a place of confidence. We entered carefully. The door smelled like any room left closed for too long, dust, a faint musk of old velvet, and, beneath it, something that caught at the back of my nose like a memory. The lamps had been smashed, not merely broken, but disassembled, the bulb's filaments braided into obscene patterns and braided again, and the curtains were cut with a neat knife-straight edge, as if someone needed the fabric as proof. A circle had been scorched into the floor in the place where counsel had likely been offered. I felt my lungs narrow. Luna crouched with a patience that was enviable and began to list the elements as if assembling a recipe. Ward's pride, not broken. Often happens when someone wants to listen to a network rather than destroy it. She touched the edge of a curtain, and it left a thin, pale smear on her finger as if the cloth had been rubbed with some powder. There is a fire sheen in this. Not normal incendiary charm. Woven in a language like old theatre runes. You think someone wanted them overheard, I said, which was to say aloud what my stomach had already been telling me. Luna's face made that patient oval people use when considering an interesting problem. Not overheard, necessarily, she said. Masked, then provoked. Scare them so they show their hands. Which hands? I murmured, hands calling in old allegiances, hands unsheathed in threat. The thing about carefully staged mischief is that it always favors the maker. The green of the room, the playwright's masks, the careful braiding of filaments, these were props for a theater of accusation. They might be intended to point at me. They might be intended by someone who wanted everyone to think they pointed at me. There's a seal, Luna said without standing. She tapped at the scorched circle and produced, from within the suit, a small sheet of paper folded into a triangle. It had been tapped with the kind of theatrical flourish I recognized all too well. Theatrical people enjoy punctuation. The seal was wax, matte, green as hurried gossip, and impressed with a symbol that made my throat close. An inverted serpent curling around a stylized lantern. A mark used by a small, theatrical coalition of politically minded guilders who had, according to the library records Luna had been thumbing through, endorsed the notion of public reckonings last winter. They had produced petitions, pamphlets, little noisy things that said polite things about responsibility and open trials. I had dismissed them then as nuisances, irrelevant as noisy insects. The seal lay like an accusation at my feet. I had knowledge of how a piece of theatre acts on an audience. Here, whoever sat in the director's chair had not wanted a private burning, they wanted an audience to see the smoke. You know them, Luna said softly. I know their mark. I said it without histrionics. My tone carried parchment, precise and dry. I know the pamphlets. They are flattering about transparency and terrible in practice. They would make spectacle of quiet pain. They want a fall to look like accountability. Luna's hand found mine, an accidental policy advisor at the edge of my palm. Her touch was not dramatic, it was the manner of someone placing a book on a table to keep it from sliding. For reasons that had little to do with propriety and everything to do with the way people were made, I was suddenly clinging to the idea that if she held my fingers I would not have to answer the question burning behind my eyes. What do they want from you? She asked, and there was no mockery in it, only curiosity. I thought of Lucius, of the way my father sometimes bought silence with small, bright acts of generosity, of Severus, who kept his ledger thick with favors and promises, of Dumbledore's old, careful ways that, until the first breach, had given the castle a feeling of maternal decrepit strength. Someone wanted a confession out of me, the sort of public tearing that would either prove my fidelity to the old order or prove my willingness to denounce it. Prove that I'm loyal, I said, acknowledging the bitter, metallic taste of it. By making it look as if I have something to prove. Ah. Luna considered. So they are testing the seal that binds you. I could have laughed then, if laughter had been anything but an idea. The prophecy was not a thing you talked about without the risk of being marked on the skin. I keep it like a bone in my pocket, I stroke it sometimes like an old wound to see how it is healing. There are protocols to these things that cannot be said aloud because to speak them aloud is to hand others the instruments to pry. But even kept quiet, the tones of the prophecy loop like a string around my heel. Sabotage of ritual nodes is not random. It is practiced cruelty aimed at reaction. Luna did not press for more because she does not shove at cracks where patience will do a better job. Instead she crouched and peered into the scorched circle as though it were a map. Someone who wanted to make you speak without telling you to speak, she observed. They do not want the words. They want the sound. They want others to hear your discomfort and conclude. The room, for all its smallness, tried to breathe again as if painted lungs could mimic those of a living body. We collected what we could. My glove saved my hands from picking up the powder. Luna favored gentle charms and a magnifying lens with floral ornaments. The portraits across the corridor watched us with painted malice and gossip that had once been called loyalty. One of them, a young woman who had been scandalized out of a marriage at some inconvenient moment in history, spat legitimized observations about public cruelty. They wanted personal ornaments broken, she said. A bit of family glory, a bit of dignity. It would make a nice paper. Even the Malfoys fear us, they'd write. That line did not surprise me. The band that used the inverted serpent were not primarily violent. They liked to shame. Shame is cleaner than blood and can be wielded like grooming. But which old grudge paid them to lay this particular bomb under the green room? Who had the appetite for making a private accusation theatrical? The list that forms in a mind like mine is a tidy one: families who resented our partial return to favor, politicians seeking advantage in a delicate coalition, and a handful of people with the sort of grudges measured in decades and thin patience. Look at the cut in the curtains, Luna said, interrupting my categorizing ethic. She squinted and produced a little silver tool I had never seen her use before. It smelled faintly of lemon and old libraries. This was made with an old stag shear technique. Not every gilder has that. It's made to look hurried, but it was precise. A gilder's signature passing through my mind is like dropping a chess piece on a board that someone else is still arranging. Gilders are artisans who slip between politics and spectacle. Their tools are not the same as a Death Eater's, and less messy. To harness a theatrical coalition and their scarred, inverted symbols would be to seek not to burn a house down but to slice its air in a way that would cause maximum public stain. It was meant to be discovered, I said. Of course, Luna said. The citymakers do not want you to be hurt in private. They want others to see you bending so they can applaud or criticize. I thought of my father. He would see this as an opportunity and a threat in equal measure, an opportunity to buy off the problem, to plant garden parties and compliment in the right journals, a threat because this kind of theater is contagious. The moment you are the public subject of accountability, other subjects feel brilliant liberty to place new accusations at your feet. Reputation becomes a house of cards if the wind is clever enough. Luna, I asked suddenly. Who benefits if I appear to be questioned? Who wants me to respond publicly in a way that proves I'm loyal or not? She pursed her lips, a look of a woman considering several knotted threads at once. People who are recalculating, she said. Those who want to keep their positions are always glad to prove that they're on the proper side of an argument. If they cannot make you their puppet, they can at least make you their exemplar. But there is another possibility. She did not say it at first. She let the room sit with the silence, and I could feel the possibility like a small, dangerous animal thinking about how to move. Finally she said, this could be a probe. A test to see how you will be behaved when the cost of your silence is raised. A probe. The word settled like ash. Probes are clinical, they are the sort of instrument crossed in lab notebooks. The prophecy binds me to certain actions and I to it. Someone who wanted to force my hand without breaking the binding would stage tests. Tests are worse than attacks because they ask for a choice that will be counted later. If someone was watching me through a network of petty theater people and carefully placed incendiary marks, then they were not merely trying to hurt the castle. They were trying to extract from me the currency they most desired, reaction. The political aim becomes clear in a way words cannot make clearer. They wanted to goad me into choosing in public, to either disavow everything my house stands for or to show too much protective influence in the wrong place. Both outcomes are convenient for those who hope to weaken us. Do you think it could be Lucius? Luna asked eventually, as though tossing glass beads into the water to see the patterns. Her question was practical, no loyalty lived in her voice that needed protecting. Lucius has a way of making threats look elegant. He also keeps secrets the way other men keep pipes. But he is not, in my experience, fond of burning bridges he thinks he can rebuild later. Staging a strike that might ruin him in order to secure a petty advantage seems an odd strategy, too reckless even for his hunger. Besides, he has too much pride in the business of being strategic to give gullible theatre artists the necessary leeway. He does not trust malleable hands to manipulate his enemies. He likes to choose his bruises. That would be an odd choice, I said. He enjoys the theatre of menace, yes. But public spectacles that might bring down us all? Not his style. He keeps things tidy. Then who? Luna's eyes were a small, searching glass. She did not ask with the expectation I would know. She asked because she liked being given a problem she could unpick. I ticked off names like a man counting out coins. Families who lost property. Ministry figures who want to look like they're reforming but cannot find a cause. Someone in Slytherin who thinks the family's return to bedazzled relevance threatens their own route back to favor. I hesitated, and then said, or someone closer to the truth. Someone who suspects the prophecy and wants to see if I will act like an obedient heir. Luna lifted her head slowly. So, someone who would consider you a prize to be caught or broken. Exactly. My voice was small because even the thought of it had a shape sharp enough to cut. The sort of enemy who prefers to watch you thrash to see what you are made of. We gathered the other evidence, a scrap of thread woven with a faint spell, a charred ticket stub with a theatre's name half visible, and a little piece of green wax, another portrait later identified as more likely a direct mark from the Inverted Serpent Coalition. There was also something else, hidden beneath the scorched floorboards, 3 small metal rings, joined together into a short chain. They felt heavy in my gloved hand and older than the modern theatre's staging tricks. The chain had been bound to the underside of the chair where counsel would sit, an anchor if someone needed to bind a person without making the binding obvious. A trap that doubled as a trap for speech. Everything in the room had the careful craft of someone who wanted to control not their target but the theatre around their target. They did not merely damage. They curated. We left with notes in our pockets and a small, private knowledge that we were not the only audience in the room. The moving stairs were kinder on the way back, as if the castle enjoyed a little vicarious thrill of thwarting the thwarted. Portraits resumed their conversations in tones that betrayed outrage and pleasure in equal measure. By the time we reached the marble stairs that ran to the West Tower, I had composed the first lines of a letter to my father and the second of a reply to Snape. I always replied to Snape the way one replies to a ledger, carefully, with the accounting of favors in mind. Lucius received my report with an expression that suggested the pleasure of someone reading a small, well-written indictment against an enemy. He smoothed his fingers over the corner of the sealing wax and asked nothing because his lips did not like to waste words. "This is theatre," he said finally. "A blunt instrument used with a clever hand. Someone intends to make me look compromised," I told him without theatrics. "It isn't vandalism, father. It's a loom. They would make the world read me." Lucius made that small, near-pleased sound he reserves for intellects that understand the economy of influence. "Then we must ensure the loom is returned to its maker," he said. "Who benefits most from your public discredit?" My father's mind was always a market. He could see which coins would change hands after an event. If someone desired my public discredit, they either wanted to step into a vacancy or to rearrange allegiances in a way that would let them seize advantage. "The Gilder Coalition," I said. "They produce the spectacle, but the patron is someone who sees crowns as negotiable." "Find them," he said, and his hand rested on my shoulder in a manner meant to be reassuring. Narcissa watched us from the doorway, her face a small, composed map of concern. She offered me only a single instruction: do not be rash. Caution in our house is not cowardice, it is the means of survival. There are certain kinds of secrets that become heavier with each person who knows them. I carry the prophecy like a pocket watch one has been taught to keep lidless. It keeps time and weighs on the palm. To speak its turns to anyone is to risk a different kind of watchmaker, someone fiddling with gears until the hand points where it desires. I could not tell Lucius. I could hardly tell Narcissa, and not because of mistrust but because the prophecy is greedy. The more people who know the language of your binding, the more instruments there are to play upon it. Snape sent his message at night. He did not come in to dinner, he preferred to keep his presence an odd, shadowed promise. His note was brief. "You are being watched," it said in his economy. "I will provide a man and a means to ensure your reactions are private. But you will owe me." He always asks that I owe him. He never reveals what the debt will look like until it is time to pay. His brand of assistance always feels like a loan from a bank that keeps secrets in its vault. I accepted. Not because I like being indebted, though I never expect to be entirely free of that obligation while Severus lives, but because secrecy is occasionally the most economical tool. You begin to understand, if you have been born into a life of careful alliances, that the world is built of small forms of terror and delicate defenses. The theatre coalition had given their little sign, someone else had signed the check. The question becomes which check. I had a list, now, longer than before: the Guilder coalition, old enemies, opportunistic politicians, and those who would test me by raising the price of silence. Luna slept at Malfoy Manor that night under a thin blue blanket she insisted kept dreamscapes neat. We had a routine now, late-night discussions, her research scattered across the dining table like bright, patient proof. She found a small reference to a practice called mask and count, a staging technique used by radicals in the past to manufacture consent through ritualized outrage. It involved a staged misdeed, several plausible witnesses, and a mark left at the scene. The mark functions as an invitation to spectacle. The mark implies that this is no accident. They want to appear just, Luna said, moving her finger along the margins of a book the house elf had found deep in the restricted wing. The performance is to be sold as the people's demand that a great house answer for itself. Which, if successful, would, I said, turn those who move us into the moral arbiters. She looked at me with a softness that is never sentimental and said, "And what happens afterwards?" "Afterwards the world rearranges itself. Patrons exchange gifts. Ministers get applause. Old enemies get to say, 'We were right to distrust them.' The Malfoys would be squeezed. My father becomes delicate, and kindness given is always owed later." I did not tell her I thought the theatre was aiming at something worse, a forced choice that would make the prophecy's obligations visible or choose a life that would make it binding in a new way. If I were pushed into a public act of protector for the family that required me to use power derived from the prophecy or the urn's counter-ritual, then someone else might lay claim to the debt. Public reaction is political capital. To burn my reputation is to sharpen other people's knives. She listened without interruption and then said, "We should follow the money, and the craftsman's marks. The stitch in the curtain is a theatre pattern, but the shears belong to someone who repaired a coat for the Ministry Theatre last winter. There will be a ledger." It was comforting to watch her set about cataloguing things like a small, efficient army. Her calm was not unfeeling. It was a competence that steadied me when my own calculations became too quick to trust. Underneath my own carefulness, under the Malfoy practice smile, was a child still learning the curriculum of being the sort of man that could live with a prophecy. Days of careful inquiry followed. We talked to gilders who would speak only in vague theatre metaphors. We traced shears to a craftsman who had tailored doublets for a known reformist's nephew. We watched for the inverted serpent's pamphlets appearing in the low cafes of Diagon Alley. Each clue pointed to coalition and patronage and a willingness to weaponize public sentiment. None of them pointed directly at a single hand. And then the portrait in the West Tower said something that caught the air between us and made it thin. Portraits, for all their theatrics, remember what they are painted to remember. They are also partial in what they choose to carry. You have to be careful in what you ask of them. A man came with a woman who smelled of cut lavender, the portrait said, with its usual relish for unpleasant gossip. She had a ring, an old ring. He had a smile that did not disappear even when the lamps went out. He did not speak the Malfoy name unkindly. "Describe him," I said. "Portraits like to be useful. They will play confidant for the right chair and a crisp story." He had hands used to measuring, the portrait said. He carried a ledger and a small token of sway. He left a piece of a newspaper printed in the Muggle world, cut around a photograph. The photograph had a man in the ministry with an expression like someone about to be announced for a promotion. My stomach folded in a way I had tried to avoid. People who measure are not always the hands that strike, but they are the hands that plan. A man who measures will seldom be the one to throw. He will prefer, instead, to obtain the means to make others throw for him. A ministry man with an expression of promotion, the ministry likes theatre because it is public affirmation. If this is true, then the campaign was no longer merely theatrical. It was a political operation aiming to rearrange appointments. Now we had names that fit. A man in the ministry might see advantage in collapsing the Malfoy ability to move in polite circles, or else he might want to weaponize the fall so that someone else could look staunch and assume a new position. If you were unsure of your ladder, causing a small avalanche in a single aristocratic pile sometimes let new hands find new footholds. Yet what made my hand shake was less the idea that my family might be used as political capital and more the whispered possibility that the theatre's marks were not random, but carefully placed to test me. That is the thing I suspected at my core. Political operatives are fond of experiments. They poke a man to see his spine. They place a lantern in a room and watch a figure move to it. We continued to follow the filaments. We followed ledger crumbs to small backrooms where worship of public virtue masqueraded as reform. We found a subtle network of couriers who would plant a scandal in the early morning and hasten to tweet sanctimony by afternoon, an ugly word, that one, but apt in both worlds. Each time a clue seemed to approach the person who had paid for the inverted serpent seal, the trace would cool and die like a candle deprived of wind. Luna never stopped being a map. Her calm during those days was an anchor for my nerves, an uncaused peace to lean against. We would work until my eyes stung, and then she would produce some absurd snack she had pulled from the manor's lesser kitchens and set it before me like an offering. Once, while we examined a ledger split between two different inks, she looked up and said, "You know, it's quite boring when people try to change you by making you flinch. Much more interesting when they try to make you sing." "What if they want you to sing?" she asked. "What do they do if you refuse the tune?" "Then they write the song themselves and sing it louder," I said. "They will arrange for other people to hear it and to decide, entirely on their own, that I am what they hoped I would be." Our investigations brought us evidence and a picture that was still sketchy, but growing like a draft of a performance. Someone with political ambition had engaged guilders as a stage crew. The inverted serpent signature was greasepaint to mask the real hands. Proxies do not carry the same loyalty as patrons, but they are useful when you want to create the smell of agency without revealing the butcher's blade. Severus, as usual, appeared when we needed him least and most. He arrived unannounced in a doorway I had assumed the house elf had locked, all long coat and long patience. He did not bring a solution. He brought a refinement of our problem. "They are not satisfied with making you look compromised," he said, with a voice that is a scalpel in velvet. "They want you to participate." "How so?" I asked, which is to say both guardians of curiosity and dread sat in my chest. "They will provide you with a stage and an opportunity you cannot refuse," he said. "One that asks you to act in a fashion that will bind you more securely to those who control the stage. It is an attempt to harvest your oath by turning public favor into a commodity." But why me? The question felt childish, but it had to be asked. Why anything? Why the prophecy? Why a choice that bears teeth? "Because you are malleable in their eyes," Severus said. "Not because of your character, but because of your history. You are both a danger and an opportunity. They prefer to exploit danger where the spoils are greatest." He lifted a brow with a tiny shrug that suggested we were, together, a pair of instruments to be tuned. I left then, feeling less like an heir than like a sealed box with several hands already on its latch. The urgency of the campaign did not diminish with exposure. If anything, it sharpened. Someone who wished to make me sing would orchestrate a set piece so tempting in appearance that refusal would look cowardly or treacherous. You begin to understand something about political theater. It chooses its victims the way a butcher chooses a knife. They do not seek the blameless, they seek the fruitful. And I, by circumstance and choice and perhaps by the unwelcome attention of prophecy, had become a person of interest. Late that night I stood on the terraces of Malfoy Manor and looked out over the grey expanse of our garden. The summer had a way of keeping its own hush. Even the birds seemed to know their voices were less important than the arrangements of men below. The wind carried the scent of cut grass and something more distant, a kettle boiling in the kitchens where house elves prepared food for a family that needed to be persuasive when they hosted. I felt the weight of choice like a stone at the bottom of a pond, turning the water dark where it lay. Luna joined me without knocking. She did not search for drama, she simply appeared like a mild tide. She leaned on the balustrade beside me and looked at the cold sky as if it were a map to be traced. "Do you ever wish it was simpler?" I asked, which was a crude way of asking whether there was a life where I did not wake each morning with enemies who would frame a room for my speech. Luna's laugh was a small thing like a bell. "Simpler," she repeated. "I like complicated things. They are often more interesting. But I think you mean quieter." "Quieter," I agreed. "Calmer. I used to think perhaps I could take over the family and make things smooth." "You would be bored," Luna said, without malice. "You enjoy things being in motion." "I enjoy winning them," I said, which is the same as saying that I enjoy having the answer. It is a weakness and a currency at once. She looked at me then, not like a conspirator and not like a judge, but like someone placing a compass on a map. "Then do not let them make you the performance. Make them the audience. If they want you to sing, they must first buy a ticket. And if they come with knives rather than ballads, we will find out who paid for them." There is courage in small, odd statements like that. There is also a humility that knows the correct words. I kept her words in my mouth for a long time like a sweet. It is not often in my life that someone says a thing that is both strategy and kindness. When I went to bed that night, the castle's quiet felt like a held breath. The door of the green room had closed on the evidence but not on the question. Someone had wanted to test me in public and in secret. They had left their calling card and expected me to take it personally. They expected me to react. They expected me to show my hand. That expectation is dangerous for many reasons, not least because I am, by profession and necessity, an expert at concealment. I have no intention of providing them the theatrics they desire. But the problem with being the person everyone thinks they can push is this: the more you hide, the more necessary it becomes to strike a balance between revealing what must be revealed and protecting what will destroy people if exposed. I kept the small chain from beneath the chair. It was heavy and cold and had the oldness of handiwork. It felt, in my palm, like a promise to remember which of my secrets could be turned into a weapon. I slid it into my glove and let it rest against my skin. There will be new scenes. There will be people who will attempt to draw me into the theater of their choosing. There will be ones who will try to force the prophecy's terms into applause. And there will be a moment when I must decide whether to act in a way that will keep the house intact or to reveal the binding and risk everything. Luna will help, Severus will watch with the held, thin patience of someone who keeps a ledger, Lucius will test his own limits. But most of all, I understood, with a clarity that startled me even in the midst of the muddle, that the theater was not merely about me being embarrassed. It was about other people rearranging themselves with spoilers and applause. Outside, beyond the manicured lawns, somewhere in the city, the coalition would be making plans to make the world look at me. If they could make me choose, publicly, loudly, for or against, they could shape the opinions that would be written afterward as truth. I put my gloved hand in Luna's and made a decision that felt less like courage than the absence of better alternatives. I would not be the puppet. I would not be the instrument whose strings could be plucked to play better hands for other men. But I would not stand and let them make me the image of some tidy lesson either. There are few comforts in carrying prophecy. One of them is that when the world draws a circle and labels it as accusation, you learn how to walk the edge without falling. The other is that sometimes small, unlikely people sit beside you at that edge and offer you a map drawn in moonlight. We would have to find the patrons. We would have to follow threads through theaters and ministries and beguiling cafes. We would have to do that with the kind of patience that makes people think you are not moving. And if, in the end, someone had placed a trap in the green room because they wanted to know whether I would be loyal to my house or to the world, Then they had, in choosing that room, selected a place where counsel is given and words are meant to be careful. They did not understand that loyalty is not a thing given publicly for applause. They were about to learn that what they wished to manipulate were the instruments of a man who had long ago learned to keep his voice low and his decisions lower still. They had chosen a theater. I would not let them have the performance. I would not let the stage be built for their applause. Some people will applaud anyway. Some will throw stones. But I had a plan to ensure the next curtain rose only on terms I set. And when the next people came to ask me to speak, I would be ready, not to perform, but to answer the question they had intended to use against me. One more night before the season of roles begins, I thought, and I kept the chain against my palm, a little cold comfort in a world made to look like a stage. Chapter 11, The Second Seal. The victory had the taste of something copper and distant. People clasped my hand in public and called it relief. They meant to say gratitude, but nobody ever chose that word for a Malfoy and survived the ensuing awkwardness. At home the wine decanted into crystal and the curtains closed with the quiet industry of people who had learned to be careful around exhalations. The house felt like an audience that had applauded politely and then returned to their corners, whispering strategy. I was practiced at being the picture of the family recovered. I could stand in a drawing room and polish a heel with the same motions one uses to peel away suspicion. But inside, where it was only me and the small clockwork of my own thinking, the aftertaste did not fade. I kept finding the same sound at the back of my mouth, not triumph, but a ledger being balanced. A cost marked in faint lettering and dated in the future. Luna had no taste for ceremonial wine. She had brought me cold tea in a pewter flask the first night after they restored the urn, a ridiculous offering, and perfectly hers, something that announced whether you could be trusted before you said a word. She had laughed when I tried to explain away my gratitude, because there are ways to be grateful and ways to be useful, and hers favored usefulness. She kept strange hours, she kept precise notebooks, she kept a patient look that did not demand confession and therefore quite often made me confess. We should map the seams, she said, sitting sideways on the windowsill with her knees up, like a child, as if she were in the Ravenclaw common room rather than in my study, and my parents were softly arranging their positions as if they were delegates at a negotiation and not guardians of a single confused son. Scenes can tell you which way things breathe. It is unfair to call Luna odd in the tone people intend when they mean odd as a euphemism for harmless. She is peculiar in the most useful ways. She takes things seriously that most overlook and makes small, sensible mistakes in public as if to keep people honest. When she was at Hogwarts, she had been a quiet index of possibility. When she was here, at Malfoy Manor, she became my mapmaker. She knew the castle's memory in ways I am not permitted to love, not yet, not in public, so I loved them in small, secreted places. I loved the way she weighed a sentence and allowed my reaction space to breathe. I loved that she refused to take for granted the shape of a problem. We've done the room of requirement, I said. The words were procedural, which is what gratitude was in my mouth, a series of acts performed on paper so the public could believe they had been done. Portrayals patchy. The archivist portraits are evasive. Staircases misdirecting more than usual. There's a pattern of throat spaces being disrupted, corridors that should sing are silent. I rubbed my thumb along the rim of my teacup and thought of the urn up on its plinth in the Ministry of Sylvanus archive, restored, lid sealed, brass polished. An innocuous piece of ceremonial pottery to ordinary eyes. A knot of ritual for me. There might be another node, Luna said. Another throat. The phrase was a bell in itself. A throat, she used the word as if it were a kind of geography. We had chased the geography in the library, because of course she had a marginal note that suggested the bell tower beyond the westward quadrangle had, in older plans, been connected to the castle's gutters and ventways in a way that could influence how the wards breathed. The note was not recent. It had been tacked in a tome of architectural wardings, a small scribble in a hand that loved the castle and was grudgingly resigned to its preservation. The handwriting said, "The tower listens." That was the thing about Hogwarts. It listened, and often it answered with a wind. The first seal had been a wrongness that manifested as more violent answers, paintings screaming, staircases uprooting their logic. This second movement was subtler. There were whispers in the rafters, pupils losing time between lessons because the stairs simply would not take them where they wanted to go. And then Lydia Hooper, a second-year Ravenclaw with an unfortunate tendency to fall through wrong doorways, turned up in Professor Binns's class a day late and with frost in her hair. Things like that made teachers watchful. Teachers who watch have other dangerous things in common. They ask questions. We arrived at the bell tower on a day when the air felt as if the castle had been inhaling the entire morning and would, at any moment, let out a sound sharp enough to rearrange the neighborhood. The westward quadrangle is hemmed by lawns pleased to be tidy and by hedges that have nothing to do with our matters. At the tower's base, the stone had begun to eat the mortar in places and the bell itself hung mute and pitted, more ornament than instrument. There were ropes like arteries down the shaft, tattered and browned where hands had once trusted them. I could feel the old craft in the stones. They had been laid by apprentices who did not know they were building a throat. They had been carved by people who thought in terms of load-bearing and beauty and perhaps, in the secret hours, a ritual that combined both. The door protested when we entered, opening on a wind that passed through my collar and made me think of the way ancient instruments hum when you stand near them. It was a sensible place to anchor a node, Luna said later. If you put a ritual in a place that moves air, you can coax the castle to carry its answer. We climbed in silence for a while. Luna has that habit of walking in sync with her thinking. She keeps her hands tucked into sleeves and her eyes open for things other people would ignore. I climbed like a person studying for a performance, deliberate, practicing the right faces for later. The stairs were narrow. Portraits made remarks, which in the context of the manor would usually have been barbed complaints about me, but Hogwarts portraits are partial witnesses who know to preserve themselves. They offered us dusty courtesy. Portrait Mrs. Penhaligon says you always press your shoulders for public use, Luna told me, and I nearly laughed. It was an old joke, but it had utility. We both understood how to hide. The bell chamber itself was smaller than one imagines, the roof low and arched like a throat. The bell sat like an old moon with a streaked surface. Around its foot, someone had set out a lattice of marks. It looked like a child's game and a scholar's map at the same time, sigils scratched into the stone, thin threads of lead soldered into the spaces, fragments of ceramic stuck to the mortar as if they were petals in a wreath. Porcelain. The glint of white against the grey made my throat tighten. It matched the urn's craft in ways that were too precise to be coincidence. The urn was not merely an object, it was a technique. That technique had been replicated. That technique had been left in a throat that answered with a wind. I walked around the circle, never touching. Luna's hand found my sleeve for a moment and squeezed with an insistence that was neither romantic nor cousinly. It was co-conspiratorial, small and grounding. She lifted one of the ceramic fragments with a caution that suggested she had handled such things before, which she had, in all the scavengers at the Room of Requirement. The shard was glazed on one side and rough under the glaze, a pattern like a wave scratched into it. The glazing is similar to the urn's, she said. Her voice had that quiet flatness she uses when she is about to say something true and slightly alarming. But the potters used different clay. That indicates a regional workshop. Probably an obscure chain of artisans. Whoever made the urn had apprentices, or admirers. Or people who wanted the ritual to work but not be traced. I pressed my thumb to the stone near a scratched sigil. It was warm, as if someone had only just left it. My fingers picked up detail, a ceremony in which air is invited to pass through a body, a ritual which uses throat-like architecture to root whatever is being bound into the world. There was a faint residue of rosemary. The smell tore me out of myself for a second. Rosemary is for memory, for sanctifying a place. The people who had done this had expected it to be remembered. When I laid my palm flat on one of the larger lines, the castle answered me. It was not a spell, precisely. It was an echo that leaned into the place where my palm met stone and whispered something that was not words but meaning. It felt like the angels of certain prayers, the kind you feel rather than hear. The feeling was a pressure at the back of the mind followed by a crisp, surgical knowing. A seal recognizes an anchor. I felt the oath, not my oath made in the obscure cold of a room with the urn between us, but the architecture of an oath. It answered the same way the urn had when I set my loophole into its lips. There is only one way to describe the sensation, and I will not be allowed to, so I will try in other terms. Imagine being understood too well by a thing that cannot be trusted. Imagine a ledger that knows what you have already written in invisible ink. It answered me because that is how bindings are made. They are not simply ropes thrown across the world, they are conversations recorded on matter. The urn's protection had been a statement in a vocabulary of containment. This bell tower had been set up to speak that same vocabulary into stone and air. When I touched it, it read me the grammar. Then it read me the single, terrible clause that had been absent from my earlier victories, a repetition clause. A single use was allowed. 2 uses initiated an escalation. Another anchor would have to be found, not a technicality, but a thing of deeper cost. My first taste of panic was private enough to be near perfect. I did not clench my teeth or throw myself against the sigils as the more dramatic might. I did what men bred to public life do, I counted in my head. There are 2 obvious anchors, myself and the family. The family, the collection of blood and public goods, was the Malfoy commodity. If you bind them, you round prestige and invite ransom. Bind me and you get a Malfoy whose worth is complicated by pity and awe. Bind a servant and the ritual will not accept such a transfer. These bindings prefer the living who are known, those whose names are in every ledger. That is the way of ancestral magic. 2 uses, I said flatly. My tongue tasted of copper again. I had said the number aloud. Saying sometimes makes things more real in a way that is unacceptable. Hogwarts answered with a wind that rushed small and dry across the bell's lip and sent one thread of the solder to vibrate. Luna looked at me the way she looks at something that is nearly finished in her head. She saw the pattern immediately and without theatre. The loophole you used on the urn, she said. She did not ask, she knew. It relied on a turn's ambiguity. That will not work if the grammar is altered. The lattice is learning. That was the other thing about this, it wasn't simply replication. It was adaptation. Magic is a currency and, like all currencies, gets clever. When you spend a trick, the spellbook remembers. We had not set something banal adrift and hoped for mercy. Whatever had built this lattice had kept a ledger. It had spread what called itself protection but meant a net. You told me this wasn't like a wand waving, I said, too sharp. You told me that the urn's craft. It listened to a loophole because it was given one, she said. An oath reads a loophole as an argument. If the lattice is that clever, it will not accept the same argument twice. There was a silence full of mechanisms winding down. I thought of Severus, who had given me a bargain with the closed mouth of a man who knows the ecology of debts. His offer had been precise and dangerous, information in exchange for a debt not yet named. It felt suddenly like that kind of bargain might be inevitable. If the loophole were one use only, then the skills I had used were not an inexhaustible resource. They were a precious coin. I had spent one. There were more seals, therefore more expenses. How much more expensive? I asked, because the practical vocabulary kept fear from becoming unhelpful story. Luna's hands went still. She put the shard she had been holding back onto the stone with the care of a person returning a body to its place in a ruin. Bindings, she said slowly, prefer named, living things. They bend most easily to those who have been named in the ritual maker's life or those who can be named afterwards with willing words. Which is to say? I prompted. It prefers volunteers, she said. Her voice tasted like clarity. Not always willingly, but the magic likes willing. It punishes deception in the long run because it measures intention. If you trick it once, it notes the trick. If you trick it again, it will take something else. We sat on the cold floor, backs against the stone, and the bell wrapped the whole room in a dull, patient pressure. Hogwarts was being sensible about it all, which is to say that the castle continued to do what the castle always does, behave like an ancient, sensible librarian who will allow you access, but will not supply your excuses. Can it take more than a name? I asked. It takes whatever you give it, she said. Sometimes it is time. Sometimes it is memory. Sometimes it is the right to leave. She looked at me then with the kind of steady affection that makes my chest unclench without reasons I am willing to confess. You gave it a loophole because you were trying to save people. That's the right thing in many stories. In this one, the right thing also reveals what the thing wants. I wanted to object, to list the ways in which the world had required choices and how choices had been made for me, but the room had a habit of making arguments I did not keep. The bell's shadow slanted across the floor like a hand. The air smelled of iron and the faint rosemary again. The stone had been waiting, it was not hasty. Names, I said finally. So if it wants names, it might want a new anchor named. If I name myself, I am the next anchor. If not, someone else will be. People can consent, Luna said. She spoke it with the simple conviction of someone who has thought about voluntary oaths as a sculptor thinks about form and balance. If they offer themselves, then the cost is not theft. The magic likes that. Does it? I asked. Do you think magic cares about any sort of ethics? It cares about intention, she corrected gently. Intention is its currency. If the person steps forward and says, I will be an anchor, that changes the terms. The lattice is designed to hold something in place. It prefers being held in exchange for a reality that the person can name. There is a dignity in the offer that the lattice respects. Or, I said, because my mind counted the alternatives like a miser's accounts, you can use it and it grows greedy and you die. She did not smile at the dark options. Her fingers traced a pattern in the dust. It doesn't have to be so dramatic, she said. But there is real cost. There is real change. I thought of my father at the table the previous night, of the way Lucius might weaponize a living anchor into bargaining power. My throat tightened with the old, small, public fear. What is useful to my family in times of crisis always became a commodity. If I offered myself and the family grew bolder in consequence, what would they trade me for? And if I refused, who would be spared? The ledger thinned and the columns lengthened. There is an appendage to all Malfoy calculations: reputation is leverage. Leverage is weaponized. People die like bills unpaid. Severus would be helpful, I said in a detached manner meant to be fact-gathering. Severus Snape's name has a weight that rearranges a room. It did so now. I had already spent evenings thinking about his bargain and wondering about the price he expected. He had told me things that were not all useful. He had told me enough to know the rhythms of the magic and the likely shape of what we faced. But Snape deals in imprecision where it profits him. Luna tilted her head. He would help in the same way the lighthouse is useful to ships in a storm, she said mildly. He sees the rocks. And the price? I wanted to know. Not out of greed, exactly, but because I had learned that the price of other men's favors generally had my name on it somewhere. Nobody knows yet, Luna said. But we can map more. We can map the lattice. If it is only a few nodes, perhaps it can be contained without more anchors. If it is many, then it will demand a solution with scale. Scale, I repeated. The word has that particular bureaucratic cruelty. Scale means others. Scale means people who are not me. Scale means Lucius's appetite for advantage widening until the stakes it wants are more than the family can stomach. We spent the next hour like cartographers of danger. The bell tower's markings were not a single neat sigil but a network. Lines ran toward the gutters. A thin channel had been routed into the masonry that led, fancifully, toward the old kitchens. Another, more sensible and more secretive, rotated out toward the quarry's end. The lines connected like veins. They were not merely local, they obeyed logic that integrated hearth and roof and the subtle seam lines where the castle's wards met the weather. Look, Luna said at one point, pointing to a small hash of marks that had been carefully painted over in faint lead. This is a relay. It holds a balancing clause. It's said to take on strain and pass the pressure along to another node. A lattice, I said. I felt that word settle into me like cold iron. Lattice. Not one more stop in an old map, but a system. The urn was a node. The bell tower was another. How many more were there? Potentially a dozen, Luna said. She had read the notation and the architecture in a way that made me grateful not to be the only brain in the room. Potentially far fewer. It depends on whether they wanted redundancy or reach. I closed my eyes and imagined a map with lines like the spider's webs Narcissa hated in the drawing rooms, connecting the Malfoy name to anchors and then back into the world. Anchors can be defensible if the people who hold them are respected and protected. They become, in a sense, the family's armor. The problem, as always, was this: armor is useful when it is shielded by strategy, armor is lethal when it is used as bait. What did the originals want? I asked softly. They wanted stability, Luna said. They wanted something to hold the place steady. People in olden times were thinking about weather and raids and the loss of heirs. They were thinking about keeping things whole across generations. Keeping things whole, I echoed. The phrase made my chest tighter. I had been kept whole and kept in the shape of futures that were negotiated without my consent. The word chosen had been another stitch in that garment. People use that word and mean reverence. I mean the fewer practical things: expectation, lineal obligation, and the weight of being a commodity in public theater. Luna's shoulder pressed to mine, and for one ridiculous fleeting second I imagined being a normal boy with a normal problem and a normal girl hovering over inconsequential maps. It was absurd. I could feel my face incline toward that small, desirable normality until the memory of Severus's bargain snapped like a stern finger. We should not assume the lattice is merely defensive, she reminded me gently. A lattice can be used. It could be a web to tighten when provoked. Of course, I said. That is a possibility. My voice made the entire phrase into the policy of a house. I sat up. We need a plan. We spent the next hour making notes in a small neat book Luna had brought. She preferred graph paper and fine pencils. Her hand was an instrument of considerable cunning. We marked the bell tower and the direction of the vents. We drew arrows the way wizards annotate potential spell vectors. I wrote in a voice I thought I might need later, the performative kind of accuracy that saves you when people ask pointed questions at committees. Node discovered, lattice suspected, needs further containment. At the back of my mind was the clause I had felt in the stone. It was a single modulation of the whole shape of what I had been asked to be. I had thought the loophole I had exploited was clever. It had been necessary. I had saved people. But that cleverness had the feel of a unique coin made for a single, spectacular transaction. Repeat transactions demanded a different kind of currency. If the lattice learns, I said at last, regarding the delicate graph we had made as if it were a map of my future and not a piece of paper in an unused bell tower, then there will be fewer viable anchors. More than that, they will be vulnerable to utility. Luna marked a place with a dot and looked at me as if I were a puzzle she had not yet decided to solve. Do you think it will want you? She asked. It was a small question, and it carried the weight of a gale. Everyone knows the calculus, nobody says it aloud. The world assumes that the chosen will be offered up. People whisper about sacrifice and fate as if they were plausible table talk and not the mechanics of other people's grief. I had not expected Luna to be the one to point the light onto my particular number. It was not merely the prospect of being bound that unsettled me. That, terrible and intimate as it was, belonged to a kind of romantic tragedy people read in the wrong books. What made my stomach twist was the politics that came wrapped around such a fate, how my father would stage my pain as leverage, how others would see the cost of the bargain and measure what they might buy, how I would be immobilized by being useful. Maybe if I offer, I said, because cowardice is not always the absence of action but often a careful tune of the voice. If I offer myself, I can control the terms. Luna considered that. Her face was calm. It might change them, she said. It might make the lattice less inclined to retaliate, because the anchors will modify the ritual. Or it might give Lucius a new way to trade me, I said, and the remark was bitter but useful. He has always had a temperament that prefers auctions to conversations. Then you make other arrangements, she said simply. You make it impossible to trade you. Is that possible? She smiled the smallest smile, not laughable at all, but like the corner of a book you open when you are sure of a line. There are ways to make bargaining difficult. People do them when they want to be obscure. Keep those you love unaware. Secrecy is a kind of armor. But secrecy is rarely complete. I imagined ways of being bound that would remove my public usefulness and make my life private to the point of unmarketable. It would feel like exile. It would feel like giving up leverage in advance. Yet the alternative was the family turning my life into a policy tool. The ledger balanced oddly between the two. Do you think I should tell them? I asked finally. It was not a question of who deserves to know, it was a technical one. To tell Lucius is to invite bargaining. To tell Narcissa is to provoke instinctive, righteous responses that will make them reckless. To tell Severus would be to invite his ledger into the fold, which could be both safety and another debt. Luna shrugged with that casual authority that has saved me from more bad decisions than official permissions ever did. Tell people who need to know and can be trusted to stay quiet, she said. Tell people who can step forward. Not everyone has to know. You are asking me to build a conspiracy of the useful, I said impishly. It was my defensive smile. She laughed quietly at that, without surprise, and the sound was like a small clean bell that I wanted to keep. We left the tower with the map in our pockets and the bell's wind singing small and discontent behind us. On the lawn, the sunset was honest and unoppressive, which is to say the colors were almost cruel in their normalcy. Hogwarts looks particularly human when the day is ending and the castle does not want to speak of the things it keeps. I felt the bell in my bones all the way down the spiral. Back in my study I folded the sheets and put them into a lockbox. There are certain free-sons that should be treated like rare coins. They must be kept safe, preferably in a place where other people can assume they are not interesting. Lucius would sniff at the idea of a sealed box with a polite disdain and immediately think about how to weaponize it. Narcissa would touch the box with silent fingers and whisper plans of protection. I placed it where neither of them would notice unless they were actively looking to leverage. Severus had offered me a price. He had a ledger. I had the coin of a loophole. It had bought us time. Luna had given me a map. This summer was revealing itself as an account book, with entries that would not go away. Each seal redeemed somewhere else, and the checks would come due in a currency that made the heart quicken. Will you stay? I asked Luna. It was not a question of geography but an appeal to the kind of complicity that is invisible and therefore invaluable. Of course, she said. I like your map. She smiled in a way that made the room feel smaller and better. It is a private kind of comfort to have a witness who sees the unglamorous parts of you and continues to treat them as whole. I am not ostentatious about that kind of thing. I prefer to have it and not be obliged to discuss it in public. We made 3 lists that night. The first was of other throat spaces, the turret near the kitchens, a disused annex under the herbology greenhouses, and a small crypt behind the library's restricted wing. The second list was of likely anchors, names I did not like to imagine on paper, because paper writes reality in the wrong way. The third list, my favorite, because it allowed me to be absurd, was of weak enchantments we could test on the lattice without risking anything life-sized. We left the lists where I could find them in the dark. Secrets are fragile things, you have to sleep with them in soft pockets or else they bruise. When I finally allowed myself to think of what the bell had said, that single-use clause, the first thing that came to me was the shape of the choice I had already made. You cannot be a Malfoy in certain rooms and keep your private ledgers clean. You cannot be an heir without people expecting you to sign in invisible ink. The urn was a teaching, the world will ask of you what you hide if you let it. The lattice was, I realized, a more severe teacher. It insisted that the ledger was communal. There is a kind of small courage that is something between obstinacy and calculation. I am not a simple heroic figure, I am a man who can use appearances to hide decisions. Yet in the quiet of a room with a girl who can name the truth gently, I began to feel something that I could not autograph into my public self, a willingness to guide the cost. That was frightening because it is the first time I had considered being actively generous rather than instrumentally clever. Tomorrow, Luna murmured as we wrapped the map in wax, we go to the crypt behind the restricted wing. The portrait there remembers a winter of thunder. She disliked us both. I grinned in spite of myself. Portraits are the worst sort of patrons, I said. She laughed. The sound was small, but it warmed the place where my fear had been concentrated. There is a part of every map that is missing no matter how precise you are. I know this from the books I read and the strategies I practice. You can plan for weather and politics and even for severities of magic. You cannot plan for people's hearts. You cannot plan for the way someone might decide to love you and then turn that love into a blade or a shield. When I pressed my hand to the bell tower stone and felt that claws fold into me, the single-use law like a script scrawled along the inside of a coin, I did not feel dread for myself quite as much as dread for the hours to come. A lattice implies a network of pressures and choices. We had found one node. That meant the lattice was larger than the urn, larger than my loophole. It meant the thing we had mended once could be undermined in more places. Luna's presence steadied me in ways that were unpublic and therefore precious. She does not make grand declarations. She simply sees and helps you see yourself. That is radical. That is rare. That is the thing I am foolish enough to let anchor me. We would go back, of course. We had discovered a bell that listened and a lattice that was learning. The castle had more mouths to feed with its secrets. We would make the rounds and see whether the lattice preferred redundancy or reach. We would prepare for the possibility that the loophole was a one-time savior rather than a renewable magic. And when the currency ran thin, someone would have to say whether the family would pay, or fate would take its due. I closed the lockbox and set a small portrait of a woman in old-fashioned robes facing it, as if the portrait could be bribed into silence. The woman in the painting tilted her head and harumphed at me in a way that was almost respectable and nearly kind. Tomorrow, I told her and told myself, we will draw clearer maps. The bell in my chest had not stopped ringing. It was beginning to sound like an argument that required a witness. Luna was already under the window, collecting her papers, humming to herself a note like a small compass. She looked up once, and her eyes found mine with a kind of small, fearless agreement. Keep the ledger hidden, she said. And when the time comes, we will decide who offers and who protects. It was an answer I could use. It was a promise I could risk. I put my hand over the lockbox and felt the faint imprint of the bell's wind in my skin like a memory. The lattice wanted names and offered, in return, a precarious stability. I do not know yet who will be asked to step forward. I know that if the loophole is one time only, we will have to pick carefully. I know, with the terrible, sharp clarity of someone who has already made one devastating but necessary choice, that there is little room for theatrics. Outside, the castle breathed and the wind took the last day's colors away. Inside, on a study table that would not look out of place if someone asked polite questions, sat a map and a coin and a girl whose calmness was a kind of armor. The lattice would make its demands. We had found it beneath a bell that listened. We had learned that the grammar of its oath held an escalation clause. The ledger waits. And so do we. Chapter 12, Portraits Awake. The first time a portrait called my name, I thought the house had finally taken to dramatics for my entertainment. Malfoy Manor has always been theatrical in its griefs and its welcomes, heavy curtains, heavier silver, an atmosphere that expects an audience, so I was not surprised when, one damp evening soon after dusk, paint and guilt interrupted my solitude. I was in the gallery, pretending to catalogue an argument I had no intention of winning. Lucius had sent me for a ledger that might, with considerable imagination and the right sort of lie, explain away a payment that could not be explained away. The ledgers smell of ink, old promises, and the sort of denial that wears its own pedigree. They are written to reassure men like Lucius that their appetites have structure. I had been skimming a passage when I felt, precisely, like a footnote had taken a breath. Draco. The voice came from the shadowed north wall, where the family portraits hang like a crescent of unapproachable jurors. It was not an affected, ancestral baritone with powdered cheek and a clipped mustache. It was an old man's voice, dry as ledger paper and very specific. The painting that supplied it, Ambrose Malfoy, third of that name, according to the brass plate, lifted his chin and looked directly at me. His eyes were grey as condensation on glass, his face was painted in the stern way that says virtue has a duty to be remembered. People expect portraits to be congenitally inert, but they are actors played by history. They have obligations. Ambrose had kept his, and for centuries that had meant muttering about cattle and alliances. Tonight his mutter was not about markets. Tonight he addressed me like a debt collector. "You were the only honest thing to come home," the painting said, without irony and without complaint. "Do not let them polish you clean." It is a strange thing to be admonished by a man who has been varnished since before your great-grandfather's rictus was set. A less interesting child might have flinched. I did not. Instead, I sat down on the nearest ottoman and regarded him as one might regard a dubious investment. "I was in the middle of an argument," I said, which is to say I offered a conversational non sequitur. Ambrose's painted lips moved, and the candlelight found the small ridges of the brush strokes. Portrait talk is never as fluid as the living, it staggers between epochs, phrases borrowed from 1,000 receptions. That is why one listens to them the way one eavesdrops at a treaty table, with a mind for what is unsaid. "An argument worth keeping?" he asked. "Depends who you ask," I said. "Lucius." Ambrose's painted eyebrows nearly collided. He leaned forward in his gilded frame as if to strain against the varnish. "That man will always barter shadows for land," he said. "You would do well to remember what we bound in the old papers. We have a habit of binding. I suppose it is not peculiar. Large families in a brittle world behave like those who keep houses on cliffs and chain their inheritance to stone. The Malfoys bound dowries, votes, grudges. They made lists. They made bargains." Ambrose's picture, which I had regarded for years as a tutor in the fine art of stern looks, was reminding me that binding is a craft we have practiced with relish. "Which papers?" I asked. It was a careful question. Names and deeds are dangerous things until read aloud. Their syllables can be taken up by an enemy like a charm and turned back into a brand. Ambrose answered as if he had expected my caution. "The ledger beneath the hearth," he said. "The one with 3 seals. It is time you counted what is written beside your name. There are several ways to be haunted at night. You can be haunted by grief, by remorse, by the unmistakable hunger of men who would use you as currency. You can be haunted by ghosts who clink their chains outside the nursery window. Or you can be haunted by the ink in a book that has been kept, as all dangerous things are, under somebody's hearthstone." I felt a different kind of cold. It was not fear, exactly, it was a recognition that history had a rent my generation had been asked to stitch, and stitches are never fashionable. "Under the hearth," I repeated. "This seems practical," Ambrose finished. "We always liked practical. Practical keeps you fed." I would have enjoyed the conversation if it had been less serious. Ambrose's eyes glinted as they always do, as if the varnish could compute profit. There is a trick with ancestral portraits, they remember what they were commissioned to remember. Ambrose had been commissioned by Ambrose, gentleman, lender, man of uncomfortable vows. He remembered mostly transactions. Tonight his account took the shape of an accusation that wrapped neatly around my throat. "Sit with it a while," he said, and in a family portrait manner this translated to an order delivered like a garnish. "You might find it has stains you do not want to wash. There are times when you take comfort from the mundanities, when you laugh because laughing is easier than the alternative." I laughed. It startled him. Or perhaps he pretended to be startled, which is both more likely and more offensive. "You sound fond of hearths," I said. "Perhaps we shall both retire to them." There was a knock at the gallery door, polite and measured. It was Luna, not because the knock sagged with eccentricity but because she carried a small stack of books and the sort of breathlessness that belongs to people who have found an argument worth pursuing. She had been staying at the manor for a fortnight, ostensibly to assist with a family exhibit of oddities Lucius had acquired at auction and which Narcissa had forbade him to catalogue alone. Her presence in the house had been my private civil war, comfort on one hand, a walking advertisement for being flagrantly unprepared on the other. She found me, as she always does, in the place where I meant to be alone and utterly without ceremony. Ambrose is talking, I said by way of greeting, because modesty and restraint are profligate in the dark. Luna smiled, and it was a smile that ate the possibility of my wryness. He thinks he invented thrift, she said, setting her books down on the nearest table as if a pile of research has the right to do so. Shall we ask him for the date and cross-reference? I did not entirely trust her cheer. She has the patience of a net catching convenient things. The thing about Luna is she does not prune curiosity to make it pretty. She keeps the thorns. Her presence manages what my father calls optics and what I experience as oxygen. Ambrose addressed her, appraisingly. Miss Lovegood, he murmured. Portraits are selective in whom they accept. Certain faces summon certain memories. Some portraits were amicable to our house, others distant. He had known Luna through gossip. Little whispers from her family travels tended to stick to those who collect names like birds. Ambrose, she said, taking it all seriously in the pragmatic way she does everything else. We are looking into seam lines. A fine hobby for someone who has never had a debt, he allowed. Luna's mouth formed a line as if she were considering whether to laugh, and then she reached into her stack and took out a narrow volume bound in a dark, textured leather that smelled faintly of smoke and library dust. This, she said, mentions half-ledgers in passing. There is a ritual enumeration technique described in the margins. Ambrose peered. Portraits like to have their faces read. They disdain being told their own surprises, but they also enjoy being consulted by those who respect a ledger. He permitted himself the indentation of interest. I shall go and make tea, Narcissa's voice said from the doorway. She had been watching from the stair, quiet as ever. When she moves she sounds as if the rest of the world is a diplomatically unpleasant secret she would prefer resolved. She was immaculate and armed with patience, which is the most dangerous thing anybody can own. We made tea and talked in parental euphemisms until the house quieted. Portraits have a way of keeping the main hall alive long after guests leave. They persist in their conversations like old politicians. When Luna and I returned to the gallery, Ambrose had been joined by another portrait, one I recognized from my childhood but had never seen in full voice, a woman in mourning dress with a face painted so beautifully it could be a sacrilege. She was an older portrait than Ambrose, perhaps, by the brass plate, a relation of his second wife, called Elise. Portraits come with the adjectives of their time. Elise had been commissioned with tears. Draco, she said. You carry the seal. I felt my face betray nothing, as was habit. There is a particular expression the Malfoys are trained in, polished indifference, like silver that has been buffed so long it forgets tarnish. Elise's painted hand tapped the frame. Portraits make gestures with their frames. It is the closest they come to being theatrical outside their niches. You signed with the Vowkeeper, she said in a voice that had papered over many scandals. You made sure no casual peer would break the chain. Clever, if ruthless. Experience tells me fortunes require ruthless cleverness, I allowed. And vows prefer binding language. Elise's gaze held for a long time. We were not always so eager to bind our sons to stones, she mused. We once thought ourselves clever because we used other people's blood. You will be judged for your thoroughness. That she called it judgment, in the way of portraits, was significant. Portraits recycle old moralities, and when they generated a new one, you sat up. I asked what she meant. What ledger? What debt? She smiled with all the artifice of a woman who had admired a lover who was wrong for her. Ambrose keeps careful accounts, she said. He wrote for the protection of the household. A good Malfoy invests in pledges, the stability of a marriage, the favor of a patron, a piece of ritual that will keep blades from the throat of an heir. It is practical. It works. But there is a margin they never spell until too late. Luna, who has the policy of asking the question a second time, because many important words in our language suffer from polite fog, repeated, margin. She produced from her stack a different book, one that smelled of lavender and thyme. She traced a carefully penned margin note with her finger. It says here, every counterseal requires an anchor, she read. An anchor must be of the house or the counter fails. One binds a seal to hearth or land, another binds it to blood. Some bind to memory. Some bind to an oath. Ambrose's painted hand came up, smudging a patch of shadow as if it were dust. Portraits cannot be dishonest in the way living people can. They are, however, patriotic to the truths they were commissioned to preserve. Ambrose had been asked to preserve pragmatism. He preserved it with a sort of grim fondness. We chose blood, he said. Once, because it kept our farms and our names. Once, because when the country is thin you take what is offered. Each generation pays for a security and hopes the next will be grateful. There are ways to make payments comfortable, shifting a child into a vocation, marrying into the right obligations. Then once in a while an oath mistakes a name for a life. If anyone else had told me that, I would have answered with the Malfoy reflex, a flash of aristocratic skepticism, a laugh that smells faintly of poison. But the house is clever. Houses keep their own counsel, and Malfoy Manor, in its narrow hours, prefers that its counsels be kept. Who wrote that? I asked. Who chose blood? Ambrose's painted mouth flattened. Times change, he said. Ambrose, I was practical. Ambrose, I feared ruin. There was a man called a binder, a practitioner from the north, who taught us the hymn of seals. He asked for an exchange, stability for lineage. He called it custody. We signed. A binder? Luna repeated. I watched her rearrange this piece of information like a constellation. Names and ritual titles are wires. She has the gift of joining wires into sensible circuits. He was called many things, Ambrose said. A man with a ledger and a face like old bark. He looked at me then, more directly than any painting should. He promised no blood would be spilled if we provided the names. He promised those names would be a ledger, not flesh. We believed him. Did you make it legal? I asked. A binding? Elise's portrait, whose expression is still maddeningly kind, gave a little nod. We wrote in ritual ink and signed with seal. We performed the rite at the threshold with the kind of candles our family has not used since the winter Ambrose took the field. It held. For a century, it held. And then? I said. The house was comfortable, the tea untouched, the portraits leaning like the assembly of a family that kept talking about arrangements. There was an air of inevitability now, I was being informed, a sensation I loathe. And then, Ambrose said, someone tried to open the seal that bound us to protection, and the precision of our bargain mattered. The binder lied in a way the ink had not foreseen. Exchange became claim. The ledger wanted reckoning. You are telling me a binder can change the terms, I said. No, Elise said. You are telling yourself what you find comfortable to believe. The binder made the bargain as we had it in our hands, but the world is a fickle notary. Words can be additive in certain climates. Dead promises may insist on being honored by a living throat. There was an old story in our house about bargains that are greedy as beasts. It is the sort of thing one tells children to make them behave at the dinner table. If you take more than you are given, something will want it back. The story was a child scolding. What Ambrose and Elise were saying now was that the scolding had grown up to wear coats and ledger edges. And what does that have to do with me? I asked. The directness of the question felt defensive. It was the practical edge of my voice, the part that had learned to bargain with the world and ring true. You had the seal on your name, poor boy, Ambrose said. It was written that when the cycle needed closing, a Malfoy with this particular signature would have to offer the price. The thing about portraits is they are not always careful with tense. They prefer certainty, the sort of clean fatalism their patrons admired. When they say it was written, they mean they saw ink and the illumination settled like snow. They do not always consider how the world rearranges itself around human cunning. I knew, because of what I carried in my head and in the small, sealed box I kept under my mattress, the way prophecies and oaths bend. I had spent nights unraveling clauses and enjoying loopholes that had been left open for the polite convenience of a house like ours. But there is a difference between loopholes and absolution. You mean I am a payment, I said. No humor in it. Humor here would have been offensive, and I had always made an effort to be offensively practical. Ambrose's mouth broke into something flat and almost fond. You are a reckoning, he corrected. One calls it a payment because that is what the common man understands. But it is a ledger. One must know how to account. Luna had been listening with the sort of attention that would horrify politeness. She asked, quietly, did anyone record the language that named him? The binder's words? Elise's eyes clouded. They were careful, she said. They bound the term to lineage and to the home. There was a clause that allowed a sacrifice to roam free if the wording was generous. It is possible, perhaps likely, that a clever Malfoy later discovered the loophole and rewrote their terms. A clever Malfoy. The phrase is reductive and terrible in equal measure. We are taught to be clever from the cradle, and cleverness has a cost. It is seductive because it offers the chance to shape pain into profit. The thought that one of my ancestors had weaseled their way into an advantageous reading was not comforting. It meant the chain had a hinge. Who rewrote it? I asked. Ambrose's eyes flicked to the far end of the gallery where the portrait of a man in a blue sash kept a dignified silence. He did not sign his name, Ambrose said, but he placed a new quill beside the ledger and left a note for those who would come after. He was a man in a hurry. Do we have the note? I asked. The room closed in. Portrait voices become a tide. They trade snippets like coin. Sometimes the house keeps what it wishes, Elise said. Other times it offers it to those who are willing to smell for it. Luna looked at me. We can find it, she said. Portraits remember, and the house is fond of scent. It might be under the stones the way Ambrose said, or perhaps the note takes another form. If someone rewrote the clause, they left traction. If there's traction, there is leverage. Leverage was the word my father would like to take into an argument and brandish like a letter of credit. It does not surprise me that I think of it now. Leverage is what keeps a man like Lucius alive in conversations with men who are less disciplined, men who slap danger with their palms and call it authority. I have used leverage like children use stones, to test the surface of the pond. This, though, was different. This ledger concerned the seam of our house and the living people inside it. Tell me the truth, I said. Did Ambrose mean to tie us so that when the seals were fixed, the price would be a Malfoy life? He did not answer the way I wanted. Portraits cannot be honest in the way the living are, they are honest in the way a ledger is, they show where the ink has been poured most heavily. We promised the house would be safe, he said. We promised our name would be a wall. We thought ourselves fortressed. The world has teeth in places we did not guess. You are the result of our wanting. It is a strange parenthood to have the result of your ancestors want be a clause on a page. I felt, for a moment, the thinness of my own cunning in the face of obligation. There are choices one makes while young that sound clever and compassionate, to spare the present for the sake of the future, to sell the future in quiet installments. There are also choices that come back with an invoice. I held in my mind the small sealed box I had been given, the oath I had taken out of a mixture of calculation and a child's belief that the end justifies the means. It had seemed then to be a practical solution. Ambrose's portrait suggested I had been handed a role that was older and more publicly harmful than my private oath. Why now? I asked. It was a political question more than a personal one. Timing matters. If you are a man who must act, you must know what the clock agrees to. Elise looked toward the window. The evening was advancing into a velvet I have learned to respect. Seals are like grievances, she said. They throb. They find attention when the world permits it. The first seal was patched and stitched, but not all bites heal neatly. The lattice remembered its missing piece. It called for reckoning. Sometimes the castle speaks first. Sometimes cameras and worry follow. The castle speaks. I repeated. It seemed a child's notion, animate stone. But the portraits are the castle's wires. They pass along memory. If the castle speaks through them, Then the portraits are the intelligences of a place that has lived for so long it remembers things not recorded anywhere else. Sometimes the portraits speak as the castle wishes them to, Ambrose said. Other times they work with their own resentments. They are painted to be companions to the living and sometimes serve as conscience. They live in the niche between memory and the present. They gossip because they are small people in paint, and conversation is what keeps them human. Choosing the word gossip to describe the house was entertaining in a private way. When the world polled who was to blame, houses usually left it to their portraits. Portraits are less keen to risk brick and mortar in awkward declarations. Yet their gossip carries weight. The students who wander corridors hear the wrong thing and repeat it in the breakfast halls, and suddenly a family name, our family name, becomes a breathing thing of speculation. We are not the only house with secrets, I said, trying to make the gallows humor that is my trade. But perhaps we have the most elegant ledger. Narcissa's silhouette at the doorway tightened as she listened, the way someone listens to the report of a storm while protecting the nursery. What does the house want? She asked. There was no show in that question. It was the kind of question a mother asks when she knows the world will not pay kindly for geometry. A reckoning, Ambrose repeated. A ledger that closes itself. It would prefer that the cycle be satisfied. It will ask for a name. It will look for the one that bears the seal. The house, being practical in its own way, did not wish to create a catastrophe. It wishes, perhaps, for integrity, houses like that. It wants what its own architecture can provide, a balance of past and present. But the balance comes at a cost when agreements are made with men who saw blood and numbers as equivalent. I thought then of the urn patched after the first seal, of the delicate counter-rituals Luna and I had watched at midnight, of Severus and his ledger of favors, of the oath I had sworn. You think I'm the one it will take? I asked. It felt like asking a doctor if a dangerous disease likes your blood type. There is no comforting answer in such forecasts. Elise's painted head cocked, she considered me as if I were a curious animal. I do not like the verbs take, she said. It suggests something predatory and singular. The house prefers things presented. It would prefer we offered a name that is willing. That is the law of these things. Do not mistake the politeness for mercy. I looked at Ambrose. Outside, the rain had decided to be companionable and began to streak down the windows. Portraits pick their moments well. If a previous Malfoy rewrote the terms, I said, why was this hidden? Why bury the note under the hearth? The house buries inconvenient things under hearths, Ambrose said. It is a common practice. Hearths are practical. They keep warm what would otherwise freeze. They are neat places to hide papers the living do not wish their consciences to see. Luna, who believes in messy systems more than comfort, said, if there is a note, it is evidence. We should read it. If a clause was improved, perhaps the notion of payment is shifty. Ambrose, did your note say something like the living may choose? Ambrose coughed, which is to say the paint arranged itself into a cough. It said the signatory shall hold the ledger's burden or make such substitution as the house deems fit. That phrase has always been amusingly flexible. A clever signature can favor substitution. A careless signature leaves the house to select by other means. There are legal principles one learns when diplomacy becomes your currency. Ambiguity is both a protection and a weapon. The binder had written in a way that allowed wiggle room. That wiggle room had been seized upon by a later Malfoy, perhaps, and exploited. Such a revelation explains many things. It explains Lucius's relish for negotiation. It explains the way the family has always stepped back from blood that would soil an estate if paperwork could avoid the stain. Do you think, I asked, because asking places a line between idea and act, that the house will accept a substitution? If I offer something else, a portion of wealth, a favor, or a service, will it be satisfied? Elise smiled, which is to say she arranged her face into the faint, patronizing expression she had always used on people who thought themselves shrewd. The house is not a creditor in the ordinary sense. It is more like a jury. It wants justice according to its old law. It prefers names to excuses. There was a ring of doom to that, and the gallery suddenly smelled not of tea but of old wood and seal wax. I thought of Severus, who keeps ledgers and is fond of certain kinds of justice that favor precision and threat. I thought of Lucius bartering like a man who believes the world is a market with fixed commodities. I thought of my mother, who keeps her knives in a place that makes negotiators uncomfortable. Most of all, I thought of Luna, who was looking at me like someone who believed in making dangerous things legible. She has that strange insistence that people are not mere obligations. I like her for it, and I think the reason I will find this admission difficult is because she complicates the ledger with her existence. Then we find the note, she said simply. We read it. We see whose wording allowed the house to choose as it pleases. Ambrose leaned as far as a portrait can lean and regarded her with a mixture of suspicion and admiration. He had the look of a man who had kept a country stable by buying favors and who now recognized a far more dangerous trade, knowledge. There is another thing, Elise said quietly. Portraits keep gossip, yes, but some portraits keep memory in themselves. The headmaster's circle has a friend who remembers the binder in person. You will find a head's portrait reluctant but not forgetful. The head's portrait. That was an opening. Hogwarts is a smear of memories. The castle speaks in small, bruised phrases. If the head's portrait remembered a binder, then perhaps the thread of history extends into the school itself. Portraits travel appointments, they gossip in corridors, they exchange fragments the way merchants swap small, useful trinkets. The idea that a binder's name survived there made me think not of comfort but of a ledger that has become a living map. Then we should go to Hogwarts, I said. It was as much a plan as a confession. I find that speaking in a decisive tone helps an anxious mind behave like a competent one. Shall I ride? Luna asked. She has an odd way of wanting to be useful. I suspect she wants to be at the center of things because she thinks the world is excessively timid about truth. Yes, I said. Tonight. We left the gallery and the conversation stitched itself into the walls. Portraits turned their faces as we left, the way an audience watches an actor walking off stage. Ambrose's final remark was an ancestral rasp, more of a benediction than threat. Be careful what you unbolt, Draco. Walls that were meant to protect can be doors for other things. On the way out, in the dim hall where ancestors do their old gossip, I paused and listened. The house murmured as if it were a throat clearing. Some portraits were helpful, like old aunts giving directions, others were deceitful, which is to say they preferred to protect reputations rather than truths. Somewhere in the castle, a portrait leaned in and whispered of a Malfoy returning with a ledger in his hand, and the whisper slid through the house like oil. That is the dangerous part, reputations are not private. They travel. They begin as paint and end as gossip in the dining halls of a school. I thought then of the students listening in their dormitories, the way a whisper is taken up and amplified through coffee and fear until it becomes sermon. I thought of Lucius's enemies who would be delighted to have more than gossip, a flash of scandal to drag into the open. The portraits were awake. The castle had remembered our name. We were no longer a tidy footnote. As Luna and I rode back through the night toward a school that has its own memory, I felt a curious lightness under the weight of it all. Perhaps it was because knowledge is a form of control, or perhaps it was because Luna's presence makes the world larger in a way that does not slip beneath the belt of politics. She held my hand once in the carriage, not as a lover or a token, but as someone who wants to anchor a friend in the middle of a gale. It was absurdly brave. Do you think your father will be pleased? She asked, and I could hear the human question behind the academic curiosity. My father will see opportunity, I said. Men like him always do. They see things as investments. That is both their advantage and their peril. Then perhaps we will learn whether the house wants a bargain rather than a bill, Luna said, cheerfully reckless as always. If the note shows someone tried to cheat the terms, perhaps you can find the same generosity in reverse. It was a foolish hope and yet not impossible. The house had a taste for the tidy. If a clever Malfoy had turned a clause into an allowance, perhaps another could turn the allowance into a release. I have always loved loopholes. To them, I am at heart unfaithful. I treat a sentence like a map. When Hogwarts loomed out of the dark, its turrets like dented crowns, the portraits along its corridors were already awake and, in some corners, had begun their gossip. Some of them were outright hostile. A few of my father's distant acquaintances had pictures in the head's wing and they preferred mischief to mercy. The head's portrait watched us, a discreet sentinel, and it took only a look to know that the story was being altered in the ears of some. Words travelled outward from the portrait's mouths like insects. The head's portrait listened when I told it about half-ledgers and binders and the possibility of a previous Malfoy rewriting a clause in our favour. It was politely skeptical and then, reluctantly, helpful. There was mention of a binder in late correspondence, it said. He was of a strange religion of seals. He had been at Hogwarts, briefly, as a travelling craftsman. But portraits are poor witnesses, minds adapt and forget. Ask the faculty archivist. She keeps the old letters because she dislikes being surprised. We were given directions, in the kind of polite condescension the castle reserves for young men who enter with a family name. Portraits can do that. They flatly prefer those who flatter them with attention and then quietly punish those who do not. We moved through corridors that smelled of chalk and rain, and the portraits included themselves in our expedition. They gave tidbits like bribes, some true, some ornamental. A portrait of a woman who had once been a governess gave us a detail about a binder's handwriting, small loops on a G, while another pretended not to know the name at all. The castle was inopportunely human. In the library, however, we found something raw and practical. The archivist, an old witch called Mrs. Kysewell, had a manner like someone who believes in locks more than kindness. She allowed us to consult a drawer that creaked like a ledger, and inside it was a scrap of paper, a folded thing of ritual ink and smudged wax. It smelled faintly of smoke, of the night Ambrose had liked to remember. The scrap was thin, and the ink had the neatness of a man who wrote for lawyers and for men who liked having the last word. It said, in a phrasing that made my stomach drop and my cleverness tighten like a glove, in witness to stewardship, the binder reserves the right to select a living anchor in the event of a broken cycle. The house shall present a name. If no name willingly offers replacement, the house may bind by lineage. This clause is subject to interpretation. The script, in its carelessness, left room for vultures. Someone with a careful hand had rewritten it. It had room to be read favorably and room to be read as a monstrous loophole. The page had been rewrit, in places, not by the original hand. A marginal note in faded violet, a Malfoy's favorite color, one of those family affectations, read, clarification, substitute may be offered in place of a direct blood cost. Someone had attempted to make the clause generous again. Who wrote that note? I asked, feeling suddenly like a son who had opened his family's Bible and found annotations. Ambrose is curious, Mrs. Kysewell said, not unkindly. That the ink shows two hands. One is dry and old. The other is bought and cautious. The latter might be a Malfoy who feared the bluntness of the first. It is the sort of thing a man with influence and an aesthetic would do. I felt absurdly alive. This was the part of my life I have always liked, discovery. That and the satisfaction of knowing there are things hidden that can be found and used. The note offered a way out, or at least a map of negotiation. If a substitution could be offered, if the house would accept an offering other than a life, then the ledger was not a statement of inevitable death but an invitation to bargaining. That is the essence of my family, trade. But in the margin of the scrap, someone else had written a scrawl that made the paper tremble as if it had been struck. Beware the binder's twist, it said, in a hand that wanted to be anonymous. The house will accept substitution if it is willingly offered. If offered as coercion or in trade for power, the house will prefer lineage. The line was thin and cruel. It imagined a world where an offer could be coerced, and an owner of leverage would twist an economy to ensure the worst-case payment. That, I realized with a shock so cold it felt like the teeth of an old ledger, is precisely what Lucius would do if he believed the village would applaud him for sacrifice. Lucius bargains without scruple, but he is not heartless, he is miserable in his welfare. He would accept substitution if he thought it bought the family safety. I held the scrap and looked at Luna. Her eyes were a small, startling light in the dim library. So it's not only blood, she said. It's also intent. The house can tell whether something is freely given. That means there is a test. There is always a test, I muttered. Always a test with the laughable name of justice. Then let us make it honest, she said. Her simplicity is the most dangerous thing in the world. She believes in making the world legible and then reasonable. That is not a mere sentiment, it is a kind of courage. I wanted to shelter that courage, to protect it from my father's appetites, from Ambrose's ledger, from the house that favored tidy balances. Perhaps that is what the room had taught me: keep closer to the things you love and they will keep you. That is not how bargains work, it is how families survive politics. We carried the scrap back to the gallery with the careful, conspiratorial feeling of men and women who know they hold a map. Portraits lined up and watched as we placed it in front of Ambrose. He read it and then, with a small sigh I did not know a painting could make, he curved his painted mouth into something like a smile. Then see the test through, he said. If there is to be a reckoning, let it be one of courage. Some of us prefer courage to cruelty, boy. You will find, if you have a mind, that you can choose the form of accounting. It is a dangerous expectation, that courage can buy absolution. The house asks for an offering that must be made freely, and a Malfoy who offers freely is an oddity. But Luna's hand in mine was a small insistence that perhaps someone can choose. Perhaps the ledger can bend if the money is honest. When I left the gallery that night, the portraits watching me like old creditors at my back, I felt the house's attention change. It is disconcerting to be judged by the paint of one's ancestors. They are implacable, and yet they speak with the bluntness of those who have seen men like us before. Ambrose's final words were simple and enormous: remember who we were and who we became. The house remembers both. I climbed the winding stairs to my room with the scrap in my hand and Luna's voice in my ear, as steady as a compass. There is an old superstition that blood remembers the shapes of bargains even when the head has preferred forgetfulness. I suppose that is the point of a ledger, it is memory in ink. At the small table by my bed, I opened the box that contains the oath I had sworn and the prophecy I have never spoken aloud. I have kept secrets like this for reasons that are both noble and vain. Tonight, the scraps of paper that had been hidden under hearths and the wax on old letters seemed like the same thing, threads. I traced the seam between them and felt the old, sharp knowledge that every choice will have an echo. Outside, somewhere deep in the walls, the portraits whispered. I could not tell whether they were awake or simply imagining themselves awake for my benefit. There was a forward pull to the house, a sense of a ledger making its own claim. The second seal is not yet neutralized. The house will ask for its price. And I, in my house-bred arrogance, have always thought I could manage the bill. Luna slept a few rooms down, and I thought of the way her hair looks when the moon makes a silver fan across it. I thought of the way she will read an old margin like a prayer and make it into a plan. I thought of Severus and the quiet bargains he has left him, of Lucius, who will smell opportunity like an old hawk, of Narcissa, who would break the world if it protected our child. I thought, finally, of the ledger that will demand a name. When the portrait in the gallery spoke again, it broke the silence with a clarity that was almost affectionate and wholly fatalist. Prepare, Draco, Ambrose said. The house will ask you to choose. Choose with your eyes open. There is a certain comfort in knowing that the test will be simple. There is a different kind of terror in knowing what form courage may take. I did not yet know what I would offer the house. I only knew that there would be a price, and that the price would be named at dawn when the portraits are hung in the halls like judges and the castle waits for the first student to stroll in and overhear us. I put the scrap beside my oath and closed my eyes. Dawn was not yet promised, and the house and its portraits were composing an audience. The ledger had given me an opening, and openings, as every Malfoy knows, are invitations as well as threats. I would have to decide before the last summer moon waned. Chapter 13, Under the Lake. Water tastes like old coins when it first floods your mouth, cold bronze against the teeth and a flash of everything you'd rather forget. By the time my lungs told me to care, the cavern had swallowed us like a dark promise, and the pale light seeping from the ceiling algae made the rock gleam as though someone had swept it of centuries. We had not come because we liked swimming. Luna had said as much, chuckling in a way that made the skin at the back of my neck loosen by a millimeter. She had also pointed out, very reasonably, that Hogwarts liked to hide its things in places that required you to get wet. I had pointed out, also reasonably, that I had little wish to practice drowning in my mother's manor, and she had said, very reasonably, that Malfoy Manor had more rooms than excuses. The cavern was smaller than the poets in the castle made it, and larger than I expected in the honest, inconvenient way real threats are larger than your plans. The water was so clear it had a glass mind, and the rock beyond it held markings in a band like a ledger wrapped around the chamber. Letters and glyphs etched deep enough to throw shadows, lines that looked less like language and more like an accountant's scrawl for things too dangerous to trust to a single word. Luna found the ledger first. Her hand, pale and steady, brushed the stone as easily as if she had been looking at a very nice moth. "The runes overlap," she said into my ear. Her breath made a small pocket of bubbles that tumbled past our faces and drifted toward a carved recess where the algae glowed greener. "Some are old, very old, but someone added slender marks more recently. See here?" I saw, because I had to. The rock did not feel alien. It felt like the inside of the castle's throat, full of memory and grudges. There were names. There were houses. There were rows of words that indicated who kept what, by what right and by what terrible fine. The ledger read like a registry for a bank that loaned promises and took lives as interest. It was bureaucratic in its cruelty. I recognized the tone immediately, the kind of scrupulous, impartial accountancy that Greengrass or a ministry clerk favored when choosing which people to vilify. The script did not scream magic. It ticked it off. "Seal," Luna translated without moving her lips much. Her voice sounded faint but clear through the water, the consonants damped and round. "Location. Keeper. Terms. Listen, look." She tapped a slender finger against a column and air burst free from her gloves as she moved, a small steady hand speech I had learned to trust. She traced the letters, patient, the way she read a picture of a thestral for the 1000th time. Some say blood. Some say vow. Others, she flicked her fingers and the light caught on algae like confetti. Say a living anchor. The phrase landed in me as if someone had shoved an eel into my sleeve. Living anchor. I tasted iron again, this time before water reached my mouth. A living anchor was not a sentinel that watched from the tower. It was an exchange. Something to be given, something to be bound. There was imperative in the script, an economy of requirements and penalties that made even the stones feel like witnesses. We hovered, as people do under such facts, like thieves with no plan. The ledger continued, names, houses, notes in a sharper, newer hand. I picked out syllables I knew and syllables that felt like handholds. Some lines were simple, places in the castle or places beyond it. Others were threaded with a child's handwriting, a hurriedness that betrayed fear or haste or the sort of discretion that smugly calls itself prudence. There, in a narrow column, was what my stomach had been bracing against. A line that had the company of old names, names folded into the castle-like favors returned. In a hand less weathered than the rest, a name I recognized as a brand, Malfoy. Not my name, not my particular syllable, but the mark of the line, the sigil pressed into the margin like a seal of inheritance. Beside it, an entry in the keeper column, a cipher that meant of by blood. Beside that, in the thin, new scratch, an addendum written with the literal economy of somebody who had counted breaths, renewal conditional. Cost, single living bond. See clause? Luna's mouth moved against my ear, I felt the words more than heard them. The ledger keeps track, she said. The old magic keeps track of who owns favors. It likes tidy papers. Favors that are paid in living things, I supplied. My own voice sounded thin through the water. There was a private joke in my head about the ministry and their forms, tick boxes and sacrificial lines, and I could not find it funny. "It is not necessarily a sacrifice," Luna said. She made the air into the water with calm care, and I watched the bubbles grow and become a column that drifted toward the algae-lit ceiling. Sometimes the binding calls for a guardian. Sometimes for a bartered life. It depends on the wording of the seal. Old magic is literal. It honors contracts it could not intend. I had not told Luna everything. That the prophecy itself lay folded and secret in my chest was a fact I kept like a warm stone against a very private part of me. That Severus had used bargains and ledgers as he had used potions, measuring, dosing, holding me involved was another ledger I had not shown. I had told no one how the urn had been set right on a loophole I had found when fear had made me quick, nor how that loophole felt less like a tool and more like a hinge on a trapdoor. Tonight, looking at the rock that counted the names of keepers and those who paid, a cold clarity unrolled inside me. All ceremonial repairs demanded an account. The first seal had been mended with a payment, the ledger was proof of currency. Does it say who writes the ledger? I asked. Luna's eyes, when she turned them to me in the half-light, were so still I might have mistaken them for lamps. Not who, exactly, she said. But the script shifts more than once. Some entries are older than the castle. Some are fresh. Someone, an institution, perhaps a cabal, perhaps a nervous archivist who dislikes surprises, maintains it. That someone prefers to be discreet. Or cautious, I said. I could have said coward and that would have been true, in my home. Lucius considered discretion as a tool to sharpen later, as one would a blade, but in this place, someone else had decided to be cautious. Their caution hurt worse. The ledger continued. A clasp of entries named other keepers, a black with a note that said portrait custody, until line breaks, a group of names I did not recognize, as keeper, house of portraits that made the hairs along my arms tilt. Some seals were managed by ghosts, some by trees, some by knots of words spoken at midnight. The list was a cartography of allegiances. It made the castle a market and the wards a ledger of debt. But perhaps the most damning thing was the evidence of updates. Along the lower margin of the ledger, near our feet, someone had scraped a fresh line. The hand was impatient, a tiny scratch that pushed up from the stone as though made by a person who knew how to be discreet but did not have the time for elegance. It named a place under the lake and a new keeper, no name, only a sigil I did not recognize and a notation, entry recorded. Immediate implementation. Anchor scheduled. The word scheduled was procedural, and procedure in old magic is immensely dangerous. Schedules mean timetables mean when. If someone had scheduled an anchor, a time could be followed. If a time could be followed, then the castle's protections were not random mischief. They were being pried. Who would schedule such things? I asked aloud, absurdly. The question did not want an answer I could pronounce. It wanted a name with teeth. I thought of Lucius, bargaining with artifacts and friends the way old men bargain with portraits, soft and then suddenly merciless. I thought of Severus, who regarded the Malfoy problems with a patience that smelled like calculation. I thought, with a small cold humor, of Dumbledore, terribly dead for the moment, with a vocabulary of riddles. None of those people alone needed a ledger. They operated in coffers and back rooms. Whoever wrote here liked to be certain. Luna nudged my hand, ever practical. She had gloves that were fitted for this sort of cold and they barely left fingerprints. Read this line, she said. Not the one with your name, the other. See the cross seals? The ones that link the urn to this chamber. They depict a lattice. I followed her finger. The carving showed a map, not of geography but of bonds, the urn, the second seal we had contained not long ago, a painted corridor in the east wing, a portrait room that now preferred to converse in riddles. Lines threaded between them like veins. Notably, the ledger did not obey the castle's architecture. It obeyed relationships and debts and vows. Wards were not anchors. People were. The logic of bindings, Luna explained, she pronounces a logic as if it were a creature she likes, is simple in theory. A seam is a hinge in a loom. To hold the loom together you either tie it to a peg in the wall, such as a stone or a portrait, or you fasten it to a living thread. The living thread cannot be cared for indefinitely. It changes, it dies. So the ledger keeps a roll call of everyone who watches the scenes, and of everyone who pays the toll when the scenes strain. The castle prefers living guardians because they can adapt. Some oath keepers are content for the burden to be outside the family. Others accept the cost. Who puts themselves down as anchor? I asked. I felt histrionic at the question because of course I knew. I also did not, because people did not volunteer to be eaten by the loom. Sometimes it is an offer, Luna said. A house will tie a child to a ward in return for favor. Sometimes it is law without consent. Sometimes, she paused. Some lines read as if they had been amended. Amended by whom? My voice sounded sharper than I intended. She shrugged in a way that made the ripples of my sleeve move. The party who has influence. Sometimes it's a portrait. Sometimes it's someone who can write into stone. And sometimes, she looked at my face then, and her expression was quiet in the way that prelude to kindness. They are amended by people who are scared. People who think they are saving their children. I swallowed deliberate air and the water thinned my resolve in a new way. Malfoy Manor prided itself on being prepared. My father had always liked arrangements that could be leveraged into more favors, titles, debts. I had thought that we repaid debts in kind. Here was proof that debts were repaid in lives. You brought me here, I said then, not accusing but not innocent either. You chose the ledger. There were other ways, Luna answered. But you wanted to know. You wanted to see what the castle thought of your family. It was not an unreasonable assumption. I wanted to understand the cost of the loophole I had used on the urn. I wanted to know whether our restitution had been cheerful or fraudulent, whether someone had simply shifted a line in a book and left the real toll for another. I had hoped for an answer that might absolve me because avarice and fear had taught me to be sly. Instead I found a bureaucracy that took what it needed whether you asked for it or not. Our hands brushed. In the cold the contact was small as a word. Luna did not flinch. She pressed my fingers and her hand closed in a way that was protective and unassuming. There is a particular safety in being held by someone who believes in the world more than they fear it. Luna had a way of being anchored to facts, as if curiosity were a rope instead of a perfume. That rope steadied me when I would have otherwise drifted. Listen to this, she said. Not all anchors are fatal. Some are guardians by oath. See the difference? This, she pointed to a line that bore the marks of an ancient script, letters longer than any I used at school. There was a notation, keeper, portrait counsel. Turns, watch and intervene. Cost, memory exchange. Then, in a later hand, someone had wrote, note, memory must be willing or sealed by covenant. Memory exchange. Memory could be bartered. That was almost kind. It was monstrous in a tender way, where anchor required someone to trade a part of themselves but not their life. I found that less terrifying until I saw other lines that sat like notices of bankruptcy, keeper, lineage of Rooklyn. Terms, blood offer. Frequency, decadal. I did not know Rooklyn. I did not want to. Luna squinted at a margin. There are annotations in the margins that say test results, deferred, dangerous to name a dot. Someone has been reading their own ledger and deciding, I said. Someone has been determining which debts to defer and which to call. When someone selects, they shape which families are made poor or wealthy in life, Luna answered. Someone decides who must anchor by blood and who may hire a portrait instead. Or who gets offered to the ledger at all, I added. The water around us seemed quiet with the generosity of secrets. It made the whole thing feel more like a confession than alchemy. We understood the ledger structurally, lines and columns and fines, but the ledger also kept a history. The older entries were tender in their own way, careful, patient. The newer entries were efficient and cramped. Someone had grown impatient with the politics of prudence. Do you think our names are there? I asked. It was a private question, the kind that meant something larger than lettered lists. I had thought, at some ridiculous point, that being chosen came with sainthood or novelty. Instead it came with ledgers. She did not answer at once. Her mouth made a small circle, and I saw that she was thinking the way she did when liaising with the more secretive portraits at the library, slowly, in pieces. "I can look," she said at last. But the margin that mentioned the urn, she tapped a stone with a fingertip that left a pale mark like a fingerprint in an old book. "That margin is fresh. Whoever updated it did so after the first counter-ritual." The thought scraped a hot stone along my ribs. Whoever had updated the ledger had watched our repair and moved like a taxman seeing profit. "Did you expect otherwise?" I said, though my voice came out near a rasp. The ledger was a taxman and I had just been audited. "Which is the more dangerous assumption?" Luna asked. "That they are enemies who seek to undo the seals by fire and malice, or that they are custodians who wish to rearrange the payment schedule?" It was hardly a question. She tilted her head and looked at me with precisely the expression she used when thinking about oddities in the quibbler, the look of vantage beyond ordinary judgment. "Both are," I said. "Both are dangerous and not mutually exclusive." She laughed softly, a sound that made a small flock of bubbles. "The castle thinks in nouns. It would rather have a keeper with a name than an abstract enemy. But enemies can register their own keepers too. You can imagine someone dull and efficient who enjoys legalisms." "A legalist terrorist," I said. It was dark and I knew it. Luna's hand tightened on mine, a pressure I had come to rely on when lucidity became dangerous. "You understand why this matters," she said. "The ledger ties anchors to nodes. If your family is counted here as a keeper, then they are paying," I finished. "Or someone is paying for them." She looked up at me with a patience that made me feel shamefully childish. "Perhaps you have always imagined your family as protagonists," she said. "Yet this is an economy. Houses give to seals and seals give back safety. Sometimes safety costs people who are traded." The thought made a small hollow in my chest. Once, before the war and before Prophecies, my life had been an arc of practical novelties, the right robes, the right friends, the right enmities. You could, in those days, at least be certain of the shape of your part. No one had taught me how to be counted as a cost. "Is there any way to test it?" I asked. The question was more helpless than I would have liked to admit. "Sometimes the seals are precise," Luna said. "Sometimes you can measure what they take. In the library there are marginalia about the taste of a binding, iron, salt, ash. Pay attention to sensations, old magic is sensory. It answers sensory queries better than abstract pleas." I had tasted the ledger, figuratively, when I had first knelt before the urn. There had been a metallic aftertaste to the potion they made me deliver. I had tried to convince myself it was a symptom of anxiety. The stone itself seemed to confirm it, the ledger marked that some anchors tasted of iron. One column carried a notation: anchor, living, taste, iron, duration, indefinite. A practical, horrifying sentence. Indefinite. The ledger did not promise an end. The ledger promised record. It made me imagine a lifespan measured as a sequence of charges. Luna swam closer. Her hair fanned around her like sea lace, and in that moment she looked not like a girl at Hogwarts but like a kind of improbable cathedral whose spaces were made of small, improbable certainties. "If the ledger names you as anchor, it can be challenged," she said. "There are clauses that allow amendment. I do not mean to be naive, amendment requires authority. But there are portraits and ghosts who keep grudges. They may support you." My first thought was Severus. My second was worse. Some portraits, I knew, despised the Malfoys with an artful politeness. Others kept lists of favors owed. If I reached the right portrait, I could perhaps create a counter-entry. If Severus wanted the ledger because it gave him leverage over me, if he knew where to find it, then the ledger was a tool between us. A ledger always wants someone with the right quill. "You would help?" I asked, though I knew the answer. She had only ever been indifferent to my name. She had been interested in the truth. "Yes," she said. It was simple. "You look terrible when you believe bargains are the only language the world speaks." You have better cheekbones than any burden deserves. It was an odd compliment and entirely necessary. Her mouth went small again and the algae light painted pale maps across her face. But I would advise caution. Whoever added that line, whoever scheduled Bianca, has a reason. If it's an adversary, they intend to sow fear. If it's a servant of order, they intend to correct what they view as an injustice. Either way, they are acting, and in doing so they will force choices. Choices, I repeated. The prophecy sat against my ribs like a keyed lock. I had been taught to choose carefully, because choice made fortune as much as it did misfortune. Choosing in the dark of an underwater cavern was less than ideal. Choosing around ledgers that included your name was worse. There was a small glimmer from a recess where the ledger met a seam. Someone literate and tidy, had placed a strip of copper or something like it into a crack. It called the algae light like a coin. Copper demonstrates negligence. It turned green where water kissed it, and that green showed fresh scratches across its face. I reached out with a gloved hand despite sensible parts of me that said do not touch artifacts you do not own. The metal was warm to the touch, as if someone had left it in their pocket. It had a note etched too, in a hand far more hurried than any other on the chamber wall. The scrawl told of a second ledger, one kept elsewhere. Ledger duplicates must be consulted, it said, the letters running into each other like frightened birds. If anchor scheduled, notify portrait hallow. If line in Malfoy marked to blood, consult immediate family to confirm willingness. My glove tightened. Someone had written rules for consent and then had suggested informing the family. The very presence of that instruction implied an institution that cared about appearances. If the family refused, the ledger allowed a new clause: refusal triggers appellate procedure. Appellate authority, House of Silent Watchers. Silent Watchers. The name tasted like a ministry department I did not want to know existed. Whoever they were, they kept the power to override families' refusals. That could mean a court. That could mean a committee. That could mean Severus choosing for me. It meant, to my private alarm, that the ledger's authority extended beyond the castle walls into an arcane bureaucracy that treated houses as accountants treat numbers. Do you think they would enforce it? I asked. It was a childish question because it hoped for caution to be as reasonable as it sounded. They would not lay down authority unless they expected obedience, Luna said. Old institutions do not hold power for show. The truth of that settled like a dust on my tongue. I thought of Lucius with his neat suits and neat threats, of Narcissa who would do anything to keep a child out of the line of fire. I did not know what they would pay to avoid an instruction from a stone ledger. My father would bargain. My mother would barter with silence and lies. I would, what? I would bargain too, perhaps with my bones, with Severus, with some thread of oath I had yet to name. The ledger, for all its neatness, was not the final word. It was a map of intent. Maps can be misread. The castle's old magic like literal things, we had only to provide the right literalism to bend it. I had found loopholes before. I had used them. The memory of doing so had never been tender. Whatever it asks, Luna said quietly, you will not answer alone. Her certainty was a thing with weight, and the cavern seemed suddenly less intent on swallowing us. I had spent years being alone in the way the family required, singular, measured, trained to be the sum of my pleasures and my sneers. I had never been permitted a standard-issue companion for a ledger. Luna's presence made something else possible, the small grace of someone who did not calculate my worth as either an asset or a liability. Thank you, I said, with less ceremony than I would have liked. Words in water are feeble things. We took time to copy the ledger. That is a clumsy phrase for the work we did, it felt more like stealing light. Luna had small things in her pack, paper that did not wrinkle when wet and a charm I had not known the name of. She wrote without fuss and without glare. She copied column by column while I swam fingers across other sections, looking for entries that might clarify the scheduled anchor notation. The fresco of names yielded small, useful facts, that the ledger's hand sometimes referred to if chosen as a variable, that the urn had been a node in a lattice that connected not just to Hogwarts but to places I had never been and did not know. Someone had circled a set of nodes, and the circle included the urn, the Black Lake Cavern, and a place outside of the castle labeled, with economy, Green Room. The Green Room, where earlier mischief had turned up. The ledger made sense of the mishaps as more than juvenile vandalism. They were tests. They were probes. Someone had been measuring where the seams would give. The scheduled anchor might be a defensive answer to the probing. It might be a weapon. Whoever did this wants to tie the map into a person, I said. Knitting knots into people's lives rather than to the stone. Yes, Luna said. It is quieter that way. Easier to frighten and therefore to control. We had to return. We rose in a slow, deliberate arc, the algae light dimming as the surface neared. Our exhalations made a string of pearls that popped at the last moment like the punctuation of a sentence. The castle on that night was a silhouette, the windows like watchful eyes. The surface broke sharp air into our lungs, and my own voice came out a little wild when I laughed at the shock of cold. Water ran from my hair and nose, and I could taste the ledger still on the inside of my mouth. Luna swam up next to me, hair plastered in soft curves, her face unchanged by the discovery except for an attentiveness that made her look older and more dangerous. She had an expression like a person who had found a pattern in tea leaves and decided not to scold the world for its lack of grace. That taste, she said, with a small smile. Iron. I know, I replied. We climbed out onto a rock, the cold seeping into our robes and through to muscle. Around us the lake breathed, the castle's lights were small in the distance, and the night had a hush to it as if even darkness were being careful. Luna sat a pace away and wrapped recovery charms around us like a shawl. The damp made everything honest. One could see the truth of one's face in the puddles. You could tell them, she said, suddenly practical. Your mother, your father, Severus. Whoever. The ledger can be cited, used, contested. Or exploited, I said. If anyone uses it without the right caution, they will kill people. Not necessarily. She made a small, precise gesture. You could also hide it, copy it, use it. Both options had the same moral weight, I said. Any action will cost someone. The ledger specializes in that, deciding who pays. There are other choices, Luna murmured. Create new entries. Forge amendments. Ask the portraits for a counter-motion. Make allies among the ghosts and the old custodians. They hate being told to sit on a ledger's lap. The idea, in the cold air, had a heat to it. The castle had become a community of petty tyrants, and the ledger was their bedtime record. Portraits had grudges, ghosts retained principles, the staff kept secrets like bread. There were ways to litigate against old magic. There were always ways to complicate a ledger. But complicating things required time, and the ledger's edition had marked a schedule. Schedules move. They change blood into numbers. My mind, stubborn as it was, leapt to the most imperative personal thought of the night, the prophecy that sat in my chest like a note in a pocket. It had bound me to a destiny nobody outside my secret trusted me with, even me. If the ledger now decided to rub an inked line across the Malfoys, and if that ledger held my family as a keeper by blood, then the prophecy and the ledger were two different frameworks making a decision about me. Guardian or sacrifice. It was a binary that the ledger had not spelled out but implied with a bureaucrat's gentle malevolence. Do you see it? I asked Luna in the rawness of not pretending. I do. Her hand found mine again without fuss. And it is not a pleasant choice. The water left the taste of iron on my lips as it had promised, a residue like coins in the hand of a porter. The ledger had a taste like an accountant's breath. It had to be dealt with. Luna's eyes were bright then, not laugh bright but focused. Whatever we do, she said, we write our own note into the ledger. It was an impossible pronouncement and an exact one. We cannot always add our signatures to old stones. Often, we are counted reluctantly into someone else's accounts. But it would not hurt to try. And, at the moment, that was a plan as practical as I could muster. We walked back along the shore toward the castle, robes clinging to our knees, water trailing in a thin comet. The night was tight around the towers. A portrait on the parapet must have been roused. It blinked and then resumed its polite staring. The stairs ground in their old business. The castle's life continued, impervious to the ledger's whisper, as if that whisper were a personal embarrassment rather than a threat. "Who do we tell first?" Luna asked, not unkindly. "Severus," I heard myself say. The word left a small tremor. I did not like making such a direct choice. Severus's bargain still hummed in the background of my decisions like an appliance I had not yet learned to unplug. He had ties to the castle's rituals. He had secrets. He had reasons to keep the ledger for his own. And if I told him, I might get answers and find myself in a deeper debt. But I also might gain a weapon. "Then him," Luna said. Her voice was steady. "But not yet. First we copy and hide what we can. Then we choose our friends and our threats. Draw a list." I thought of family loyalties and the way my mother would look at me with those grey eyes that always knew the cost of things before I had counted it. I thought of Lucius and his appetite for leverage. I thought, uncomfortably, of all the ways people bartered for safety in my circles, reputations traded for favors, bodies for reputation. The ledger's economy was a natural language of our world. "Tomorrow," I said finally. "We go to the library. We find duplicates. We cross-check. We ask a portrait." Luna nodded with a solemnity that made me smile, and it hurt like a contraband. "And we keep each other," she added, with a firmness I had not expected. "You do not have to be the family all the time." There was more to say, as there always is, about who would be sacrificed for whom, about which clauses could be argued and which were iron-badged. That the lake had done what water always does, it had made our thoughts clear by stripping them bare. The ledger had been found. The ledger had tastes and names and schedules. The ledger possessed the malignant correctness of a perfectly kept list. We walked back through the grounds and the castle loomed, a guardian itself, groaning in the wind. I carried the weight of the ledger as a new thought, that someone had placed a price on our family and someone had added a schedule to collect. That thought pressed in the same place the prophecy did, making both feeling like two hands on my ribs. Luna's hand in mine warned me against that pressure. Her fingers were not cold and procedural, they were small and exact and stubbornly human. I did not know if the ledger wanted guardians or sacrifices. I only knew it wanted to be obeyed. The question was whether I would allow it to write my name down as a cost. We reached the manor stable arch and the lamp spilled gold across our wet roads. In the distance, inside the house, I could hear the faint scrape of someone moving in the next room, Lucius ruefully tending to the small tasks of a man reassembling influence, and my stomach dipped. There were many ledgers at Malfoy Manor. That one was usually kept in leather, lined by our own family concerns. The stone ledger under the lake was not private property. It was a public account. That made it dangerous and impossible in equal measures. I felt, at the last moment before we separated to our rooms, a small, childish urge to open my mouth and to tell her the truth I had been hiding like a spell. To tell her, perhaps, that the prophecy in my breast was not just a thing I lived with but an active ledger enemy. Instead I kept it. I had reasons. "Come back early tomorrow," I said. It was not only an instruction for study. It was a request. "I will," Luna said. Her smile was a small incantation. "Bring dry robes." I allowed myself, for the first time that night, a laugh that tasted of both fear and plan. The water had left iron on my lips and something else remained, a feeling like a jointed thing that had been set into motion. The ledger had been read. The ledger had written a schedule. The castle watched the list of names it liked, and the world, unseen departments, portraits tired of being polite, families who bartered, moved in answer. There is always a next step after an audit. There is always someone who must sign the form. There is always a person who becomes account and ledger. The quietness after discovery is a dangerous place. You are aware of all your vulnerabilities with the terrible clarity of someone who has been made to see the balance sheet. I pressed my hand to the place beneath my ribs where something secret lived. It felt, in the night, like a bell. It did not tell me whether the ledger wanted a guardian or a sacrifice. It merely told, and the sound told me what I had known since first being told about prophecy and choice. The thing awaiting me was not indifferent. It expected an answer. We would make one. But not tonight. Tonight I washed the taste of iron from my mouth and let Luna guide me home. Tomorrow the ledger would ask its question again, and I would have to choose whether to sign or to fight the signature it had already given me. The lake behind us murmured like a memory. The ledger slept under its glass. My name had not yet been chalked in full, but the ledger's hand had lingered on our family line. In the dark hall of the manor, a portrait turned its head as we passed, and for a moment I saw an ancient face like a judge balancing scales. It looked, I fancied, at my hands, then looked away. The ledger, the castle, the family, their interests were separate and not. The longer I stood between the lists, the more I understood that someone would compile the final column. I went upstairs thinking of lists and bargains and of Luna's small steadiness. I thought, stubbornly, like a person who will not be accounted for without protest, that ledgers could be rewritten. There are people who live by the book and people who burn the books. I had been raised to keep the book, but I had also learned the smell of soot. In the small darkness of my room, where ancestral portraits pretended to be asleep, I placed a hand over the pocket that held the loose copy of the ledger Luna had made on the stone. It was wet but intact, the ink holding like a promise. The pages did not look like they could hold a life, but perhaps they could hold a plan. Tomorrow, I thought, is for making counter-entries. Tomorrow, I realized with a new and terrible clarity, I would be forced to answer the ledger's question in my own handwriting. And if the ledger demanded a name and the ledger thought it knew mine, then someone would have to bear witness to what I chose. I lay back and the portrait's eyes accused me with a gentle familiarity. I did not yet know whether the ledger wanted a guardian or a sacrifice. I did know I could not let it decide solely by its neat hands. The slate of the night felt like a page. The ink had already been spilled across it. Some bargains were made with signatures. I had one in my pocket and the urge to write a different one. The thought was enough to keep me awake, and for the first time in a long while that was no punishment. It was a duty. Chapter 14, A Quiet Reckoning. The victory tasted like old silver. Not the bright, satisfying kind you sometimes find in a pocket, the kind that slips pleasantly between your teeth and reminds you that money is money, but a flat, tarnished aftertaste, the sort that lingers after you have had to drink something you would rather not have swallowed at all. We had closed the second seal, or at least bent its teeth back into the socket. The urn sat in the cellar where it had been placed, wrapped and warded and grudgingly quiet. Hogwarts stopped humming for a handful of days. The portrait stopped whispering in frightened bursts and returned to their accustomed cruelties. For a little bit, the world accommodated us. The problem, of course, is that the world does not forget what you have done to it. It remembers the hands that steered the remedy and begins, politely at first, to ask whether those hands might be allowed to steer other things. That is how reputation works. It is a currency that buys safety until someone decides to test how much you are worth. Narcissa called it the price of peace, and she said it without irony, which was in itself a form of calculation. She sat across from me in the smoking room, windows shut against the late heat, silver decanters on a low table that had never known austerity, and spoke in a small, clinical voice she saved for matters she intended to win. "We assist," she said. Discreetly. A donation to the memorial fund, naturally. An offer of arbitration in a matter that might embarrass a minor noble family. We have portrait contacts who will sing at the right decibel. We will make the right gestures and it will be understood. No one will have to be openly compromised. It read like an economy lesson. It sounded, as ever, like a task to be accomplished with the least display of feeling. I smiled because it was expected of me, a thing I could polish and show, the familiar Malfoy smile that did more work than a dozen spells. I understood the arithmetic. We had leverage now. A little disgrace or inconvenience bought a year of relative invisibility. A public show of contrition brought fewer suspicious letters. The alternative, Lucius's favored alternative, was to make trouble for others and force them into owing us. Lucius had never been patient about owing. He liked debts polished and paid in full, and where a debt could not be extracted neatly, he preferred to create one he could then call in. He preferred leverage to gratitude. I half expected him to crumple Narcissa's careful list and announce a dinner with certain obstinate persons who no longer counted themselves our friends. Instead, he chose a subtler menacing. He began to play rougher because the world would always compensate force for force. Charity, he had said earlier in the library, fingers steepled, the gold signet catching the light, eyes like a hawk trying to find a weak joint in a wire cage. Charity is excellent theatre. But theatre will not restrain someone from reopening a scene. Theatre will not keep the urn from humming while you sleep. He had been pacing since breakfast, which for him was not an admitted condition so much as a performance. He did well, in private, at pretending the old style of threats was merely an experiment in persuasion. He suggested, casually, as if tossing a pebble into a pond to watch who came running, that we might open friendly channels to certain expatriates, that investments might be recalibrated in ways that would bring useful men under our umbrella without too much fuss. He liked to speak in euphemism and watch the room bend toward his meaning. Or, he said, and the room tightened because you could hear, then, the implication. We allow a demonstration. A small loss for a public gain. Narcissa's mouth thinned. You would not sacrifice our name for an experiment. Not sacrifice, he corrected, friendly almost to cruelty. Redirect it. Increase its utility. I have always been good at seeing both sides of a problem. That is one of the tolerable things about being Malfoy. You learn to consider the enemy's hand because you might need it. What is less tolerable about being Malfoy is the ease with which one learns to measure friends as future liabilities. I had learned that lesson the hard way, and was learning it again, only this time the items being balanced on the scales were less abstract. My family was on one end, my own secrecy, the prophecy, the oath, the urn's loophole, clustered in the middle like a weight of cold iron. On the other end were allies whose loyalties were fresh and fragile, Luna, a few portrait contacts, a small knot of students and staff at Hogwarts who still trusted us enough to speak, and then that other hand, Severus's, waiting with a card I had not yet read. Severus's visit had been the thing I had not wanted to have to consider. He had come at dusk, skirts of shadow around him like habitual weather, and said, simply, "This will require something of you in the future." He did not have to say future the way other people did, loud, full of promise and menace. His future was a ledger, a receipt. He offered us a protection of sorts, knowledge, procedural advantage, access to certain occluded ledgers of ritual craft that would be needed if some other node were to awaken and the urn sing again. In return, there would be a service to be performed. The terms were unspecified because power, when leveraged, can be annoyingly flexible. That was the point. You offered now and dictated later because the immediate grip buys the later argument. I thought then of loyalty as a commodity and found that the concept sat ill in my mouth. Loyalty is not meant to be bought in installments. It is not supposed to be earmarked for repayment dates. But secrecy had taught me that sometimes, to keep people from getting hurt, you had to sign and pretend you had done so without asking the name of the price. Narcissa did not like Severus in any conventional sense of reason. She recognized, as she did everything, what he could do for us. You cannot simply sign away favors, she said to me now. Not without knowing. Lucius will. He will escalate, I finished. I had not told her everything. I had not told her of the specific phrasing he had used about the loophole, or the way Severus's eyes had flicked toward the cellar when I had mentioned the urn. I had not told her how sweetly he had promised that there were ways to wedge the terms to our advantage. Nor had I mentioned, because I had not yet admitted it to myself, the little narrow relief that had passed through me when I thought of Severus having a claim on our debt ledger. It was, after all, leverage in kind. It felt less like a chain and more like an insurance policy, and the possibility of that small human mercy made me guilty in a way I found particular. You would prefer Lucius's arrangements? Narcissa asked. She was not being rhetorical. She was, in words, asking a question that might decide the rest of our lives. Neither. I said it too quickly and the room waited politely for the rest. The truth is that I did not trust either option because neither offered a guarantee that felt like one. Lucius's methods could embroil us in things worse than reputation. Severus's bargain might demand of me something I could not give without asking questions about the people bound to me by blood or by choice. Trust was, in this small arithmetic, a dangerous thing. Luna had been sitting quietly in the adjoining conservatory, where the sunlight fell in an unexpected and very deliberately jaunty angle through glass and plantings of things that made no sense to the room. She kept a notebook on her knee, lined in a way that suggested obsession, but the kind of obsession that reads maps where others see only clutter. Her hair had a small number of leaves tucked into it because she, as she explained later with the bluntness of a person who cannot be surprised by anything, had been trying to improve the light for a portrait that liked particular shadows. She joined us because she was, in all ways that mattered, our compass for a certain kind of problem. Where Severus read ledgers and Lucius counted debts, Luna read oddities. She had a way of standing outside the argument and seeing not only the numbers but the arrangement of the room. When she reached for a cup of tea, it was with the sort of deliberation that suggested she had, at every point of the process, considered the effect of the tea on the portrait's sensibilities. "Have you thought," she said in that soft, astonished voice of hers, "about what will be most expensive to losers and most cheap to us? There are rituals that cost you nothing if you are the person who offers the apology. There are rituals that cost you everything if you have to make them because someone else demands it." She had an odd habit of using universal pronouns in an intimate way. Losers meant those who had little, or who would be cheapest to shame, or who would unlikely retaliate. She did not mean actual children of defeat, she meant marginal things in a societal ledger. It was the kind of cruelty that is also careful, almost clinical. She had a way of turning the room into a ledger of human price tags, and it was maddeningly useful. "What you propose," I said, "is to change who pays." "Not change," she corrected gently. "Reassign. Sometimes you pick a third person who will accept the ritual debt because of something else they want. Sometimes it is the shape of the apology, not the thing itself, that convinces them it is a good bargain. And sometimes, if you are clever, you make the apology a public act that only looks costly." I admired her for the practicality with which she said these things. Luna Lovegood, who wore her brain like an odd, luminous hat, was better at the arithmetic of human exchanges than the men who kept ledgers. She saw bargaining as a kind of mapping of the castle, find the seam and follow it until it leads to a room everyone needs. "Who would our apology be for?" I asked. The word sounded stupid and petty in my mouth, like a child's begging for a game to continue. I felt suddenly weary of the whole business of playing social theatre. "The memorial fund will serve," she said, tapping her pen. "People like ceremonies, they like to be included. Offer them inclusion. Offer them a voice in deciding something that seems to matter. Offer to help them tell their story. Make them feel useful. They will speak kindly because they were allowed to speak at all." Narcissa frowned at that. "Inclusion," she said, as if the word had been criticized by someone she respected. "It is not altruism," Luna said. "It is an instrument. It can be used to close a window quietly." We went through the list. The memorial fund, the small but well-timed public reading in which Lucius's voice would speak measured regret on the family's behalf while not going near confession. Portraits whose loyalty could be reproposed. A careful portfolio of donations to minor public works. I watched my mother calculate, like she always did, advantages for the cost. It produced an answer that would buy us some months. It would not, however, stop someone who wanted to reopen the seams. Lucius's temper, when it came, was thin as always. He could be charming and cruel with the same muscles. He put his hand on the back of a chair as if to steady the room and said, "All of that is fine. But what I have been saying from the beginning, and what I have been saying is that there are men who need to be brought into a position of appreciation for us, or frightened into being quiet. A demonstration, as I said, might convince the others that it is not worth reopening the seal again. There is a pleasant thing about seeing two adults speak around an idea that could ruin so very many people. The room listens politely while the adults weigh the impossibility of compromise. What is more pleasant, or perhaps what is worse, is that you are sometimes forced to imagine the wrong side of the ledger as if it were a neat, acceptable thing. This is the intellectual cruelty of politics. I will not endorse sacrifice on someone's behalf, Narcissa said sharply. Not of someone who is not ours. Lucius's eyes sharpened. Of course not. Unless the offering is strategically useful. That little hedging, turning someone into useful, was an entire career for him. He meant, plainly, that an anonymous scapegoat was better than a public malady because the anonymity could be purchased and shifted quickly. I tried to picture that transaction the way Luna described it, a seam. You press it and something gives. The problem with being the person who understands the seams is that you notice where the cracks are, and you also see who would bleed if you pulled them wider. I wanted, in a selfish and suddenly infantile way, to protect everyone I cared about. I suppose every Malfoy learns the technical parts of cruelty early on, how to slice a rumor, how to wrap a threat, but no one explains that there will come a time when you will be asked to choose between the lesser of two civilizational sins. Severus's offer, I said at last, because the thing was there, like a familiar bruise. He would help. It felt odd to say the name aloud the way you might point at a weather vane and call it a storm. He offered information. He can keep us safe in a way that donations cannot. At what cost? Lucius asked. He moved his weight forward, as if anticipating that the cost might be immaterial to his plans, which it was often. And if his price is the same as the one you claim to carry in secret, then perhaps his gain is our loss. The words landed like a blade in the soft place inside me. I had sworn an oath once in a small, terrible place I did not like to think of. It had been a strange, tightly knotted promise that had bent into my sense of what it meant to be useful. The prophecy, the thing I carried, had an ineffable quality. It was not written in a hand that allowed for easy negotiation. It asked things of the world and left the consequences messy. The oath, the loophole, the earned contracted promise, they were all part of a lattice that might require a human hinge. Severus is not wanting to add to our debt ledger, I said, and was careful in my wording. A small, precise lie is sometimes the least cruel thing you can offer. He would not demand something that would hurt us. Not in a way that requires blood. Lucius smiled in a way that did not touch his eyes. He will demand what is useful. He always does. Our question is whether his useful is compatible with ours. The conversation then folded into another room, the geometry of leverage. Who would be wounded? Who would be offered the apology? How much of the Malfoy name we could afford to make conciliatory without admitting guilt? I found, in these intellectual exercises, that my hatred of being forced into the role of pawn had intensified. I had always detested being ordered about, now I detested the idea of being ordered about for a price that might include the people I loved. When Luna reached for my hand, it was the most ordinary thing in the room. Her fingers were cool and small, and the gesture was unremarkable enough to be the only genuine touch there was. Her eyes looked at me as if she were trying to read a map. She did not ask questions that would force me to lie. She looked at the problem on the table and then back at me, with the unadorned understanding she wore around her shoulders like a cloak. You cannot be everything to everyone, she said softly. It was not intended as reproach, it was simply a statement of fact, as simple and irrefutable as a tide chart. You must pick seams to stitch. You must choose who sits with you when you mend them. We spent the afternoon making gentle decisions. Narcissa drafted a list of charities that would not scandalize the family. Luna drew a map in her notebook of people who might be placated by public involvement. Lucius made a note, in a marginally more dangerous hand, about a certain expedient meeting that he had the means to arrange with sympathetic parties. I listened, taking notes I would not show to anyone else, because that was the thing of being Malfoy, you prepare for contingencies you will not voice. When the men left the room for the pretense of rest, Lucius to his papers, Narcissa to the kitchen where she would employ a dozen careful hands to ready a meal that would be spoken of the wrong way in society the next week, I found an excuse to go down into the cellar. The urn called to me with the sort of private gravity that old things manage to hold. It sat there on a low plinth, networked in wards and ribboned with threads of sealing magic. It looked, in the low light, like an old beast that had been coaxed into a slumber. I crouched beside it and felt, with a child's superstitious reverence, the hum through the soles of my feet. The loophole, the small, elegant law of words we had found and exploited at the first seal, had saved us before. It glowed faintly in my memory like phosphorescence on a shore. Its existence meant we had not done the dangerous thing of binding ourselves in mortal terms. Instead, a small technicality allowed the urn to be closed without the offering the mags had expected. That was why the seal had not consumed someone immediately. It had also left a nagging suspicion that there were balances not fully accounted for, places where the cost would seek purchase later. I thought in the seller of promises and of a boy in a house who had been given responsibilities that had not been earned but had been shoved like an instrument into his hands. The castle had repaired what it could and offered us its thanks in a way an institution of its age knows how, a quiet, perfunctory gratitude that was more about continuing the arrangement than about personal warmth. The urn would sing again if it willed. The wards would hold if strengthened. But the tug at the margins, the small campaigns of sabotage and the whispering omens, would not be quiet if someone wanted them to be otherwise. I had to decide where to put my trust. Not in the abstract. There is no romance in trusting abstractions. You trust a person, or a set of allies, or a system. Each has a price and each has, inevitably, a blind spot. In Lucius's model, we used our name and our muscle to reassert a kind of order. The price was moral expedition, and the danger was that the expeditions would escalate until a line I refused to cross was crossed by someone else. In Severus's model, we ceded immediate control in exchange for safety and access to knowledge. The danger was that his ledger would demand, eventually, a thing I could not give. In the model that Luna and I sketched, a network of discreet confidants at Hogwarts, a careful mapping of scene lines, a small web of portrait allies and students who would watch for patterns, the price was time and the risk was exposure. Time was not something any of us had in abundance. But sometimes, when I held Luna's hand, I imagined that the long-delayed solution was to be patient enough to learn where the scenes led instead of covering them with a hastily knotted cloth. Her patient madness to map the castle's ins and outs had more utility than most people gave it credit for. We had already discovered, the way lovers or conspirators do, that together we had more clarity than either of us alone. For every quiet fear I harbored, she had a strange way of making it seem like an interesting problem rather than a doom-laden verdict. I did not tell her about my conversation with Severus. I told her, instead, that we would try the slow approach first. We would fund the public gestures, we would watch who took them as apologies, and we would quietly recruit portrait allies who owed the Malfoy family a favor. We would devote a small amount of company funds to a group of students who could learn the ward mapping. I would coordinate with them at Hogwarts. I would talk to a few people whose names I trusted. It sounded small and foolish and, possibly, heroic, at least to me. The truth was that I wanted both things. I wanted the patience of the slow stitch and the security of a fast-acting remedy. That night, with the house asleep except for the soft clack of servants moving like careful chess pieces, I arranged to meet Severus on terms of my own making. It was a concession that felt like betrayal and like relief at the same time. I could not afford to be naive. I also could not afford Lucius's kind of display. The balance of power did not allow me to be idealistic about every road. There was something shameful in the way my chest tightened as I made the arrangement. I told myself it was prudence. I told myself it was the adult thing to do. I told myself, with the malleable logic of a frightened person, that if Severus would take an obligation of the family ledger upon him, it might protect the people I loved. That, in the end, was what would decide me every time, the people I loved. Severus accepted the meeting when I offered it, and accepted the place I had chosen, the astronomy tower, where the world opened out and where you could pretend the stars watched your agreement like indifferent witnesses. He arrived as a shadow in a cloak and a snide grin I could not read as anything but an honest exercise. He looked at me as if he had been expecting me to fail this particular sort of bravery. "You wish to strike a bargain," he said, which was not a question. "You wish to buy time. Do you want something else?" I asked, blunt because I was tired of dancing. There are moments in life when bluntness is a kind of bravery. He smiled then, very small, a thing that belonged to that man and no one else. "Everything is currency, Draco. The question is what you are willing to consider change for." That was Severus. He piled meaning into sentences and allowed them to be transferred like coins. I told him I would not let him ask for blood, at least not of innocence. I did not tell him everything I could not give. I did not tell him that the prophecy sat in my chest as if it had its own pulse. He listened, and then, only then, he said, "Then we will make sure the cost comes in a currency we can both afford." I do not know, still, what exactly he meant. I do not know whether his vague promise was a mercy or a beginning of a bargain that would make me smaller in ways I could not anticipate. I only knew that when the sun rose the next morning, the house felt slightly more dangerous and yet less solitary. I had made a choice of sorts. I had chosen, tentatively, to keep the family safe by contracting a deal I could not fully predict, while simultaneously setting aside resources for a slow effort led by the one person I trusted not to bargain away the human parts of me. Luna sat with me on the turret parapet while the dawn bled its pale gold across the gardens. She had a cup of tea, which she never drank for heat but for observation, and she squinted up at me like someone attempting to read the inside of a coin. "Did you choose well?" she asked. "Depends what good means." I said it, and there was no fighting the truth that the answer for me was complicated. I chose something that might keep people alive. "Then it's a good choice," she said without hesitation. She had the ability to press my chest and then be absolutely merciless in her logic. Keeping people alive makes you a better man than most of them. That was tender and dangerous and unfair. I kissed the side of her head because that is the shape of my gratitude. It is not heroic, it is small and domestic and therefore, in my world, the very thing that counts. I had the sense then of the castle as a living thing that would chew on deals and cough up consequences. The urn slept in the cellar and the scenes hummed in faint threats. Lucius would not be quiet and he would not be satisfied with our public theatre for long. Severus's future ledger waited like a man with coins. And in the middle of all that, Luna and I had decided to stitch slowly, to forge a network that might, if we were lucky, outlast a rash decision. I fell asleep that night with my hand in hers and the knowledge that I had committed to two incompatible things. I had signed, in small, private ways, to keep my family safe by a method I did not wholly approve. I had also, stubbornly, chosen to trust people who were not beginning with an eye toward profit. I had given orders to a small network at Hogwarts and asked them to watch the moving staircases, to map the portrait votes, to keep their eyes open for the quiet magic that acted like a malcontent and a whisper. The world had always demanded choices of me. In this small summer it demanded that I be both a son and something else. Sometimes it asked for a liar, sometimes for a leader, sometimes for a boy who would stand with a lantern in the dark and hold the place because someone else could not. There is a stupid optimism that comes, at times, when one is young and in love and desperate but careful. It is the belief that stitching can hold things together. I do not delude myself that stitches will always save a wound. But tonight, I had bound a small number of them, in silver thread and apology and a bargain I did not like, and for the first time in a long while I could feel, not victory, but the pattern of a strategy that might keep all of us breathing through the next storm. The stars watched us finish our deals and then went on about their indifferent mathematics. Severus would call again. Lucius would make his push. The saboteurs would test the scenes in their own time. I had made choices. The prophecy hummed under the skin of things like a reminder that the world would extract its cost in a currency older than favors and donations. But for now there was one small human warmth in my palm and a notebook of maps and a list of charities in my mother's handwriting. I thought, absurdly, of the urn down below and of the small loophole that had saved us, and the way a lesson sometimes repeated itself. The cleverest charm is not always the one you cast in the moment, sometimes it is the quiet plan you keep, and the people you choose to make it with. There would be a reckoning. There always was. But reckoning, unlike suggestion, is an action. Until it arrived, I would do what I had learned to do best, arrange, haggle, and protect the fragile constellation of people I could call mine. At the edge of the parapet the castle exhaled, a wind that smelled faintly of old paper and the lacquer of polished shoes. I felt the world tilt imperceptibly, as if someone else in an unseen room had adjusted a picture frame. I stood and lighted a narrow cigarette, a small indulgence from habits I kept hidden in public, and watched the lane below where a carriage turned and the early post left the manor. The choices were set like chess pieces, and it was unpleasantly likely that some of them would be taken by someone else tonight. I was, I supposed, choosing between faith and expedience. I am, as always, an excellent compromiser. I intend, with a kind of artless stubbornness that is probably inherited, to be both clever and kind where I can. Severus will expect his coin. Lucius will expect spectacle. The castle will expect an answer. And I will, in the morning, go to Hogwarts with Luna on my arm and a list of portrait allies in my pocket, because sometimes the thing a man can do that makes everything else worth the trouble is to put his hand on the right seam and begin to stitch. Chapter 15: The Broken Ward. There are small victories that taste like bitter mint and others that linger like sugar caught under the tongue, the sort you think will sweeten things and never quite do. We had been given one such victory the week before, the first seal repaired, the urn tucked back into its cradle, the newspapers obligingly polite. For a fortnight the Malfoy name functioned again as currency, polite nods were bought and paid for with silvered smiles. Public peace wore thin, and I had learned to treat it as a fragile ribbon to be knotted and hidden rather than flaunted. So when the great hall hummed that evening, a pleasant, ordinary sort of hum, crockery and conversation, the occasional trick charm under the cutlery that made the knives shimmer blue, I allowed myself a sliver of normal. Normal had been a long time coming. Normal felt dangerous, all the more so for being ordinary. Luna was opposite me, a pale island in a sea of green and grey robes. She had a book of odd diagrams open in front of her and a single, very steady hand resting, unobtrusively, along the edge of my napkin. Her hair did what it always did, and her eyes were a precise, odd light. She had been with me for the past months the way a lodestar accompanies a lost ship, improbably constant, often wrong in detail, but never wrong in the place she showed. If the castle had a map of how it preferred to be placated, she was cataloguing it in her head. The first thing I noticed was a silence that wasn't silence at all. It was the sort of absence you feel in a room when someone takes their voice away and leaves just enough of it behind to show the shape of the sentence. A portrait in a high frame near the staff table began to stammer, its painted mouth a thin line of astonishment. An older boy in Hufflepuff looked up from his stew and made the sound people make before they find the proper word. Excitement or terror, it's always the same tremor. The candles that normally bobbed along the ceiling steadied like blind things listening. Scenes, Luna said softly, as if she were noting the weather. Not the wards themselves. The strings that tie them to the next thing. Always the strings, I answered. It was our joke by now, the castle being a garment with too many threads, some of them frayed. I kept my voice small in public. Smallness is, I've found, a useful camouflage for action. People notice less when one sounds bored. There was a slow, almost polite shiver through the air, then the wall behind Professor Sprout's portrait brightened and dimmed as if someone had put a hand on its face and squeezed. A guttering of light raced across the ceiling and then stopped like a ribbon cut. For a heartbeat everything held its breath, then the ward collapsed. The sensation was physical. It wasn't the theatrical drama of a gust of wind snuffing candles, it was deeper, felt in the marrow of stone. A low groan moved beneath our feet, as if the castle itself flexed and then recoiled. The floating candles over the tables twitched and went still, and the warmth I had been carrying, the little private shield I wore like a coat, ran off me like water from oilskin. Portraits froze mid-speech, their paint sweating with features that had no breath left to animate them. Some children screamed, others laughed uselessly, the kind of high brittle sound that makes my mouth ache. Authority is a complicated thing in public places. It can be inherited and it can be taken. In that moment the hall split into small rings of agency, teachers, prefects, younger students, and none of them were big enough to hold what was happening. I did the thing I had learned to do in several systems of control. I took the smallest, definite action I could, and then I widened it until it became something other people could follow. Stay seated, I commanded, and the words surprised me with how they asked nothing and took everything. Not everyone obeyed at once. Some fled for the doors, a few younger ones tried to climb the benches. The sound of boot leather on wood is an unforgiving counterpoint to enchantment, it sounds alarmingly human. I stood. Luna rose with me and moved beside my elbow as if she belonged to the motion. She doesn't flinch. One of her hands skimmed the margin of the book under the table, carding a map across an inked scene she had folded up and carried with her all evening. "A corridor off the west stair," she said. "Portrait of Lady Merced part way along, she's asleep. If the scene's unthread there, it will go into the kitchens. The castle makes food windows when it is frightened." "Food windows?" I repeated, because sometimes the vocabulary she uses is like catching a name for a thing I have always felt and never noticed. Luna nodded as if the phrase was exactly the right spell for the idea. She never uses the expected words. That is why she is useful. In a crisis you need someone who brings a fresh map. "Percy, callable?" I asked one of the prefects near me, naming him plainly so the urgency would be clear. He brightened into action, probably from the thrill of doing right in front of juniors. Within seconds a ring of hasty shields began to form around groups of children, low charms that looked more like mumblings than magic. The younger ones huddled, their eyes on the teachers, their faces turning the color of cooked clams. Some portraits bucked and tried to cry out, producing only paint puffs of dust. I don't know if people expected me, a Malfoy, to take charge of anything but dinner conversation and the less savory parts of prefect life. I have learned, though, that power's first rule is that it amounts to taking the initiative when no other hands reach. My hands moved like the rest of me, carefully, with a practiced politeness that disguised the speed of my spells. "Seal the East Passage," I told a Ravenclaw girl whose fingers were already twitching for a charm. "Hold the portrait at Lady Merced's frame. Use remembered commission, 5 minutes." I watched her face and she repeated my words, because if an instruction has been passed down it is harder to ignore. Magic binds more tightly to repeated language. I had studied it. And when the castle is uncertain, it will obey as if being scolded. It was like orchestrating a strange, improvised ballet. I put up wards that were not elegant, they were practical and short-lived. I taught the guards to tie a binding knot not of thread but of attention, 3 people to a child, 1 to steady them, another to speak their name, a third to keep a hand on their shoulder. Breath is a crude anchor and surprisingly effective when other magics fail. There are moments when the world narrows to the mechanics of being useful. In such moments politics is a far-off country. I found that my hands remembered spells before my head did, my mouth reminded people of their names and their houses. That alone is a kind of power, the ability to make the smallest person feel known, to tether them with identity. Students quieted because someone told them their name. It went well, for a while. The cries subsided into murmurs. The great painted lady near the staff table, the one many of the older portraits respected, blinked and, with a great effort, regained a single syllable. I leaned toward her and murmured the exact phrase of her commissioning, the dry legalese she had been given by a benefactor centuries ago. Portraits are legalistic, I have always thought. They have a fondness for being accounted for. "Hold to your vows," I said. It is a jest we Malfoys make among ourselves, but the painted woman's oil throat remembered in one smooth sweep. Her jaw unclenched. Color flushed back into the frame. Luna moved along the tables with an odd, almost indecent calm. She had the air of someone who is secretive only because she enjoys the drama of it. She found a clutch of first years and crouched, talking to them about imaginary beasts as if that were all the castle had ever had. It steadied them. There is a rare bravery in seemingly trivial kindness. It tells a frightened mind that the world is still able to offer small wonders. And then, as if the building had been listening for applause, the air buckled again. This time it was a more violent shudder, and with it came a smell, old iron and rain on leather. The protective ring would build splintered at a seam I had not known to expect. A painting near the high table, an older portrait, dry, with eyes that looked as if they'd seen all the fashions in a century, cracked across its brow as if it were the very heart of the hall being split. A child at the Slytherin table dropped her pudding and gaped at the rupture with an expression of the kind of betrayal that makes you younger. Someone had targeted a node. "Who knows the architecture here?" Professor Flitwick asked from above like a small, alarmed bird. He landed on the staff table and fluttered. His little mouth produced a string of spells that started to knuckle the wind. "I do," I said, abruptly. I heard the word fall like a coin. Too much authority in a place invites the greed of attention. I could see it on faces. There are always people ready to harvest authority into stories. It is connected to the cellar, under the kitchen door. A scene between the wards, anchored in an old family offering, now unthreaded. That last part one did not need to say aloud. I did anyway. The name of an ancestral binding will prick an audience into interest. The dirt I carry with the Malfoy name is a tool I can use and a burden I cannot. Saying the truth in part is useful. It is also dangerous. Show us, Flitwick chirped. He smelled of singed parchment and the precise fear wizards produce when given a clear answer. Not here, I said. The great hall was too public. Whatever had been done, it was sensitive to witness. Rituals are like animals, they fret when observed. It was time to move everyone to the great corridors under the battlements. The faculty argued, someone wanted to send owls, another suggested calling the headmistress to the staff table. I made a decision. In times of fracture, decisive smallness overrides dithering largeness. I condensed a map of prefects into motion with a few clear commands, and we shepherded the students out with all the calm of people who pretend they have always known their place. We moved like a flood between stone and shadow, children holding ropes of scarves around one another like lifelines. The castle was not getting any easier to love. Portraits along the way were being pulled like loose tiles in a roof, their painted mouths dropping into stunned intervals. A few of them hissed, in their painted way, about the taste of misremembered arguments. Once we were in the relative control of the west stair corridor, I leaned against the cold stone and felt the danger in my veins as clearly as heat. The hall had been a public theatre. The corridor was a private room. Here, we could speak. You sure the scene runs under the kitchens? Professor Sprout asked, her earth smell comforting in its own way. She had grit in her voice like mildew, she would bake the castle back together if given a decade. I appreciated her quietly obstinate authority. It was the sort of thing that kept institutions standing. Yes, I said. I could have lied then, misdirection is a politician's coat of arms, after all. But there are a few people who one still owes a truth, those who will be responsible for the children if things go wrong. She gave me a look that didn't ask for my name but asked for the thing I was most loath to give, my trustworthiness. How much of it is a structural issue? Professor Flitwick asked, his voice like a bell being tapped nervously. Temporary breach? Or a different kind of work? A node, I said. Somebody's been cutting the threads from ritual anchors. It's not an accident. It's arranged. There it was, the word that made years lean forward. Arranged. It turned heads like a new fashion. Who have you told? Professor Sprout asked. Only those who needed to be told to move the children, I answered. And Luna? She looked at Luna then, as if testing whether the girl was odd enough to be useful or dangerous, and Luna smiled like someone who had just been complimented on the color of her socks. I have a pattern drawn, Luna said, and produced the folded page lay like a map. It matches the sewn anchors in the west wall. They are knotted into portraits placed by people who liked a certain sort of order. They would be cut with a thin, precise spell, one that leaves soot but no scorch. It sounds like someone is being very careful not to look like an attacker, Flitwick muttered. He had the sudden, haunted look of someone who had read an etiquette book on war. Precision suggests a ritualist rather than a brute, I said. They're not smashing wards. They're unweaving them to take the shape back somewhere else. My voice was small again. I liked smallness because then there are fewer eyes on the whole. But there were already eyes. The faculty's list of people to ask had begun to form and it included my name. Heads tilt when Malfoys act useful. There is a fascination bordering on accusation in the polite interest of those who have known what I am and now see me fill a quieter role. Why would they unweave the anchor? Sprout asked, blunt as a shovel. To take what it ties them to? Or to create a gap? Both, Luna answered. If you take the knot, you can retie it somewhere else. If you create a gap, the castle will cough into old places and show you where its sore spots are. A lattice, I added. They're not interested in the hall, as such. The hall is a test. It's a node in a larger pattern. This settled like a net. The faculty looked at me differently after that, less like I was a boy pretending to be helpful and more like a boy who had stumbled into the map of a thing he had been trying to hide. The castle seemed to agree, the very seep of its stones listening to our words as if the truth had been a key. We need to close off the kitchens and check the back cleft of the west wall, Flitwick said. I will require a list of those who were in close proximity to the portraits. I swept to the hall, to the students who had been nearest, lingering on faces with the soft, ugly curiosity of people wondering where danger might have begun. Some of them met my gaze and held it with a question in the shape of blame. They were thinking, perhaps, of how a Malfoy might just be very good at opening doors no one wanted opened. Do you know who could have the knowledge to do this? Asked Professor Sprout. It is not common to work with anchors without leaving something that can be traced. I could have said Severus Snape. He would have been the obvious, painful economy of knowledge and leverage. But Severus is a ledger in the dark. Saying his name aloud is like setting a queue of obligations into motion. I will say it in private when the debt is due. In public, one must keep the face provided for families. I have a list, I said. The list was necessarily vague. Wandwork of an older style. Unpracticed by students. Someone with access. The faculty exchanged looks. Old eyes get good at trading a glance that doubles as accusation. My own family occupies that glance like a seat in the front row. It's where they'd find me, wrapped in the silver of our past. I will help, Luna said immediately. Her voice carries no calculation that registers in the usual way. She answers because there is always another question to be solved. Her readiness is disorienting to people who think in terms of power. To me, it feels like a tethering rope. Go to the kitchens with Professor Sprout, I told her. Do not touch anything you are not asked to touch. She laughed softly. You think I would? I think you will touch everything, I said. She smiled and did not contradict me. The first run through the back corridors was methodical. We found small things that looked like innocence, a broken peg on a broom, a smudged boot print on the stairs, a napkin with a chain stitch that didn't belong to the house. These things are all clues, not for the way they read to children. They are useful because they make a map that only someone with time and patience knows how to translate. Someone had been patient. At the back of the kitchen, where the stone runs thin and the old mortar holds secrets like a mouth carries the taste of its last meal, I saw the mark, a hairline scratch in the mortar, almost invisible, like someone had tried to draw a cigarette line and decided not to. Beneath it, a tiny knot of thread had once been set into the stone, and the thread had been cut cleanly. It wasn't the work of a child's impatience. It was surgical. Luna, I said. Read me the knot. She crouched and breathed on the scratch as if it might bloom words. She traced the dust with a finger and then smiled in that conspiratorial way of hers. It was red, she said. And old. Not the bright red of modern dyes. The kind they used to dye ribbons with a dragon's blood, or something like that, centuries ago. It has been moved. Who owns a ribbon like that anymore? I asked. Families do, she said. Families that have kept vows. The corridor had become quiet as if the stone itself were listening for the rest of the phrase. There are those in the world whose vows peak like teeth in a grin. The Malfoy family kept ribbons, among other things. The kinds of covenants tied into the castle's bones are the sort families shape around themselves. If someone wanted the castle to cough up its secrets, they would start by pulling threads that connected families to places. Someone is testing our bindings, I said. They're seeing which threads they can get without breaking a public seal. If they get to enough threads, Luna said, they can weave a map that will show them where to step. We spent 2 hours crawling through cellars and unlit staircases. There are things you only ever notice at night, when the castle is not pretending to be awake, the way certain portraits look embarrassed of their youth, the ways that stone pockets hold coin-like memories. We catalogued the missing stitches and the frayed memorials and marked them with chalk and slips of parchment. We cleaned the submarks and warmed the stair rails for the younger students' hands. We came back to the great hall as the moon was pouring through the high windows and the floating candles had been rehung, sober and smaller than before. The hall had the look of a place that had been read a difficult book and found a part too cruel for the end. There were fewer people in it now, those who remained clustered into small studies. Teachers moved like pack mules carrying the equipment of slow war. I found my family at the high table. My father's face was a careful mask of composure that did not quite reach his eyes. My mother's hand rested along his forearm like a separate, bright thing. They watched me with that look parents give their children when they are deciding whether to smile with you. I had never been a boy truly at ease with their approval. I suspected they were calculating. Lucius's eyes met mine and measured me the way a merchant measures the weight of silver, quick and economical. For the first time since the first seal's repair I felt the weight of the Malfoy name in a different way, less like a prospectus and more like a chain. There was an opportunity in this night's chaos, and the opportunity smelled like leverage. You did well, my mother said, and I heard the word as if it were a small key. Thank you, I told her. I could have answered differently. I could have explained how we had traced the seam, how the breaks led to an old knot that referenced a charter my family had once signed. I did not. Information is a meal best given in courses. It keeps the stomach achingly hungry and the guest grateful. I gave them a little, enough to make the taste linger. Enough to make them pleased, or suspicious. The two are often neighboring tastes with my parents. The aftermath was an economy. The castle's defenses were compromised, and someone would now write speeches about tightening things up and adding more cords. That was the safe path. Another, ruthless path would be to pretend this had never been and go on as we had been, feeding the public with the lie that all was well. The truth had been opened like a seam, and people will always want to stitch it in a way that flatters them. Someone clapped me on the back, slightly too hard for comfort. It was a 7th-year Gryffindor, good at duels, loud in his house. Good show, Malfoy, he said, which is a sentiment with as many teeth as the rhetoric of gratitude tends to have. The faculty murmured. Some of the younger students looked at me with a new set of questions, brimming with that complicated curiosity that alternates between admiration and suspicion. Why him? An elderly Hufflepuff asked another older voice under their breath. Why would he know enough to say? Because he is one of the only ones in his position who has had to hold both sides and learn to balance, the other whispered. Or because he is part of it. Suspicion is a fire that does not burn logically. It is fed by pattern recognition, and people like their patterns tidy. My life is a set of contradictions with two neat edges, Malfoy and a boy who has been asked to do the impossible. They cannot reconcile the two, so they choose one besmirched. I have always known that being useful opens one to the accusation of being complicit. When the night quieted and the students were finally taken back to their dormitories, the hall and the portrait settled into a nervous sleep. The castle made small sounds like a beast adjusting its sleep. I found Luna by a portrait whose frame trembled even in the dark. You were splendid, she said. Her words were the kind that did not have all their edges filed away, a surprise and affection in equal parts. Splendid. I repeated, delighted and mortal at once. You were like a steadying stitch, she said, as if I were fabric and the compliment a favor. Not making anyone wrong for being scared, but telling them they could be brave. It is one thing to be called brave by some. It is another to be called a stitch. Both feel like praise to a boy who has spent most of his life as a pattern. I will take that, I said. We did well. We did, she agreed. Her voice softened in that way that undid me. There are people who make you feel steadier by being themselves, not by being supportive in the way the world expects, but by being inexplicably true. Are you afraid? She asked. I thought of the board of it, the prophecy I carried like a hidden ledger, the oath and the loophole that kept me moving like a chess piece. I thought of Severus watching from shadows, of Lucius who could charm a room and then barter it away, of the way the castle had coughed up that scene when our victory was still too new. I did not say none. I did not say yes. There is a difference between being afraid and letting fear arrange your movements. I settled for the line I had practiced lately. I'm careful, I said. She laughed, pleased at the softness of the word. It was as much affection as judgment. Being careful is a very good way to be, she said. Being careful is a code not many would accept as a life philosophy. It contains enough of the world to live in and enough restraint to make you dangerous. I like it. We walked back toward the staff table together, and for a sliver of time I didn't think of the consequences. Then Severus appeared, as Severus always does when needed, like rain on the day you have planned to leave the house. He had been at the edge of the staff gathering, watching. His face was the same carved calm it's always been and yet more layered, a gentleman's barometer with a needle pointing to profit. You handled things expeditiously, he said, his voice low and dry as chalk. Thank you, I replied. There is a difference between a teacher's praise and a man's. Severus's praise comes with pipes and books and sometimes, in the way he chooses to look, a threat. Spells notable, he said. You used an archaic coil in the binding by Lady Merced to recall the portrait to commission. That was imaginative. He didn't smile. People seldom say imaginative unless they mean something else with it. Old spells are useful, I said. They leave less of a trail, sometimes. Or a trail only the trained will read, he replied. And there it was, the ledger-thin hint that slipped a weight onto my shoulders. Severus knows spells that have been forgotten because he has a habit of keeping old things for reasons that are not entirely clear. He has the patience to collect grudges and items that might matter on a long winter's night. He is, in many ways, the one who keeps a map of debts. There's more, he said. We will speak later. His words were the kind that open doors you wish were not yours to pass through. In them there is both offer and contract. We both understood, though we said nothing about it, that this night would be a line in our ledger. When everyone had left and only the portraits hummed with a sleepy after-sound, I walked alone outside the castle. The air was sharp as cut glass. The stars shivered like pinheads of cold. There was a small, calming sense in the way the night took and gave light, and in the way London 60 miles away didn't know the trouble its schoolyard had to be stitched. I thought of everything that had happened, the seam, the knot under the kitchen, the way someone else had taken the time to learn what threads would give and which would not. I thought of the way being useful had earned me a new set of looks, not the old scornful ones but the milder, more ambiguous ones of people who are not sure whether to be grateful or wary. The two feelings can sit together like companions I will have to entertain at the same time for some time to come. There is a cost to being trusted in a crisis. Trust is a currency that invites exchange. You can be paid in gratitude or taxed with suspicion. Tonight, I was paid in both. I also thought of the map Luna had folded into her pocket, the way she reads the castle like a book. She is small and patient and entirely lacking in vanity. She is also the one person who can make me laugh when things are most urgent, and that is a dangerous talent for someone who claims to be the kind of person who understands sacrifice. Knowing someone will stand with you makes the need to protect them more acute. It is a new burden and, I admit, a gift. When I returned to the manor later, the house smelled of burnt orange and tobacco, as my father had taken to pacing with certain vices. He greeted me with a smile that was all economy, useful and exacting. You were in the hall, he said. Yes, I answered. I could see that his mind was already moving the pieces this night had cleared into a set of possibilities. A breach, I said. It was contained. He watched me, a hawk with soft feathers. You kept the children safe? Yes. He nodded. Good. There will be consequences. Consequence is a thing that looks like wind, and sometimes it hits like a net. Lucius measured his words like a tradesman. We should be useful, he said. We have always been good at being useful in moments like this. Useful can look like something else, I said. Then we shall make it look like what we need, he said without apology. Narcissa's hand on his arm was a small, neutral greeting. She had been the sort to balance danger with a practical solution, and her practical solutions often have teeth. They would want to use the night. Of course they would. Families like ours are built of opportunity and the ready ability to turn fear into favor. I did not relish it, but I was no child saint. I will use my family as a shield when it suits them and as a blade when necessary. It is a balance, like everything else. I lay awake that night thinking of knots and scenes, of the way the castle coughed and the way people looked at me as if I were both savior and suspect. The world had not become less complicated by the fact of the breach, it had simply revealed a new map. Someone had taught me that being seen for what you are is a dangerous comfort. I would rather be misread in the short term than transparent in the long. But the collapse had made transparency the conversation's current. People would be more watchful. People would look at the Malfoy name and try to translate it into culpability or heroism depending on their appetite for drama. I closed my eyes and saw the mark in the mortar where the ribbon had been cut, the small neatness of someone who knew what they were taking. That, perhaps, would be the new pattern, precision, old magic, not moved like chess pieces. Whoever had done the unbinding had a sense for histories and the patience of the fox. That made them dangerous in a way bluster never could. Luna's hand found mine in the dark as if she had been waiting for the same compulsion to tie us together. Her fingers were small and firm and smelled faintly of books. We should map them out, she said simply, which is her way of making an infinitude into a plan. We will, I said. There was something about her ease with plans that made me want to keep a promise somewhere under my breastbone. Outside, the night held the castle quiet as if it were preparing for the next move. Inside, my house was filled with the silent mechanical things rich families keep, paintings that look like waiting, clocks that measure in obligations. I turned my face to the ceiling and thought of the coming days, more threads to find, more portraits to soothe, more eyes that would be set upon me like careful knives. Snape would call. My father would adjust his face to a market ready for trading. The castle would cough again, in different scenes, and I would be asked to stitch what I could, and to conceal the stitchwork from others. Being the one who holds too much is like holding a light under water. You can illuminate small things, but you drown if the pressure becomes too great. I have some answers, some spells, a list of possible culprits and a copy of the map Luna and I had made so far. That is the only kind of readiness that exists, the one you craft in the dark with people you choose. The ward had broken tonight. Portraits were rattled. The children had trembled. I had moved and being seen meant a kind of cost I now had to tally. Outside, a carriage passed like a dark beetle on the road, and the stars burned indifferent. There are many sorts of vigilance. I have had to learn to be the kind that listens, sows, and withholds the truth until it becomes a weapon rather than a peril. We had held them, tonight. We had not won more than a single tense hour. But in the small hours, when the house slept and the portraits hummed like threatened birds, I laid my hand on the urn's memory like a cold coin and felt the edge of what I had been promised. We had bought a moment. Someone had learned where to cut the thread. And now, of course, they would cut again. Chapter 16, Luna's Theory. There are evenings at Malfoy Manor when the house remembers to be exactly what our name still buys: high ceilings, candlelight that throws aristocratic shadows, a stare that sighs in the same way that an old dueling scar might look if it could speak. On other evenings the house is a ledger of compromises, closed accounts, polite lies, the exact angles you must take when you wish to move unobserved. This was one of the ledger evenings. The servants had withdrawn to their corners like reluctant witnesses. Father was at his desk in a mood that made him dangerous in entirely new, administrative ways. Mother patrolled the hallways with the nervous, efficient look of someone who had repaired worse than reputations and intended to keep repairing until the job was finished. Outside the window the garden smelled of summer things that persisted despite politics and varnish. Inside, Luna sat at my father's long table and arranged porcelain fragments as if she were laying out constellations. There was no jewelry in her hair tonight, no peculiar earrings bobbing with opinions. She had the look she gets when a thing is not absurd to her at all, only not yet seen properly. It is not a look that wants to insist upon itself, it simply insists upon the world being a little more legible, and it made my work feel smaller and less urgent in the best possible way. We had the urn on the table between us, not the restored, showpiece urn the public was allowed to see, but the smaller clay core we had been allowed to study in private, the thing the counter-ritual had been stitched around. It was clean now, resealed in a way that made it look as if nothing had ever seeped from its clay, and I kept catching myself waiting for the old taste of iron at the back of my throat that used to come with it. The counter-ritual had closed the first seal, but a lattice is more than one knot, and seals tend to be the sort of thing magics do in thickets. Fix one, and the next might be freshly irritated. "Why are you looking at it like you might hurt it?" Luna asked, and the humor in her voice was peculiar. It had corners of seriousness that made it dangerous. She was holding a ceramic shard that had once been a decorative border of some ancestral vase. The patterns on it repeated in the urn's clay as if the same hand had been tempted to work both. "It's polite to look wary," I said. My voice slid into the old Malfoy cadence on its own, all pale smiles preserved by habit. "Everything here is either trying to kill us or trying to sell us to someone who will." She tilted her head. "Or it's trying not to. Perhaps it's tired of being chosen and would rather be kept." It was the sort of sentence most people would have dismissed as one of her airy reframings, an almost insult to logicians and a kind of consolation to the precisely anxious. But she was looking remarkably like a person who had done arithmetic in her head and found that numbers gave a useful kind of comfort. She spread the fragments like a small map. "Tell me this again," she said. "The prophecy as you have it." I took a breath. There is an economy to telling prophecies in pieces. The less you say, the less you expose yourself to misunderstanding. I am used to performing restraint. I am also fond of my head, and within it there is a warm groove where the lines of that prophecy have been played and replayed until they make a kind of private record. I told her enough for her to place down a fragment and not for anyone to prosecute me for blasphemy or treason, which, admittedly, are neighboring things and sometimes reflect each other. She listened as if she were charting the cadence of a song. When I had finished, she folded her hands around the shard and said, simply, "It sounds very lonely." "That's prophesies for you." It came out sharper than I'd meant. I had been taught to present loneliness and destiny with the faintest of smiles, to let everyone infer that I bore a cost like everyone else and thereby be spared prying. It had kept people from asking me properly hard questions. It had kept my father's own choices contained within respectable conversation. But loneliness makes room for ugly bargains. Loneliness is what motivates people to sell names. "Loneliness is what a dictionary would say," Luna replied. "But dictionaries are lazy with living things. Prophecies are not assignments of lonely people. They are instructions for something that moves like a machine." A machine? I had never thought to compare it to one. Machines are useful things. They have cogs and tolerances and, most importantly, they can be repaired, reproposed, and sometimes reprogrammed. She smiled like an astronomer about to point out a new constellation. "Yes. A machine that needs a constant. Not always a body, not always a person, but something that remembers. There are moments when people say things that rearrange the way you hold the world. My life has been constructed to resist rearranging. My father taught me to keep a spine and a profile, to repay kindnesses and to never let yourself look in need of rescue. But Luna's sentences usually come with a sideways magnetism. They make the most resistant facts lean in. "It needs a mind that can hold many things without breaking," she said. "Not to be broken in the way people imagine, being torn or killed. Broken in the way of losing the pattern. The machine wants someone who will remember the scenes, who will hold their attention to the lattice so it doesn't fray across years or across clever hands who would undo it." There was a beat in which I thought, not for the first time, that I had been trained to take on nearly all unpleasantness as a kind of gladiatorial honor. The chosen one is supposed to be a crescendo of self-sacrifice, sacrifice as symbol, as knight stand with a noble head upon it. I had rehearsed that standard until it sat like armor over my chest. Luna's theory suggested something deliciously less dramatic and more insidious: stewardship. A lifelong tending, the quiet binding of responsibilities that never made fine headlines and yet preserved the machine from collapse. "This is..." I started. I did not finish the sentence. There were too many dangerous words, bulwark, anchor, vassal, that could be twisted once they left my mouth. "I think it's looking for continuity rather than climax," she said. "It wants to anchor to a mind rather than a martyr. Or perhaps it wants both, but it doesn't have to have both. You can be the mind that keeps the map, not the one who burns with it. A laugh slipped out of me that was part disbelief, part relief. That's rather hopeful language for someone who also keeps a considerable mental inventory of nargles. She did not flinch. Hopeful is a useful angle if you want to keep your head while everyone else wants it on the altar. But I'm being precise. The scenes show this. Look. She picked up a portrait card. There are a few of the old archivist's faces that were loaned to us for consultation, and placed it by the shards. Porcelain patterns. They repeat in a lattice across time. Families that kept certain keeps did not always offer themselves up for death. They repeated rituals across generations, teaching their children the exact way to hold the names and dates. It resembles a ledger. A small ledger was not the image of glory taught in the books of heroism. It suggested an eternity of small reconciliations, a list of things to be remembered, to be fed like a plant, not the final swoop into legend. She tapped the urn politely with a fingertip and it made a sound like a small bell. The counter-ritual closed the first knot. It patched the clay with a spell that belongs to the kind of thing you do when you do not want a wound to show it bleeds. But patches strain. You need someone who will keep retouching. Someone whose mind won't let it go slack. Someone you can teach to know where to pinch and where to leave things alone. I thought of Severus when she said teach. Severus has ledgered favor like currency. He knows ritual as if it had been an occupation, and he trades in it. His bargain with us, his quiet watchfulness and the way he agreed to certain exposures, has always felt to me like a warily extended hand that expected his due. If stewardship is what the lattice needs, then Severus has the knowledge to instruct and to tax. It made the deal seem both more useful and more treacherous. Luna, I said, testing the syllable in my mouth the way one tests drinks a dangerous wine, are you suggesting I should take it on? Not die, but, what, carry on with it? Be the repository. She blinked at me in a way that I had learned to read over many nights, the look of someone who believes that you are not stupid and so speaks plainly. Yes. Hopefully. If the lattice chooses a mind that can hold many things, you are well suited. You keep accounts in your head already. You've been practicing hiding and remembering. You are a repository in the way people forget repositories are useful until things start to fall apart. The flattery was not the part that moved me. The part that did was the complete absence of the pity I had grown to expect from so many who knew of my burdens. Luna's eyes offered a kind of straightness that had nothing to do with social advantage. It was the look of someone who was calibrating me as a tool she believed in. You're being very practical, I said. It came out with more softness than I'd meant for. Admittedly, part of me was pleased. I am susceptible to simplicity when it is dressed as purpose. It gives you something to do, something properly tactical to be angry at or to defend. I'm a good practitioner of odd things, she said. And I'm very patient. That matters, too. Anchors have to be patient. We spoke then, in a more technical register, about scenes and cells and archival portrait testimony. Luna had spent days in a library with a manner of quiet bargaining, a question here, a traded piece of gossip there. Portrayals of the last known family who had taken such an obligation passed along, in fragments, not as a single heroic tale but rather as a set of house rules enforced over generations. Those households had not been famous for glorious battles, they were famous for oddities, cupboards where the tea went missing on the right day, small altars that required blue threads at equinox, and a calendar of trivialities that held terrible things at bay. What had bound the lattice was not an act of sacrifice but the attention and the refusal to simplify. Doesn't that make the family a target? I asked. If spells anchor to households, then containment only requires identifying the household and applying pressure. Luna rubbed a finger along one of the shards. It does. But it also means the machine prefers patterns it can read. Families that are cautious are messy to read. People who have long habits are a poorer target for quick theft. Also, being the mind doesn't necessarily mean the mind must sit still. It means you know what to hand on. It's a practice as much as a possession. I thought of Lucius trying to regain favor by any means necessary. I thought of bargains in private rooms that smelled faintly of brandy and danger. Lucius would see the idea of me as a living ledger, as an asset to be sold, rented, and trimmed. He would either try to market me to those who believed in quick solutions or stage a spectacle to reframe me as a martyr. He had learned, in his own way, the acute advantage of making a problem public and then offering himself as the solution. If I accepted stewardship as an option, I would need to control the narrative with a precision that would exhaust me. And your solution is that I teach myself to be a mind that can hold it. I asked. Teaching yourself is a good start, she said. But you do not have to do it alone. Anchors tend to be supported. They are not solitary. They have practices and shared rituals. Portraits are useful. The room of requirement is useful if you know how to ask for patience rather than answers. I can help you structure the things you need to remember so they do not collapse into panic. She smiled then in a way that made a small, dull ache in my chest ease. Love is a foolish, epiphanic force that teaches you to place your risk map in a different orientation. Before Luna, my imaginative life had been a series of hedges: how to contain a scandal, how to make an enemy look ludicrous, how to survive orders. Loving her had been, in practical terms, a change at the very small scale of cognitive priorities. I had begun to value sustainable kindness over theatrical victory. Her presence meant that I could imagine a future that was tidy in ways I had been raised to deride as weak. I found, without quite admitting it, that I wanted to be the kind of man who could keep people safe over the long run, even if that meant fewer dramatic triumphs to parade through the drawing room. Teach me, I said, and my voice was small then because the admission of need had been trained out of me, and to practice it felt like starting again at school. She leaned forward. First we map, she said. Write down all the nodes you know. Places that hunt with ritual. Names of people who have been allowed into the cellars. Times of year when things slip. Then we practice a kind of list work. You will recite them to lock them into an order. But you must not let them be worry anchors. That is, you hold them like a gardener holds a list of what to water, neither to despise nor to idolize. Then we make a plan of tiny rituals. Daily, weekly, seasonal. Repetition makes patterns legible to a machine. This is remarkably domestic. I tried, and nearly failed, to sound disgusted. It is a Malfoy instinct to prefer gallant misery to housewifely patience. It is practical, she said. Also, honestly, the machine likes things repeated. Magic is lazy, it is fond of habit. We began then, awkwardly at first, and then with a satisfying, precise rhythm. I wrote the names of places on paper in my father's hand, because that felt somehow right, an act of private succession. Malno House cellar, the little chamber beneath the manor, the old fireplace in the east wing where the mortar had been tapped to hide a scene once. The room of requirement when it was sympathetic. The urn itself. Names of 2 or 3 old servants who had been permitted to be keepers in name only. Times of year, equinoxes, the anniversary of the first seal, the nights when ghosts walked a little clearer. The list smelled of dust and varnish and a long unwillingness to stop being careful. When Luna suggested we practice mental holding, she had a method that was at once ludicrous and unlikely to be wrong. We sat, first, with candles between us and practiced reciting the list without the voice breaking. It sounds idiotic to say oral repetitions make a difference to ritual, but the truth is that stories ask to be told properly. A list held badly becomes an invitation for mischief. You did not want people who could make mischief to see the lists. A mind that could hold many things was a mind that could narrate the list in a steady voice and accept the list's admission of duty. The first time I tried it, my throat tightened in a way that felt like a premonition. It was not pain, it was the exact sound of a man realizing that the economy of his life had changed shape. I held the list to myself like a small ledger and felt the world rearrange itself in something like relief, because there is less terrifying ambiguity in having an occupation that you can carry around. The house sighed as if it recognized a familiar austerity and did not know whether to be relieved or resentful. Imagine you are a scene, Luna said at one point. Not the scene that has to hold, but the scene that notices when the tension changes. The job isn't to be unbreakable. The job is to be aware of the pattern and to communicate a correction when it's needed. It would have been too simple to say that this was comforting. It was instead like finding a cloak that fit badly at first but whose shoulders softened until it became exactly what you wanted. I am trained to admit to precise things, excellent at lists, poor at confessions. But loving her taught me to be willing to offer the more private piece of myself, not merely the clever face but the person who would let himself keep a weight because he believed in the person asking him to carry it. Do you ever think about the cost of this? I asked. Being the mind. What it would mean to have that connectedness. Whether it would be used to claim you or to make you less than you were. People will always try to claim people, she said. They will think of the mind as an asset. That is what they do. But there are practical steps. You make the mind shared. You train others. You write down the rituals in forms that are not treasure maps. You put them in places that make them boring to anyone who isn't part of it. You let portraits know that their loyalty is to the thing, not to the person. Portraits can be stubborn allies if you ask in a way they like. I thought of the portraits that have shifted loyalties and grown cantankerous, of the way a face on a painted wall remembers grudges for generations. A portrait that chooses a cause is easier to reason with than a living mob. Luna had the patience to bargain with that kind of stubbornness. She had also, in private, a record of small mercies, how she had sat with portraits and taught them to be precise in their testimony, how she had coaxed old archivists into holding the relevant pages for longer. Her network was of a peculiar sort, not powerful people with velvet gloves but those who kept time as their true weapon. Which is why I live in the margins, she said, noticing my look. Margins give you a good view. You can see who is tidy and who is dangerous. Being a mind in the margins sounds exhausting. I said it lightly because everything tastes lighter when the words are cautious and the danger is still abstract. It is easier than being a martyr, she said. And martyrs tend to be requested by people who do not want to work very hard. It was then, with the candlelight making her eyes odd and very quiet, that I allowed myself to imagine the alternative futures. One had been trained into me by the books and by my father's whispers, the hero a sacrificial linchpin, the noble death a redeemed history and made falliness of the right kind of sorrow. It was an appealing story in the abstract, poetry for people too fond of coats and good manners to do the difficult work of repair. The other future she presented was less photogenic and therefore, to my surprise, more honest. In it, I lived. I learned small rituals. I taught other people to do the same. I became, if not ordinary, then the sort of man who mattered without the fanfare. There was a politics to the preference, too. A martyrdom could be exploited. The ministry loves a dramatic narrative that can be turned into a useful decree. It loves heroes because heroes keep bureaucrats in business. A living anchor was harder to legislate and harder to exploit without patience. My father would prefer a narrative he could sell into favor. My mother would prefer a solution that kept us breathing and together. I found, with a little shame at my own gullibility, that the new choice made me inclined to another kind of courage, the willingness to be perpetually available rather than theatrically noble. But there was a dark seam in Luna's kindness. She had an air of someone who had come to terms with certain inevitabilities. I can help you, she said, but things will be asked of you in return. The machine requires regular feeding. You cannot be reasonable about it and then expect magic not to be bureaucratic. Severus will be pleased, I said, bitterly. He likes expecting long, reasonable payments, he likes ledgers as much as I do. But the man who had given us the promise of protection had also, in his own way, bought options. I did not trust him completely, not because of any lack of private gratitude, but because he traded in conditionalities that could be difficult to pay. Severus likes being owed, Luna said, and I was surprised at how frank she was about him. He likes the mathematics of obligations. He will make useful mistakes in your favor sometimes, and he will take other things later. It's his way. You have to know what you will give him and what you will never allow him to own. I had an idea then, as needle-true as any hatch in my old plans. If stewardship meant a long engagement of memory and ritual, then the key risk was predation, people trying to reduce the mind's independence. The defense for that was dispersal. If I could not hide the obligation entirely, then I could distribute it. A small network of minds could hold what one mind alone could not. The thought of making a pattern of allies, portrait keepers, family, a few carefully chosen outside contacts, made a bleak plan look more tolerable. That's a dangerous strategy, I admitted. The very mentioning of networks in our present circumstances made my skin prickle. Networks invite betrayal or they invite interference. Yet networks can also be umbrellas, they scatter risk. Everything is dangerous, she said. But dangerous is not the same as doomed. There was a question behind her brusque, luminous confidence, whether I would accept a different metric of sacrifice. Would I be willing to give up the romance of sacrifice for the discipline of care? Would I allow myself to be part of a system that preserved people quietly rather than making them into trophies? My answer surprised me. I had imagined that the only options were death or survival, victory or ignominy. Loving someone makes your vocabulary expand. You imagine lives together in the small moments, someone who asks after your health in the morning, someone who laughs at your worst attempts at dry humor, the softness of someone who knows how you like your tea. Luna had been teaching me patience with hardness. She had, without ceremony, taught me that a life spent keeping other lives safe could be a form of glory. It was not the kind that gets carved onto public stones, but it had, for me, more value. If I agree to try, I said finally, the words landing like small bricks in the room, it will not be because of storybooks. It will be because there is a machine to be kept and because I do not want to watch it fall apart. She smiled then, and this was a smile that belonged solely to me. We will teach it to your way of steady. Sometimes the machine prefers a voice that knows how to be exact and polite. How generous, I said, and the look I gave her was sharp and fond. Generosity is a resource I have learned to appreciate because it is rarer than money in our circles. We sat in companionable silence for a little while after that, each of us bent over our instruments, the shards, the ledgers, the map of seam lines. I found, astonishingly, that the task made me less afraid. An action, however small and however unlikely to inspire the press, creates a space in which fear can be managed. You find ways to think practically. You make contingency notes. My father would have called it the sort of cautious planning that preserves an estate. My mother would have called it sensible. Severus would have said it was resourceful and plotted its costs. I like Luna's language best, tending. There's a practical concern, I said at last. The political mind is never off. Even as my chest felt like it might unclench, the world outside our little table hummed with dangers. If I become the mind, if I accept to steward these scenes, Lucius will try to commodify it. He will talk to people who think in terms of political theater. He will see martyrdom as a sellable asset. How do we keep them from making a market of me? Luna's expression hardened infinitesimally, an almost painless crease like a hill forming in soft earth. You must make your terms first, she said, and make them airtight in a way that is tedious but effective. You make a ritual of refusal. You teach portraits to speak certain phrases if anyone asks for the wrong thing. You have your mother speak firmly in public. You make it so that anyone who tries to use you has to walk through more paper than they'd find comfortable. Doors are a good defense. People with selfish intent prefer simple theaters. It sounds so domestic, I said, laughing now in a more honest way. Domesticity, apparently, was my new revolutionary project. It is the revolution, she said. The long, confusing, slightly boring kind. It keeps people alive. We talked late into the small hours, mapping lists, inventing small rituals that felt like the kind of comfortable cruelty only responsible people enjoy, pledges that were as much political maneuver as they were magics, a portrait that would lie effectively to protect a secret, a locked contract with a named witness to prevent my father from selling the secret on a whim, a calendar of small, ceremonial tasks that kept the machine's attention predictable. At some point I slept, as the household shifted into its night pattern and my head rested against my hands on the ledger. I dreamed of threads that wound through the manor like faint, silver veins and of small doors opening into rooms where nothing spectacular happened, but things were kept in order. It was perhaps the most secularly heroic dream I'd ever had. In the morning there were letters and a summons that carried with it the old, polite weight of the world trying to balance itself. Severus sent a note, short, precise, with his particular rhythm of threat and favor stitched underneath. Father had been contacted by a man who wanted to discuss alliances. Mother had arranged a dinner to speak of family needs. The real world, as it always does, demanded attention, and my brain had to translate the comfort of the previous night into strategies. But the change had happened. I had a language now that was not as hungry for spectacle. I began to imagine the oath and its loophole differently, not as a trap that demanded a life but as an architectural note in the design. Maybe the oath's cost would still be steep. Maybe I would discover later that the lattice did ask for a kind of payment beyond habits. I could not promise there would be no sacrifice. The prophecy, by its nature, is never generous. Yet the framing altered the fatalism in me. It turned a dramatic inevitability into a set of possibilities that could be mitigated. Leaving the table that day, I felt oddly less like someone waiting for doom and more like someone with an apprenticeship. It was a small transformation. My habits of posture and of gnawing accommodation did not vanish in a day. But there was a new rhythm to my domesticity. I walked through my father's drawing room with a ledger in my hand and felt like a person who knew how to make lists of small, lasting things. Sometimes love teaches you to accumulate different kinds of memories. Luna had taught me to think in terms of keeping things rather than losing them. Before we parted that morning, she slipped a shard into my pocket, the smallest, the most humbly ornamented. "Wear it," she said simply. "Not as a charm. As a reminder." I put the shard in my pocket, and the weight of it was an absurd comfort. I had been taught to collect heavier possessions than a scrap of porcelain over the years. They had been names, fortunes, positions. I discovered, to my mild surprise, that a tiny thing could sit in my coat and steady my breath in ways money never had. We will need to make other decisions. Severus will want conversation about costs. Lucius will peddle opportunities and threats like a hawker of second-hand honors. The portraits at Hogwarts will not be entirely obliging. The room of requirement will, as ever, be a temperamental partner, more helpful when asked plainly, spiteful when prodded for answers. There will be betrayals to guard against and whispers to weigh. But the Knight of Means and Ledgers had given me an alternative map. I was not yet a steward. I had not even told certain necessary people the shape of my thinking. But I had begun to choose a different kind of bravery, one that required perseverance rather than spectacle. That small crack in my temperament worried me more than I'd expected. It was also where Luna had entered and quietly altered the furniture of my life. On my way to the study, I paused at the portrait that has always been a useful repository of family smugness. It inclined its painted head and said something that, for once, did not seek to sell me. "You look like someone who has made a new sort of decision," it remarked, with that particular mixture of insolence and observation that portraits cultivate. "Perhaps," I said, and for once I did not have to practice my smile. "Perhaps I have." I walked toward the signed letter from Severus, the one that waited with its particular order of phrases, and opened it. The words were, as always, a balance, an offer with part command folded into it. He wanted to meet at Hogwarts in 2 days. He wanted a discussion. He wanted the ledger of obligations. He wants payment or a promise. He has always understood that promises are currency. I folded the letter carefully and thought of Luna's list, the small rituals we had invented, the shard in my pocket that warmed with my movement. Promises will be asked of me. People will test me. Some will try to bargain for the thing that I may yet become. There is a part of me that has always preferred lavish endings to inconvenient continuities. I am discovering that there is something stubbornly fierce in choosing to live with obligations when living with them might be more dangerous than being heroic. It requires skill, patience, and a kind of love that asks you to keep a ledger not for accolades but because someone somewhere will be safer when you do. I went to the window and looked out toward the manor gardens, where the day was slowly making good sense of the world. A summer breeze moved the hedges. Somewhere in the castle a staircase groaned in a direction it had not meant to take that moment. The world did not pause for the neatness of new plans. That was the point. One does not write ritual for the world when the world is waiting politely. One writes ritual and then practices it while the world continues to misbehave. I put my hand in my pocket and felt the shard. It was mundane. It was steady. It was, in its own quiet way, an order placed. Remember, there are worse commands to keep. I am beginning, very cautiously, to be willing to keep them. Chapter 17, Trial of Poison. The Slytherin common room had always smelled faintly of damp stone and polished ambition. Tonight it carried, beneath the usual undertow of candle wax and lemon polish, something colder, the ghost of iron and something ceramic and old. I might have imagined the scent if I were any other sort of person. I am, by training and necessity, not other sorts of persons. We were supposed to be making tea for the younger year group, a harmless exercise in benevolence, or at least performative benevolence, with me overseeing that everyone kept the cups lined neatly and that no one tried to smuggle an extra helping of pudding. The prefect badge pinched at my chest like a second, less forgiving heart. It was, in any sensible world, the sort of quiet duty that could be scheduled between safer, larger risks. I had become practiced at arranging those small certainties so they could distract me from the calculus written on my skin. Luna was there because Luna always was. She preferred the company of other people's ruins and odd corners. She liked the echo of common rooms the way other people liked fireworks. She stood by the long, battered urn they used for hot water, her fingers tracing a hairline fracture in the copper rim as if she could read the crack like a sentence. She had on the grey jumper she favoured, the one with the small, sensible patch at the elbow, and I remember thinking it made her look like a map of a comfortable place. Comfortable was dangerous, at the moment, so I lingered on the thought the way one lingers over a closing door. The first cup went to a third year with freckles and a nervous smile. He clapped his hands when the tea was poured, all jittering encouragement. The second went to a girl with a hair clasped shaped like a raven. She lifted it to her lips, and it was then I noticed the way she paused in the middle of the sip, as someone who crosses a street and miscalculates the step. Her face, at first polite, shifted into confusion. Then the color left her, a deliberate sort of bleaching. Her hands clutched the cup so hard the rim pinched her fingers white. "Madame Pomfrey," someone yelled. The panic was practiced, a recipe. The room tightened like a fist. I moved before I thought, because I had learned to put motion between myself and thought. I took the cup from her fingers, felt the rim as if I might detect the hidden cut of something. Nothing. The tea sent up its ordinary steam. But air tastes different when it carries magic. There was that smell again, iron, old clay, as if the kettle had exhaled something that remembered a kill long dead. Madame Pomfrey arrived in a flurry of certainty. She did what she always did, arranged, prodded, scolded. Within minutes the girl had color and coherence back. We all breathed. The relief in the room was like applause for a narrowly averted catastrophe. People clucked. Someone even joked about troublesome first years and spicy tea bags. The British capacity to laugh after something nearly goes wrong is underrated. It is the grease on the machinery. I kept the cup. It is a habit, to keep the evidence. You hold a thing in your palm and you get it to tell you what you need to know. It is small, animal, and more effective than many policies. I carried it to the window where the candles did their honest work in pools. I turned it and saw, because I always see the smaller arrangement, a shimmer like a hairline webbed down the inside, a faint opalescence that should not have been there. I did not smell it. I tasted nothing outright. The tea was ordinary. But the inside of my mouth had a memory the way muscle keeps memory after a wound. There was an aftertaste that was not a flavor so much as an accusation, metallic and brittle, like stepping on a bar of old pennies. "Draco," Luna said quietly. She had come to stand beside me. There was that patient, slightly off-kilter concentration in her face, as if she were listening to the teacup and could filter the words it used. "It is not supposed to be like this," I said. The sentence felt absurd in the mouth. Of course nothing was supposed to be like this. We did what we always did next. We were the sort of pair who had invented routines for the inevitable. Luna went to fetch one of the small moth-eaten notebooks she favored and flipped to a page where she had scribbled lists of kilns, potters, and odd recipes. I fetched a small phial from my robe, a defensive vial Snape had given me the year before, labeled in his neat, merciless script, for traces. It was a perfume of sorts, a reagent that made the invisible bloom into something visible when it encountered certain kinds of enchantment. Snape had taught me to carry it like a bitter lesson. When the reagent touched the rim, the opalescence glowed as if some timid ghost had been asked to identify itself. It flared, then softened. There is a kind of magic that prefers not to be noticed. That is the dangerous kind. It is practice not to kill quickly, but to be patient, to lead the wound and watch the wound widen. We called Snape because calling him is easier than not. Organizing a man of his temperament into a room is a small triumph. The castle seemed to breathe differently when he moved down the corridor. The portraits pulled their collars a little tighter, the candles sharpened their flame. He did not always like my arrangements, but he had grudgingly accepted that I could be useful in these matters. Usefulness is a commodity in the world we are trying to keep balanced. He arrived with his usual impenetrable expression and the smell of phosphorescent pens. He glanced at the cup and then at me. There is, in Severus Snape's face, a version of a question that never leaves. It is the one that asks what bargains are left to be struck. This could be anything, he said, and the flatness of the phrase made it more dangerous. It isn't, I said. I felt heavier than I had any right to feel. On the inside of my ribs there is a catalogue of promises, some made willingly, some made because there was no other thing to do. It isn't ordinary. He took the cup and inclined it, watching the light. He uncorked a tiny phial of his own and let a single drop fall to the rim. The reagent did what reagents do when they do not want anyone to be comfortable, it whispered. A shadow of pattern spread, like frost across a window. Porcelain, Snape said. It could have been mistaken for an observation about the material economy of the common room, a practical note. But he said it with the sort of tone that implies history. Ground, charred, and bound with a rune I last encountered in study involving binding rituals. Early to mid-16th century, house. Rosia, Luna said. She said it the way people give the name of a place they have visited. She did not say it like an accusation. There are reasons for that. Luna has, over the years, learned the landscape of late-age aristocratic feuds. She is not given to the sort of spectacle I once was. Her knowledge is not the flashy sort mine used to be. It is quiet and useful. She had a map in her head that included kilns and family crests and old vendettas the way other people would include train lines. Rosia, Snape repeated. He did not look surprised. His face had the same color as wet stone. Or a forger with access to the same glaze. Either way, deliberate. Whoever put this in the kettle wanted us to think of something older than the act itself. A signature meant to sting deeper. There were small sounds around us. Students whispered, the sort of sound people make when they realize their school is not an island. We were all islands, in various forms, but sometimes they connect in ways you do not like. You think it was meant for someone, Luna said. Everyone, Snape said. Tea is an indiscriminate vessel. It is a peculiarity of living inside a house worth a fortune and a reputation to know the value of indirect statements. Snape's sentence was not about the tea. It was about me. It was about my family. It was about the way the past can be dressed like dinner and served with a smile. You could make it look like a rival did it, I said. My voice was a small, hard thing. There is a political grammar to these moments. Accuse wrongly and you give your enemies a leash. Accuse without evidence and you become the dog someone else holds. Snape's black eyes were very precise. I am not the sort of investigator who requires you to make accusations for me, he said. Evidence suffices. Evidence. An object as harmless as a teacup and a reagent that sings. It is curious how all the big things in my life keep resolving into the requirement for evidence. The prophecy had asked for proof in ways less literal than this, but the principle remained. Luna had already slipped out of the room. I suppose I could have followed, but I had, over the years, learned that sometimes the wisest thing a man can do is stand where he might be surprised. Snape watched me as if he expected that to be my decision. Who else knows about this? He asked. Madame Pomfrey, the year, I said. And the boy with freckles. Other than that, it has been contained. Snape's lips thinned. You did correctly in keeping the cup. I have kept worse things, I said. There was truth in that as well as self-advertisement. The phrase felt like a ledger I did not intend to open. Sometimes the truth arranges itself in statements that nobody asked for. Good, he said. He left the cup in my hand but had a presence about him as if he were leaving a shadow. You will arrange for negative samples to be gathered from other sources of communal food and drink. You will mention nothing of porcine lineage, medieval pottery, or rosier connections. Even idle speculation has a way of making accidents of people. He spelled the sentence with an ease that was not kindness. Snape's moderation is a dangerous thing. It is the way a knife is less frightening than a shout. It carries with it the weight of expectation. We both knew whose interest would be piqued by any mention of Rosier in relation to Malfoy. It would not be a casual conversation. I understand, I said. It was then he did something he almost never did. He leaned in, an angle of motion that made the candle seem to thin. I will require something from you, he said. There is a kind of wind that blows across a room when a man sets down a condition. It is the draft that precedes a new seal on a bargain. I had been prepared for many things. I had not, in my private ledger, allocated for a moment where Snape would ask to be owed. Name it, I said. You will not compulsively reveal what you are told in confidence. You will not betray the house. You will watch and report. And, he added, as if he had remembered a garnish, you will be available to me at my request. Physically. I will require your presence for certain examinations. The last word carried a practical cruelty. I knew exactly what he meant. There are people in the world who prefer certain types of company when they practice whatever it is they practice. Snape, I have discovered, has a taste for the awkward arrangement of having people present when pieces are moved. You mean as a witness, I said. As a witness and as an actor, he said. You will be there when I decide we need to test loyalties. Luna returned in the doorway, a small handful of notes in her palm. She did not look at Snape directly. She looked at me, the way someone looks at a comrade. We have a recording of the glaze. Do not be flippant, Snape said. His gaze slid over her the way a hawk examines a small, bright thing. Miss Lovegood, I would prefer your cooperation is not discussed outside of necessary channels. I will keep it to necessary channels, she said. Her voice had that soft stubbornness that makes you want to argue and then capitulate because it is simply faster. No, Snape said. You will keep it to my channels. Luna's face did not change. We are all bound to Mr. Malfoy's channels. That drew a smile from me that felt brittle. Luna's faith in our little partnership was a sort of tender violence. She did not see the ledger the way I did. She saw the map and believed the lines were for walking along. I envied and feared her. Very well, Snape said. You will both lend me what instruments you have. You will disclose patrons and visitors to the manor who have handled pottery or who have a predilection for rosier wares. The sentence landed like a stable object. I had, in the past months, buried lists of visitors in the safe corners of my mind. Some names were small honorable things. Others were arrangements with men who had not yet declared their terms. I could, in one half-sentenced breath, hand Snape a catalogue of my father's reach. I do not entirely blame Snape. He is a man of war and calculus. He sees the lattice of obligations and wants to add another node. I am the node he has chosen to bend. I cannot give you everything, I said. It was a confession disguised as negotiation. There are certain family confidences. Such as, he asked, and even his question was careful. Names that, should they be spoken, would cause more harm than their silence, I said. The words tasted like iron and linen. You will be more precise, or you will be silent. I do not trade in vagueness. There are bargains in this life one takes willingly. There are others you make with the light thick on your tongue. I had got used to the feel of the latter. Still, I was not a person without edges. I could count the cost. I could weigh its weight. I will provide a list of visitors who have handled Malfoy ware publicly, I said. Those who were guests at the manor for the last year and had access to the libraries, the drawing room, and the cellar with its old crafts. I will not provide the names of those who communicated in confidences with my father within the last month. Snape's apt eyebrows briefly arranged themselves into a shape of interest. This is not the sort of refusal I would expect of Draco Malfoy, he said. He said it neither reproachfully nor approvingly. It is not a compliment to be told you are inconsistent with yourself. There are things you do not know, I said. There are threats I am already containing. A curious way to protect a house, he murmured. You would do the same, I said. I do not suppose I meant it as insolence. There is a family resemblance in our methods. We make trades and call them stability. He did not argue. He did not need to. Instead, he tapped the rim of the cup with a small instrument and the air sang, a note that prickled the skin. We will begin here. You will provide me with the list by midnight. I will provide you with the results of the cross-sampling. If the poisoner is internal, we will know. If external, we will know. And if neither? I asked. He fixed me with a look that surveyed the defenses in my face. Then we will widen the net. He said the phrase as if it were a technique. I understood it to mean the sort of net that converts people into bait. You will not involve my mother in questions, I said suddenly. My voice was small but steady. Narcissa had kept our household afloat in this brittle season. She had earned privacy like a shield. Why would I? He asked. Because she has been ill recently, I said. Because mention of her in this context would be inflammatory. Snape watched me, and for one small breath his features loosened in a way I had seen only once before, a flash of professional respect, of arithmetic matching. Very well, he said. But you will not obstruct evidence that may indicate her vulnerability. No, I said. The word left me as if it had been waiting. When he left, he did not give the impression he trusted my version of events any more than before. He had gained a promise, though, and that is always a thing you can hold. He had also left me with a demand: be available. It is always more dangerous to be asked to be present in a future than to be accused now. The second part of this night belonged, inevitably, to Luna and to the safe small rituals we had developed. We took the cup to a corner in the library where portraits were less apt to eavesdrop and where the air was heavy with the smell of leather. Luna set her notebook on a table the way someone sets down a crown. She had a pencil behind her ear and a look of a girl who had found a curious knuckle of history. It is rosier, she said again, but there was more to the sentence now. Not because of the family, but because of the glaze. Their potters used a high-lead formula, they charred their rims to keep the runes discreet. This one has a faded binding, someone copied it. It isn't perfect. I thought of the urn in the manor cellar, of the way ceremonies leave residue on things, like a mood left on a piece of silver. Why would they choose something that whispers rosier? I asked. Because those sorts of signatures sting, Luna said. A stain like that makes people remember old quarrels. It makes them look to old enemies. You can move attention without moving yourself. Then it was meant to be blamed on our mental map, I said. My mouth was dry. Yes, she said. She closed her eyes briefly. But the clay also has a second thing. Look. She set down a scrap of paper and from beneath it drew a tiny photograph she had taken with one of her odd little instruments, a close-up of the microglaze edge. A pattern in the edge, almost invisible, traced a rune that had nothing to do with rosier at all. It was a younger mark, a practical tweak. This part, Luna said. It binds to warmth. It waits for the cup to be used. It will not show if the kettle cools for a long time. It waits for a body. Binding to warmth. The idea was elegant and cruel. A poison that did not kill through contact but through the ordinary act of sharing warmth. Stupidity would have us think this sort of thing crude. It is anything but. We make patterns out of our enemies, I said. The sentence felt like an incantation. We put old quarrels in the mouths of teapots. Luna shrugged, the smallest of movements. History is good at being used. We sat there for a long moment, and the sound of the castle was the sound of people trying to forget what they had nearly seen. I thought of Lucius and his penchant for using symbols as weapons. I thought of the way certain houses keep their grudges like family heirlooms. I thought, also, of the way the poison had tasted when you let a small thing sit in your mouth and you attempt, carefully, to identify it, of iron and burnt clay and the flavor of a long argument kept warm. It tasted like the Malfoy drawbridge in winter. I could have gone to the headmaster. I could have made the world as small as a list and turned the names into knots. But this is what being a Malfoy has taught you: names burn, and sometimes the fire is necessary. I wanted, in that thin moment, to protect what I had built in the small rooms of my life. I had created a false kingdom of precise compromises. Luna fit there like a hand in a glove. I had no interest in letting that kingdom be felled by a moat of old glass. When we left, the library seemed to close the way and mouthed us after a secret. Luna hooked her arm in mine, which is not something she does often, but tonight her fingers lingered like an anchor. It was a small tenderness. I do not habitually return such measures, but I held her hand with an odd hunger for the simplicity of bones and fingers. It steadied me. "You went easy with him," she said as we crossed the corridor. "Snape can be useful," I said. "He asked for your presence." "I will be his presence if it keeps people alive," I said. "And keeps my mother at home." Luna's head tilted a fraction. "Is that what this is? Keeping people at home?" I wanted to laugh, but there was no humor left in my throat. I said instead, "It is keeping them from certain kinds of danger." "Does being present mean losing something?" she asked. "Or finding something?" "It is an honest question. It pierces more than some of the formal ones. There are bargains where you lose pieces of yourself, there are others where you find how small the pieces are." I did not answer then, not because I had no answer, but because the answer tastes of locking a door behind you and leaving the key where you can find it in another, more sober moment. "Probably both," I said finally. There was a small sound like a bird starting. Luna smiled, the rare, easy curve that arrives when she is thinking of something lovely. If you have ever watched a place you love being slowly rearranged by people who believe they're doing the right thing, you will know that small smiles matter. We returned to Malfoy Manor together later that night under a sky that was a single color of bleak promise. The manor smelled like guarded secrets, old wood varnish and laundering that is meant to remove the evidence of living. My father was at dinner, his voice a silk ribbon. He talked of politics in the way carpenters talk of joints. Narcissa glanced up from her cup. Her eyes had the bright sharpness of a blade that has been honed for a long time. She had read everything in my face before I had put a foot through the door. "Poison?" she asked when she had heard the single syllable, both question and verdict. "It was an attempt," I said. I offered her the catalogue of what Snape required me to hand over. I watched her as she read it. There are faces that can be read like books and then saved for fireworks. Her face folded into strategy. "You will be careful," she said. It was not a request. It was a plan. "And Lucius?" I asked. He sipped his wine and let silence be a means of drawing a line. He looked at me when he spoke, and his look had the sheen of the sort of man who has weighed the market on cruelty. "You have done well to stop it from being a tragedy," he said. There was approval in the sentence, which was dangerous. Approval is what makes men ask for more. "We will investigate. There are friends who keep good ears." "I already told Snape the obvious routes," I said. "And he will be the one to hold your hand through this," Lucius said. "You must think carefully about what bargains you make." I thought of Snape, of the way he had left his turns like an open hand. I thought of Luna and the way she had leaned on me. I thought of the cup in my pocket, the evidence I had promised to archive. I was, as always in these months, trying to keep a dozen plates spinning and not drop them where they would shatter most noisily. In this case, my father said conversationally, it is not only about who would wish us harm. It is about who benefits by drawing the conversation back to old feuds. It is about who stands to gain when people begin to point fingers at families. The sentence was infrastructure. Lucius meant what he said. He sits close to a map of influence and knows exactly which lines to tug to make people blame one another. It is why I love and fear him. He is a calculus made human. Then we will ensure the blame is understood, I said. What do you propose? Narcissa asked. A list, I said. And discretion. Snape wants names of visitors who handled our pottery and moved through the old rooms. I will provide them. I will not provide recent confidences. My mother watched me with the sort of look a good general reserves for a subordinate whose bravery is necessary but whose loyalty must be checked. And Luna? Protected, I said. My voice was small but certain. She is not a political weapon. My mother studied me. For a long time she spoke nothing. Then she surprised me, as she often does, by doing the unromantic thing, making a practical arrangement. Then let her be. If it will sway Snape, let it sway him. The conversation drifted then into smaller things. People who have endured as much as we have learned the art of moving the bones of an evening without tripping on the truth. Still, that night I lay awake and counted the bargains. The scale on which I arranged my life began to tilt from the side that belonged to me to the side that belonged to arrangements. It is not a comfortable feeling to be balanced on the hinge between survival and secrecy. 2 nights later, Snape asked me to be present in a narrow, cold laboratory behind his office. He had set a small arrangement of instruments that glinted like a chessboard. The room smelled of vinegar and old paper. Luna came as well, in something that stealthily announced itself as competence. The 3 of us arranged ourselves as if we were about to play a game we had practiced in secret. Snape placed the cup on the table and asked me to pour the remainder of the common room kettle into a crucible. He watched with a patience that had teeth. We are not dealing with a simple venom, he said. We are dealing with an enchantment that uses pottery as its agent. It binds, Luna said. She had been watching the reactions the way a sculptor watches clay. It is a bind that will transfer if certain thresholds are met. It can be weaponized in cups, plates, bowls. A party of people could be infected by a single dish. Snape drew forth a small crystal and held it to the cup. I could see the enchantment in the crystal as if someone had cut a moon into it. It showed the pattern, a ring that waits for heat, a mesh that tightens when bodies gather. It looked exactly like what it was, a method of making dinners dangerous. You guessed correctly, Snape said. He used the word as if it was a verdict. This is not random. It is a test. Whoever placed this wanted to know how quickly it could spread in communal settings. They wanted to test the scenes. The scenes of what? I asked. He let the question sit, like an unsaid threat. Scenes of ritual energy. Places where wards are joined. Places where ritual cloth, he gestured at the cup with a contempt only he could do for an inanimate object, meets the domestic. You repaired the urn. Whoever did this was looking to see whether the lattice could be probed through household items. Luna made a small noise, like a person who finds a proton in a pile of stones. So it is more than theatre, she said. It is instrument. They are looking for nodes. Nodes. The word settled in the room like a name from a map I had been avoiding. The urn, the first seal, the scenes of the castle itself. We had hammered and patched and stitched, but the lattice remained a thing made of knots and threads. The idea of someone testing those knots by dropping poison in a common room teapot was the sort of ingenuity that rewarded hatred with imaginative cruelty. It is a probe, Snape said. And it was designed to leave no trace. No trace, I echoed. The phrase was thin. I had been taught to speak the language of erasure. Sometimes it felt like being bilingual in my own betrayal. This is the sort of thing that feels personal, Snape said suddenly, and there was a sharpness in his voice that made me look at him. Not merely because it involves your house, Mr. Malfoy, but because of the signature. The use of rosier glaze is an attempt to pull a family into the middle of a ritual test. It seeks to undo confidence. It could be any family, I said. It could be. It chose a house that is convenient to scent, Snape finished. He did not smile. He did not need to. I thought of my father and his palm on the table like a map. I thought of the way the world had narrowed into a room full of people with small dangerous ideas. I thought of Luna waiting, patient, like a light. You asked for presents, I said. What do you require of me now? Access, he said. To the network you run. To the list you promised. To your discretion. And in return? I asked. He looked at me then, and in his eyes something like a ledger opened. The information you provide will be used to direct protective measures. You will, in exchange, have my discretion. You will also have my backing should any accusations become mutually inconvenient. The offer was a press on the skin. It was not benevolence, it was leverage. It is remarkable how easily power disguises itself as charity when offered by a man in a black cloak. And my loyalty? I asked. He raised his hand in the smallest of gestures. You are not my apprentice, Mr. Malfoy. That would be an error on my part and an embarrassment on yours. You will be my ally for these examinations. You will be present. When I say act, you will act. I do not ask for your heart. I ask for your compliance. That is convenient, I said. You take less and ask for more. He favored me with a look that was not kind. You have history with bargains. You will learn to make them more carefully. It is possible to simulate the taste of defeat for an audience. It is another matter to swallow it alone. I agreed. Not because I wished to, because I had never been blessed with the luxury of refusing a weapon before it had been turned upon my family. When we left Snape's laboratory, the night had thinned. I felt as if a moth had passed through me and left me smelling of lamp oil. Luna walked beside me. She made no attempt to fill the silence. She knew the small rituals of policy. Do not try to buoy a man whose boat is sinking, anchor him instead. At the manor that night I sat for a while in the room that smells of old paper and the faint smokiness of the hearth. There are nights when I can be nostalgic and not ashamed. There are nights when the nostalgia is the thing that must be fenced in. I opened a small book where I keep lists, who came when, who touched this, who said that, and set to work. The act of writing is kin to the act of prayer for those who survive by calculation. It brings order where there was appetite. My hand trembled sometimes. Not often. Enough to underline the stakes. Luna sat across from me and watched like someone reading the parts of me that I had not annotated. You will do what is necessary, she said. I intend to, I said. The words weighed less than their truth. She smiled then, small and private and entirely hers. And afterwards? Afterwards? The question felt like a rope thrown to the future. Afterwards you will have been the person who kept others safe, she said. You will not have lost everything. I wanted to believe her. I wanted, in that private room, to be the sort of man who could strike a bargain and still come away with his soul. I have been, intermittently, that man. But I also know that bargains accumulate interest. Perhaps, I said. Perhaps the interest will be payable in winter. She reached across the table and touched my hand as if we were checking for heat. Then we will make sure we keep the coals. It is astonishing how a simple touch can be arranged to do enormous things. The world, slightly less brittle, is a miracle. Before I went to bed I found the cup in my pocket and turned it in my hand. It was just an object, thin, cracked, a thing made useful. It had more than what it was designed to hold. That is true of people too. I slept fitfully. Dreams are small economies. I dreamt of rooms filling with cups and of a map of the castle that looked like my own palm. Walls quivered and the scenes sighed. When I woke, the page beside me had a note in Snape's handwriting, "Be ready. We test tonight." There are many small cruelties in this life, the waiting being one of the worst. I dressed and read the house on my way out. Quiet, taut, the sort of morning that promises storm. I met Luna by the side door where the morning sun touched the stone the color of old teeth. She had a scarf knit with the colors of things people misinterpret as her eccentricities. She tied it with the focus of a surgeon. "Will you be all right?" she asked. "Will you?" I asked in return. She nodded at the boot of her shoe, a small ritual of resolute footwear. "Yes." "Then we will go and watch a man examine a teacup," I said, a joke that was only partly a joke. She smiled. "It is a theater I enjoy. When you are tasked with watching a man like Severus Snape re-examine the familiar, you learn the art of patience. He arranged the instruments like a man arranging chess pieces, an economy of motion and menace. The test was practical with a violent kind of poetry. Snape set the cup on a plate, drew a circle of chalk around it, and then, with the smallest of movements, called forth an enchantment that made the rim sing to the sky. Outside, the castle stirred. Portraits adjusted their hair. A passing staircase moved, and someone murmured about hunger and lessons. It was a usual day, then, led upon a not usual threat. The test they performed was not only for the enchantment. It was for me. It was for Luna. It was for our kind of small defenses and the way we had chosen to share one another. Snape looked at me when the enchantment revealed itself in a bloom of light. The rune that had waited for warmth flared and then snapped open like a geode. It sent a lattice across the table that highlighted everything it touched. "See," he said. I was not sure whether the word was triumph or sorrow. "It looks like old rivalries," I said. "It tastes like them when you let it rest on your tongue." He regarded me for a long moment. "You will tell me by midnight," he said. "You owe me a list. I owe you discretion. Until then, keep your house quiet. Keep your cups clean. It sounds banal when I say it now, keep your cups clean. But every small object in this house is also a node. Every cup could be a key." We left then, with the test done and the lattice mapped. The castle resumed its breath, a little thinner perhaps, a little more watched. I walked back to my rooms with a list in my hand and a bargain in my head. I thought of Snape's requirement to be present, I thought of my promise to protect Luna, I thought of the poison and its taste of old rivalries. There is a clarity that descends when you realize the shape of a threat. The poison was not simply an act of cruelty. It was a question someone had asked aloud to a lattice of power: how easily does this world open? How many of its scenes can be teased by tea? We answered the question in part by staying alive. We answered it in part by making plans that are not simple. When the hour came to give Snape a list, I handed him names of guests and public patrons, men who had handled pottery at the manor during house parties, scholars who catalogued porcelain, a curious man from the ministry who liked to collect old family odds and ends. Each name was a pebble tossed into a pool. Some made a ripple that would be meaningful. Some sank quietly. He received the list with the sort of flat satisfaction you reserve for a ledger that finally balances. He placed it in an envelope and sealed it with a stamp that looked like two halves of an ethical contradiction. "You have done well," he said. It sounded like a verdict. He let the phrase sit. "And you?" I asked. "You will be available," he said. The sentence was not an order but a prophecy. "We will test more scenes. We will test warm things. We will ask whether a lattice that has been precisely mended can be probed again by people who know how to whisper with clay." It was, in the end, what I had expected and yet what I had hoped might not be. There is a weariness in dealing with those who have power to threaten you with the kindness that shields their aims. I walked away with my list taken and a promise lodged against me like a small weight. That night, at the manor, I found Luna asleep in the little room we had carved from time. She had fallen into a dream with a book open on her lap. Her forehead rested on the spine as if she were trying to anchor herself to the printed pages. I looked at her and felt, not for the first time, that she was the sort of person for whom the world would be kinder if I were a different sort of man. I did not know if that was possible. But I knew this: the lattice did not only hum beneath the flooring and the cellar. It answered to small things, to cups, to glazes, to signatures meant to sting. Whoever was testing the scenes had learned that the house and its habits are merely the easier places to ask questions of the world. We had to give answers of our own. We had to decide which bargains to keep open and which to close. Snape had asked for a presence. I had agreed. I set the cup on the window ledge and watched the dawn send a pale, honest blade of light across its rim. In the stillness, the village down the road started up, a cart, a dog, someone retaking their life in a morning. It is strange to watch everyday things go on with such loud indifference to the edges of our private truths. And there, in that quiet, with the weight of a list and the taste of old rivalries on my tongue, I wondered for the 1000th time which scenes were worth defending and what, ultimately, would be asked of me in the next examination of the house. Chapter 18. Masks. The mask went on better than I expected. It surprised me, which is a small victory because life at Malfoy Manor had lately been an unremitting series of things that surprised me and never the good sort. The mask, pale as bone, filigreed with silver so fine it looked like frost on a winter pane, fit the angle of my cheekbones the way a well-cut collar fits the throat. It gave me an extra measure of reserve I could afford. It gave my eyes a distance I did not have when I looked at Luna. Luna's was the opposite, a narrow crescent of butter yellow with tiny pasted moonstones, and when she smiled at me across the vestibule I wanted to crush that carefully patient face to my chest and confess every inconvenient secret at once. I did not. I tucked my hands behind my back and drew in the same long, practiced breath I'd used for the past year whenever the world wanted something of me I did not plan to give freely. Masks, Lucius had said in a voice that smoothed manioc with cold caramel, are revealing. That had been his first lesson in diplomacy this season. The aristocratic ritual of concealment showed, quite efficiently, who enjoyed the art of concealment and who would panic without it. Tonight would be a field test. He would watch. He intended to be entertained. The house had prepared for him. Servants in black and pewter moved like tides. The long gallery had been rearranged into a ballroom, tapestries pulled back to expose carved plaster work and silver sconces that burned with enchanted candles. Portraits were forbidden to interrupt the dance floor. Father had been adamant on that point, meaning that they would be left to mill at the higher corridor and gossip among themselves about which houses still possessed ornaments worth stealing. The quartet at the far end of the hall, 3 strings and a harp, the smallest concession to modern taste, played a music that was neither fast nor sentimental, exactly the kind of music a man of Lucius's temperament would prefer, pleasing, controlled, and with the occasional lacework of something old and barbed underneath. Guests arrived in pairs or in silence. Names flashed through my mind like cards. Ministry men whose expressions had been bureaucratically frosty until they found each other, an old in-law with too many medals, a woman whose voice I had not heard since a trial that had made the papers. She smiled at me with teeth that had known better times and still wanted them back. There were those whose faces still bore the marks of reputation rather than of shame. There were a couple of younger men in dark suits who looked like they'd been hired to be waited on, not tradesmen, not quite, the kind of men whose families had always known that things should be done quietly, and whose education lay in what to keep to themselves. And then there were the subtle signs. You learn to read them, elegance and the right name buy you only distance. The rest, alliances, enmities, debts, is a grammar of gestures. A cut glove at the wrist, a particular way of arranging a napkin, the habit of leaving a drink half full and returning to it as if it had been forgotten. I watched a glass change hands 3 times in the first quarter hour and knew which 2 of the drinkers had more coin than sense. I noticed rings, a signet worn on the thumb, an unusual knot of enamel on a lapel, a badge of old reckoning that wasn't quite on display but wasn't meant to be hidden either. Luna moved through that grammar as if it were a constellation only she could see. She took my arm like a partner and not like an accessory, no small kindness in front of father, and leaned her head the tiniest slant against my shoulder as if asking permission to be an accomplice. It was the kind of private signal only we had rehearsed. Her hair was braided with tiny silver beads that matched my own filigree and, for once, I let myself enjoy the fact that we would be read as a set. "You look as if you'll bite someone," she murmured. "Only if they start a conversation on horsemanship and politics," I said. It was the obvious thing. She laughed, which was better than any response, Her laughter had the quality of being slightly mistimed with the room's expectations, which always made people look twice and blink at her like she had said something very witty. It was a look that never failed to inflame those whose business it was to measure people. We glided through conversations like a polished stone through a glass bowl. I practiced my smile. I made the right noises at the right time. When an elderly man with a long, practiced sneer made a joke about the calamities of the previous years, my smile went very small and my inclination to correct him died at the edge of my teeth. Father watched me from across the room, steady as a sphinx, hand resting on the cane he had taken up in private and not yet in public. He nodded once, the motion small but significant, acceptance, not permission. Sometimes I surprised myself by the way I could play the part. The mask did not only hide, it acted. It taught my face a propriety. A billowing sleeve hides a twitch. A laugh you practice in the mirror becomes mechanically generous. I could not afford the luxury of being frighteningly honest. I had been so once and been punished for it. Honorable in the abstract had been a very dangerous thing. Now it was performance, craft, the only armor I could wear without drawing the blade. The first toast came from a man in a charcoal frock coat whose name I only knew from the whispered arguments at meetings, a man who once had influence and still liked the warmth of having it. He spoke of the future as if it were an orchestra piece written in two parts, shared prosperity or utter ruin. He was careful. He meant threats shaped like opportunities. Lucius responded with the right kind of smile, pride softened to amused indulgence, and when he lifted his glass the room obliged with the pianissimo of cautious hope. That was Lucius's gambit. He would say nothing overt. He would set pieces in motion, place a hand upon people's expectations and see which moved as a result. He admired control. He admired leverage. He loved the moment when others discovered that their decisions had been made for them by a thought they'd not noticed. He admired it because it was precisely the sort of demonstration the country needed. We were rebuilding. That was his slogan. It was also his promise to me, wrapped in velvet and edged steel. I kept my expression together while Father spoke. My heart pounded, not panic, not anymore, but attention, a sharpness like the cold that wakes you to winter's first frost, because everything at that table was bait. There are many kinds of diplomatic gatherings, only those that feel like battles are worth attending. A man without a battlefield wears his boredom badly. At some point between the second and third course a little drama unfurled by the hearth that was clever in its simplicity. 3 women, all of the marriageable sort and possessed of the artifice of being only half afraid of their power, began a conversation in which a phrase was repeated like a metronome. The seals, they murmured, each with the correct degree of regret and interest, as if discussing an ill-fated garden. One of them let fall the name of the place, not Hogwarts, though the syllables were there if you listened, and the room stilled for a beat the way a pond stirs when a stone has been thrown and then forgets to tell itself not to notice the ripple. There are things you learn in the school of my upbringing. You learn the names of allies, friends you are permitted to love in public and those you must love behind closed doors. You learn, eventually, how to hear threats in phrases meant to be flattering. The seals was an example. I felt, with a small animal's alertness, the shape of a neck tightening. A handmaid looked at my direction because everyone always, eventually, looks at the air. Her glance lasted half an instant, asking a question she did not know how to put into the words permission required. "What do you want?" I asked, low, to Luna as she arranged an impossible fan. "To know who will ask for what," she said, eyes set on me. Her fingers were perfectly steady. She had an index of curiosity that had surprised me more than once. She had the look of someone who could be a great spy if she had ever wanted. Father is inviting them to be seen. He wants the room to reveal itself. He watches the ways people choose to cover. "Practical as always," I said. She smiled with a slowness that made me think of gardens and secret gates. For the duration of the evening she stood against me like a lodestone. We were both careful. I watched the way people placed their drinks down after they had been offered. I watched for the old marks. A former Death Eater with a face that had aged into something like repentance kept almost out of the light, present but not imposing. A man with a ministry badge left his napkin oddly folded. A woman with a voice like warm honey touched her ring to the light and then pretended to fix its setting. None of it was glaring enough to accuse. But the arrangement of people made a shape in my mind that unmannered logic could not name, and I felt the beginnings of unwelcome calculation. At the midpoint of the evening, Father rose and asked for a word. The room took its posture, as if lifting a curtain at a theatre. He was handsome in the honest way of carved things, a polished mask of politeness, as much a technique as mine, and when he spoke the words were honey and patent warning, gracious to allies, a minor threat to enemies, a promise to men who love to be promised anything. A time for discretion is past, he said. We are in a season where some old understandings must evolve. The country will not heal itself by ignoring what is necessary. I would not have called this gathering if I did not believe in matters of repair. You know my meaning. I prefer to build bridges. I also prefer those who are willing to walk them when asked. It was the perfunctory thing a man would say before he set a trap. There was, in the way he held the cane, in the slight lift of the jaw when he used the words repair and bridge, something that said he had already paid the foreman. He had lined men up whose sense of the future would be improved, enhanced by negotiation. He was buying footholds. He was revealing and not revealing in equal measure. He wanted people to see him as generous. He wanted something in return. The toast that followed was the ritualized little sound of hands clinking against crystal. People applauded, not loudly, as one applauds a show, but with the measured warmth of people who know how to clap in company. I felt a little sick with the taste of it, not because I disagreed. In truth, our family needed whatever bargain favors relented, but because it meant my life would be measured by how readily I took the steps Father was laying down. I was the heir. It was incredible how the word heir sat in one's chest like a bruise. Heir is an obligation disguised as expectation. For the next hour the band played on. People moved like pieces in an elaborate game of chess held by someone who had a touch for aesthetic cruelty. I danced with a woman who spoke of works on charitable wards, the right sort of conversation for a public eater to see us putting our money where our mouths used to be. Between sets I drifted by a statue and met Severus's eyes. He had come without fuss, in a dark coat that made him look like a shadow folded into itself. He did not smile. He glanced at Lucius and nodded with a gentleman's ease and then curtly at me. I did not approach him. There was no need, 3 notes were enough for a conversation between us. He watched the room with that look of a man cataloguing an inventory, tolerable, suspicious, useful. There is nothing that unnerves you like a man who can write your worth down with the calmness of a ledger. As the second set wound down, the music took on a slower, richer tone. Candles fluttered. The band leader, a thin man with the sort of hands that had been taught to play for the procuring of favors rather than for joy, bent to his violin and drew something out with the length of the note. It was then that a noise threaded through the room, too soft to be an outcry and loud enough to change the air. A group at the far end of the gallery had risen, as if in a slow wave. The action was simple, they had come together like reeds. There were 5 of them, perhaps 7, and they moved with a unity that suggested they'd rehearsed the act. Masks were common that night, so the reveal should have been unremarkable. But they did not remove their masks to be amiable. They did it in the way a flag is wrenched from a nightstand, quick, deliberate, and with an intention that spoke to people who understood what intention looked like. They were not young men and women like those who'd made up the ministry's younger guard. They were a mixture, a matron with a very deliberate face, a narrow-faced potter's son who could have been used as a spy twice over and not known for it, a gentleman with an old-sign jaw that had clearly been broken and then set, a woman whose smile could have sold tea to a forest. When they stripped the masks away, the room took a soft, involuntary step back. "What is this?" whispered the man who had been talking of charitable wards. His voice carried the mildness of someone who believed his questions would be answered by the good sense of men. The leader, a woman with hair like iron wire and eyes that regarded the room as a map, looked at Lucius. She had not come to him, not exactly, she had come to see. It was the difference between a petition and a challenge. Her voice had an evenness, as if she had been practiced to the point of being dangerous. "We have formed ourselves into a council," she said. Not the ministry, not a cabal, but a body. We call ourselves the Balance. The phrase turned the air. Balance. It was almost a compliment, a polite accusation. Lucius's expression did not change. He loves being watched through a window whose curtains he himself draws. A body, he repeated, hands still. You mean to negotiate? We mean, she said, to keep the process of repair honest. We believe in restoring order without a return to terror. We are not your enemies, Mr. Malfoy, but we will not be pawns. There are different ways of appearing not pawnish. This was one of them. The Balance, sensible, moderate, and appealing, non-threatening title, was dangerous precisely because its language was so soothing. Lucius answered with the smile of a man who knows the balance of a scale in his opening gambit. Mr. Malfoy, he said. We shall be delighted if you and your associates deem it appropriate to share in the work. We need sensible voices. The woman looked at me. There was a very particular sort of light in those eyes, the kind that reduces a man to an item in a room. You will be an important voice, she said. For you hold influences we would like to hear. You are young, Mr. Malfoy, but one's youth is not an insufficient reason to have important opinions. The room titled like a ship. Gravitas was being negotiated in a whisper. I felt the old reflex in my back that had served me at school, to straighten, to make my posture into a public sentence of confidence. I made my smile into an instrument. We would be happy to consider your proposition, I said. The words were a diplomatic hinge. They moved around the room like careful hunters of chance, leaving a small card at each place, an enamel pin with a symbol like a circle with a line through it. It might have been nothing, a little fashion, and yet a symbol is never nothing in worlds of people who keep their books. I looked at the pin and thought of the urn. I thought of the first seal. It was an unworthy thought, to make the same patterns in different contexts. But the brain has its instinct for pattern. The pin suggested a seal broken and a seal refastened. The kind of people who are attuned to ritual understand the power of an emblem. Luna touched my sleeve. They do not look like old Death Eaters, she observed quietly. The words were not as useful as the intention behind them. She was saying you will be judged by strangers, and you must be ready. They are not allies either, I said. They are a third thing. People who pretend to be Balance are rarely neutral. Balance is a comfortable word, she said. But it can also be a blade. Lucius took the floor without ceremony. He offered a more elaborate private breakfast with tea and small plants of persuasion. We are all rebuilding, he said. Those who would do it together will be welcome. Those who would set themselves as countervail will be subjected to the usual courtesies. It was a threat framed as civility. I noted the way two men near the hearth shifted, and how a woman kissed the air with 3 religious gestures at her throat, the sort of thing you do when you are either a devout soul or the sort who keeps talismans. Snippets of conversation floated like moths, scenes and nodes and costs. People who would never use the word nodes in public before now spoke it like it had always been common phrase. We were tested. The Balance did not demand anything overt. They left a slip of contact, a pin, a card, a cautious smile, and they watched who picked it up, who tossed it aside, who put it in a pocket. All of those small movements were maps. There was a particular moment that came like a snap. A young man across the floor caught sight of one of their pamphlets. These were elegant things, all whispered gilt, and his features registered a recognition that had nothing to do with politics and everything to do with craft. He folded the pamphlet with precise fingers. He slipped it into his coat and then, when a servant passed, he had the grace to appear ignorant of the theft. It was a small lie. But in that small lie was his alignment. It is astonishing what you can learn from how people treat the things they are not supposed to have. I had once shrunk away from thieves. I had once been willing to let a man bleed for a scrap of pride. Those times felt, if not exactly gone, then less useful than the currency of pragmatism. Severus watched that transaction and then looked at me with a measure of impatience I had often received from him when I did not earn his good word. There is a particular sort of contempt in being seen as a variable and not as a cause. He had chosen the role of broker in our tangled bargain. It had preserved the family. It had also placed me under a debt whose arithmetic I did not yet understand. When the night unraveled toward its end, the balance made one more demonstration. Songs were meant to do that, to move people's hearts while their heads were stolen by other things. The violin sang, and then, as if to punctuate a point, the group removed their rings and placed them on the central table. They were rings of different make and provenance, a lady's enameled ring, a senator's simple band, a ring with a crest broken upon it. Each ring bore a tiny channel cut into the metal and filled with some dark resin. It was a small, ritualistic tableau meant to convey seriousness. This was not an idle gathering. They were staking a claim. No one who comes to us does so lightly, the iron-haired woman said to the room. We will not be co-opted into noble vanity. We mean to be a check. It would be wise, added another of them, to remember that some who call themselves conservative are simply people who have discovered the taste of power. The room laughed. It was the societally safe laugh of people who can afford to be amused by generalities. But the act had been made. The rings lay like pebbles in a stream. We cleared for the end. The quartet played the final bar. People took their leave with private gestures and nods. The balance left with the slow dignity of those who had made a statement and were satisfied with their effect. As the last carriage rolled away, I saw the matron glance at the statue in the hall, the carved serpent that had always been a family emblem, and pause for a handful of breaths as if listening for a heartbeat. When the servants retreated, the house returned to the small noises of washcloths and dismissed candlesticks. Father sat back and inhaled the smoke of a pipe as if it were a victory. He said nothing for a long time. A long silence can be a brighter instrument than speech. He liked to count the moments he had won. Well, he said finally, not asking it as a question. They will be useful. Useful how? I asked, and I did not expect the bluntness of my voice. There is a point where a young man stops being a child and starts being an instrument. The former is often the courtesy of a society that has yet to demand payment. The latter is not. My role was not an identity so much as a duty, and duties do not come slung in velvet cushioned with applause. They will be able to broker between ministry hesitance and old grievances, he said. They are presentable. They can be argued with. They will help us rebuild consensus. Or they will enroll themselves to other ends, Narcissa said, her voice even. She had stood aside during the evening, attending to a guest or smoothing a hem, the way a woman bred to notice small things notices the rope of a curtain and keeps it steady. Making yourself the arbiter between rebuilding and past violence is a dangerous office. Those who sit between currents are usually scraped by both. He smiled at her, with the kind of affection men give their wives when they are secure in their plans. She was never one to trust wonders. She had the cold eye that had always seen ways to protect. I appreciated that. The logic of a family is often the subtraction of risks. Risk and reward, he said. One must be willing to take both. He looked at me then with something that might have been softness or might have been strategy. Sometimes the two are so close as to be indistinguishable. You will need to be ready to speak with them, he said. Your voice reaches places mine cannot any longer. My throat closed. It is an odd thing, to be told you are an instrument by the man whose hands have sharpened you. I clasped the glass in my hand until the ice in it sang. I will be prudent, I said. Prudence is a fine servant, he agreed. Courage is a worse meal. But one must eat it when the season requires. The last clause was hardly a metaphor. He read his times in the way that men who have been both reviled and powerful through equal measure learn to. Then the candlelight threw a ruffle of shadow across his cheek and he allowed himself one of those smiles that are the nearest an aristocrat gets to affection. I lay awake that night in a room where the curtains breathed into the quiet and thought about seals and rings and balance. The house had been, all evening, a stage on which people had shown their faces in ways they measured to be safe. They had been watched, and in turn had watched each other. I had played my part. I had smiled at the right intervals. I had not, as I once might have, told a man that his plan was foolish and liable to destroy everything it touched. Luna slept beside me like a small, warm argument. When I shifted, she blinked awake, eyes wide like a child caught with their hand in a jar. She smelled faintly of my cologne and jasmine, an odd but comforting conspiracy. Her hand found mine and curled about the place where the bone of my thumb met the palm. I kept my gaze on the dark ceiling and thought about the way we had watched each other like spares of armor. They will make demands, she said, softly. They are neither friend nor enemy. That is exactly what being dangerous looks like. You always make danger sound romantic, I told her. I do not think it is romantic, she said. Her face was plain and earnest in the light the curtains let in. I think it is curious. Curiosity is what made them ambitious, not necessarily wise, I muttered. She drew her hand along the band of my spare ring, a cheap thing, given to me in an age where such things were trivial, and then she rested her head back on the pillow. It might be wise to listen, she said. Listen without saying the thing that will make you sorry. That is good advice, I said. Her fingers tightened for a heartbeat and then relaxed. You do not have to be the man everyone expects you to be, she said. You can be the person you choose, and that is often far braver than anything else. I wanted to tell her the truth. I wanted to unmask and spill everything I held, the prophecy tucked like an ember beneath my ribs, the oath that had bent men's fortunes and my own in directions I had not chosen willingly, the bargains with Severus that bought time at the cost of unknown futures. I wanted to tell her that the urn had been repaired and that the seal had been mended and that the world was not fixed but patched, and patches come loose. Instead, I kept my mouth shut and held her hand. Words weigh heavily. Sometimes silence is a treaty. When dawn came and the household scuttered back into its small labors, I found that the ring the balance had placed on the table bothered me as if it had been an animal left in the garden. The next day there would be letters and summons and delicate conversation. The room would be full of people who wanted things measured without being measured. The balance had entered the field and taken a step that was not clearly supportive nor wholly antagonistic. They had introduced a new grammar. That afternoon, as if to prove my point, a messenger from their group arrived beneath the pretext of courteous follow-up, an elegant envelope rolled under the door with the faint smell of lavender and something sharper beneath it. The note inside was brief and perfectly polite. It requested a private meeting with me, at a time convenient to my schedule, which was a sentence both flattering and freighted. I held the paper like it was a hot coal. There are many kinds of invitations. This was one that could be a courtesy or a trap. It was the sort of thing that Lucius liked, questions framed as requests and decisions posed as honors. It would have been easy to refuse. It would have been easy to respond with the careful civility we've practiced for so long. But I had learned by then that the easy choice was usually the one that left you the least power. So I prepared. I patched the part of my face that needed to look unmoved. I dusted off the skill of attention and put on the mask that, this year, had begun to feel less like costume and more like an instrument of survival. I wrote a reply that said I would attend. I sent it by L that afternoon. Narcissa signed with a neat flourish that hid nothing, and father made a noise that could have been pride or proprietorial agreement. Luna watched me fold the paper. Are you scared? She asked, though I think she knew the answer. She put an errant bead back into my plait, as if rearming me with small silver defenses. Always, I said, smiling. She tapped my forehead with the tip of her finger. Good, she said. It keeps you sensible. I left the light on for her as I went out into the study to prepare. Masks are a kind of focus. Tonight, more than any other evening, I understood that the face we present to the world does not merely hide us. It calls. It asks people to behave as if they had meaning in our presence. The balance had called. Father had answered. I had placed my piece in motion. The thing about a rune staged as a test is that there will always be one person who misreads the score. I do not pretend to be above misreadings. But the misreading that had happened that night had been purposeful, and the person responsible had not been naive. They had wanted to see who would offer what on the altar of convenience. That is a thing men like Lucius call commerce. Men like Lucius call the world a market because markets are easier to navigate than oaths, and because markets can be adjusted with a ledger rather than a blade. I missed the blade. I thought of the oath that had bound me once and the loophole I had found in its language. I thought of how something small, a wry clause, a half-forgotten token, could unravel a promise the way a single rotting stitch loosens a hem. I thought of how the balance had shown its hands, in public and in a manner that permitted inference. I thought of how Severus's eyes had catalogued the event like an inventory and how father had hidden his teeth behind a smile. When you stand between currents, you are in danger of being scraped by both. The balance had made its presence known and everyone had the sense, the small, cold certainty, that this was neither friend nor holy hours. Which meant, of course, that they could be everything else. Chapter 19, The Oath's Edge. If you had told me that the weight of a single sentence could be held in one hand like a coin, I would have laughed until Lucius looked up from whatever ledger of advantage he was inspecting and asked if I'd gone soft. Now I sit in the long, dim room off the library at Malfoy Manor with the oath folded into my palm and find that I do not laugh at anything any longer. I fold the paper the way boys fold their future into neat corners, once, twice, with as much care as a surgeon. The ink is my own in places, Severus is in others, an older hand traced marginalia in a scrawl that smells faintly of old tobacco and politics. The words do what words always do here, they promise, they command, and they open loopholes for the unimaginative. I am learning to be less unimaginative. Old wizardry is picky about language. That is its politeness and its cruelty. Spells prefer precision, they resent equivocation, they reward loopholes as if they were gratitude. This has been my salvation and my torment. The oath that released the urn was not a brutal, shouting thing. It was courtroom clean, the kind of thing a careful lawyer might have drafted if lawyers in our world scribbled in circles under candles and salted their clauses with runes. It named a price. It named a kind of accountability. It left teeth. It also, like all sufficiently ancient magics, accepted conditions if you were discreet and exact enough to give it something to chew on. Which is why I found myself that evening saying aloud the things I hated to know might be true. I stood in the library with the curtains mostly drawn against the long autumn dusk, the fire in the grate giving the portraits a warmer life, and I read the lines to nobody and to everything. I spoke them as if they were experiments. If the price is my freedom, I said. My voice did not rise. It kept the careful dryness of someone testing a cauldron. If the price is a binding which prevents me from leaving the manor or the place where the urn rests, if the magic requires a geographic anchor, does it accept exceptions? Could it specify a Malfoy Manor rather than a Draco Malfoy? The paper was cool between my fingers. I felt like a man fiddling with a loaded gun for the first time, tracing the seam of an argument until he found the weak spot. The urge to be elegant vanished, practicality took over. You could negotiate with an urn in a way you could not bargain with a living thief. Wards preferred clarity. They liked their victims named. Could he bind my memory instead? I tried. The thought of waking with blank corridors where someone's laughter had been, of my mother's face emptied of the recollection of me, made my throat close. There are uglier things than shackles. There are things both private and political because memory is how the house remembers its names. If the price were memory, one man's recall slipping away like the tide, the Malfoys might keep their place, their influence intact, and I would be, in the eyes of the world, the same shining instrument. No one would suspect until I failed to remember what I had vowed to protect. I read the oldest runic marginalia twice, then once more. The binding did not like the idea, but it did not reject it outright. Or must the magic take the body? I said, the sentence like ice. To speak of death aloud is to give any listening spell an appetite. The words set the fire to the portraits. They leaned forward like old aunties eager for news. I swallowed and found that even saying it did not make it duller, it made it nearer. That was the posture I took with the oath, the legalist's approach. Look for ambiguity, define explicit exceptions, find a guise in which the binding's appetite could be steered. It is the mentality that had kept the family from ruin more than once, it is the thought that makes Lucius comfortable enough to invest again in favor. It is also the thought that has never been enough to make me sleep. because there is another clause in old bindings, less obvious than the rest, the clause of consent. Wards that take flesh like to be given names, but they relish being passed over like a coronet. If two hands held a promise, the magic that eats promises sometimes prefers a meal shared. It is not fair. It is not predictable either. It is precisely the kind of quirk that a clever boy with a dislike for being used can use. Luna arrived without any trumpets or the customary surreal flourish. She had a mug of tea and a paper of her own, folded at odd angles. She had been living at the manor these last weeks, which is to say she had made herself an indelible and decorous guest, learning to read Lucius's courier lists and smiling at the house elves as if they were telling her all the right things. She appeared exactly when I had stopped pretending I wanted solitude. "You look like a man negotiating with an unsympathetic ledger," she said, and the way she pronounced unsympathetic made the room, briefly, less hostile. Her hair had the faintest glitter of something that might once have been a Rookwood sparkler. She had caught some practice in the way she stood, now that she was accustomed to the manor social geographies. There was something steady in her stillness. Calm unruffled in the face of paper is the new rarity. "I am negotiating with a ledger," I said, and wanted more explanation than that to her arrival. "The truth is less precise, of course. I am negotiating with an old obligation that reads like a ledger and with the people whose ledgers are the only safety net my family can credibly pretend to trust. Severus has terms. Lucius has a list, and Narcissa will have opinions. There are ways to pay, there are ways to reprioritize. None of them is, strictly speaking, benevolent." She sat opposite me, tea steaming between us like a small, neutral treaty. "What price does it name?" she asked, and looked up when I faltered over the list of bleak options like a child offered a choice of stodgy vegetables. I could have lied. Lying to Luna is a cruelty I had committed more easily in the last year than I would have supposed. She is not quick to anger, her judgment is the quiet kind that sets a thing down and sees if it will bloom. It is also, troublingly in my story, precise. She knows the difference between secrecy that protects and secrecy that consumes. She knows the sign of a burden that will eat someone. So I told her. I told her the options and the words and the marginalia that had Severus's neat impatience. I told her everything I had tried that night, the way I had said them aloud as if the castle itself were a jury, watching for the twitch of argument in the room. She did not react as anyone else had. There was no pity because she treats pity like an inefficient spell, it produces less than it promises. She did not counsel me to hide the paper in my sock and walk away. Instead she folded her hands on her knee and looked at me as if considering the architecture of a complicated thing. "You are looking for a technicality," she said. "An exception. A way to make the magic eat something else instead." I suppose I sounded pleased because I allowed the ghost of a smile. "Yes. Not even a way out as such. A different menu." She nodded. "Old charms like specificity. But they do accept an agent. If you name a thing to be the vessel, the charm will take it. If you name a person, it will take that person," I finished. "Yes. Or if you name two persons." She paused, looking as if she were arranging the words on a shelf. Her head tilted. "The charm will often take what you give it. If both names are offered, it will split." "Split," I repeated, tasting the shape of the word. Magic as arithmetic. The bargain as division. It sounded tidy and dangerous in the same breath, like a drink my father favored but never offered me. Is that true? A binding will accept being divided. It sometimes does, she said. Bindings that are written to take an anchor will accept multiple anchors if the language allows it. Or if the ritual is performed with two wills present, it will accept the shared agency. There are, of course, costs. Costs. The room retained the word like a stain. I have always been politically economical about costs. They are not absolute, only choices. And yet the thought of Luna offering herself as part of the interchange made my mouth go dry in a new kind of way. "You're not offering anything," I said sharply, then softer. "You don't have to." She smiled, faint and patient. "I am offering my consent." "Consent matters, Malfoy." It is rarer than birthright, and it changes everything because magic notices. It is a small piece of leverage. Her voice was level, and she looked at me with an expression that is far worse to face than pity because it is a mirror. Also, I am tired of you planning alone. There it was. The simple, domestic thing that lodged under all the terrible politicking. She would no more let me carry this alone than she would let an elf carry a curse through a corridor. Luna's help came from a place that was fiercely private sensible. She had no illusions about public perception. She has a way of seeing what is true and then arranging small revolutions around that truth. If I have always kept people at a distance as a method of survival, Luna keeps people close as a method of living. Do you understand the danger? I asked. I understand enough, she said. If the charm takes 2 anchors, the cost will be halved. That is arithmetic. But emotional price is not arithmetic. The magic will bind whatever you name. If you name 2 names, it will know the 2 names together. I felt the hair at the back of my neck rise. She was not flinching from the proximity of risk. She was pointing to it, precisely and quietly. And if I name your name, it will be you who is anchored, I said. I could not decide whether pride or protectiveness came first. I only knew my throat wanted to close again. I can't make you do that. Then don't name my name, she said. Name something that can be both of us. Name us jointly. Make the ritual not of ownership but of conjunction. That was one of those sentences that happened in the clean air of her brain and landed impossible and useful. Conjunction. The idea of binding magic by making it a grammatical act, not the binding of possessive ownership but a binding that says with. It is the kind of lateral thinking that reveals the whole of Luna's intelligence, not the lightning strike of one moment of brilliance but the slow, patient cartography of unconsidered routes. So you suggest we share it, I said, more statement than question. I suggest we bind it as an if-together clause. She reached into her bag and produced a small notebook with edges that had been chewed at by some patient pest. The room of requirement will cooperate if the castle is willing. It usually takes what is needed. We make the ritual so the charm takes both of us, or, better, takes the word both so that the magic's appetite is for the state of being joined rather than 2 bodies. The price will be distributed between the 2 named agents, which the binding mathematically prefers to a single, concentrated source. You propose a grammatical solution to a metaphysical problem, I said, and there was a laugh in it before the weight returned. Punishingly neat, and extremely exposing. It is also survivable. Her fingers tapped the page. You, Draco, are very good at bargaining. You like to give your opponents rules. She looked at me as if to say rules are a personal hobby. We will give this oath rules. Make it conditional on consent. If one withdraws consent, the binding will seek a replacement anchor by procedure. That makes it slightly less perfect for whoever stands to profit from you. It makes it more complicated to weaponize. Complexity is a virtue in politics. That last word, politics, sharpened me. She was proposing to put herself into a very public game of chess where pawns are alive and the board is sticky. To share a binding with Luna is to invite whatever enemies of the Malfoys would take pleasure in seeing her harmed. But it also made the magic less possessive, which might be the very thing that saves me. What does Severus want? I asked. He is the man whose ledger holds a number where I sometimes imagine my name. He is a necessary immoral genius in my life. He will not like details he cannot control. If he is to be faced with a procedure that places another anchor into the lattice, he will inevitably calculate something that ends with an advantage for himself. Luna's face flinched in the way that only the quiet show when they are considering loyalties. He will want the procedure to be controlled by him, she said. He will want the text submitted to his scrutiny. He will also want my signature. Outrageous, I said before I could stop myself. Outrageous is my reflexive retort to the maneuvers of other men who would buy my silence with complicity. But Luna looked at me as if she had expected me to protest in that exact, theatrical tone. She smiled the way only Luna smiles when she thinks you are performing for your own safety. If we give Severus control, she said, we give him leverage. If we limit his control to ritual oversight, he gains less. He will still be necessary. He will still be dangerous. But the ritual itself will be structured so that it cannot be completed without both of us and the room's cooperation. That is a kind of check. Checks are the natural enemy of the ambitious, I said. Lucius will not enjoy them. Neither of them needs to, she said. They need results. We spent the night laying out words like bricks. We spoke aloud to see which phrases the magic would accept. I said things I hated to say, that I might lose my freedom in a way that kept me from walking out of the manor, that the price might be a seam in my memory opening like a moth hole, leaving holes shaped like the people I loved, that it could take death, which is the only thing truly unnegotiable. Saying them made them smaller in a curious way. Names were not shrunken, but they were made exact. I hate that those are the options, I said finally, in a lower tone. It feels like a menu chosen by sadists. You are not choosing from it anymore, she said. Her voice was small. You are shaping the menu. When the candlelight crawled lower and the house creaked into a sleepier mood, we went to the room of requirement. The castle had been strange of late, stairs that forgot their roots, portraits that withheld memories, and the room's temper had shifted after the first seal was mended. The door required a gentle, precise need this time. I pressed my palm to the damp bricks in a place I had learned, that place, by habit and necessity, which once had become a place of weapons and then a place of philosophy, and said nothing at all, because Luna's presence was the need. The room obliged in a way that felt like a relief. It unfolded itself into an intimate chamber that smelled faintly of rosemary and old paper. The walls were lined with shelves holding things that looked as if they had been collected rather than found, carefully labeled fragments of pottery, strings of dull metal, cloth stitched with runes I did not immediately recognize. In the center of the floor lay a low table and 2 chairs, and at the table a shallow basin was set, its surface like polished pewter. Someone, the room itself or the castle's long memory, had thought to place instruments suited to delicate ritual. There were pens of bone, strips of vellum, a rope braided in 3 colors, and a small shard of something bright and iridescent like enamel. We sat and began to construct the formula. Luna's way was the steady architecture of a drafter. She sketched a structure and then filled it in. I argued the legal points, specificity, conditions for withdrawal, names. She argued the pragmatic, who would be suspect, who could be used in a bargaining process to make behavior predictable. If we name us as a conjunctive unit, she said, drawing a curve with one slender finger on the vellum, then the magic will take that unit. It likes nouns. It likes things it can untangle sensibly. The ritual will then require that any action be performed by both members of the unit, together or via explicit proxy. So if we give a proxy, the magic will accept that. She glanced up at me. That allows for a safeguard if one of us is removed. A proxy appointed by whom? I asked, because to name Lucius as proxy would be monstrous and to allow Severus would be what it is, inviting a predator into a coop. By a procedure bound into the ritual, she said. A council of living witnesses, 2 of whom must be unaffiliated with the Malfoys or Severus, could stand as emergency proxies. The ritual can name them. It will be clumsy but effective. You are thinking like a politician, I said, because there was a smug small pleasure in watching her take on one of my most detested arts and make it humane. Someone has to, she said. You have done your share. There was a night when we had been children and I had thought being clever meant being able to move someone easily across a room. That night feels like a lifetime ago. Now, cleverness was calibration. Luna and I calibrated the ritual together as if engineering a clock. We spoke of grammar until the words sounded like charms themselves. We wrote clause after clause into fine vellum until the ink smudged under our fingers. I mixed in details that would irritate Severus into a specific kind of limit and Luna made them tender by adding provisions for grief and memory. We included a small motion for the possibility of amnesty if the wielder of the urn chose to dismantle its harm. It was, in its odd way, the most decided flirtation with morality I had made all year. Why are you doing this? I asked at some point. Not out of curiosity but because the chamber held our breaths, and I needed the particularity of the question to keep from getting lost in the ritual's utility. She considered. Because you do not have to suffer alone. It was the simplest, most devastating sentence. She did not ask me to pretend otherwise. Because I am fond of you, Draco. Because you keep the world together more often than you admit. Because I would like a world in which you are both safer and less lonely. Also because I enjoy solving hard problems. I could have violated the moment in customary male fashion and laughed or deflected. I did not. Instead, I cleared my throat, the way one clears a surface before placing something valuable on it. You will be targeted, I said. It was not a question. It was the simple arithmetic of Malfoy politics. Anyone who loves a Malfoy or who stands too near to any binding will be scrutinized and offered as a bargaining piece. I had made my life negotiating for the family without real affection. Luna was offering to put herself into that field because she thought it right, or because she loved me, or perhaps because she disliked the way small sufferings were kept to the private rooms of powerful men. She bowed her head. I know, she said. There was not the flicker of the shy, unguarded child she once was. It was a decision made like a law. I know the danger. I am not unwilling. The ritual, in the end, demanded a trinity of signature, our names, Severus's attestation as ritual witness and technical verifier, and the room itself as an architectural witness. We set a rope between our joined wrists and the bowl, and Luna suggested that we should write our names not as ownership but as conjunctions, Draco Malfoy with Luna Lovegood was her grammar, and I liked it because it sounded like a tiny private rebellion. We had our pens, bone and black ink, and the shard of enamel which we agreed to use as a sympathetic sigil to the urn because whatever had been taken from it had left a makeable shape. How will Severus take this? I asked. My mouth had the prudent dryness of someone discussing a duel. He will take it as a necessary nuisance, Luna said. He will prefer that no one have unpredictable leverage. He will prefer to be necessary rather than to be left out. Also, he owes you something, Draco Malfoy, and he is not the sort to squander that by being petty. I could feel the shape of something like relief and the cold outline of fear trading places across my ribs. Severus was a man who measured debt with a mathematical cruelty. He would see this thing as a cost-benefit table. If it favored him to be the overseer, he would do so with a smile and heavy irony. If it did not, he would grumble and notch our name in his ledger. There is a quality in Severus that likes to be in control because otherwise he is a man too quick to love the consequences of fury. We finished the clause at dawn, the house of Malfoy sounding like a thing that had been turned over just enough to see its underbelly. It was not an ironclad escape instead of danger. It was an architectural change to the architecture of the oath itself. It made the magic's teeth smaller by asking the magic to eat something more complicated. You're asking a lot, I said at last. It is not merely that you will be implicated. It is that you might lose things either way. You might lose your memory of me. You might. She shook her head, and the motion was decisive. No, she said. You are speaking in the mode of fear. That is not an answer. You asked me to be precise about the risks and the trade-offs, and I am being precise. There is a probability that you will lose your freedom. There is a probability of memory loss. There is a small probability of death, which is the only truly irreversible one. But the binding as we structure it reduces probabilities by distributing cost and by making the process of exploitation more cumbersome. It also gives us leverage to call for substitution in emergencies. We are making the chain more complex. Complexity is a virtue, I said, with a wry, exhausted sound. You have a way of making me sound like a policy paper when I'm trying to be poetic. It is because you are very good with boxes, she said. And you have always believed that if you control the boxes, you control the things in them. I prefer to make the boxes into rooms. We tested the wording twice more in the chamber, because old magic likes ritual as much as old men do. We rehearsed in a grammar of conjuration, if together, if both consent, if one withdraws one may petition an emergency substitution, proxies appointed by living witnesses not affiliated with interested houses, costs to be distributed proportionally. It was a long and tedious litany. It felt, dizzyingly, like an application. The thought of submitting our names to Severus seemed obscene in its intimacy and perfectly sensible in its practicality. We were both afraid, in different ways. Luna feared for the kind of harm that would come to us from other people. I feared for the kind of harm that comes from the bargains you make with your own name. Both fears are politically dangerous. Both are, in their way, tender. When we walked back into the manor, the corridors were shaking themselves from the night's chill. The house had an air of grudging approval. It will make space for such things if you ask precisely and keep your social obligations tidy. Lucius met us in the grand entrance, hair immaculate and a brow that suggested he had dreamed of influence in his sleep. "Up early," he said, his voice smooth. He glanced between us in that way which seeks the exact axis of advantage. "Severus came by at 6, if you were wondering. He left a note." The presence of Severus's note felt both relieving and menacing. He had read the draft we had written in the room and had edited the grammar like a surgeon. He had left his signature in the way that only he can, a neat strike through where he objected and his own corrections marginally scrawled as admonishment. "What does he say?" I asked. Lucius unwrapped the paper with the practiced hands of a man used to courtesies and threats disguised as compliments. "He will oversee the ritual," Lucius said, as if giving me a gift. "He insists on certain safeties for all parties. He is also curious as to why you have chosen such an eccentric partner for such a serious thing." The word eccentric fell like a small coin. I felt my mouth arch, half in pleasure and half in the old reflex to protect Luna with the full force of parliamentary fury. She did not seem to notice Lucius's tone, which in another life I would have envied. She met his look and smiled as if replying to a joke he had misremembered. "Because she has better questions," I said, before regret had a chance to arrive. The sentence felt like an honest thing to say to Lucius, and to be honest with Lucius is a risk I have grown bad at taking. Lucius's face hardened a fraction. "Very well," he said. He looked at me whole, which is to say he did the thing parents do when assessing the inventory of grandchildren they imagine might restore them to prominence. "See that Severus's conditions are met. Protection. Discretion. No public spectacle." "I agree," I said, because the ritual would not be a public spectacle unless we made it so. The choice to perform in a room the castle yielded was a quiet one. We wanted the magic to taste privacy. The castle remembers the smallness of persons, secrets are its bread. We went back to our rooms with the shadow of the first constraint settled in our bones. I felt, for a brief miraculous and guilty moment, that this configuration might allow me to be less trapped by the thing I carry. I had been carrying prophecy like a blade. Luna suggested we put it in a scabbard that needs us both to ungird it. There is a tenderness, terrible and silly and a little absurd, in arranging a ritual as if for a marriage. I had no intention of proposing to anyone when I was 13. I had better manners than that and knowledge of how cruel grown men can be about their chess pieces. Yet in the quiet moments, after paperwork and politicking, I found myself thinking about how odd it would be to wake with the knowledge that half of one's burdens had become someone else's. To make a notion of us in the grammar of a spell is in some ways the most intimate political act I have ever performed. That night I dreamed of clarity. I dreamed I was standing at the edge of a sealed thing, and instead of having to walk in alone I reached out and found Luna's hand. The sensation was not sentimental. It was strategic and enormous, and it warmed me to the bone like an unwise fire. I woke with my heart in my mouth and the room light dim. Morning was a small thing of business. When we brought the draft to Severus, he took it like a man reading the wiring of a clock. He complained about the proxies, as if by objecting he might coax them into conditions more profitable to his temperament. He shortened the clauses which spoke of withdrawal into something the size of a needlepoint. He asked to see the room of requirements layout. He signed, but not without the small, precise notations that suggest a ledger is being balanced. "I do not mind being necessary," Severus said in a low, dry way he reserves for sentences that will be used as threats later. "I mind being surprised." We left him with his control and our shared grammar. None of us could say with certainty whether the magic would prefer to feed on singular vanity or on domestic conjunction. The urn had once spewed a seriousness we still felt in our bones. The second seal quivered in some far corner, a thing of integers and danger. We cannot unring a bell. We can only, sometimes, give it a different cadence. The ritual, when it came, felt less like a climax and more like a necessary and precise domestic movement. We enacted it in the room at dusk. The rope was soft and cool across our wrists. The ink on the parchment had dried but smelled of enchantment. Severus officiated with a patience that suggested he had rehearsed the politics in his mind until he could taste the exact bark of victory. We did not call it love in the way books do. I do not have that vanity. We called it a conjunction, a legal instrument, a strategic distribution of appetite. But as our names were set into the script in that damned and brilliant chord of magic, I felt the smallest, most ridiculous thing, the sense that if anything took either of us, it would not be taken from me alone. There is, I find, a peculiar courage in sharing a cage. It shrinks the bars even as it makes the cage more visible. When it was done, Luna wiped ink from her fingers and reached for my hand in a casual way people do when they have survived something together. Her fingers were warm and a little shaking. For reasons I could not explain, I wanted to tell her everything I had once promised never to tell, about the prophecy and the oath and the loophole that had always tasted like betrayal. I did not. Instead, I kept my mouth to the honest language of politics. We will see what the magic likes, I said. It was both a promise and the most sober of sentences. She squeezed my hand in a way that made a private sound somewhere in my chest. If it is unkind to you, we will write another clause, she said. We will always write another clause. This is the sort of domestic courage that I did not inherit. I learned it sitting opposite a girl who does not flinch at the shape of things. I thought of Narcissa and the careful way she would judge this partnership if she knew. I thought of Lucius and the particular firelight that will now reflect from the shard of the urn. I thought of Severus, and of the way he had signed his name. We left the room with the slow, ridiculous calm of two conspirators who have just hidden something important in plain sight. The house watched us with the long memory of its own. It approved in its own inscrutable way. Outside, the air was the brittle clean of a September that has not yet learned to be compassionate. The second seal is a map with edges, and we have only changed the key by putting both our fingerprints on the thing. I know the bargain has not been undone. I know that whatever the magic prefers, it prefers one of us to fail sometimes in quiet terms that will be more dangerous than any duel. I know Severus will keep some advantage. I know Lucius will mutter and rearrange the world to make his profit. But I had once believed that courage was a solo move, the kind of affair that involves a coat and a dramatic exit. This was less glamorous and more important. It was the slow work of dividing a burden until it fits across two shoulders like a cloak. It is a petty way to speak of love, and yet when Luna looks at me across a table of clauses, the word finds a shape that is both awful and perfect. There will be consequences, I said to her later, in a tone that attempted, and failed, to be cold. Someone will try to exploit this. Someone will test the proxies. Someone will call you a traitor or a fool. Then they will call me whatever they like, she said. I will bear it. You will bear your part. We will be cleverer than them. I smiled because her confidence was infectiously terrible in the best possible way. We are not invulnerable, I said. No, she agreed. But we are not alone. I kept the oath folded in my palm like some small animal. It was softer now, less like iron and more like something alive that needed feeding well. There is a practical terror at the edges, the loss of movement, the blank spaces in memory, the absence of a name. There is also a small and horrific compassion, the knowledge that to be chosen is to be readied for a cost that will not be paid without consequence. I do not pretend this ritual will save us. There will be other choices and other debts. Lucius will still seek restoration, Severus will still expect a signature that I cannot yet understand. But Luna has given me something complicated and dangerous and human, a companion for a risk. The magic will taste our grammar and decide whether it prefers the simplicity of a single body to eat or the arithmetic of two. Today, in the hush of the manor and the ritual's soft afterglow, I dare to hope it may prefer the latter. We left the room with ink of contracts on our fingers, the shard tucked into Luna's palm like a talisman. The house rearranged itself to accommodate our small rebellion, and at last we parted with the quiet manner of conspirators who have committed treason in the name of preservation. She walked back to her room like someone who had performed a good, difficult thing. I returned to mine carrying the exactness of the oath and the new, small fact that I was no longer alone in carrying it. Outside, the wind had changed. It carries omens now in feathered, annoying ways, portraits have been less civil, and the staircase still forgets sometimes where gravity ought to place its steps. There will be tests, certainly. There will be threats. There will be times when the choice we made will be noted in other people's ledgers and used as a public argument against us. People will look at the Malfoy name and at Luna and make cartoons of our courage as if it were a scandal and not a defense. But I sleep differently now, not with the arrogant certainties of a boy who believed himself untouchable, nor with the brittle fear of a man who expects betrayal. There is a liminal space in which I keep the oath now, and it holds two names in its mouth. The magic will do as it will. If it is sociable, it will take a little from each of us and leave us both standing. If it is savage, it will find its prey in ways I cannot preempt. I had begun to learn that the skill in survival is not to imagine oneself always clever enough to escape consequence, but to imagine oneself sufficiently generous in the right places to make the consequence bearable. Luna taught me that. The fact I can admit that I can speak it plainly and not as mockery, is itself a small triumph that terrifies me more than any duel. Tomorrow Severus will come with a precise face and a ledger of demands. Lucius will have a new angle. The school will send news like a small river of worry. The urn will, no doubt, remember itself in a way that is not comfortable for any of us. But tonight, in the room where the castle remembered our names and arranged them in a sentence it could recognize, I slept. I slept knowing that somewhere in the dark the oath now snarled like a dog with two owners. It is, paradoxically, easier to face dragons in public than to explain why you would take a knife into your own hands for another. I would not have chosen that knife for anyone. But when Luna took out her pen and wrote our names on the parchment as if they were a single, coherent thing, I discovered I wanted to be part of that sentence more than I wanted any absolution. There is an edge to all oaths, a place where you must decide what the world is worth. Tonight I chose, clumsily and entirely, to make that edge shared. The spell will either prefer it or it will not. Either way, the future will arrive with new choices. We will be ready in the unassuming and terrifically stubborn way we have chosen. And that, for all its danger, feels like something to hold. Chapter 20. The room changes. The door did not look like a confession. It looked like anonymous brickwork, an ordinary stretch of corridor that would have bored house elves into pity and portraits into yawns. That was part of the room's good manners. It did not announce itself with trumpets, it eased you into what you needed with the least possible fuss. We had tried charm after charm on that wall over the spring, asking politely, needfully, with the sharp impatience that comes only from not being allowed the answers you have already decided you deserve, and usually it delivered something grudging and useful, like a small cupboard of parchment or a box of perfectly matched keys. Once it had offered us a broom closet with a reading lamp and a pigeon. Once it had given us a damp little alcove smelling of ostrich feathers. I had developed an odd respect for any place that could keep its dignity under such caprice. That afternoon the corridor was, by Hogwarts standards, dull even for a Thursday. The stair that usually leaned toward the east wing had decided to be vengefully normal. Portraits twitched their mustaches and announced nothing of consequence. I was aware of my own hands, long, pale, memorized through many years of politeness, and of Luna's presence beside me, which was not like the presence of most people. She has a way of filling space with thought rather than sound. It is less intrusive and somehow more dangerous. If people are instruments, Luna is one of those narrow, precise tools that cut cleanly, without the drama of a bludgeon. "Ready?" she asked, very small. She always said ready like it was a secret blessing. I kept my smile for the wall. It is an odd thing, having to practice an expression that will serve you in both social negotiations and near-ritual crises. It reads like confidence. It reads like ease. It suggests you have not been up all night reading charred scripts by candlelight with someone who keeps murmuring about binders and scene lines as if they were the names of lost songs. "Yes," I said. The wall was obliging. It folded inwards the way a stage flap does when the curtain is coaxed open, revealing a narrow passage lined with slate and soot. A scent of old paper and iron came out, not entirely unpleasant, more like the memory of a forge that had once made something delicate. The room had been averse to giving up its family histories before. That reluctance had a dignity, too, a recognition that some things are best not trotted out for casual inspection. But we had been careful in our questions. We had not asked to unpick the past in public or to make the ledger into gossip. We had asked for the seam lines, the practical things, who kept the seals, how the binding worked, why my name kept appearing in ember scripts from a century ago. I had asked, too, with a selfishness I have never been proud of, for options. Hallways opened off the passage like pages in a book. Portraits, not the jaunty schoolhouse kind but family studies, stiff, waxen and watchful, leaned from their frames as if to listen. Some were half swallowed by shadow, others sat at angles that suggested they read what was being read. The room had answered us with a library that looked like a private mausoleum. Shelves of ledgers were stitched into the stone, tables bore brass stands where half-burned scrolls had been clamped and then extinguished mid-ceremony. There were cabinets labelled in ink that had never had occasion to be polite, wards, bindings, OATHS, and one that made my throat close, simply and plainly, Malfoy Archive. I did not look at the cabinet first. Instead I found, by mistake of reach, a small page folded into an iron clasp. It was a child's handwriting, narrow and trembling, the sort of script that has not yet learned to claim authority. The words, an apology, more than anything, were written in a language of ritual I recognized only in outline. There was a drawing, in the margin, of a tether, 3 knots around a small, frightened shape. The knots were careful. Someone had taken the time to make the knots pretty. Luna reached for the page at the same time I did, and her fingers brushed mine. It was an insignificant contact, half a breath, but it had the effect of a spell. Being with her is a peculiar sort of arithmetic, her presence means more are counted in the sum than before. Fear is not lessened so much as shared, things feel heavier and therefore truer. She read the child's page with the gentleness of someone who does not want to break the world by looking too hard. They were careful, she murmured. They were very careful. We moved deeper into the room. The ledgers were not all neat. Some were bound in leather that had been scorched near the spine. Others were sewn with green thread that had been replaced until it had become indistinguishable from the cloth. Intermittent margins had been clipped clean, ink had been washed away as if someone could scrub gilt from paper. There was a ledger set apart on a plinth, heavy as a man's fist. Its label, in a hand that would have once been bold and now had the tiredness of a well-read ledger, announced itself as the ledger. I have never in my life been as tempted to kneel before a book as some people kneel before relics. Perhaps that is a vanity of upbringing. Certainly it is an indulgence of my temperament. A ledger is a thing of obligations. It is, in the rawest sense possible, the arithmetic of power. Contracts do not smother history so much as hold it taut. This one smelled of wax and old promises. Careful, I said. I wish that sounded like command. It sounded, faintly, like I meant it. The room obliged us with a small table, and a stool that wanted my weight as if it had always expected citizens of my family to sit and be judged in it. Luna, somehow, hovered, it is not a word that becomes her, but there it is. She watches like an owl that has learned to love music. The ledger's pages were written with the calm, stolid hand of people who know how to bury things in sentences so ordinary they become invisible. Names. Dates. Terms. A column for payment, a column for consequence. There were entries for marriages arranged across families who otherwise would have had nothing to say to one another. There were entries for favors requested of headmasters and for portraits who had been asked to remember things they would rather forget. Some lines were economical and terrible, bond transferred. Heir established. Others were explanations in smaller script, Hogwarts accepted. A placement of stewardship as consideration for recall. A placement of stewardship. The words were graceful and terrible. I felt the wind go out of my chest. My family, for all our silver and pockets, had not merely sought prestige at Hogwarts. They had taken roles there on purpose. Not stewardship of portraits or plates, but stewardship of scene lines and seals. We had not been guests in the house of the castle, we had been appointed keepers, watchers, named to seats that allowed our hands in hidden places. The Malfoy house had been, for centuries, an instrument pressed into the walls. It explained 100 half-remembered things, the letters that arrived for my father in a hand that was not strictly business, the old families who owed us nothing and yet spoke our name as one might a prayer, the quiet tutoring when I was small, the way my playroom sometimes smelled faintly of smoke and lavender and other people's bargains. There was a ledger entry, dated 184 years ago, that read it as nakedly as anyone could have written it. In exchange for the loan of service, the house is permitted to place anchors into their estates. The cost to be determined. Anchors. The word was simple. It was worse for being simple. It meant, on the ledger's sober pages, a thing I had known in outline and had named by other words, a living weight, a person to bear or balance a ritual seam. In the margin of that entry someone had written in a smaller, embarrassed hand, "The anchors are our children." We hide it with the pretense of schools and scholarships and political appointments. There is a point at which an explanation stops being a fact and becomes a verdict. I felt, very sharply, that we were being judged, not by any moral arbiter but by the cold arithmetic of those who keep lists. For all the care with which my ancestors had hidden their arrangements, lists have a habit of showing you the bones. I had suspected that the family had kept secrets. Discovering the ledger made the suspicion into a map. Why? I began. The question cracked like a brittle shell. Because someone had to watch the scenes, Luna said. Her voice was perfectly calm. She had been reading over the margins as if she had been expecting them, though neither of us had. The castle remembers badly when people die without telling it to remember. Someone needed to speak to the stones. Malfoy spoke for a long time. Her eyes went to a diagram in the ledger that made the runes look like branches. They showed a central node, labeled in a hand that was careful and older than any modern script, surrounded by smaller anchors, each ringed with knotwork. The anchor at the center had been crossed out and redrawn 3 times. Someone had not wanted their work to be neat. It is not only anchors, I said. I turned a page and found an entry that made my stomach lurch. Names that I knew for reasons including schoolboy rivalry and political theater were listed with quiet descriptors: a Slytherin prefect from 2 generations ago, a head of house's sister in a long century before my grandparents were born, a portrait who had once refused to speak. Each had an obligation attached, breezy and devastating in the ledger's cool tone: observe, pledge, remember, stand watch. The ledger was not a story of nobility, it was a ledger of cost and the many ways a human life might be leveraged into service. You can see how small a crack becomes when you lean on it for 700 years, Luna said. She had a habit of saying things that were at once odd and precisely true. The Malfoys leaned on seemed so long the scene became the house. We traced an entry together. It was written with a hand I knew. It belonged to one of my own, a name that had the unsteady flourish of private grief. It described a ritual performed near the Great Hall, a binding to calm a surge at the southward seam. The ritual had been partial, hurried. The margin contained a note in a different ink: do not mention. Not even to a child. The handwriting matched a letter my mother had once sent a nursemaid, a letter I had been forbidden to see and therefore, by a child's logic, had turned into a miniature obsession. Severus's face came into my mind then, drawn as it often is these days, in edges and not yet answered calculations. He had spoken to me in a way fathers do not when they are not asked to broker futures. He had said useful things in a manner that implied bills would come due. This ledger made clear the bill collectors, not the ministry, exactly, but time and the texture of obligations. Do you think your family knew about the prophecy? Luna asked. She had the knack of making, you have to admire her for this, carefully foolish questions that are not foolish at all. They did. The ledger had an annotation, an oblique phrase that had been added as if to protest at the incredulity of living so long. When the sign is spoken, see the air. The handwriting there was less neat than that of Clark's. It thickened into something that resembled fear. Whoever wrote it had used the same ink for a note that followed: if air refuses, reroute as described, loop pattern. The urn. My mouth tasted of iron. The urn, which we had restored and which had hung in my hands like a thing that remembered promises not yet fulfilled. The ledger made that hum into something engineered, a net of obligations that threaded through portraits and the ministry and places you would not think to look. I had thought secrets were primarily political instruments. They are. But they are also a kind of family architecture. They are the bricks you lay that say to future hands, do not ask. Do not pry. Keep the shape. And when the house needs to be kept from cracking, you hand that shape to a child. Before I could follow the thread of panic to its natural ends, petitions to Lucius, a lecture from my mother, a heavy-handed bargain with Severus, Luna bent over a half-burned ritual on a stand. The fire had licked the edges as if someone had tried to eat the words out of the page. The surviving ink formed a pattern that a less patient I would have called a ruin. Luna, who seems to have made an art of fighting ruins into instruments, traced the shapes with 2 clean fingertips. The ritual was stopped, she said. Someone tried to make the words useless but left scraps that mean something else. They were interrupted. I was suddenly very aware of the walls of the room. They seemed to be listening as if the ledgers were not merely information but testimony. Portraits winked at one another in ways that suggested they, too, had a vote in how the past would be read. It is a humiliating thing to be judged by people you have only ever told the truth to when lying would have been easier. Who would stop a ritual midstream? I asked. Someone who did not want the consequence, Luna answered. She sounded almost clinical, as if she were enumerating hypotheses rather than naming human motives. Then, more quietly, was someone who was afraid for a child. The ledger and those half-burned rituals began to rearrange themselves into a narrative I had suspected and feared. The Malfoys had not merely placed anchors. They had arranged a lattice of defenses that required hands in the castle and in society at all times. Heads of houses could be allies. Portraits were compelled. Patronage networks provided cover. An ancestor's entry, a man in powdered hair who, by all accounts, had more vanity than patience, read with a cruelty that made me imagine him smiling as his pen cut another family's fortune. We buy silent with seats and pensions. In doing so they owe us the right to place anchors in their hearths. In doing so, we protect the house. And somewhere in the ledger's careful columnation was the moment that made my life a thing of inevitability, an entry that was personal even though it had been written in the same neutral hand as taxes. Prophecy anticipated, it read. Heir to be raised with instruction. To be concealed until selection. To be named when signs concur. Oaths to be arranged so that the seal's cost is deferred. I had told myself I was private and solitary by choice. This was vanity. Boys do not choose to be lone wolves when they are bred to be masks for other people's bargains. I had been selected before birth, not by the prophecy alone, but by the family's long regard of it as something to be delayed and redirected until the day when a useful outcome might be engineered. The ledger had the unromantic language of bureaucracy. It made prophecy into a thing that could be negotiated. I had been both chosen and arranged. Luna reached across the ledger and took my wrist, not lightly but with the sort of firmness that instructs a prisoner in how to take a breath. Names don't make you fate, she said. It was, in the technical sense, true. Names were only ink. But they were ink on a ledger that had held 1,000 calculations of how to make human life into a tool. Names in a ledger had become servitors of probability. A single signature could require an oath could be turned into an anchor. The deeper I read, the more it settled on me that secrecy had been the family trade for so long that it had become indistinguishable from love. Netted promises had been made in the language of guardianship. Parents had given children to a cause because they thought the cause would keep the world mostly the same. There is an ugly kind of logic in sacrificing a child to maintain a status quo if you truly believe the alternative is ruin. Luna's fingers were still at my wrist. They were frightened in the same way people who love are frightened, she said. They made plans the way people do. They didn't mean to make harm for its own sake. The ledger did not contradict her. It told of blacker bargains, too. There were names that read like half-remembered threats. Some entries were short and animal with meaning, an active bind rerouted. Loss recompensed. Another line had been stabbed through, violently, as if the writer had been struck with regret. On that page someone had written a name and then, in a child's cramped hand, a question: did we have a choice? The ledger was not a kind witness. It told simply and without comfort the truth that choices had been made and accounted for. And among those entries, small, innocuous, the sort of bureaucratic cruelty that is polite and therefore more dangerous, was a list of functions the family assigned to itself within Hogwarts. Tutors placed near the room of requirement. A maid appointed to service a particular portrait. Donations given to obscure funds that were, in fact, a form of payment. Each payment had a corresponding clause: to permit access, to protect, to silence. Those clauses explained much of my childhood oddities. They explained visits by people who were not blood but had reason to be close. They explained bargains whispered in the study among men whose portraits are now in this room, whispering like the undertow of a conversation you cannot quite catch. There came, then, a page that made my hands go cold. It was a registry of anchors, a list of names with dates and phrases in the notes column, due, rerouted, claimed. One entry was recent enough to be disturbing. It bore a date that could be aligned with the year of the first seal. Next to it, in a script that lifted like a defiant signature, was a sentence I could not quite parse until Luna pointed. "It is a rubric," she said. "Instructions." The rubric told of a loophole. It read, in the kind of dry, ritual voice that combines law and syntax, of a method to diffuse the cost of a seal across many anchors in such a way that no one anchor would be wholly consumed. The method was technical, with diagrams of knots and runic stitches. But its essence was crude: spread the weight. Spread the pain. Hide the center by making it many places at once. The ledger had recorded early attempts to do this as experiments, some of them going wrong, some of them simply being too costly in love and in life to continue. I thought of the urn then, the little vessel we had coaxed back into shape and shoved into respectable, lacquered corners of our household as if it were a porcelain ornament rather than the thing that had once kept a wound from widening. I had crafted its wording. I had used a rhetorical slipper by insisting upon concurrence in the counter-ritual, a technicality that had allowed me to fudge the lines in a way that kept the center from burning too brightly. The ledger explained exactly how that worked. It explained the price that had been deferred, and to whom the deferred debt might someday be called. My breath was shallow. Luna watched me with the same odd, ancient patience she gives a scene before it is resolved. She is not a person to be hurried. It infuriates the part of me that has been trained to make decisions in tight, polished sentences. It is, in a softer way, what makes her dangerous in the best sense. She will outlast you in thought and thus always render you correctable. "Do you understand now why your father wants leverage?" she asked. I did. Not because Lucius's motives had ever been unclear, but because his ambition read differently when placed against this ledger. He was not merely trying to recover status, to barter for seats in a ministry that might one day take pity on him. He was trying to secure the house's capacity to keep the seals attended on their terms. His canvassing was less vainglory and more desperate architecture. He had always been a wolf for rebuilding the family's house out of other people's whims. Now it seemed he was trying to rebuild the literal walls that had kept us safe for centuries. "How can we possibly?" I started. Then, because Luna's presence lights truth, I finished, "How can we possibly undo what my family started?" "Perhaps we don't need to undo everything," Luna suggested. She had an odd way of making danger feel like a puzzle rather than an assault. Some of it was made because it thought love would look like duty. Her argument was not naive. She showed me marginalia I had missed, small notes in the ledger in an insect-like hand that seemed to be a person's diary tucked into the line items. When they could not sleep, one read, they bound what awake hands could hold. They did not think clearly. Another line read, if this is to be done again, do it so that the one who bears it knows why. Those were not legal clauses. They were soul grievances, tiny protests left like bookmarks in a ledger not meant to comfort. Luna proposed something that would have made most men I have known scoff with the sort of contempt that disguises fear. She proposed to rewrite a ritual. Not to deny what's been done, she said, but to change how the bindings receive their charge. To give them knowledge rather than lie by default. She sketched, in pencil on the edge of an ancient page, a different arrangement of knots. They were not as elaborate as the ledger's runes, but they argued a different philosophy, consent encoded, memory as talisman, witnesses rather than mute instruments. The ideas were loose, they were naive in any political sense. They might also be the only humane way to untangle what had been done without rendering the entire house into a calculus of living bodies. I thought of my mother's face. Narcissa, who will move mountains without admitting the exertion, would approve of a mechanism that kept people alive if it also kept the house together. But I could also imagine my father's appetite for using any new mechanism as leverage, which frightened me with an honest old fear. Lucius is not cruel for cruelty's sake, he is pragmatic, and that particular pragmatism has a taste for long-term investments. If he knew about any loophole that preserved the seals while shifting obligations in ways that could be traded, he would find purchasers. Do you think it's possible? I asked, because the ledger had made me a person who asks questions as if they are coins to be spent. She smiled in a way that made her look suddenly old and kindly. Possible is a different word from safe, she said. But people have changed rituals before. Not because the words were wrong, but because our need changed. We could not copy the ledger. The room, thank the coolness of its enforced privacy, will not let you loot its bones without a demand for equal concealment. I had learned enough of wizarding lore to be prudent. I knew that paper in certain hands is an invitation. What we could do, and what we did, was memorize, transcribe quietly in pencil, and crease the margins with notes only we could read. I wrote down the diagrams in my neat, patient hand, the one that had been taught in prefectorial offices where neatness was a kind of obedience. Luna annotated with the lightness of marginalia and with the sort of ideas that bloom sideways. There was a portrait in the far end of the hall that made itself useful in a way that probably read as gratuitous to any self-respecting conservative. It was of a woman whose face was small in the frame but of such a pained dignity that even her painted mouth had the look of restraint. Luna went to her and spoke. Portraits are a peculiar parliament. They have memories the living do not own. They also have a kind of loyalties that are hard to purchase. This portrait, a matriarch by the way she had been painted, with powdered hair and a reprimand ready on her lips, tilted her head at our approach as if to say the time had come when lying for the family's reputation would not do. You can ask a portrait a question and it will not lie, Luna said. They hold their sitter's last convictions like a pebble in a knuckled fist. It is useful. The portrait, when it spoke, did not use the ledger's language. It used memory. It told of a night, a century ago, when a child had been brought to the castle with a fever and a prophecy was misheard and then corrected in a whisper. The portrait's voice had the careful cruelty of someone who has kept a household in order. It did not ask for permission to be honest. Your house made vows, it said. Your house thought it could keep the world whole by stitching its edges. That was always dangerous. They were not wicked because they kept these things, they were afraid. I shifted my weight. Portraits have a habit of telling inconvenient truths with radiant impartiality. It is the sort of thing they do when they are not being commissioned. The portrait's memory added color to the ledger's arithmetic. It named quiet things the ledger had only suggested, small deals carried in envelopes to headmasters, subtle payments to librarians who preferred the company of the shelves to the crossing of oaths, a series of marriages that read like pieces on a chessboard. When the portrait finished, Luna put her hand on my arm again. You are not what the ledger thinks you will be, she said. The ledger has seen many faces and thought itself wise. But it is only a list. Lists are dangerous precisely because they imagine themselves complete. They do not forgive new data. They have no tenderness for improvisation. You cannot, for instance, place an idea into a ledger like you place a commodity into a trunk. The ledger had held us captive by thinking it could count what could not be numbered, the slack of a child's laugh in the house, the small mercies that stop people from despairing. We worked for a long while. The room's light changed as if to remind us that ours are a kind of patronage. Dusk settled to the hum of distant candles. We copied diagrams with the care of people saving a language that might soon be outlawed by other people's fear. We read little lines of grief that made us both want, intensely and uselessly, to go back in time and kiss a child's forehead. There is a kind of cruelty in reading a ledger. It asks you to list the consequences. It compels you to weigh love against arrangements. Towards the end, we found a name that, for reasons inexplicable and therefore alarming, had been etched into the edge of a page with a tiny, neat hand. It was not a Malfoy name. It was not a common surname either. It was a name that I knew of only because Severus had once, in a moment that had the sharpness of a paper cut, let it slip in conversation. He had not said why that name mattered, he had only said it very quietly the way one notes a bruise. There it was, in the ledger, paired with my family as if it had always belonged to the weave. I felt the room pull my ears to the small seam of future. The ledger is not prophecy. It is a record of debts and the methods by which they are called. But the ledger had, in that margin, scratched like a warning and not yet arranged into a sentence, the notice that the house's accounting would reach a date. It had a line, due, 7th summer. The ink had been blotted, perhaps by someone who had been afraid to read the rest. The ledger left the rest of the sentence unfinished, as if the writer had been interrupted by their own moral recoil. 7th summer. The words had the cold geometry of fate. I counted summers. I counted the summers behind me and those I felt I had left. It was not a prophecy, precisely, but it was a ledger pronouncing that something would be called in a time horizon that was not infinitesimal. It was the ledger's language of ways to pay, a time for reckoning. Luna's voice dropped to a pitch that suggested both curiosity and alarm. 7th summer, she repeated. That would be the summer when school is nothing and the world is wide enough to be dangerous, I finished. My voice sounded too small for the book's cold diction. We closed the ledger with the reverence of people who have just learned the bones of their family. I wanted to take the book home. I wanted to carry it under my arm and lock it in a room and read it like a manual. But the room's politeness was not ostentation. It would not permit theft of its bones, it preferred that things remain in place so that they might be addressed in their original shape. We left with our notes in pencil, our pockets light and our thoughts heavy. Outside the room, the corridor was the same anonymous brick we had entered through. The staircase was as surly as ever. The portraits straightened as if they had been prayed to by being amused. I felt, oddly, as though I had been at a funeral and had not yet had the courtesy to cry. Luna walked a little behind me. Her hand found mine without theatrics. It is absurd, but small things like that are the architecture of courage. I have built most of my public life around control. To let someone hold your hand is to permit a disorder you cannot legislate away. I did not release her when the stairs shook and took us upward in a motion that suggested the castle hears more than it says. We climbed into the dawn of a late school evening and into the bright, raw smells of the outer Hogwarts world. Do you hate that you were arranged? Luna asked me very quietly as we walked by a row of torchlit suits. It was not the sort of question people ask unless they are willing to hear the truth. She was. I paused. I hate the idea that my life could be counted in ledgers, I said finally. But I hate, more, that because of it my choices are always watched as if I were counting mistakes rather than living. She squeezed my hand. Then live, she said. Choose. There was a moment of pleasant simplicity in the directionless command, choose. The ledger had told me what had been done. Luna had offered a way to reframe the choice. There is a peculiar kind of courage in refusing to accept the terms of a contract simply because the men who drew it up were long dead and their ink stubborn. We walked on. The castle sighed around us. The world beyond the walls felt both absurdly normal, owls still argued the merits of certain mice, and charged with an electrical sense of possibility. The ledger had made me a man with a list and 100 obligations. Luna had made me someone who could consider new grammar for those obligations. We had a plan, of sorts. Not a complete plan, the ledger does not yield its secrets to half measures and there are always men like my father who will call you practical and therefore without pity, but something, a method to ask allies, a cunning to keep Severus and Lucius from using the new diagrams for auctions, a cautious attempt to find those who might accept witness status and memory sharing rather than being anchors. There was, however, one intolerable thing that the ledger left unfinished in its comfortable, bureaucratic voice, the sentence that had been blotted at seventh summer. It pressed on my sleep like a dull foreign pebble. Who would call the debt then? Would it be the house itself, demanding the balance? Would it be some longer-threatened force that found an opening? The ledger had been a map and a mirror. It had shown me how the house had been kept, and reminded me that the house keeps an account of what it gives and takes. Seventh summer, I repeated again, out of habit of saying things aloud to make them less monstrous. The words felt lighter the second time, freed by being shared. Luna stopped and looked at me. Her face read like a book that has been taught to be patient. "We have time," she said. "Not infinite time, but time enough to do something with what your family has made." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to promise her every tidy thing that men make in desperation when they are given a slender hope. I did not. Instead, in the manner of people who have had to be useful in public from an early age, I set my jaw and made a plan that had the stubborn modesty of sensible things. First, gather witnesses who would consent to be memory anchors rather than being bound without knowledge. Second, find a way to put a stop to any auctioning of the loophole by men who see obligation as currency. Third, question Severus about that name written in the ledger's margin, delicately and, if possible, without offering him more currency than he requires. Fourth, speak gently to my mother and then, quietly, force my father to understand that leverage is not worth the lives of children. That last I put low on the list because Lucius has worn menace like perfume and I do not yet know how to strip it from him without fire. We walked out into a world that felt both diminished and enormous. The ledger had taken the romance I had naively given to my family's past and replaced it with a workaday truth: secrecy is architecture and architecture needs maintenance. I had always been taught to admire the walls. Now I knew who had mortared them, and why. There is a particular kind of courage that arrives when you know the shape of your cage but choose to work on the lock rather than accept the iron. Luna's hand in mine was the puzzle's translation into something human. The ledger had drawn a map of obligation. She had drawn, in modest pencil, the outlines of an alternative. We had only been in the room for a single sweep of hours, but the world outside felt already altered by the impression of things unburied. The castle, for its part, seemed content to let us go. The door folded back into anonymous brick as if nothing had happened. But the ledger's whisper lodged inside me with the weight of a talisman. Names are ink. Oaths can be rewritten. Yet time, it said in its ledgerly voice, keeps accounts of its own. "Tell me a secret you will not let anyone list," Luna said, in the awkward, brave manner of those who mean solidarity. I thought of the child pages, the drawings of knots, the way a mother's hand had crossed out a sentence and then written, in the margin, a list of things a child should always know: how to whistle while alone, how to tie a simple knot, how to lie politely when survival demands. I thought of how I had been taught to laugh at teachers' jokes even when they were dreadful, to look properly interested in bad opera, to despise those who were not worth despising, and to mask the odd stitches that make us human. "It will be ugly," I said. "It will sound like a ledger to someone who is not in it. But it is honest. When the time comes, I will not give my life for an oath I do not understand. I will not let anyone trade it for favors. If a cost must be paid, I will choose who pays it with me." She smiled at that, which both comforted and frightened me. I do not know whether courage is a gift or a decision. Perhaps both at once. Luna, who reads the world in angles that reveal tenderness more clearly than most people, slipped her fingers between mine and pressed. There was a quiet force in that small pressure, like a page turned. "We will make it less terrible than the ledger imagines," she promised. We walked into the long dusk with a ledger's shadow at our heels and a plan that was only the first breath of a revolution. There was work to be done, conversations to be had, witnesses to be persuaded, a desperate father to be reasoned with by one who had grown used to being feared. The room had given us something I had not expected, not a solution, but the terms of the problem, laid out in ink and in memory. As the castle sighed and the portrait settled, I felt the ledger clasp at me, reminding me of its last blot, the unfinished line about the seventh summer. It was there still, a fossilized worry that had not yet become a story. I swallowed a laugh that felt like a cough and tightened my hand on Luna's. "We will be ready," I said, for reasons more of will than conviction. Her eyes, luminous and patient, looked at me as if she were counting summers in the same way I was. "We will learn," she said. We had the ledger in our heads now, and not in our pockets. That felt both like loss and safety. The room had taught me a truth I had not wanted, and Luna had given me the armament no ledger can count, a partner willing to read the old language with new patience. The houses in our family had been kept because someone kept watch. I did not yet know whether keeping watch meant enduring alone or learning to ask others to watch with me. That the ledger had provided a map and the room had provided witnesses. And for the first time since the urn hung in my hands, I felt that the idea of being chosen might be something I could answer in a manner that admitted humanity rather than ledgered cold. We walked on, the night pressing its bright, dangerous smallness around us, and somewhere in the house a portrait prepared to be called upon. The ledger had been a list of what my name owed. Luna had, in a single quiet lesson, taught me how to read its margins for mercy. Outside, the seventh summer waited like a breath you have to decide whether to hold or to let go. Chapter 21, Whispering Staircase. The castle keeps its confidences in awkward places. It buries them in the places no one looks twice at, a broom cupboard behind a tapestry, a corridor so narrow you only notice it on wet days, or in a staircase that, for 20 years at least, had obeyed every expectation of dullness, grey stone, obedient treads, the faint smell of tartan and polish and the sort of silence that makes you think of rules. We went to that staircase because it had been wrong in a way that felt deliberate. Wrong is a precise word in a building like Hogwarts, meaning something familiarly polite had turned sullen. A stair that always took you from the sixth-floor portrait of an elderly woman who liked to sneeze into the herbology corridor had, the week before, dropped one single riser 3 degrees off and spat a first year out into a closet. No one had been badly hurt, which was the sort of mercy that makes the problem worse. Deliberate had followed. Deliberate suggested someone who understood how to talk to the castle. Luna had found it, as she did everything that was both odd and useful. She was standing on the landing when I arrived, hair a little uncombed, spectrospecs hanging annoyingly at one ear like a private joke, peering at the stone with the attentiveness of someone examining the anatomy of a wind-blown plant. "Listen," she said, like that settled fact explained everything. I listened, because the way she said it meant she had already listened and there was no point resisting the truth she offered. At first there was nothing but the wind through the midwinter panes and the occasional night owl from the towers. Then the staircase began to sing, softly at first, as if embarrassed. It wasn't a tune. It was names, a chorus layered like a dozen different household voices saying the roll call of an invisible committee. The syllables were pulled through the stone like breath through a pipe, hollow and old. Godric came, as if half a dozen tongues were trying to recall a word they'd misplaced. Roslyn. Blackthorn. Malfoy. My name slid out with the others and landed inside my chest like a pebble in glass. With a rationalness I would not have believed of myself a year ago, I noted the small, practical things first. The stone wasn't speaking in the voice of any one of the castle's portraits, the cadence didn't match the sort of greetings the ghosts favored. This was older. Older and less theatrical. The castle keeps its secrets in awkward places, but it keeps its older secrets in older voices. Luna tilted her head as if the sound were an instrument and she was tuning it. "They're listed," she said in that cool, precise way she had when she wanted me to understand that she had already worked something out. Not in order. Names of people, anchors, maybe. Or else names of custodians. Anchors. The word could have been a relief. Anchors tied something in place. Anchors could keep you from drifting into other, messier dangers. But the word also carried a ledger. I have lived with ledgers and the weight of names long enough to feel their gravity. Names meant obligations. Names meant whereabouts. Names meant vulnerability. The staircase smelled faintly of old candles. The air shivered, and the chorus shifted to initials and then to things that were not names at all but place names and dates and a fragment of an old service in a language I knew was correct but could not place. None of it wanted to be simple. "This isn't random," I said. I kept my voice neutral, the way I kept most things neutral in public, as if Polish could varnish the tug of panic under my ribs. Luna didn't need my reassurance, she was already quiet and observant. Her hands were folded behind her back. She had one of her notebooks tucked inside her robes, the kind of notebook that looked as if it had been stitched together from maps. "It has been reading its own memory out loud," she murmured. "Almost as if it is proud of remembering. Or as if it wants to be reminded." I could hear my father in the words, making everything performative, an opportunity for a demonstration of taste and control. Lucius would see the staircases singing as an audience for his own recovery. Lucius would place himself at the center of any ritual display, and he'd wear the part so smoothly others would forget not to look behind him. We stepped on. The staircase obliged us like an actor on cue, going down another set of steps that I had not known existed between the landing and an arched doorway that I fancied had no business being there at all. The air changed. The corridor narrowed, the stone became older, flecked with veins of a mineral that caught the light like old starlight. It smelled faintly, incongruously, of lavender and of beeswax. A small brass plaque, dull with age, bore a roughly hammered symbol I did not know, intersecting circles, like a diagram that belonged more on a cartographer's desk than in a chapel. "Chapel," Luna said, and the word fell into the space between us and sounded, in that room, exactly right. It was a chapel of an intimacy that made my skin rise. Not the wide ecclesiastical spaces of the Great Hall, but a place built to fit the shoulders of a handful of people leaning in. The altar was plain, a slab of stone worn by hands, and behind it the wall had been carved with such care it felt like listening to a whisper rather than looking at a map. The carving was a lattice. Lines interlaced, creating nodes. Some nodes were little cup-shaped hollows where rain might collect. Others were shallow bas-reliefs of objects, a ring, a chalice, a winged helm. At the center, because everything insists upon a center when you are trying to make sense of the world, there was an impression of a small, rounded vessel, not more than the size of my palm. The same shape as the urn we had argued over in parlors and cellar corridors, the urn whose recovery had been cheered by newspapers and whose restoration had tasted to me of burnt sugar and compromise. The map was not a line. It was a net. Lines ran not in a tidy procession but like the threads of an old fisherman's web, catching islands together until you felt like you might be looking at a body measured out in stitches rather than in places. "Do you?" I began and stopped, because to say the thing aloud would be to make it public in the only room that was supposed to keep certain things quiet. My throat felt very dry. There were names carved borderless along the outer stone, their lettering older than any script I had seen in the restricted section. Some were surnames I knew from whispered family histories, others were names that made me frown because they were simply not supposed to be here. There were school, manor, and church marks. There were even a few small sigils I recognized from the Malfoy trunks, a serpent woven through an open hand, a detail my grandmother used as a monogram on inner linings. Luna walked the map with her finger like a little boat tracing a current. "See," she said. Her voice was an academic's, warm without being unnecessary. "The urn has a symbol, but it's not connected in a straight way. See how the lines link to several smaller points that all meet at each other. If you broke the urn, it wouldn't just open one thing. It would rearrange weights across the whole net." Of course. I had been hiding how much of this literalized theory had been part of what I carried alone. The prophecy and the oath had always felt like a law of motion, something that would insist upon equal and opposite reactions. This map said the same, except with the gravest problem of all, it insisted that no single countermeasure would be enough. If the urn were a node, it was also one stitch. Pull one stitch too hard and the whole pattern could shift until the castle woke up and found nothing where it expected a wall. "And the names?" I asked. "The ones the staircase said." Luna pointed to a ring of small depressions around the net. Each one had a name attached. Some, she said, were places, some, by the script and the knife work, were names in the names of families, others were simply titles, anchor, custodian, warden. The chorus upstairs, she suggested, was not random naming. It was recitation. A ledger in sound. We have been counting stones, you and I." The statement was almost wistful. She did not say it as accusation. She said it as fact. There are people who hold torches and people who read books. Luna read maps. She took my hand without asking, fingers cool and firm, as if to ensure I did not float away in the cold calculus of lines. "Who keeps a net like this?" I asked. The question hung heavy, not from lack of imagination but from the knowledge that whoever kept it had to be both deeply old and monstrously practical. The sort of people who place nets prefer tidy collections of assets and people to back them up. Families like mine tend to catalogue possibilities. Families like mine also like leverage. People who fear holes, Luna said. Then, getting fidgety as she always did when she enjoyed an ugly piece of logic, she added, people who understand recipes. Rituals work from patterns, sometimes. They are not always about making a loud noise and seeing what falls. Sometimes they are small, precise things that you only notice when the color goes slightly wrong in the corner of a carpet. It occurred to me, with my father's voice sitting inside my head like an audience, that Lucius would have loved this room. He would have loved its economy. He would love the way one polished sentence could carve a favor and call it a kindness. Which made the room more dangerous to us, to me, for everything he considered an advantage could be used like a lever, and levers break thin bones. We did not stay long in the chapel. We could not with all those names pressing and with the knowledge that there were ears in every portrait and ladders in every stair that would notice the scrape of our soles. Still, I memorized as much as I could. The net scenes ran something like this: points in the castle itself, 6 in the grounds, 1 by the lake, 1 under the old oak by the forbidden forest, 1 below the stand where the Quidditch captains sit, and threads that ran outward like questions. One of those threads went toward a mark I had glimpsed before in a ledger in my father's study, a little glyph we used at home in the Malfoy cellar, a sigil for safekeeping, for burial and reclamation. That thread did not stop at our manor. It moved beyond the village, toward places that were domestic and very human and not safe, a churchyard, a dilapidated glove house in the west, and, most likely, to somewhere within the village and the people we had to watch. "It reaches past the castle," I said aloud, which was a stupid thing to do. The room answered with a low, almost approving draft, as if the chapel like that one had noticed. The stairs upstairs hummed softly, like a throat clearing. "That's what networks are for," Luna replied. She sounded, absurdly, like a librarian describing a good lending system. You do not secure an island. You secure the routes between islands, the people who carry things across. The net is only strong if the couriers and the anchors are trusted. If one of the couriers is compromised, then the net shifts weight into the others. Which is the terrifyingly sensible way to make someone choke on their own plans, I said, and found that the humor was thinner than I preferred. My thoughts kept rifling back, names of households that had bargained in the dark, a ledger of old favors that had turned into new obligations, people I might have to call upon, people I might not. A hollow in the stone near the altar contained something small, a shard of glaze, white and blue, with a thin crack like the smile of a weapon. It looked like a fragment from porcelain not unlike what had rimmed the urn. The glaze had a faint scorch about it. I picked it up with my fingers and studied the way the glaze trembled in my palm. "It's like a breadcrumb," Luna said. She meant that it was small enough to miss unless you had already been looking for smallness. The shard should not have been here. The urn's restoration had been thorough, public and pageant. The shard implied private tinkering. "It was never meant to be noticed," I replied. It had been how all the ugliest things had worked, and the map was the eldest of them, ritual maintenance that wore the face of domestic work. You did not turn up a net by accident. Luna did not seem frightened. She never looked frightened. She looked, instead, as if she had been given a problem that wanted the sort of curiosity she could give it. "Someone is checking the seams," she said. "Which means they are testing where the net is weakest. Or else they are stitching it differently." I had spent a long private life imagining both possibilities. Stitching differently would be surgical, testing seams was a prelude to pulling them hard. Both were corrosive. I could feel the old, practiced enumeration, who to summon, who to silence, beginning to make its list in my head. Severus, because he knew ritual logic. Narcissa, because she kept records and a clever mouth. Lucius, because he wanted leverage and would be horrified by the knowledge that the net's threads looped through our cellar. But the list was dangerous. Long experience teaches you that lists are only polite ways of naming targets. Whoever made this map had understood risk and had planned to enact it. We need to map, I said finally, and said it like a calculation. We need to show where the nets meet the castle's own bones. If someone else's testing seems they might be after two things, the point that snaps first, and a point that will remain hidden even after you think you have sealed the first. Luna nodded. Together, she said. You can't do it by yourself, Draco. The map wants hands. It will not let itself be read on the inside of a single pocket. The softness in that answer was worse than any instruction. I had always taken precautions alone. That had been safer. That had also been the way my family had learned to survive, neat, private, and hardly ever trusting. I could not imagine telling my father that I needed a partner who reminded me to check the margins with affection rather than suspicion. The notion of asking for help would have seemed an indulgence in the sort of life I had been raised to regard as weakness. And yet, there we were. In the hidden chapel beneath the singing staircase that knew names. You realize, I said, not as a complaint but as fact, if the net includes places like the lake and the grounds, then there are people outside the school who have a right to know. Heads of families. Ministry men. Old acquaintances who think in terms of property. Narcissa's face flashed before me unbidden. She would want any threat contained without spectacle. She would favor quiet. She would be good at keeping a secret because she understood the practicalities of war. Lucius would want to advertise any advantage into theatre, to light it up with announcements and dinner guests. Severus would want to put down markers and hold them until he had measured every counterweight. All of them were useful and all of them dangerous. Do you know who to trust? Luna asked. The question was not naive. She was aware, probably more than people gave her credit, of the graded nature of trusts. She had watched my family, she had learned dynamics from portraits and from whispered confidences in the library. Her eyes were neither pleading nor harsh. They were matter-of-fact, the eyes of someone cataloguing a plant specimen. No, I admitted. Saying it hurt less than I expected. Not entirely. But not trusting anyone is not a plan. She smiled then. It was small but bright. No, it really isn't. It is more a way of having only yourself as furniture. I wanted to tell her that my private osmosis into secrecy had been deliberate, tactical, that I had paid prices and collected favors and had, in that ledger, kept 1 or 2 blanks precisely because I had always assumed I would be the person who filled them. I wanted to tell her those things because she deserved my truth. I did not tell her because certain truths do not scale into friendly rooms. They scale into undertakings. My silence, for once, was not a social mast but an act of preservation. Instead I did something less elegant. I nodded. Then we make a plan to meet more people than your average chat, I said. We choose carefully. We pay our debts. We collect more guests. She pursed her lips, thinking. Guests and stitches, she observed, because that is the kind of observation Luna makes which sounds odd and then becomes the simplest answer. We can ask the portrait archivists to show us maintenance records. Sometimes the painted people remember repairs better than the living do. And the room of requirement, it has been unsettled, but sometimes when the castle is sulking it will tuck something it believes needs tending. I would rather not wake it on my own. My experience with the room of requirement was that it developed a sense of humor and an inclination to be either sullied or defiant. It had, the year of the first seal, taken to sulking in very inconvenient ways. Then do not, Luna said. She had the curious way of suggesting that we should do the unpleasant things politely. Let us start with safe places. The library, the portrait vault. Ask the right people the right kinds of questions and then go home and pretend you did not care. We can pretend you are not counting on anything. That will keep you safe from your father. That will keep you safer with yourself. I stared at her. There are times when some words land and unclench the places you did not realize had tightened. I wanted to tell her that my father would make of this a parade, that Lucius would see the map and the tapestry of influence and begin placing bids, that arguments would infect dinner tables. I wanted to tell her that if the map traced to Malfoy names, then some people would be inclined to see that as vindication of their worst suspicions. I wanted to tell her that prophecy had been an awkward, central thing in my life precisely because it was secret. It had been the shape I had been anointed to bear alone. The words about oaths and gifts are dangerous, they splinter trust into gossip, so I only said, then we take it carefully. We made a little list in the chapel, which is a form of politeness. The staircase above us hummed and sang names like a hymn and did not notice our pencil. We said portraits, librarian, room of requirement, careful, Severus, if we must, Narcissa, quietly, if we must, and a careful invitation to the Slytherin-leaning postgraduate on the Quidditch recovery team who occasionally knew the sort of thing you could only learn by falling off a broom and living through the awkwardness. We were about to leave when the staircase's chorus changed, as if whoever conducted it had decided to sing a solo. It was a name. Not my name this time. Not yet. Quiet and old and moving with something like regret, it offered an earlier owner, Holloway. Holloway was a place I had never visited. Holloway was a name of a person my father's ledger noted once with no details, as if it were a place one made arrangements by. The sound of the name pushed into me like a blunt question. Have you ever heard of Holloway? I asked. Luna considered it carefully, eyes half on the book and half on the altar map. Only in fragments, she said. It is associated with watchkeeping and with fireplaces. Houses where people do not leave doors open. Someone who built racks into half so people could hang things close to the heat, someone who preserved secrets like kindling. The imagery suited the net. I thought of the shard in my hand, the suggestion of fire in the glaze. Whoever had placed it there wanted it found by us. Intentionally. The map was a message and the message was loud enough to be polite. We had been invited to understand more. Or we had been warned. A wind shifted in the doorway. The chapel's single window caught a cold and distant light that made the carved lines flicker. The map seemed to agree with me in a small way and make the very world of itself. The net pulsed, as if alive. We left the chapel with the low hymn still in the stone, and I felt as if I had been given a small window into the machinery that had already started to turn against us. The implications were not neatly moral. The world of rivalries and debts that I had always considered my inheritance had teeth now. It bit down on the castle and found, to its surprise, a lattice of counterweights. Outside, the night held the usual students in its margins, wrapped scarves and rumors. The castle went on being a place children loved in the sunlight and a place that kept dangerous books in its basements. We walked toward the kitchens where house elves moved like a culture of helpful chores and people did not notice the true weight of what was being carried. There are, I suppose, ways of taking on responsibility that let you avoid the nakedness of truth. Mine had been to keep things tidy and small. Prophecy likes tidy, but prophecy also likes an audience because audiences produce reputation and favor. The map changed the grammar of the obligation. It meant that the urn's restoration was not the end. It was a node returned to a net that remained stitched together, waiting, and someone was testing whether the seams would pull. We will be careful, I told Luna, because promises are valuable currency, and it felt right to give her one. I meant it in both senses. We would be careful about potential enemies and about the people we admitted into our circle. I meant it about my father. I meant it about Severus. I meant it about the way the map had carved my name into the same stone as others and would make me answerable. Luna tapped the shard in my palm with the tip of a finger. We do not need everyone, she said. We need the right ones. I laughed, short and breathy. The laugh was not an admission of hope. It was an economy against despair. Rightness is a messy quality, I said. It is also expensive. She looked at me, steady as a lamppost. Prices are things we can plan for. Outside the kitchens, the moon was the flat, indifferent coin of winter. The moving staircases resumed their usual, petty business, a sort of way of telling us that despite everything the castle remained witty. People will always prefer mischief to apocalypse when given the choice. I thought of Severus's cold bargain, and the ledger of favors in my own chest. I thought of Lucius and his tastes for seats at the right table. I thought, with a tenderness that felt sudden and unearned, of Narcissa, the precise, clean way she would arrange her thoughts around a fire and do most of the persuading with only one eyebrow raised. We left the castle through a door I had not used since I was young and foolish, because that is the ceremonial thing to do when you wish to hide and you are in training for being seen. The grounds were a black sheet of velvet. The map in the chapel hummed inside me like a small thing in a pocket. Later, in the manor, while father argued with a visiting suitor about the price of the ministry's recent favor and mother arranged for more servants because that, to her, was the only effective way to show control, my mind was still sitting inside that stone room. It will always be a problem when the private and the public meet, because the private has to rely on the public's permission to remain private. I cannot make my family conceal things when they have a sewing table to display. I cannot ask Severus to be sentimental, because he would resign any softness for a ledger. But tonight, when the house was full of talk, I found Luna in the kitchen with a pot of tea between us and a small pile of notes. There is a comfort to her there that in ordinary, day-to-day terms is simply an oddity. She exists without the performing face I have had to keep polished for years. Around her, I am allowed to be both sharper and softer than I appear in public, and for reasons that are as practical as they are personal I need both. We will need more than one hand on the net, I told her. It did not sound like a revelation only the map could have given me. Rather, it was a fact that the map had made inescapable. One person cannot hold the whole thing up. It will bend. She nodded and stirred the tea. Steam rose and made the small kitchen look like a place in which good things could be considered. And hands need names, she said. Not every hand is permitted, but the right ones make the work easier. I had always been good at lists and ledgers, at determining who would be useful and arranging them into a pattern that would not reveal my own hand. That is the advantage of having been raised to think of other people as resources. You become an excellent accountant. But the map had changed the arithmetic. It was not merely a matter of leverage now. It was a geometry, lines, and supports and a need for people who would stay even when it got hard. Severus will be one, I said softly. I thought as much. It was not a prediction. Luna had known for some time, I realized, who would be useful and who would be practical. He understands the old bindings and their tricks. He doesn't like theatrics. He will want something in return, I said. So will your father, she replied, and the way she made the sentence sealed it. Indeed, everyone will want something. I can argue with Lucius, I said, because old habits die slow. It is a dodging tactic. The truth is you cannot properly argue with a man who treats dignified posture like a suit of armor. You can only appeal to his vanity or his fear. I dreaded both. Luna's face was quiet when she looked up at me. We need to be careful who we tell first, she said. And the second thing is harder, we must practice trust. Not the sentiment. The small, practical kind. The kind where one person discovers a lead, and another keeps it, and a third does not blurt it in drawing rooms. Which is to say, we make a small family, I said, and the words fell into place as if a seam had been stitched. It sounded theatrical and yet, sitting with Luna and the modest teapot between us, it sounded like the most reasonable strategy I'd heard in months. She laughed then. It was tiny and genuine. You already have part of one, she said. It's called your mother. The statement was both a rebuke and a solace. My mother did not perform for the world with Lucius's appetite for applause, she performed for those she loved. That was a kind of courage I could rely on. The thought of her kept me, oddly, calm. If we are to be sensible, I said, the tone crisped because I was trying to be a planner rather than a dreamer, we will mark the map. We will list the nodes and identify the couriers. We will test the scenes ourselves before anyone else does. If we can find the person testing them, we can decide whether they are friend or threat. Friend or threat sometimes mean the same thing, Luna observed, petting the rim of her cup. I shall write to a portrait I've been corresponding with. He will not lie to us, much. I wanted to tell her that portraits lie because they have so many commissions that their loyalties are a series of stipends. I wanted to tell her that portraits prefer a neat narrative. But I did not. We are being careful, I reminded myself. Being careful includes letting certain kinds of optimism live. When night collapsed entirely and the manor grew quiet with the specific kind of domestic silence that comes when you are certain servants are awake and doing their jobs well, I lay awake thinking about the net and what it meant. That sound the staircase made, it was old as a library and as intimate as the way a house remembers the names of its people. It had called my name, among others. It had let me see the map. It had offered a shard, slightly glazed and scorched like a memory. There is a peculiar sort of dread that is not dramatic enough to beat it like a war drum. It is the dread of an arithmetic of obligation. You add names and obligations accrue, you string friends like beads and each bead vibrates when someone tugs at the thread. I am the sort of person who counts, that is both my asset and my punishment. The map made me count differently because, in counting, I found the first fragile comfort of our plan. The net demanded an answer. It could be repaired. It could be strengthened. It could also be exploited by someone skilled in the language of ropes. The thought I kept returning to, the one that pricked behind my eyes like a burr, was both terrible and, strangely, clarifying. If the urn had been but a stitch, then its restoration was partial unless all the net's points were tended. One vessel had been returned to its place, another, somewhere else, might be left to fray. Restoration in that case was a dangerous theater, a radiant announcement that would draw eyes to other scenes. Then we will be quiet about the map, I said aloud into the dark and found, as I often do, that speaking things softened them. Luna would nod, I knew. She would make plans as she always did. She would name the portraits to call and the records to check and the seconds in which to move. She would click her tongue at the delicate arithmetic until it made sense in human terms. But the inquiry was only a preface to the next fact, which lay like a weight in the bottom of my chest. We would need more than one person. We would need more than one plan. I did not yet know who the other people would be. I did not yet know what price Severus would ask, nor how far Lucius would gamble the family's name in pursuit of an advantage. I did not yet know whether Narcissa's small, private brand of defiance could be parlayed into the kind of protection the map demanded. What I did know, with a clarity that made the edges of my vision sharpen, was that somewhere, in the old carved stone under the chapel and in the grooves of the singing stair, a pattern had been traced that insisted upon collaboration. The net would not hold if its threads were kept secret. The net would break if only one person felt the strain. I pictured the map again, the cup for the urn, the ring depressions for the anchors, the paths that reached beyond the castle's stone. I saw my own name lettered with others, not as a condemnation but as an assignment. It was both an inheritance and an accusation, and there was little room in that for the sort of pride my father would have advised. Tomorrow, I said into the dark because the night needed an orientation. Luna's voice, from the spare bed beside mine, was steady and entirely without performance. Tomorrow, she agreed. The castle around us breathed and shifted, like someone settling into a complicated story. The singing of the staircase became, in my memory, a hymn and a warning. I was the kind of person who valued plans because they offered numbers and the illusion of control. The map had given me none of that comfort. It had given me something more dangerous, a mesh of responsibility that could only be honored by more hands and the peculiar courage of trust. We would have to begin somewhere, I thought, feeling that odd, reluctant sort of hope that sits in the chest like someone learning a new instrument and not yet certain of the score. We would have to invite people into a secret that had, until now, been terribly and insistently mine. We would have to hope, which felt like a negotiation I was not certain I had the right temperament for. Outside, in the castle's old arteries, the moving staircases were keeping their own counsel. Inside, in the chapel's carved stone, the net waited, patient as an old thing that had given us a glimpse and expected an answer. There are ways to be brave that do not look like courage in the morning newspapers. There are ways to be brave that require steady hands on the ropes, careful, tactical devotion, the kind of loyalty that moves in small increments and in quiet rooms. I turned the shard in my hand once more before laying it on my bedside table. The ceramic caught the moon and made a tiny, obstinate bright. Then I closed my eyes and tried to count the people I thought I might trust. The number did not feel large enough yet. If anything, the map had made me recognize an unavoidable truth: it would take more than a Malfoy smile and private rituals to keep a net of this size from unraveling. It would take a family assembled from unusual places, a ledger that included courage, and hands that would not flinch when a stitch had to be retied. Tomorrow, I promised myself, we would begin to stitch. Chapter 22, Snape's Ledger. I learned to read Severus Snape by his shoes long before I learned to read the rest of him. Boots always immaculate, always the same weight and click across the marble of Malfoy Manor, a sound that told you how much patience he had left for your faults, and how much he saved for the ones he kept for himself. That night he stood in a doorway to the west sitting room like an accusation in black lace, and I, absurdly, could not decide whether I should be glad to see him or afraid. It was after midnight. The house was full of small rustlings, the house elves folding linens, Lucius humming at numbers and ledgers in his office, Narcissa's soft shoe across the upper corridor when she went to the nursery and back just to check doors. Luna was there, of course. She had camped in a little catalogue of my life like a persistent songbird and would not be sent away. She sat by the hearth, a stack of annotated tomes at her knees, eyes shining with that peculiar, steady light she reserves for things other people call odd. There was an air of tea and dust motes and late-night argument, the precise chemistry of any house under pressure. Severus closed the door with a gentleness that offended the fabric of the room. No flourish, no ceremony. Only that boot click and the narrow, intelligent stare that went straight to the place you kept your truths. "You're later than I expected," I said. My voice attempted a coyness and settled into something thinner, the sound I make when a plan has two dangerous edges and I am pretending not to notice either. He did not answer with words at first. He removed his gloves and placed them deliberately on the table as if he were laying down a gauntlet. Then, finally, he pushed forward two objects with the economy of a man who knows precisely the value of an hour: a single dense sheet of vellum, browned at the edges and written across in cramped, exact strokes, and a small leather-bound book no larger than my palm. The vellum hissed when I picked it up. The ink was the kind of black that had been made to endure argument, thick, bitter, a handwriting that suggested it had been written quickly but with finality. The words were chosen like trapdoors. I had seen a prophecy once before, on paper that smelled faintly of the headmaster's study and beeswax. Prophecies are a peculiar breed of thing. They are nothing like assessments or confidences, they are a grammar that insists the world attend. This page was less an oracle than a ledger of possibility. It said more in the spaces between the letters than in the letters themselves. It named nothing I would boast of in public, it named a path I had walked without telling anybody, and it offered me, or maybe it trapped me with, the truth that everyone around me had been moving to meet. Luna turned one of the pages by way of casual comment. They cut out parts of them sometimes, she observed, because she always found the obvious to be new. That makes them kinder. Or more dangerous, depending on who does the cutting. Severus's mouth twitched. The smallest evidence that he had considered amusement. I might have imagined that, but I felt my own lips loosen at the edges. She had a way of deflating the room's hardness that was both infuriating and necessary. "You transcribe it," I said. It was not a question. "I transcribe a great deal of things," he replied. "I read more than likely. It seemed prudent you should see this, given your proximity." He said the last word with the sort of clipped neutrality that keeps men from asking for mercy. He did not give me the luxury of anger. "Proximity," I repeated. It sits on the tongue differently when one says it aloud. I had spent years attending to proximity, to family, to the lineages of power, to that peculiar distance the Malfoy name carved around me. Proximity meant responsibility and risk in equal measure, and sometimes the two were the same thing from different angles. "Why now?" Luna asked. Her voice was precise, she always asked questions like she stacked pebbles to see which would balance. Severus's eyes flicked to her and then away, the only concession he made to warmth that night. "Because some people think prophecies can be left unattended. They cannot. Because there are threads that, if pulled wrong, will unravel what has already been repaired. because you asked for help in a manner I find persuasive." That admission registered somewhere in the ribcage. I had asked. Not in the way other boys asked for favors, with swagger and expectation, but with the kind of quiet that spies the gap in a defense and then says, without flinching, "Fill it." Severus had never been known for generosity. He keeps ledgers of a different sort, the kind that are written on the backs of knights and debts you cannot reconcile at a glance. He flipped open the leather book. "I keep a ledger," he said, very plainly. "I keep the things I'm owed. I have kept my promises where I could, I note the ones where I have not. There is an accounting between us that you are entitled to read." I watched his hand as he turned the pages. The book presented like a weapon masked as a tax ledger, neat columns of dates, names written with that same clinical script as the prophecy, short, ruthless descriptions of favors performed and favors extracted. The tone of the entries was not boastful, it was arithmetic. He did not seek admiration for what he had done. He wanted recognition in exactly the currency he valued, agreement to the balance as it stood. Examples, Luna suggested. She had a way of being both implacable and delighted in the face of numbers. So one can convince himself he understands every danger. Severus allowed himself the tiniest smile. Examples would be superfluous, he said. And yet, he read. Names flickered across the vellum like glints of metal. Small sentences that translated to more than what they were, statements of protection, suppression, concealment. One entry recorded an arrangement with a person whose tip of the hat I recognized immediately, a particular portrait that had become less vocal at inconvenient moments. Another entry described the redirection of a patrol the night that certain letters ceased to be spoken aloud and instead ended up in less conspicuous trunks. There was corroboration in the ledger for a dozen nights where the house had not burned and the wrong people had not been found. He paused on a page and his finger hovered over a line that contained my name. "Here," he said, his voice suddenly close and private. "This is the page I thought you should see." There was an entry, sharp and uncompromising. Draco Lucius Malfoy, holder of prophecy transcription. Received, page. Owes, 1 favor to Severus Snape. Condition, to be called at discretion. Notes, not negotiable unless void by subsequent replacement ledger. The ledger did not look like a thing that would be merely handed over. It lay between us like an accusation and a contract. For a moment I could not make my hands obey me, I had to breathe to remind them that they belonged to me. "You," I began. There were a dozen useful retorts. I could ask how he dared lay claim to anything that might belong to my family. I could point out the risk of ghosts and old spells. I could, if I had wished to be dramatic, accuse him of the basest bribery. None of those would win me safety. I had learned that the hard way. Obligations have a habit of being documented, Severus said crisply. I am prudent. There was a part of me, the part bred on Polish and pedigree, that wanted to demand return of the page, to insist that the tape of my life remain cut to my own measure. Another part, famished and practical, wanted to keep the thing where I could see it and call it mine. The choice felt like choosing which limb to trade, leave it and the ledger might be used to pull at some not yet named lever, take it and the favor remains owed anyway because you can never undo a deal once it has been put into the world. To be called at discretion, I said, tasting the words. You mean you can demand some act of me whenever you like? Severus's eyes were a winter's weather of features. Not whenever I like, he corrected. When it is, in my judgment, necessary. There is a distinction. Who decides necessity? I asked. We were playing at clarity and neither of us wanted to play at it for the wrong reasons. He did not answer the way I wanted. He answered in the way he always does, with an arithmetic of consequences. Those who can see the full picture must act. Others are permitted to be surprised. There it was, the cold, practical poetry of a man who believed himself not monstrous because he sought to avoid chaos. He had made deals that had prevented chaos. He kept them like talismans. And now, clearly, he considered me part talisman, part currency. Luna placed her hand beside my own on the table. Her fingers were cool. What sort of favor? She asked, as if one might ask whether the favor required a ladder or a long spoon. Her disarming habit of literalism woke something in me that made my jaw loosen. Severus shrugged minutely. It will depend on what is needed. That is why it is called a discretion. He closed the ledger with a bookkeeper's finality. There are obligations in life one cannot preempt. This is one such. I thought of my father. I thought of the way Lucius's voice tightens when he imagines favor being asked of him without coin. I thought of my mother, the way she would slit open a throat and call it necessary, and then wrap the result in a shawl of reasons. I thought, too, of the boys at Hogwarts and the cups they drank from, of the stares that had turned traitor this year, of the sighing portraits that now chose their words like diplomats. The world was not a matter of black or white. It was a lattice, and someone was keeping the accounts. Severus wanted his entry balanced. Why me? I demanded, because the ledger had the audacity to name me as an obligation, and I was not a man who did not demand an explanation when someone presumed to count me. He looked at me, really looked at me, in a way that made the room chill. Because you possess what others do not. Knowledge, influence, and a public account that shields you. You are, in more ways than I care for, useful. Useful. I felt the word ripple down my spine. I thought of the prophecy page. I thought of the oath I had made when the urn demanded a specific kind of desperation, the loophole I had found and exploited, the things I had written in the margins to hide from myself. Usefulness felt like a plate of obligations I had been raised to balance neatly. To be useful to Severus Snape felt like being placed on a ledger where someone else had the pen. Do you plan to call it in soon? I asked. It was a small question, but it required the territory of strategy. If he meant to call it in at the reopening of another seal, I would need to know how to be prepared. No, he said. Not now. That said, I am patient. He put his gloved hands together. The image of patience in his body looked like a map of old hurts kept alive. Severus then did a thing that both flattered me and annoyed me. He produced a second page from the vellum, one I had not noticed before, folded beneath the one I had been reading. It was similarly dense with ink. It contained phrases that could be read as prophecy and phrases that could be read as ledger. The two had a way of colliding into one another. He had annotated the margins in his own hand, a comment here about interpretive risk, a note there about the seam of a ritual. He had circled one word twice. You used this loophole once, he said. It worked. But loopholes age. They fray. They attract notice. I closed my fist around the page. It was necessary. It was calculated, he said. There was no insult in that, it was a fact. Necessary and calculated, the twin pillars of my education. The difference between them mattered. And the price? He let the silence answer that carefully. The price is not always measured in coin. Sometimes it is presence. Sometimes it is information. Sometimes it is the willingness to act in a way only the future will judge. You don't mean? I mean whatever has to be meant when one collects a list, he said. Consider me as an archivist of leverage. This is not malevolence, it is the only way to keep a measure of order when others would prefer chaos. He had a way of telling you the important things and then not telling you what you wanted to hear. The ledger was both a gift and a noose. He had given me the prophecy page, which was information, and he had given me the ledger, which was leverage. Between them lay a decision that smelled of iron. I looked at Luna. She was watching me with the composed curiosity of someone who favors experiments to catastrophes. We could, she began. You could what, Luna? I snapped a little sharply, because the night had a way of making me flinch at being tender. She did not flinch at my tone. This was something I had learned to both admire and rely on, that she could be steady when others wanted to worry. You could catalogue what he has already taken, she said. If you know what he has used, you will know what he values enough to call. It doesn't tell you when he'll call it, but it tells you how. An inventory, I said. Yes, she said simply. An inventory plus some contingencies. People always forget to prepare for the stupidest, smallest ways things can go wrong. Those are the ones that end up dangerous. Severus's lips thinned. You may make lists, he allowed. You may be prudent. It will not change the fact that obligations remain obligations. I thought of bargaining. That was the language Severus and I had both been raised on, the subphrases and clauses that followed you into equals when you wanted to move armies without spilling windows. There was a gift to being able to bargain here, because if I did not accept his ledger I might be deprived of the knowledge that could prevent a second seal from opening. There was a cost. By accepting I allowed him to hold a future blade. Suppose I write my own ledger, I said, surprising myself with the image. Suppose me and Miss Lovegood and my mother write down what cannot be bargained away. We sign it. We keep it. Would that be of interest to you, Severus? It was shameless and a little childish to phrase it like that, but children have advantages. Secrets dislike being alone, they fumble when banded into a group. He considered this like a man weighing a potion's ingredients. It would be ornamental, he said at last. But perhaps not useless. Very well. Make your ledger. Keep it. It will not erase my entries. It won't have to, I said. It will sit beside yours. It will be a record of the things I will not give. There was a beat of something like consideration on his face. Then he did what he does and dispensed the sort of conditional generosity he imagines to be exacting fairness. I will give you an amendment, he said. A caveat. You may cross out one provision when the time comes. It will be binding. Luna asked, eager now. Binding if you allow it to be. He was watching me. But very few bargains allow for the luxury of pre-haggling a fate. Fate is a poor negotiator. You will leave us the page, I said at once. There was a small animal of panic that had its own voice. You will not keep it hidden in your coat and remove it when you like. No, he said. I will leave the page. But I will mark my place. He tapped the ledger, the book where favors were counted like inventory. I will leave an entry. If you maintain your side, that is, if you remain available, then the favor will be called and the ledger balanced. If you attempt to avoid the calling contrivance, then the ledger will be adjusted. I am not sentimental. It was a line of iron, wrapped in the thinnest gauze of civility. He was telling me that he had the means to enforce his entries. He had done it before. Do you expect this favor to demand anything of my family? I asked, because the ledger named me, but my family is always the unknowable variable in any equation. Lucius would not permit a stain on the family's name. Narcissa would slit her own veins before she allowed me to be dragged into ruin. He did not look away. I expect to demand what is necessary to preserve a larger structure. That may or may not include your family. Consider what you must hold dear and act accordingly. He could have been speaking for any time in the last year. The words fitted the same collar as decisions we had all learned to make. It was the voice of a man who believed the preservation of a system justified a dozen small cruelties. It is the sort of moral algebra I both understand and fear. One amendment, Luna said suddenly. You said you keep a ledger of promises you have kept. Show us one you promised and then didn't. We would like to see what a necessary looks like in practice. Severus's face did not change. He slid the ledger toward her. You may read the ledger, he said. But you will not copy it. For your own sake. Luna's eyebrows rose, delighted and curious in equal measure. She began to read aloud some of the entries, not in a mocking way but in the plain, clinical honesty she reserves for objects. As she read, the room darkened and lit with the reality of his choices, promises kept at the cost of another's reputation deferred, things smoothed away in the night so families would not have to mourn their truth. There were reasons written into those pages that would have made most men run for the hills, choices framed not only by the immediate but by what lay in the slow path of consequences. And then there was a line that made me feel suddenly foolish in the way only one human being can. It was not malicious. It was not even elegant. It was an accounting of a night when he deliberately allowed a certain inquisitive reporter to be misdirected, sending them to an old stocking of gossip in a tavern rather than the truth. The ledger called it unsentimental. The ledger called it a favor kept. Severus shut the book. There are many ways to be useful, he said. One does not have to be noble to save people. No, I said. I thought of the many small savings that looked, in the ledger, like nothing at all, unnoticed and unthanked. I thought of the urn and the dark calculation I made there. I thought of Snape in the doorway, an impossible balance of menace and mercy. You have kept things that left stains. He shrugged. Stains can be cleaned by time, or by other hands. I keep the records of what I have done. You may keep the records of what you will not. There was the bargain then, knowledge now, obligation later. The thought should have made me sick, but it did not. I had chosen a world where obligations were currency. I had spent them before. It is one thing to be traded in a market of wits, another to find yourself in a ledger where even your affection might be an entry. One more thing, Severus said. He sounded tired in a way that made sleep look like a luxury. There are patterns in the castle. You will need to know them. The page you have is not the whole line. There are scenes in the wards, there are portraits remembering things they would sooner forget. You must keep those in your own accounting. I already mapped some, I admitted. I had been keeping small maps, runs of stairs that shifted, portraits that made allies of themselves by omission. It was a game of dots and lines. Luna helps. Then use her, and be grateful, he said. His voice sharpened by something like respect. You will need allies who think in curves. I looked at her then and remembered how she had sat in the library with me for hours, tracing etymologies and drawing improbable diagrams. She possessed, beneath her dreamy smile, a rare sort of stubborn attention that made a man like Severus, who deals in the arithmetic of people's lives, notice. I asked for your help because I thought your ledger might tell me where the next wound in the wards would be, I said. The bluntness of that confession had been saved like a coin for months. You knew that. Did you think about what you might ask in return? He was too canny to reveal his next layer of calculation. I always think about what I will ask in return, he said. That's the point. You will call the favor, I said. It was a statement, not a question. When necessary, he corrected. And the night closed like a book. He did not say when that necessity would arrive. He did not say what the favor would require. He did not have to. He left the ledger and the page on the table, like two halves of a split jewel. He left his presence like an aftershave of cold possibility. As the door closed and his boots clicked away, I felt the run of 100 futures like a sudden draft. There was the temptation to invent reasons to throw the ledger into the fire, to shout at the night like a child and demand it return the page. There was the equally plausible temptation to read the ledger 100 times until the ink blurred and the words loosened. Instead, I did what any careful man would do, I copied. I opened my desk and, by the yellow-coned lamplight that the house claimed for my own, I wrote down the entries that mattered. I made my own little ledger. Luna assisted with an exactness that was adorable and efficient. We wrote not only what could not be ceded but how we would show our hand should the call ever come, contingency lists, evasions, plans for safe exits, for plausible deniability. We made allowances for Narcissa, for Lucius, for appearances, and for secrecy. We numbered and then renumbered the things that must not be sacrificed, in thin graphite. Severus would not be satisfied with promises written on a whim. He would want actual power. He had, after all, been guarding the same ledger a long time. But there was a comfort in the action of preparing. It made the future less like a room I would be dragged into and more like a map I might navigate. There are things one keeps secret because the secret itself is power. That was an obviousness I had absorbed early in my life. Secrets were a currency in which we paid our way through dangerous days. Severus had given me a page. He had given me his ledger. He had also, more artfully, given me a problem I could not solve without him. For the first time in many years, I felt a certain kind of gratitude to a man who had been an enemy for so long it would have been impossible to miss his face. "Do you think he'll ask for something terrible?" Luna asked at my shoulder. Her voice was close and utterly practical, how a child might ask if a rabbit could be put in a hat. "I don't know," I admitted. "He has done terrible things for reasons he would call salvage. He has done small cruelties he would call necessary. He keeps the balance. I suppose his terrible is mine to judge when he asks." She squeezed my hand with the odd, feline kindness she reserves for things she intends to carry forward. "Then we'll be the kind of people who don't give him the same answer as everyone else." "It would be easier if I could be sure of that," I said, and found, in saying it, that the fear was not only for myself. It was for the house and the people in it. For the portraits who would remember and the boys who would not understand why one man chose in darkness. We were quiet then, both listening to the breath of the house. The ledger lay between us, a paper river I had the odd urge to wade into and drown in, to water my doubts until they grew into something manageable. Luna hummed softly to herself, a song was a compass that never once steered wrong. When I finally shut my own book and placed it beside Severus's, I did so with a sense of having made a promise I did not entirely mean. Not because I did not intend to keep it, but because the future was a room that liked to rearrange its furniture while you slept. Outside, somewhere in the house, Lucius muttered, as he always did when the night weighed on ledgers and names. Narcissa's footsteps were a metronome of watchfulness. The house was waiting. The castle at Hogwarts would be waiting, too, with its stairs and portraits and scenes to map. There would be nights when I would wish I had never taken the prophecy at all. There would be nights when I would be glad Severus had kept such a meticulous account, ledgered down in a hand that refused to be sentimental. Now, though, it was only the immediate quiet between decisions. Snape's ledger lay in the drawing room. My own small book lay beside it. Luna slept with her head on her hands as if the world might otherwise fall from them. I lay awake, thinking of ledgers and oath loops, and imagined the moment in which someone would come to the table and demand a favor. I could not see the shape of that demand yet. But I felt, with that particular prick of adrenaline that comes before a duel or a confession, that when the time came it would not be trivial. I thought, too, of all the small smart things we had left undone because they were inconvenient, and how sometimes inconveniences turn into catastrophes. There are measures you can take before anyone asks anything of you, I realized. Measures that are not heroics but the sort of steady, stubborn preparation that buys you options. For the first time in a long while, I wanted to make them all. Severus had given me a choice wrapped in ink. I accepted it, not because I trusted him, trust is a poor currency here, but because what he offered might buy a few more mornings. I would owe a favor. He would call it when he thought it necessary. I closed my eyes and pictured the ledger open again, the neat little columns and the careful tally. The moment when the pen would come down and write my name as the debtor, not the creditor, loomed like a storm on the horizon. I had known storms before. I had learned, in silence and in argument, how to hold a roof against wind. What I had not learned yet was how to decide which door I would close to keep my family out of the tempest, and which friend I would turn my back on to let the wind pass through. The ledger did not say. That choice would be mine to write. Chapter 23, The Binding Knot. The room obliged in the way it has lately, not with the obliging gentleness of a housemaid putting away fine things, but like an old professor conceding to a sensible argument. It rearranged itself to what we needed, wooden benches scarred by long elbows, a curtained alcove that took the draft off our backs, a floor plan of chalk and compass work sprawling beneath our feet. There was no tasseled throne, no dramatic archway, the room of requirement had stopped trying to flatter anyone. It gave us a quiet place to be conspicuously ordinary, which, under the circumstances, felt almost luxurious. Luna sat opposite me, a small spool of light about her hands where she had idly arranged the trinkets we'd gathered. Her expression was the particular soft concentration she has when she translates an odd fact into something useful, the kind of face that made practical men like my mother uncomfortable because it wasn't a face that flinched at the improbable. The moonlight through the curtained window turned her hair the color of old paper, and, for the first time in months, my rehearsed mask slackened long enough to be inconvenient. I noticed that, which was itself a small scandal. I tried not to look like I noticed. Everything about binding a node felt terribly theatrical until you were the one having to speak the truth aloud. A binding is less a spell than a compact, a pronouncement made of the sort of courage people used to show at parties when they announced improvised wagers. Magic listens to certainty the way a gull listens to wind. If you pretended, if you hedged, the magic would look for the hedge and find it. That was why we had rehearsed words until they were dull. That was why the furniture was deliberately unimaginative. That was why Luna insisted on having witnesses. She had coaxed 2 portraits into sitting up properly, a minor headmistress with a reputation for stubbornness and a librarian who had been painted at her desk and refused to speak much last year. They watched from the wall with the kind of placid attention portraits have when the conversation is plainer than their commissions. Even painted attention made the ritual honest. There is something about other eyes reflecting yours that makes lies heavier. We had chosen a secondary node on the westward seam, where a corridor meets a stairwell and the castle's wards fray around the damp. It was not a particularly glamorous seam, just a place where the stone had been used to stitch wards for long enough to have grown tender around the stitches. Secondary nodes like this one feed the lattice that holds the urn's vows together. They are the knuckles of the spell, not the wrist. If a knuckle is loose, the whole hand is liable to sprain. We could, with care, steady a knuckle. I do not imagine I will ever not feel an absurd, private relief that Luna trusted me enough to be the one to ask for this, and that I trusted her enough to accept. She had argued, patiently and without the slightest hint of melodrama, that anchorhood wasn't an inheritance to be suffered, it was work to be done. She had made lists, the sort of lists that make dangerous things manageable, who to speak to, which portraits would witness, what we must not say. She had proven, absurdly, to be the best counterweight to my family's instinct to perform. Where Lucius would have wanted a declaration framed for a crowd, Narcissa a circle of sanctified silence, Luna wanted a truth uttered plainly, and no more theatre than necessary. We brought a few items with us. A cord braided of green silk and a thread of lemon yellow that Luna had acquired from one of her mother's odd scarfings. She claimed color weaves intent into things, a small fragment of glazed porcelain whose glaze had the peculiar crackle that, when held up to the light, seemed to map faint sigils. The porcelain omens were more useful than they used to be, and the shards told us where a ritualist had been clumsy. The breaks are often the confession, if you know how to read them. Lastly, a thin silver token that had once been part of a Malfoy household piece, nothing as sentimental as a signet, merely a small crescent of beaten metal. Narcissa had given it to me without comment the night before, because mothers find it easier to hand over objects than to hand over conversations. "Are you afraid?" Luna asked, and she asked it as if asking me whether I would like tea. It was terrifying. "If I was afraid I would have sent someone else," I said. There are things terrors polish into edges rather than blunt, and saying the wrong thing had always been the worst of them. Saying it in front of portrait witnesses made it worse, saying it in front of Luna made it intimate. But the entire point was that honesty sharpens the charm. If you have to perform bravery, it ceases to be magic. The binding will not take the costume. The words we settled on were spare. I will not set them down in full. The prophecy is not a thing to be scattered over parchment as if hope is confetti. But the ritual required a claim not just spoken but felt, and I felt it crack into me like cold water. I had to say that I would stand there, at that seam, and keep watch, that I would refuse to let it loosen into harm, that I would be, in the elemental sense, a place to hold things together for as long as was required. When I spoke, Luna took my hand. Her fingers are long, and when she squeezes them they do not do so like someone testing something delicate, she squeezes like someone ensuring you are accounted for. The portraits watched, the librarian's painted eyes worrying at a margin of worry lines in her canvas. The cord was looped about my wrist, warm when placed there, as if it had been waiting. Magic, in my experience, is ruder when it gets angry and more refined when it gets bored. This one was meticulous. The cord tightened softly like a cat winding itself about my arm, the porcelain shard brightened faintly. There was no trumpet, no sudden flash. It was the small, quick decision of a mechanism catching. I felt a thread, not inside me but against me, take purchase. then the cost announced itself. It is always in increments. It will begin with an ache, a small withdrawal. If you are tempted to think of yourself as a monument and think the spell will chip you away, do not. It is more like the tide. Tides do not dismantle cliffs so much as reassign them a border. I felt my attention shift, as if a small part of me had been earmarked and locked in place. The center, my private interior, did not vanish. It altered the axis it preferred to orbit upon. Conversation grew heavier in that it had to go through me with less advantage. I found that my thoughts, which had once been clever at avoiding harm by pretending to be flippant, now refused to play a double meaning. If I felt something, it surfaced in my speech. When the ritual clasped, I caught sight of that. A reflex to defend with a quip was stilled, not by force, but because the honest words wanted out first. Luna watched with an expression that held two things: satisfaction at the mechanism working and a tiny, startled human worry when she saw the first physical evidence. A faint grey thread bloomed at my temple like frost across marble. It was no wider than a hair and only visible when the light caught it, but Luna saw it and her mouth went thin for a second. "It is a marker," she said then, very calm. "Not permanent beauty or disfigurement. Markers show the way wards name their keepers. My father used to have one when he tended the scene by the water. It never stopped him being himself. My first thought was to be indignant. My second was to remember how often Lucius had insisted on the family crest being visible upon us as if its permanence made it inevitable. I wanted to say the crest was for pretension and ladling as a display of control. Instead, I felt the honest thing, relief that I was not marked by anything uglier. That sentence surprised both of us. It came out without charm and without comedy and landed in the room like a statement of fact. We finished the ritual with the cord taken down and knotted into the crack in the stone, the porcelain shard set within the knot like a votive. Luna placed her small hand over it, and the portraits leaned forward, their frames creaking in protest, which they would later complain about as if any of us had forced them to be heroic. The scene quieted. For the first hour the castle itself exhaled a sound like old paper flipping closed. But the imperfection announced itself in less dramatic ways. The node steadied but not wholly. It held as if with a plaster cast rather than as if it had been soldered. We had bought ourselves time and a better shape, but the architecture still complained sometimes as if with a memory it did not know how to keep. I suppose I had been prepared for that. I had not been prepared for what the binding would do to rhythm. At first it was trifles. I mislaid the practiced, self-protective ease that made greetings look artful and not like negotiation. Students and servants alike noticed, because Slytherin polish is not meant to be missing. A girl delivering parchment bowed and lingered with an uncertainty that made me want to tidy her face with a word and a smile I no longer had the habit of producing. I felt the absence like a missing glove. The thing magic took was not my wit. Oh, I still have that, but the safety net of 1,000 prevarications that have kept my household intact for years. Lying is a talent one practices until the shape of falsehood is domestic. The binding didn't strip me of the ability to lie, it made lies feel heavier, as if each one required the permission of a weighty body. I found myself flinching if I thought of switching the truth for performance. It also made certain feelings louder. Small things became urgent. Where before I might have tolerated a dripping flagon or a portrait left in a corner, now it felt like a landlord's responsibility to fix them. Once, in the middle of the night, I woke from the sort of dream that is a memory with a bad haircut and found the echo of the scene like a tugging at the heart, as if someone were plucking an open instrument inside me. I went to the window and listened to the drainpipes like a petty watchman, and the urgency did not let me sleep until I was satisfied the roof wouldn't leak in precisely the way it had last autumn. Luna noticed this in her own calm way. She did not look alarmed when I told her, she only nodded her head and produced an expectant look that made me confess how the binding was making me more tethered than I had expected. Anchors have points of empathy, she said. They feel what is inside what they keep. It isn't always pleasant, but it can be precise. There is opportunity in that, which is the cruel, necessary thing about any risk. The anchor's sympathy is also a sensor. If the ward 3 staircases down hums in a frequency different to how it hummed yesterday, an anchor will register it. If a portrait lies out of fear, the anchor will detect the crack. In short, the mundane nuisances that once annoyed me are now instruments I can use. You cannot be relieved of a parent's instinct to manage the house without also being given better tools to do it. And that brings us to the politics, which do not sit quietly while people make honest things. There are men who will notice a marker like a hair. There are others who will like the idea of anchoring being a family matter. Lucius would like both, he likes the symmetry. Severus will, I suspect, mark the change as leverage. I know their kinds of calculations as well as the shape of the kneecap. It makes things complicated. The first very pointed complication came the day after our knotting. Lucius called me to his study. He had been away at meetings that smelled of smoke and old paper. He smelled of both when he returned. He pretended not to notice the faint grey thread at my temple, which is itself a way of noticing. He is a man who understands there are commodities that must be withheld until they can be sold at an advantage. He asked, politely, whether I found the new duty a reflection upon the family. It is a reflection on who will do the work, I said, and it must be said that I had practiced a reply that sounded like negotiation and not confession. He nodded with the careful faith of a man who has played poker with events and won. You will have need of support, he said, then, as if tasting the words, and it would be prudent for us to consider alliances. He meant, of course, old alliances resurfacing and new exchanges of services. He also meant exposure. If more of the public, and by that he also meant certain private actors, suspected that a Malfoy was bound to the castle scenes, there would be opportunities and threats. He does not see service without commerce. I did not say it then, that being an anchor is petty and heroic in equal measures, petty because it comes down to emptying chamber pots before they overflow, heroic because the right emptiness can save someone from drowning. Perhaps the best thing my childhood taught me was that nearly everything can be negotiated if you keep your voice polished. The worst was that negotiation can become a main meal without you noticing. There are offers you refuse and offers you accept because refusal exposes you, and I have accepted such offers before. That night, in my room, I peeled the new habit like old paint. Luna was there. She had stayed to check the knot after Lucius and Narcissa had settled their conversations. She sat on the window seat, looking at me in a manner that made pretense melt. You look tired, she said, which is not comfort, it is observation. I would rather have been flattered than examined. There was no prize for either. I told her about my meeting with father. I told her, too, about the small but boring things that had become harder, the half-trained reflex to shelter a reputation with a lie, the way a joke now tasted of something mean. You'll have to relearn how to keep safe, she said. But you will also be better at seeing when others need that safety. And be better at not noticing when they don't, I said, and found myself smiling without trying to be caustic. She looked pleased, as if that was, in fact, progress. She reached out and tucked a loose strand of my hair behind my ear, which is an action very few people perform because they think they own me or because they fear fidgeting with a Malfoy's person. Her fingers brushed that faint grey line and did not flinch. Markers can be beautiful, she murmured. They are honest. People are frightened of being known for what they are useful for. Her suggestion was a small rebuke to me and to people that looked like us. I thought of secrets, the way they pile up like dirty cutlery in a sink until the house smells of them. There was one change I had not expected at all, and it was my own stomach. The binding made me protective in such a new way I could hardly recognize it as my own. When a portrait whispered in the corridor, things shift in language just as in matter, about a boy who slept by a scene because nightmares plagued him, I found that I could not abide that knights were annoyed with children. I sought the portrait, which was cowardly of me. Portraits can be touchy about contrition. I offered the heirloom coin to the portrait's frame, and in return they told me which stare the boy took for solace. I didn't know whether I did it to help him or to verify that the knot I had twisted hadn't left anything I cared for exposed. Possibly both. Possibly neither. The nuance belonged to the scene now. Every new thing has a cost counterpoint. When kindness grows, suspicion does too. When you are capable of keeping a scene from splitting, you are also capable of being compelled to keep scenes others would rather not mend. There are obligations writ in the marrow of being an anchor. They will not be listed in any ledger until someone draws a contract and hands it to me with polite hands. That night, I dreamt of the urn. It was a dream, because the urn is not something to be summoned casually. Still, dreams' logic is not bad at translating future debts. In the dream it had cracks, hairline fractures luminous as veins. The voice of the house, a memory of a house, said things like, "Every knot that holds a seam takes a favor in kind." I woke with salt dried upon the edges of my eyelids and a taste of iron at the back of my skull. I do not interpret dreams as warnings so much as ascriptions of tendency. The bond is not a bill yet, but it is headed that way. Over the next fortnight the benefits of having me as a knot showed themselves in practical ways. A corridor that had been misdirecting first years cleared when I hummed an old lullaby my nurse had muttered. I do not sing in public ordinarily. The missing stagecraft left me with less Polish. But when the wrong stair closed and trapped 5 students, I had the compass of the seam in me. The stair allowed a misdirection and I read it like a map. I do not mean to boast. Boasting would be poor taste, but the knot is useful. Politically, being useful is the currency my family favors. It breeds offers. I resisted offers, of course. I am not unwise. Narcissa watched me bending these new capabilities to small acts of service with a maternal pride that had room for stratagem. Lucius watched with the magnanimous air of a man who keeps score and knows where it matters. Severus, when he noticed the grey line at my temple and asked, with too much curiosity, if I had made the ritual willingly, said nothing further aloud. There is a ledger that man keeps and he knows to whom entries must be applied. I have never been fond of owing things to slithering men, but there are worse fates than being a debtor to someone who might otherwise keep their eye on the floor for you. The more tangible imperfection reared when the knot strained. There are nights the castle will cough, like an old man clearing his throat, and an anchor will feel that cough in the bones. On such nights the seam does not simply hum, it tugs. When the seam or a neighboring node is poked, by the same forces that had caused the earlier sabotage, the strain lands first on the person most connected to the knot. The effect is small but accumulative. For me, it began with headaches that felt like someone had been sorting my thoughts with a blunt instrument. They dwindled into thin, persistent things, the taste of penny in the back of my mouth, a curiosity about where certain portraits hid their blackmail because they were bored, an intolerance of needless cruelty the way a lot of our class learned to tolerate it because it was useful. The new pattern in me stitched pity into practicality. Luna told me once that anchors were, in some old villages, called the slow hands. They did not rush, they steadied. I liked to slow hands because it implied deliberation rather than passivity. I began to move deliberately. With that new deliberation came one more peculiar change. I laughed at things I had previously used as weapons to deflect. A boy in the dungeons accidentally cracked a cup. The sound should have been an opportunity to ridicule him, but when I saw the terror in his face I felt an absurd need to make it easier for him. I did not know whether shame or the new axis of my mind forced me to be kinder. It might be that the knot is empathetic. It might be that I grew tired of directing cruelty as a method. Either is possible. The whole thing felt like trading an armor for a different kind of clothing. There is a political peril in becoming predictable in your kindness. People learn that you will act, and they test your boundaries. A member of an old family, not one I would have expected to be nosy, pressed me one afternoon, in the corridor, about where I had been at a crucial time last year. He asked with a gentleman's manner that carried teeth. I find that when you are truthful more than you were before, the simplest factual answer is often both the most dangerous and the most direct. I told him where I had been, not because I wanted to expose myself but because I wanted the truth out for once. He left with a small, satisfied smile, the kind spies keep as they note where to prick next. There is a cost to being the truth's bearer. It is less immediately fatal than being their shield, but it exposes you to being more easily used in more cunning ways. An anchor pays in patience and small pains. The knot steadied our westward scene for a month. During that month the misdirections at Hogwarts retreated like a tide. The portraits unbent their complaining frames. The library's cards aligned. It felt like a victory, it felt like a small victory. Victories proved to be popular. Popularity invites offers, which put pressure back on the knot. So I learned to count the increments. I kept a ledger in a small book. I recorded headaches and the days the scene tugged and the times I had to go to the dungeons at 2 in the morning because some door had been acting oddly. I wrote them down in a cramped, practical hand, a thing my father would never have suspected. The act of counting made things tolerable. If you log the cost, you can plan payments. The final alteration I will describe, because I am not willing to offer the entire catalogue in one sitting, and because I have always been entitled to my subtler mysteries, is the way the knot taught me to listen. It was not that I could suddenly hear whispers behind portraits, rather I could tell when a portrait was lying because her painted voice didn't carry the right color. I could tell when the castle was tired because a stare made a weary sigh instead of a livelier creak. These were not powers as much as instruments tuned to a different pitch. They bent my impatience into attention. Perhaps the most dangerous part of this is how pleasant being useful can be. It is satisfying in an old-fashioned way. When you have been bred in a house where the proper performance of status has been the center of living, there is a danger in mistaking usefulness for redemption. I have always been inclined to want the latter, perhaps I wanted the former to prove it was deserved. That sort of moral arithmetic is slippery. Luna steadied me when that arithmetic began to wobble. She would say, softly and with a patience that could be infuriating, "You are not being heroic to be forgiven. You are being practical because someone must be practical." By the time summer came, the second seal, the one we feared, the one we had glimpsed at the edges of dreams and stonework, tightened its attention on the castle once more. It was subtler than the first, and therefore more insidious. The knot we had tied had brought us moments of steadiness, not escape. There is a lesson in that, knots hold better under patient tending than under sudden force. We had learned to tend. That evening, Luna and I walked back to Malfoy Manor in a sky that takes lake blue at its edges, the air smelling of a far-off rain. She carried a map folded into tiny, neat squares, and we walked with the kind of silence that belongs to two people whose company is either enough or a necessity. She broke it when we crossed the avenue and said, casually, "You know, you are beginning to look like someone who would sit up for others." "It is the knot," I said, trying to make a joke of it, which our years have taught me is still a reflex. She laughed, the sound like a bell struck in a different key. "Or like someone who cannot quite be as small as they were," she said. "There is a difference." We came into the house and found the place as it had been for years, portraits curiously chattering in their frames, the staff with the rigid graciousness of those who keep up a house under observation. My mother greeted us with a hand that lingered at my elbow, and in the briefness of that touch I felt 1,000 transactions. I felt also another tug, subtle, corrosive, as if something on the other side of the world had noticed that the knot had been tied and was taking account. I am told I smiled at supper as if everything were in order. I do not know whether I did. I think I did. It is a pleasant thing to be light in a room full of people who enjoy a lightness because it is familiar and practical. Yet the dream gnawed at the edges of my calm. The urn in my dream had been cracked. The ledger had been made clearer. There are debts that are not currency. That night, before sleep, I walked to my window and watched the castle as it lay modestly in the night, its towers a dark puzzle, its windows pearls that sometimes blinked awake. I felt, like any knot, a tension about which side would be tugged next. Anchors keep others safe by their presence. That is the bargain. They may be chosen for it or choose it, but the cost is in the way the tides reassign your borders. Outside, across the lawns, a light moved, a carriage lantern, perhaps, or a sentinel's lamp. I could have watched the simple geometry of the movement and let my mind invent peaceful stories. Instead, the new axis of my attention pulled at me and offered me a smaller, sharper truth. Someone was waking up the west side wards, someone who had not done so for a long while. The knot tightened where it met me, and I knew the binding had done its job for the moment. But knots do not so much end trouble as translate it. They make a problem into an assignment. I turned from the window because the nights are best kept to themselves until required. Luna had left me a note, as she often did, a single hyacinth inked with a scrap of observation and a line of consolation. It read, in her precise hand, "When covenants are spoken like truth, the world listens differently." I pinned it to my dressing table with the silver crescent Narcissa had given me, the metal now a small household talisman. And yet when I turned back to the castle, I felt, as if for the first time in a while, the possibility that the thing we had done might change not only how the wards bent but how people around me would see the shape of myself. There is a peculiar terror in fulfilling a prophecy that few know. It is the never-ending question of whether being chosen will be a compass or a collar. Tonight, the knot felt an honest tool. Tomorrow, it may demand more than I had bargained for. I slept uneasily. When I woke, there was a scrap of parchment under my door, not a note, not yet, but a tiny card folded in a hand I recognized and did not. On it, in quick ink, were 2 words that smelled of clipped threats and careful concern. Be ready. I smoothed the paper against my palm and felt the faint oldness of the knot under my skin. Being ready is a terrible, useful posture. I have learned to stand that way. I am, after all, good at taking what is given and seeing how it might be kept from breaking. The knot had held, someone had noticed, the world was making notes. There are promises, I thought, that the house requires of me. There are promises that the house will not make unless someone names them. I had named one, and the house had answered. But answers are not absolution. They are invitations. I folded the card into my pocket. Outside, beyond the curtains, the castle shifted as if moving its shoulders. I had been a Malfoy all my life, taught to arrange, to smooth, to negotiate, to exchange. Being an anchor was an extension of these skills, only quieter and more permanent. It also meant that when someone else tugged at the net, the ripples would take my weight as a given. That is both a comfort and a condition. Luna's voice, as she had left it, came to me then, when the knot tightened somewhere else. Remember to breathe. Anchorhood is not the only way to hold. She had tucked into my pocket a paper too, a map, a list, a little half-sentence that said, "Look under the portrait of the woman who never married her work." I climbed into my clothes with the slow hands. It is a very small thing, how one dresses differently when a new responsibility looms. The fashion polish was easier or harder to find, I do not yet know. I tied my tie in the morning with the kind of absent, practiced skill that still comforts me. The grey thread at my temple caught the light and I felt a small prickle of both pride and dread. Outside, the morning was thin and honest. There are people who will make bargains for us if given half a chance. There are men who would very much like a Malfoy closer to a ward at all times, because families are units of bargaining. There are others, quiet and fierce, who will give their loyalty once they have seen you keep a promise. The knot we tied was one of many possible sentences. Somewhere in the house, someone closed a door too firmly. I thought of the urn's fractures and of Severus's ledger and of Lucius's patient arithmetic. The knot had done its work tonight. It would do it again. It would ask for things in exchange that were not always simple to name. It would change me, little by little, in ways that my family would try to turn to their advantage and in ways that other people might not understand. I picked up the card in my pocket and felt the edges of the ink. My hand rested against the knot, beneath my sleeve, and I felt the small, steady pulse it had taught me to notice. It was not a bright, heroic pulse, it was the rhythm of someone who had taken on a job and would keep it. Outside, the road to Hogwarts waits obediently. The castle, with its stitched scenes and painted witnesses, breathes as if it had been repaired for now. I had bound a knot, and knots, as I have discovered, are cunning things. They will hold, they will strain. They will ask you to become what they were designed to keep. I buttoned my cuff and stepped toward my father's study. The day had arranged itself into business already. Someone would call. Someone would test. Someone would accept that a Malfoy could, against the ease of rumor, be the place where scenes are sown. I had tied it. The knot held. And somewhere, beneath the ordinary business of a man awaking, something else uncoiled to readjust to that truth. Chapter 24. Bargain at Dawn. Dawn at Malfoy Manor smells of lemon oil and a quiet that tries too hard to be reconciliatory. The house is very good at appearances, it practices civility like a muscle, tight and trained. This morning the drawing room windows were open to let out the night's arrangements, cigar smoke where my father had entertained, the faint metallic tang of ink from hastily signed papers, and to bring in the softer things, birds deciding to trust the world again, the first wash of sun over hedges that have been trimmed into submission for 3 generations. I stood at the top of the grand staircase and watched the light touch the gilt of the banisters, as if gilding could make up for everything that had been broken. My customary impulse was to keep moving. It is a useful habit, forward motion, polished shoes on marble, face in repose. Duty has a way of being precise. But I had not planned on being the man who unsettled the bargain. The pact, the meeting, had been Lucius's kind of thing, polite, strategic, the kind of negotiation that repacks humiliation in satchels and stamps it practical. He'd sent a note the night before, strictures thinly veiled as request. Would I give him the morning? My answer, which one might have expected to be an obedient yes, had been a single line of refusal. Now I watched from above as he met with a visitor in the conservatory below, and beneath the cultivated calm I had a living reason to be where I was. There are 2 houses in the manor, the one the world sees, and the one that keeps secrets in tiled basements and serous straight lines. The conservatory straddled both. Glass threw back the pale sky, palms watched mutely. Lucius sat at the round table, his posture the same as always, exact, a little too practiced. The visitor was younger than Lucius, hair that had not yet remembered how to lie, eyes bright in a way that suggested belief in systems and the novelty of influence. He had a ministry pin at his lapel, and the pin was the sort of thing men like us read as a declaration. The ministry, in any of its moods, tastes different from the aristocratic one. It smells of mandate and hungry committees. That pin said, in bland enamel, that this man thought he could trade paper for power. I knew, very plainly, why the man wanted influence at Hogwarts. Too many people had learned to see the school as a place to be fixed, like a machine with loose bolts, rather than a thing whose knotted seams had reasons for their knots. To him it was an institution that would flourish under new oversight, if only someone competent were placed where the right salt could fall into the wound. Lucius, who has never been a generous man, was offering the wound as leverage. I moved down the stairs. There are advantages to being noticed, and advantages to not being noticed. I prefer the second. But both also suit a confrontation. I let the echo of my boots on marble be deliberate. Lucius looked up when I entered the conservatory the way a man checks a ledger and finds an unexpected debit. The visitor half rose, almost embarrassed at the obligation to stand. Draco, my father said with his particular flatness of civility. You join us. I did what we do at home, I smiled. It requires certain muscles to make it convincing now, but I have had practice. I thought I might, yes, I said, and took the chair opposite the visitor. His hand was cool when he offered it, which told me more than the pin. Men like him are used to the feel of alliances, metal, ink, other people's trust. The conversation began in the expected way, small talk about the weather, an exchange of names. I am easily bored, so I let them warm to the point where a man becomes careless. Mr. Thorne, the visitor said, Aldred Thorne. The name felt as if it belonged printed at the top of a government brief. I represent a council that believes Hogwarts will benefit from closer cooperation with the ministry. There are streams we can open, funds that can be directed. Mr. Malfoy, your family has influence and knowledge. We would like to work with you, formally. Lucius's smile became a calculation. I could see the ledger in his face, the old debts he'd rather rewrite as assets, the rusted honors he wanted shined. Influence, he said, as if tasting the word, is always the most useful currency. Aldred Thorne, absurd name, reasonable eyes, tipped his head. We are offering a seat on an advisory board. Oversight. Access to certain archival materials for the school's preservation. We would require information about ancestral protections in private hands. There are ways in which families of long lineage hold knowledge that can be formalized for everyone's safety. The sentence was buttered with the language of preservation, and there it was, debate. He wanted knowledge of our bindings, our ancestral wardings, the small catalogues of runes and oaths men like my father keep in basements because those things matter only when a thing goes wrong. He wanted to formalize them. he wanted to take possession. I smiled, but the muscles that moved the smile were not the same ones that had practiced Polish. You mean, access to the ledger in the cellar, I supplied. Lucius's jaw tightened. Not everything in this house is the property of the public, he said. The sentence was composed. It was also something a man uses when the thing he has to lose is shame. Uldred's smile was very clean. Only the parts that apply to the school, Mr. Malfoy. If there are binding scenes that connect to Hogwarts, the school should know of them. I thought of the urn, of its pale stone and the way secrets had been stitched into it like veins. I thought of the first seal and the way the castle had shivered when it had been mended. There are things men with ministry pins think they understand after a couple of committee meetings and a few charm graphs. They call them applied protections. The word applied always tells me they have a hand ready to move an anchor. You want to touch the seals, I said, very simply. There is a bluntness to certain truths that cuts better than men do. Uldred's face misread my tone as theatrical rather than threatened. No, Mr. Malfoy. We want to ensure they are properly recorded. We can secure them without direct intervention. Our experts are precise. My father studied me. And you are against this. Against is almost the wrong word. Some words advance a cause, others protect a hinge. I am against the wrong hands touching our wards, I said. I am against people who read a seal as a curiosity and think themselves entitled to the puzzle. Lucius's voice grew cold in that way he reserves for people who make impractical requests. You have always had such a poetic way of refusing alliances, he said. It would be useful if you applied it to the family. I am applying it, I answered. I kept my fingers clasped, the way a man clasps a promise in his palm so it does not slip. Not everyone who wears a ministry badge understands how seals behave. They are not documents that can be filed away and admired. They take their cost from elsewhere if tampered with. And where would that cost fall? Uldred asked. There was an innocent quality to his inquiry. It made me want to laugh, and then it made me want to gouge things. Men like him are used to economical arithmetic. They do not think about the weight of a magical economy that takes from living anchors. That is not your business, Lucius said before I could answer. My father said the sentence like a shield. It was not only the presence behind the words that bothered me, it was the truth. That is precisely why it was my business. Because the cost is always someone's business when you have to decide who will bear it. The bargain my father was making, subtly, with that patient hunger in his eyes, risked shifting an old cost to new, easier targets, families without leverage, students who wander at night, the portrait sitters who have too often borne the castle's memory as a burden. I may be the son of Lucius Malfoy, I thought, but I am not his echo. There are other inheritances in a house, a name that can be weapon, a set of alliances, and, in my case, a responsibility no ledger records. There is a thing no one else knows, a prophecy folded and kept as one would keep an ugly thing from a display window. I did not speak of it, I do not speak of it. But I am patient in the shadow of my patience, and the watchfulness I have cultivated since childhood taught me how to steer a conversation into quiet places. I'm not averse to keeping the house whole, I said. But certain aspects of wardcraft respond poorly to untutored hands. Uldred felt obliged to be conciliatory. We can work with your experts. We propose a liaison, someone from your house and someone from ours to oversee any access. Transparency, Mr. Malfoy. He smiled as if the word were a fine thing, clinking crystal in a cupboard. Transparency is an institutional drug. It tastes like virtue and costs like exposure. I wanted to tell him how transparency could be another kind of letting. Instead I asked, and if I refuse? Lucius's expression sharpened. Refusing will be interpreted. There it was. The subtext of Malfoy's silence, our refusal is used as evidence of something else. Our choices are items to be slotted into a narrative. Lucius's face softened, not from paternal warmth but with the arithmetic of men who have been reduced to bargains. Exactly, Uldred murmured. Refusal is costly for all of us. We are offering terms that can ensure your family's continued standing, Mr. Malfoy. The ministry is not vindictive, it is pragmatic. Cooperation makes enemies politely unnecessary. He thought he had found the lever. He thought he had offered Lucius a backdoor out of the past. I place my cup down, because there are voices in cups, and sometimes only the clink of china can interrupt a man's optimism. You are asking for access to things you do not comprehend, I said, and I felt the little tight coil of the truth in me unwind enough to strike. Professor Snape, I said. The name landed like a dropped glass. Both men turned as if the room had tilted. Severus is involved, I went on. He has been overseeing the counter-ritual where it touches Hogwarts. He is not an amenity you can call upon to rubber stamp retrievals. He understands, better than any of us, why the castle has moods. He will not allow a ministry committee to treat rites as curios. Aldred's polite smile withered a hair. Professor Snape is a private citizen in his own right, Mr. Malfoy, but he cannot be the arbiter of all things. Perhaps not. I leaned forward. The light made silver at the corners of my eyes. I could be very blunt when necessary. But he will be a witness. And if he insists something is a risk of the highest order, you will find that the ministry's appetite for practical solutions diminishes when presented with easily anticipated casualties. Now Lucius's fingers tapped a measured rhythm on the table. He is rarely quick to anger. Bribery has always been his preferred violence. But there was a weariness that showed at the edges, a man who has watched the floor open under him and had to decide where to lay the planks this time. We cannot continue to be pariahs, he said. We require leverage that is not just about righteousness. There are practicalities. Like reputation, I said. Like allies. Like power, Lucius corrected. Do you not see, Draco? The family does not simply survive on its conscience. We must have influence, positions, a hand in institutions. These people will forget nothing and forgive less. A seat at the table. A seat at the table is sometimes a place from which you are watched until the knives are arranged, I interrupted. And sometimes the table is bolted to a ceiling stone and will not survive being moved. The visitor made a small, offended sound. We are not trying to move any tables, Mr. Malfoy. We are trying to save a school that still bears scars from the war. He meant it. There are men who imagine themselves saviors by committee. They like to dress policy as charity. I could smell the righteousness. It had too many bureaucratic notes to be sincere. The thing that made me dangerous in moments like this was not righteous fury. It was the patience to explain to a man the arithmetic he had not been taught, but there are rituals which make demands. That rituals matter algorithmically, and that their demands are sometimes entirely, disturbingly, human. Who are your experts? I asked. A question like that can be a test. It may be how they hide their ambitions. Aldred named a list of people I did not recognize. They sounded respectable in a way that made me mistrust them. He called them conservators, archivists, clerks of Chantone. They would study the scenes, they would publish their results and make policy recommendations. I could see the headline in my mind, Ministry Oversight Secures Hogwarts. It is the sort of story gullible people like. If you touch a scene with the wrong compass, I said slowly, soft enough that the words slid between them like smoke, the scene will reach. It was a phrase I had learned years ago when I was younger and still listened to portraits more than I listened to my own pulse. Wards do not like meddling. They reassign costs. If you bend a rule the wrong way, it will look for the nearest thing that can pay. That was the part Aldred's pin would not register. Lucius's face changed then, and in the motion there was a small, sudden break. He had been a man of many faces, serpent, patron, negotiator, but there was a human ledger beneath them all, the inventory of things one hopes to keep safe for their children. He watched me as if he had not seen me in a long time, the look one gives a book one has read but not quite understood. What will you do, then? He asked. He did not expect an answer that suited him. The question was pragmatic, supply me with a plan and I will enter this market. I could have walked out then. I could have let him make his trade, sold his shame for capital, exported our vulnerabilities and called it rebuilding. It would have been simpler. But simplicity has a way of costing people more than money. My choice was not rebellion, it was stewardship. I have always been a man who keeps certain ledger lines private. There is one account in my life that no one can reconcile with the books, a prophecy that names me, a knot of oaths and ritual that sits like a dent behind my breastbone. That is the debt I carry. I did not intend to surrender it, nor to allow anyone else to touch the instruments that mended what had broken. I will be the liaison, I said. It was not an answer he had expected. Lucius blinked. Aldred straightened as if some marrow of agreement had just been offered. You would stand between us and the ministry. Yes. The word was exact. I will oversee any access. Nothing leaves this house without my consent. Professor Snape will be the second arbiter, with authority to halt any process he deems dangerous. And I will consult with Hogwarts before any extraction is considered. Lucius's hands tightened into fists on the table. There is a hardness I still recognize, the animal that has to decide whether to trust its progeny. You would put yourself, Draco, in a very exposed position. Exposed is sometimes a better place to be than invisible. It was an old lesson. Visibility can be used as armor when it is chosen. If something goes wrong, I will be the one to answer. But I would rather answer than allow some committee of executors to lay hands on seals the way they lay hands on ledgers. Aldred's bright eyes became sharp. You are asking for veto power. A temporary one, I said. Until we have a verifiable method to ensure their safety. Who would audit your verification? He asked. Who guarantees your judgment? Lucius's voice, now, was small and precise. The family name. There was a sound like a tapeworm in my chest. I loved the manor in a way that is not any simpler than loyalty. It is the same love that makes us resent the things we must protect. I thought of my mother, quick, precise, a protectionist whose courage bends like metal. I thought of the ledger in the cellar, of signatures and ancestral runes that had outlived mightier men than Aldred Thorne. I thought of what happens when men with mandates and no particular understanding have unrestricted curiosity. Who guarantees your guarantees? Aldred said, and I saw the calculation. He was not cruel. He was a man from an institution that measures every risk like a spreadsheet. He wanted an assurance. He wanted a comfort he could report to his council. I gave him one he had not expected. A promise from me, I said. And a warranty of refusal from Lucius. Lucius's laugh was unpleasant, it held too many shades of bargaining. You will promise what you do not yet know how to fulfill, Draco. You will put yourself between us and the market. It is noble in the abstract. It is also practical, I said. Place your experts in a room. They will catalogue. They will not touch or transcribe without my approval. Any physical suggestion will be observed by Snape. If they protest, I will refuse. If they insist, I will take the matter to the board. And if, in the meantime, your council tries to employ heavy-handed methods, I will publicly withdraw family's cooperation. There was a thin silence. Aldred searched my face for the vanity of a boy playing at heroics and found, perhaps, a man who wished to preserve a greater architecture. You are asking quite a lot, he said at last. It is unusual to give so much control in exchange for what exactly? Fear. Not fear, I corrected. Custody. Custody is a soft word for something that is ugly. It is also, sometimes, the only way to keep things from being abused. Lucius made a small noise that I could not parse. And if you decline once you have the custody? What guarantee then? Then you will find me as dangerous as you thought, I said, and my voice had a narrowness to it that let no argument slip the way a sluice gate lets water through just enough. I will be dangerous on the side of the thing that matters. I will not be dangerous to the family. Lucius let out a breath as if he had been running and paused at a door. He looked at me not as an enemy but as a child who had chosen a road, which was worse in its way. You choose a complex life, he said. Complex is expensive. Everything worth doing is expensive, I answered. There was a sting in the honesty of it. I had spent so many years learning the subtleties of expedience that it felt odd to claim an expense on purpose. Luna once called it a different sort of currency. She, of course, would not put it in such a financial frame. But it was my coin, exposure, responsibility, and the right to make small, precise refusals. Aldred folded his hands and made a decision that was constituency negotiation at its most bland. We will consider a liaison, he said. But the council will require proofs. Formalities. A memorandum of understanding. Lucius straightened with the relief of a man who has reduced something to a signature. Very well. We can draft papers. We will begin with an inventory. My smile was dry. An inventory under my supervision, I repeated. On the ledger, then, Lucius said, and there was an unholy pragmatism in his tone. You oversee the ledger. The visitor extended his hand and it closed in mine. There is always a moment like this in bargains. The hand is the seal, inside it are promises and the small cold pieces of leverage. I felt the felt certainty of paper shifting. When the man left, there was movement in the conservatory like the settling of dust. Lucius rose and watched the trail of the ministry pin as if he were not quite certain he had not birthed it himself. He turned to me. Why would you refuse so much, Draco? He asked. The question was not rhetorical. There are ways a man asks, one is with accusation, another is with calculation. His was the latter. I do not refuse all, I said. I refuse a particular sort of handling. We cannot let others make our history a hobby. You think you can manage both the family's interest and the seal's needs? He asked. There was a note in his voice that said more than the words. The very idea that his son could balance a ledger of society and magic was preposterous to him. I think I can make the least bad choices, I answered. There is an art to being a Malfoy, and there is another, older art to not letting the house burn because of vanity. I also know better than most what happens when the wrong hands try to fix things. Lucius let out another of those tired laughs. And where did you learn this sudden civic virtue? From the headmistress? From the portraits? He softened his voice, as if nostalgia could be a weapon. My throat closed. For a moment there was no artifice left between us. From living in a world that has needed fixing without much courtesy, I said. I thought of the years I had spent moving between the rooms of the manor and Hogwarts, a pale conductor with different batons. I thought of Snape's bargains and of the vow that had been my making. From reasons that are mine. He looked at me for a long time, and in that look I saw a cross-section of a man, the part that had loved being feared, the part that had loved being revered, the part that was finally afraid of history's ledger more than he was of losing a chair in the ministry. Desperation, I realized, is not simply about an appetite for power. It is about the fear of being irreparably small. Lucius's bargains had always been armor. Now the armor was dressed like a plan. You will accept the liaison, he said finally. I will, I said. On condition, he said, and now the old predator closed his mouth around the thing he wanted. Of course, I said. You will not alienate the ministry, he said. You will be the family's face. It was not so much a bargain as an attempt to train me into his old shape. I barely suppressed a smile. I will be the family's face if the family's face keeps the family safe. And you will not, he paused, a small wrinkle between his brows. You will not be sentimental. Sentiment has never suited us, I agreed. But some things are not merely sentiment. They are matters that determine whether children who are not ours sleep safe. He studied me as if measuring proof. Finally he nodded. Fine. We instruct our solicitor. We call in Aldred's petition. And Snape? I asked. If you are serious about this protection, he will have to be included. Lucius's mouth thinned. He did not like Severus. He had, despite everything, shown a prudence in the matter that had become habit. I will not dictate to you whether you include Professor Snape, he said. But be careful who you put at the center of our vulnerabilities. I always am. When Aldred departed, past the palms that held their breath like old men on a bench, he left with a pocket of promises and the satisfaction that had been his. It's a small win. Lucius closed the conservatory doors with a motion that meant home. He did not offer to walk me back to my rooms. The house knows when a conversation has nuked the brittle order of morning, it recovers by folding its tapestries. I stood for a moment, looking at the dust motes hanging in the light like miniature portraits. The manor was a house that had always been taught to survive. It had 1,000 muffles and hideaways for its shame. That morning, something in my father had been honest in a way that frightened me. He is not merely an enemy, he is a man who will do anything to be more than the ruin stamped onto him by history. That is a dangerous compassion. I found Luna in the library as the day progressed, knees tucked against a window seat, a small pile of odd pamphlets around her like islands. She had come to the manor at dusk the night before and stayed because this was one of the few places where secrets could be reconciled with tea. She looked up when I entered, as calm and particular as a tide that sometimes brings in starfish. "You look like you've been in an argument with a ledger," she said. "You mean I look like my father?" I answered, and she smiled because she always knows when I am being dry. She listened as I told her what had happened with lucid interest. Luna never speaks to flatter, she is not given to the theatrics of opinion. Instead she folds facts around each other until they make sense. "They wanted the ledger," she said after I had finished. "But a ledger is like a map of old wounds. If you show someone the map, they might decide to follow the trail instead of learning how the land moves. They call it preservation," I said. "Which is the ministry's way of being kindly dangerous." "Do you trust them?" she asked, very simply. Her hand found mine without a ceremony. There are quiet violences in ownership, and there are quiet assurances. Hers was the latter. "No," I said. "But I will stand between them and the seals." Luna's eyes were clear and she made a small, precise noise. "That's a useful place to stand. Someone has to be in the doorway when people start to borrow things that don't belong to them." "There will be formalities," I said. "And signatures. And a memorandum that will, in the end, turn things into paperwork." "Paperwork is a useful kind of net," she said. "It can catch people." I squeezed her hand. She understands odd things as if they were common sense, which is part of why we have become what we have, a peculiar alliance. There are conspirators who will never think of us as anything but convenient allies of the past. The fact that the prophecy, the inconvenient vowel in my chest, binds us still, and that my family sits with its ledger, and that Severus watches like an unlit lamp, makes politics a place I must walk with measured feet. That evening, before darkness pulls the house into its habitual lists, I stood in the cellar doorway. The ledger, dusty and ornate, lay where it always had, tied with a ribbon like a secret one keeps from children. I thought about the bargain I had just made and the ones my father was always ready to take. I thought about the cost of other people's curiosity. I thought about the urn and how it had hung like a thing that wanted the world to remember. Outside, the sky turned something like the inside of a coin, and I understood something I had not wanted to admit. My father's bargains were not only hunger for power. They were also an attempt to be less small in the face of the world. A man who has been reduced wants to reconstruct himself with whatever materials he can find. He has never been clean about those materials. Desperation is a shape that looks like many things. For Lucius, right now, it had the outline of a plan to be acceptable again. For me, desperation looked like all the things I was not permitted to say aloud: the prophecy, the way seals take their toll, the small rituals that need careful hands. I will be the liaison, I told myself in the quiet. I will marshal the house's knowledge and guard the seams. If anyone, ministry, family, or enemy, tries to make a hobby of our wardings, they will find me there to say no. It is not a noble vow. It is a pragmatic one. It is the sort of promise men like me make when they have discovered what they will not let the world touch. At night, in the quiet where secrets are heavy as stones, I sometimes imagine the seals as people, and I imagine them having opinions about who is allowed to hold their hands. I imagine them whimpering if someone with the wrong idea folds them open like a page. There are worse images. There are also better ones. For now, I will be the one to choose who reads the book. And there were other things to consider. Lucius's moves had not ceased. Aldred Thorn's presence at the manor was the first of many small tides. Severus watched in a way that was not yet a promise. Luna smiled like a lighthouse on an island that did not wish for storms, and I had made a bargain that placed me at the door. I felt the weight of it in my hands, the ledger's ribbon cool against my fingers. The house exhaled, preparing for the day when the council would send papers and men and perhaps worse. I have always been good with papers. It was, now, a distinctly necessary habit. The dawn had been a negotiation. The rest of the world, I suspected, would be full of them. I sharpened my pen in the library and waited for Severus's next message. The knowns were few and the unknowns many. The prophecies of my life have a way of unfolding according to their own temper. Yet in the hollow of that exposure, there was also something like possibility. If I could keep the ledger's knowledge from becoming a curiosity, perhaps I could steer the cost to a place that need not be paid by the innocent. I rolled the ribbon of the ledger between my fingers and felt, beneath the silk, the faint impression of a name that had been kept there for generations. We live with names like weights. I do not yet know the full price of the bargains I have agreed to, but I know the next thing to do: keep the doors locked, keep the ministry at a measured distance, and keep a vigilant eye on my father's desperation, because it is no longer merely a threat. It is, disturbingly, very human. When Lucius left the room later, his shoulders had a looseness I had not seen in years. Relief is a poor parent to prudence. I make my plans, as always, with an eye to the next move. Tomorrow there will be minutes and memos. There will be signatures and countersigns and men with badges who believe themselves, rightly or not, to be the stewards of order. But tonight, I stood in a house that smelled faintly of lemon and the paper of new documents, and I felt as if I had taken a small and necessary step. I would be the man who kept the seals from being treated like curios. I would be the liaison. I would be the interruption in a bargain no one else saw clearly for what it could become. There are long summers ahead in which the ledger will whisper and the ministry will knock and my father will find other ways to be practical. For now, though, I turned the ribbon over and under my fingers and made one more promise, not loud, not dramatic, only resolute, that no one would touch those scenes without me. Chapter 25, Ruin in the Green Room. The green room was smaller than I remembered, which was one of those truths that meant nothing and everything at once. It should have been intimate, a place where nerves could be folded into costume cloth and soot could be wiped from a face. Instead, my fingers found the seam of a chair arm as if seeking a literal edge to lean on, and the air smelled faintly of dust and something older, waxed wood, melted glue, and the particular metallic tang that follows any place where a ward has been tested too often. Luna had been the one to nick the lead. Of course she had. If legerdemain were a person, Luna's curiosity would invite it for tea and talk it out of its secrets. She didn't burst into ideas the way some of the more fashionable sorts do. She arranged them carefully, like pressed flowers, and always in pairs, one that seemed irrelevant and one that fit. That afternoon she had produced, with the sort of quiet pleasure that still surprised me, a list of names from the portrait archives and a catalogue entry from the library's rare objects shelf. Small things, she said. Little things that smelled the same. It took me a long time to learn that Luna saw how the world held itself together. Not because she was evasive like everyone assumed, because she learned the sound patterns of how things broke. She could hear a ward sigh. She could tell when a stare was faking its intentions. I listened to her. I have to. She is a lodestone the size of a house cat and she refuses to move. We had been shadowing the green room for weeks, in fits and starts, bits of evidence left like breadcrumbs on stage props, whistle-quiet attempts to lure the castle's defenses into flaring. The sabotage had been surgical, steps moved a fraction when the most vulnerable classes were changing rooms, portrait testimonies were distracted with gossip so that something slipped unnoticed, urn-kill marks, porcelain fragments specially mixed for rituals, started to show up in unexpected places. The first seal had been repaired, and we had the urn in its place, but seals are not a single stitch, they are hem-sewn through fabric that has been torn and hastily repaired. You can stitch one hole and find another next morning. Perhaps that's where the real cleverness lay, not in opening any one seam, but in testing where the fabric was weakest. "What's the corner?" I told Luna, because a statement is an invitation and because it made me look decisive. My voice behaved like an instrument worth tuning. People listen to certain pitches from the Malfoy name even when they do not like what the pitch says. It's a currency I have learned to spend without feeling I am honest. Luna smiled at my command as if it were a peculiar joke. We waited. The portraits were on edge. Actors, literal and painted, talk when you are not listening. They have a rhythm and a set of interests. The green room portraits had been snug in their frames, a line of old faces who watched themselves age and take new expressions for centuries. I like to think it gives them patience, it often gives them gossip. That day they whispered like a flock, frustrated, ribald, trying to be useful and failing because they did not want to speak the names that punched at the foundations of the hall. "Did you know that Madame Fenwick used to keep a list of the best stagehands?" one portrait offered, worrying a pale handkerchief. "She did," another agreed. "She liked punctuality more than competence." They were helpful because they recited things they'd watched without understanding the meaning. Old ladies in paint do not always grasp political machination. They merely record the exchange of parcels, meals taking odd detours, conversations in corners. They notice. They are terrible at inference. We only needed to stitch the notes together. The stolen thing in the green room, the thing that began the scandal, had been small. A ribbon threaded through a seam, a threaded strip of parchment. It was small in the way that a match head is small before someone strikes a house. The original betrayal has to have been, smarter than a single hand. That particular artistry of misdirection belongs to colleagues who can stand back and watch how the first domino falls, then the second, then the house. The traitors were not children, they had been trained to prefer drama in precisely measured portions. Luna found the first clue, a shard of glazed porcelain tucked in the hem of an old costume, glazed in a way that was familiar and very wrong. When she handed it to me, I had the same squeezing sensation I used to have when people offered me their trust and I was not sure if I wanted it. It was small, but when she turned it under my light, the glaze bore a mark, a maker's sigil I had seen once in a catalogue of ritual wares, a spiraled arrow over a crescent. "Local?" she asked. "Old money," I said. It was anything but local. The spiraled arrow over a crescent belonged to a workshop that no longer advertised. It dealt, exclusively, with households that had been careful for generations about the kinds of things they bought. It did not sell curiosity. It sold binding. Bindings can be innocent in the hands of the right family. They can keep attics warm and portraits less quarrelsome. But this glaze was treated with a particular tempering that made it attuned to a ward's sympathetic vibration. Someone had slipped a prepared piece of the kill into a seam and watched the castle flex like muscle around it. "Who buys that sort of thing?" Luna asked. I thought of my father. I thought of old notebooks I had lifted when the house slept, of lists and trade names and the encouraging way henchmen of a certain vintage wrote. I thought of men whose hands never trembled when they were asked to lose a name or a life. There was a reason the workshop had gone dark. There was a reason that those who used it wanted secrecy. The objects it sold were not trinkets. They were instruments. We began to map ownership. It was methodical, because that is what Luna did, and because there is a peculiar satisfaction in unfurling maps that have been kept folded too long. We cross-checked the maker's list with the portrait ledgers, with the faculty's request slips, with receipts kept secret in folding boxes. We wrote names down in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Names that were not unfamiliar in our world, and names I knew because of the evenings since the war when my father had sat with other men and nodded. I do not enjoy the feeling of knowing that my father once trusted the very people I now had to point to with my hand. It is an algebra of guilt and denial I have to work through. It would be convenient to imagine loyalty could be clean, that men either stood unequivocally loyal or they did not. Real life is messier. Loyalties cross like threads in an old carpet. Some threads are decorative. Some hold weight. "There's a pattern," Luna said, and her face had the exact concentric calm she gets when she has found a diagram that assures her. "They test the same wards in different places. They test the moving stairs when a particular professor's timetable shifts. They like to see how the portraits answer when certain names are called. It's quite theatrical. It is, I agreed. They have an audience, then. They like applause. They like the idea of it, she said. They like knowing the castle reacts. We followed the pattern deeper than the green room. We found signatures on petition slips, faded ink on a box that had been sent to an old acquaintance of my father's, someone whose handwriting preferred long tales. Old favors in exchange for old silences. A ministry contact who had once slipped a regulation into a file and never asked why. Names of families who had been respectable until they were not, patrons who hosted small salons where people murmured and tested ideas the way others test wines. We found a ledger, thanks to a portrait who was particularly acquisitive of gossip. Portraits hoard things, scratched notes, small bills, a lost earring. They become unreliable, but sometimes they keep things because they like the tactile fact of possession. This one had kept a piece of correspondence tucked into its frame. The handwriting was florid. It referenced payments, discreet repairs, a phrase that chilled the page, keep their sense of possibility warm. Possibility, in the hands of those who prefer the old order, is the engine of patience. You do not need to have a plan to start a plan, you need to be willing to prod gently and see where the structure moves. The network I uncovered did not plan great explosions. It preferred probes. Whispered threats, the odd misdirection of a staircase, a portrait told a flattering lie at the right hour. It wore patience like a coat and never got cold. Naming them would be simple. It is rare that those who deal in long memory do not have predictable bank ledgers and shipping notes. But naming them publicly would ripple. It would reveal to everyone that my father had sat at the same table as people who liked to test seals. It would force explanation. It would force the Malfoy name to account for old associations. It would injure our fragile rehabilitation. I had two choices that afternoon while Luna turned the glazed shard between her fingers and the portraits whispered like a restless audience. I could keep silent and watch the testing continue, hope that whatever small courage the castle possessed would hold, and risk that the next test would be a key turned in a very different lock. Or I could name them, publicly and correctly, and buy time by putting the network on the defensive. There is a propriety to elite families, the knowledge that some quarrels are fought in the media, some in parlors, and some in the privacy of negotiations. I had admired the scripts once. I had learned to execute them. But the war had taught me that time sometimes demands the roughest instruments. When Luna looked at me, really looked, making no jockeying for posture, making no attempt to read the public lines, I saw my reflection as I rarely did, someone reasonably sure that a storm could be weathered if the right pieces were moved, someone who had inherited the taste for scale from a house built on foundations of advantage. Tell me what you'll do, she said. A speech, I replied, which was less comic legerdemain than I intended. Not a speech to the school. A meeting. Privileged. Heads, faculty, a representative of the ministry. And a statement. Enough proof to make them shove their hands out of their pockets and deck themselves at once. It will hurt someone you love, Luna said. She never called my feelings by shorthand. She always named them precisely, like a taxonomist, and that is why I listened. It will, I admitted. But whom do I protect? The house or the castle? If I protect the house and the castle burns, what then? I cannot afford both. Luna's hand found mine then, light and steady. It felt like a small bargain struck in private. Then choose the castle, she said simply. You will have to stitch a few things for the house afterwards. You're good at mending. There was tenderness in it, but there was also a quiet truth. Luna knew me even when she preferred the turns of that knowledge to be gentle. She knew I had been built to preserve an inheritance whether it was moral or not. She had seen me rework myself into someone new. There were moments where I wanted to be forgiven for who I'd been, there were other moments where I wanted to be believed in. She believed in me the way a compass believes in north. The meeting was held in the head's office because the Great Hall is for spectacle and the head's office is for heart attacks. It was not convivial. Lucius arrived on time, his hand careful around the knot of his tie, an armor he had not been handed but had made for himself out of good manners. Narcissa followed, having the look of someone who had been awake for reasons of practicality rather than worry. Snape was there, his presence was a small, steady calculus, he had a habit of arriving like a knife that had been sharpened on purpose. Professors gathered, a ministry representative sat stiffly with someone whose job was to measure the political breeze in their constituency, and I sat and catalogued faces. I should say, so the record does not think me braver than I was, that I nearly faltered. There is a particular sort of nausea that comes with the knowledge that you will have to strike a match under the skirts of a balloon party. You will not set the whole thing alight if you are careful, you will allow a single candle to smolder and the rest will have to respond. I spoke deliberately. There is power in cadence. I read the names, I set the shards on the desk like a jury of evidence, I told of the ledgers and the portrait notes, of the signatures and the favored workshops. I did not say the bits that would be necessary to save the world at large. There are some truths that must be carried in pockets to be useful later. Those matters are the sort of thing you twist like an emergency key. I said instead, this is not the work of a single hand. This is a pattern. A network. I shifted. Lucius spared me a look that tried to be bland and failed. He wanted to appear dissociated in the face of a thing he might have connections to. He is good at the look. But his jaw tightened, a scene where clenched joins patience. Narcissa's eyes were unreadable, protective as ever but with an edge that had been sharpened by calculation and necessity. Do you know why this is dangerous? The ministry representative asked me. He had the faith of someone trying to remember why his desk job mattered in every crisis. Because the network prefers to test, I said. Because it probes. Because if you encourage testing by ignoring it, you train them. Then why would your father? He did not finish, no one had to. A silence arrived like a small avalanche. Because he trusted men who catered to his tastes for certainty, I supplied. Because he believed in restoring the old lines of security 10 years ago when those lines seemed the only map left. Because we are all susceptible, and that susceptibility has been exploited. The ministry man wanted to say more. He wanted to name people publicly and run on the damage. That is the way of those who fancy themselves saviors. He underestimated the cost. Naming them to the public would be an arrow released in the wrong direction. The network's talent was not for dramatic violence. It was for covert testing. A public airing would cause them to go quiet, true, but it would also cast suspicion in every corridor where an old favor had quietly salted a future advantage. Families would close ranks. The ministry would then find itself fighting a war of leaks and old money, not the neat battle it preferred. I made a tactical choice then. I offered names to a small number of people who could act. Snape was given 2 of them with the promise of information that would make him useful. He accepted with the look of a man not surprised. His involvement is a marketable asset in our world. The ministry representative was given a dossier with the phrase, for internal use only. Lucius and Narcissa, to their credit, took their portion with professional calm, which is to say Narcissa asked a dozen practical questions and answered them with a voice like a scalpel. The move bought time. It did. We set traps, quietly. Boards tightened in places where the tests had hit hardest. Portrait commissions were restricted, the staircases were put under diversified routines. Someone from the ministry, someone who liked to measure influence like currency, moved to free certain lines of trade with the workshop that had produced the porcelain. The workshops looked around and closed their shutters, refusing to satisfy customer inquiries that asked for quality and secrecy in equal measure. But names, once uttered in company, accumulate a peculiar smell. The men I had named were the sort who had been counted on, in past years, as useful allies for men of my father's line. Lucius's patrons had included a circle of men with houses of varnished obsidian and reputations so respectable they were almost boring. To point at them implied that my father had been sitting with those men. It implied, viciously and accurately, that in better days he had traded favors with people who liked to test. I am sorry, Lucius said later that night, the apology small and brittle, the kind of thing that will not knit without action behind it. He looked older than I had seen him in years, less certain, the sort of man to whom a life of pride felt like a skin that did not fit anymore. Words are not going to fix it, Narcissa answered. She always sees the scenes first. But we will. The promise was practical rather than sentimental, and that is what we needed. It was a vow to repair reputations and pay debts. She would arrange the conversations, the gifts, the precise humiliations that men who have been relied upon by polite society are obliged to accept. It is a necessary surgery, and one she performs with efficiency. There is a hypocrisy to this, and I do not pretend otherwise. We protect our house by courting the houses that threaten it. We trade dignity for safety because sometimes a wound is better cushioned by discretion. The part that twisted unpleasantly in me was knowing that the wound was self-inflicted in part. Lucius had been delighted, in memory, by the company of men with resources and patience. He cultivated them because they were useful. Useful men are always the most dangerous when the world changes. And then, perhaps inevitably, someone I did not expect called me reckless. You should have come to us first, Snape said in a corridor that smelled of rain and Polish. He had a dossier with some of the names I had given him. He had cross-checked them with practices in the potions wing. He is always thinner in person than one expects. You have made the house vulnerable. I made the castle safer, I said. There was truth in it, in a bluff and perhaps a little young vanity. The Malfoy name still carries a certain procedural terror. I had used it to make people pay attention. That is a currency I do not yet spend without reservation. There was an active campaign. It needed to be stopped. Snape's expression did not soften. You may have bought time, he said, but at what cost? He spoke the question as if it were a benediction. He is not a man given to blurting out comfort. You ought to answer that, I replied. You know the cost of ultimatums and bargains better than any of us. He did know. He also knew my bargain was not for him to lay bare. Snape had already offered me turns in the months past, things that were convenient to both of us and horrifying in equal proportion. We had accepted a tacit trade, information for favors, silence for leverage. When a man makes a deal with Severus Snape, he has to understand there will eventually be a due date in the ledger. Snape had not yet cashed in. He merely held the bill. You have made enemies regain focus, he said. They will regroup in ways that will hurt those who can least afford it. Houses who owe them will be pressured. Quiet punishments will follow. I know, I said. I did know, or I knew the shape of what he meant. People will suffer. Will they suffer less later if we do not act now? He looked at me as though measuring an odd coin for a peculiar weight. They will suffer differently, he said. But there are those who will see this as a sign you are trying to rewrite your father's history. That is a dangerous story to tell in the wrong year. Snape's words were a serviceable medicine. He had been trained in the art of being useful and cruel at once. I took them because I trusted him enough to believe he would tell me the truth without flattery. It is one of the few times in this life I have called him an ally without the need to add clauses. The immediate results of the revelation were a consolidation of pressure. The network pulled back from overt testing and instead coagulated around channels that were less visible, the circulation of certain rituals through black markets, messages that moved like ghost threads between estates, portraits with the stoniest of faces who remained silent when a name was called. People who had been in the network moved to protect themselves in ways that made them less dangerous in the short run and worse in the long. They went underground. We bought time. That much was beyond argument. The castle's wards breathed a little easier. The urn had not been pestered. Students were, blissfully, unaware of the suturing going on at the edges of their routines. But what we stitched was small. A net will always have holes, we had only tied a knot in one of them. And we had marked the Malfoys in ways that would not disappear overnight. My father was blamed in some circles for being associated with the men I had named, even though the accusation was more implication than fact. People like implication, it fattens quickly. Reputation, once opened, is a thing that requires constant nursing. Lucius will flatten his neighbors with charm and with favors. Narcissa will plot precise internal politics to quiet the scandal. I will make apologies in public that are carefully calibrated to sound contrite without signifying that I will be easily used again. These are all part of the work that follows after a weapon is fired in a ballroom. At night, after the rest of the household slept, I walked through the manor. The skin of the place creaked with history. Portraits watched me with the old courtesy, and sometimes, on windowsill shadows, something that looked like guilt slid across the boards. I do not often say that I feel the weight of the prophecy as a physical thing. There are nights when it presses into my ribs like a book whose spine has been bent. I do not say it because saying it aloud too often makes it hungry. But the prophecy is a ledger of sorts, and the bargains that my life has been built upon are entries that cannot be easily erased. Every time I make a choice that protects one thing, something else is moved to the margin of cost. Luna stood with me on the terrace, and the night felt thin as tissue, pearly with moonlight. I told her what I had not told the household, how the network had persons who had been attendants at the same tables as my father, how evidence of trade lines had been inscribed in port records, how people I had once admired for their sang-froid now had the faint stink of complicity about them. She listened. The moon made a halo around her head. It had always done this, like the world decided sometimes to underline her. There was no judgment in her face. Only an accuracy that could be mistaken, by brutes, for unforgiveness. You have made them step back, she said. Which is something. It will not hold, I said. At least, not forever. They will change tactics. They will test in places we cannot watch easily. They will pressure allies who cannot afford to be seen cooperating with us. Then we keep watching, she said, as if it were that simple. We get better at seeing where they like to test. We make the castle seem less interesting. Where do I put the Malfoy name in that? I asked. It is a question I have come to ask myself often, like an habitual prayer. It is not easy to reconcile old allegiances with new ones. You stitch it back, Luna said. You stitch it in the same way your mother does, with small practical things. Speak to them. Make them feel useful. Trade favors. Make sure your father apologizes in a way that satisfies. Then, quietly, you change the terms of the bargain. You make new debts that are less dangerous. She made it sound like tailoring. Maybe she was right. There is something domestic about politics that people do not like to admit. Agreements are cloth. They are for wearing and for hiding. It will be a job that takes months and pajamas and dinners where laughter is applied like balm. Narcissa will do much of it. She is a surgeon of social cruelty in the necessary sense. Lucius will attend to the economy of shame, offering the right kind of contrition and the wrong kind of charm. I will listen and speak when my presence is more useful than my absence. We will buy our anonymity back with the currency of small, harmless favors. This is how houses survive. But there is a cost I did not foresee when I chose to name the network. Old friends of the family, men who had once been fond of my father's company, have withdrawn with a new wariness. Invitations I had expected to receive have been retracted. It is, in a way, petty. It is also dangerous. The subtle ways people withdraw their support are often the very things that create the conditions for more desperate measures. A man without friendly gates becomes greedy for any door he can open. That fear sits like a small stone in my stomach on the nights when the moon is a thin coin and I cannot sleep. It is a reminder that my choices are never simply tactical, they also rattle the scaffolding of a household. I carry the prophecy. I carry other oaths. I carry the knowledge of a few things that could, if mishandled, make the rest of my life very hard for everyone I love. Do you regret it? Luna asked, later, when we had both been rendered useless by fatigue and had finally conceded to the mattress. Not be exposed, I said. I regret that it will make my father's road harder to walk. He is not cruel, he is dangerous when frightened. He will make choices. He will make deals. I am trying to steer him away from the worst of them. She kissed my jaw in a way that felt like a promise our hands could not yet keep. You can be dangerous without being like him, she said. You are already steering. I am fond of drama in measured doses. I like curtains that fall on cue and lights that shine on the paths I have marked. I do not like being in a situation where the lights burn too hot and the curtain nearly catches. There is a difference between a performance and an arson. The weeks that followed were a pattern of small victories and a reappearance of subtler threats. The network's tests moved like a tide. They lapped at lesser parts of the castle and sought to find a weakness where we had not sufficiently strengthened it. They threaded messages through people who had something to gain by quiet chaos, portrait commissions that whispered for favor, small lenders who made illicit trades in rare artifacts, a bookseller who preferred to remain remembered for the kindness of having hidden certain pages. We trapped one of their agents in the act when a stair misdirected a group of prefects and delivered them to a corridor that had been prepared with whatever instrument these people preferred for seeing how the castle would react. The young agent was shrewd and not foolish. Arresting him served to cut a line of communication. The ministry man clapped us on the back and muttered something about useful arrests. He believed, as ministers do, that visible punishment is a way of keeping the populace calm. He did not see the way shadows lengthen and plan for the night. In the end, what defined the green room reveal for me was less the identification of names than the revelation of method. We could say the network had an appetite for testing. We could not resurrect the years when it thought itself untouchable unless we were prepared for the social stitches that would have to be applied afterward. Those stitches had to be deft. Narcissa commenced them with admirable patience. Lucius apologized in private to those he thought he could still retrieve with promises. Snape, as ever, took his advantage and looked for what he could get. He is not mercenary in the sense he will sell you, but he is a man who measures leverage and adds to his store quietly. For me, the outcome of the green room was twofold. The network was exposed as a network and forced to change its tactics. We bought time, and in the dark calculus of our world, time is most often a currency the desperate value above coin. But to pay for that time, I had to exact a public humiliation from the very world that had once been my father's consolation. That humiliation will require 1,000 small apologies. I will stitch it. I will unpick where we have to and reweave the threads. Luna sleeps sometimes with her forehead against my shoulder, brain at rest, though there is rarely any part of her that is idle. She is not naive, she understands the economies of favor. She also knows the moral arithmetic of my choices better than anyone without the obligation of blood. She has promised, as she always does in private arrangements that are not legal but are permanent, to stand with me when I am called upon to do the tedious work of making apologies useful. She will be my companion, and that companionship is perhaps the only thing that makes this night feel like it could be survivable. Not because she will fix anything for me if she cannot, but because when the names have been spoken and the men have withdrawn, there will still be a hand that will accept mine, unremarkable and warm. Severus warned me that the ledger would come due. He is right. I know he will call in the favor with a precision that will not flatter. It will matter, later, and I will need to be another kind of instrument for him. I do not know yet what will be asked. Perhaps a favor that visits my conscience with an unpleasant question. Perhaps something that will force me to decide between two people I love. The ledger exists. It is characteristic of our world that nothing is freely given and that debts linger like a mist. For now, the castle is quieter. The portraits tilt their heads and allow us to pass without fuss. The staircases have resumed their old peccadillos but with less malice. There are no further tests in the green room, at least not yet. The urn sits where it should and feels, in the mornings, like something that is doing its duty. The prophecy sits in my chest like a coin, kept in a pocket under my heart. I am not proud. There are choices one makes under pressure that are the only ones available, and some which, in better circumstances, might look cowardly. I chose the castle. I chose to name names and buy a breathing room. I have a taste for the politics that follow, the gentle amputation of pride, the sewing of reputations back into usefulness. I will do it. I will stitch and barter and arrange the dinners that make people forget. I will be a good son in the domestic way that the household understands. I will be politeness until it is weaponized for something better. There is a second truth, which sometimes feels even larger. The prophecy is a ledger that does not care for reputations. It will take what it demands in a physics that is indifferent to our social stitches. Exposing the network bought time, and time is an advantage no one should squander. But the ledger waits. It will demand. The men we exposed will regroup. They will find a seam we have not mended. And then there will be a choice I will have to make that will not be about family or reputation, but about the kind of man I intend to be. Luna wakes me in the mornings with tea and a look that says the day is exactly as it should be, an invitation to try. It is almost the only thing that slams the door on the small nausea I sometimes feel. She is an anchor. She is a compass. She is the sort of steady thing that gives me the courage to remember the proper aim of what I do. There will be negotiations to arrange. There will be dinners to host that are little more than diplomatic surgery. There will be apologies to make that are true enough for now and pliant enough for later. There will also be, sooner or later, another test. The network has longer patience than we do. They prefer to see how we will react before they commit to a strategy. I thought, as I closed my eyes that night, of the green room and the small shard Luna had found. It is a tiny thing, glazed and easily overlooked. It is also a tool that does more damage than its size suggests. The world is full of such things, small, precise, easily misdirected. We had found one and held it up. We had named hands that reached for it and made them uncomfortable. For a while, the castle would breathe. For a while, the board would refrain from raising its voice. For a while, my father would be forced into decorum. For a while, I would have the space to practice the sort of careful politics that could keep both the house and the school from burning. It would not be a permanent peace. Nothing we do now is permanent. But Luna slept with a hand in mine and the night felt less like a ledger and more like a page. We had bought ourselves a few extra lines on which to write. Months and stitches lay ahead. Choices lay beneath those stitches. I am not naive, I know what must come. I do not yet know the shape of all of it. For now, I will mend what I can, speak when I must, and keep my other secrets folded like careful letters in the back of a drawer. The green room has given up its immediate ghosts, the rest will be a matter of patience, of diplomacy, and of learning how to be a man who can both keep a house and keep a world from tearing under his hand. And when the ledger finally demands its due, I will have to decide who pays and how much I can afford to lose. Chapter 26, The Festival of Pale Stars. The Festival of Pale Stars was the sort of thing Hogwarts did best when it wanted to be heartwarming and disconcerting at once. They strung pale lanterns along the stonework, lanterns that were meant to emulate distant constellations but often reminded you, unhelpfully, of insects caught in a jar, and hung banners trimmed with silver that caught and threw back the castle lights. Faculty wore ceremonial cloaks with peculiar embroidery. Students were given tiny glass tokens that chimed if you flicked them with your wand. There were treacle tarts, of course, arranged on platters as though you could forget the world with a mouthful of sugar. There was music, a hopeful, undoubtedly earnest tune played on a set of enchanted violins that made you think of sea breezes even though the lake lay motionless beneath a haze of stars. I had never liked the festival's name. Pale sounded weak, apologetic. When you were trying to remind people that magic, history, was still luminous, you did not choose adjectives that suggested fatigue. The name, I suspected, was meant for those who liked being gently comforted. That wasn't the sort of thing my family liked, nor particularly suited to the mood I had been cultivating. Charming, pale smile in place, word-perfect nod to ancestral dignity, a performance of regained prestige in case any old enemies were watching. Lucius liked that. He liked a stage where he could stand and be admired for his composure, which was useful for my purposes. If the world saw him steady, they were less likely to pry into certain sealed conversations. Narcissa, as always, was a study in restrained approval, which suited us both. She kept people away from his more reckless impulses. Luna, naturally, had chosen the most inconvenient spot in the crowd and planted herself there with a string of glittering wildflowers wound through her hair like a crown the castle had never sanctioned. She wore a dress that could have belonged to the late summer meadows rather than to the cold stone at the school. She had paired it with her usual detached smile, which means, in Luna language, that she had noticed something everyone else had not. She was mostly seated near the portrait of an ex-headmistress who kept making polite offers of scones to anyone who would listen. The portrait accepted Luna's company as if it were the only sensible thing to do. I stayed near, as one does when there is a tether tight enough to pull you from gravity. It is not a valentine, I would have said at 17, if you asked it of me then. At this moment, with the festival bells tinkling and the stars blinking pale overhead, it was exactly that. The first thing that went wrong was small and domestic. A banner shredded itself. The banners were heavy cloth, embroidered with the school emblem, and as the wind, which had been mild, shifted, one of them snapped its moorings and tore in a clean, hairline seam down the middle. The students nearest cheered as if this were a theatrical effect. The faculty reached for wands. 100 heads turned, because the castle has taught its inmates that unusual things, even if charming, are worth watching. An omen, in any other context, would have been a whispered phrase and a long, private look. Here, with 3,000 eyes and a representative contingent of the press, ministry reporters had come. You could tell by the polished boots and the way they clasped their quills. The omen was a tear in silver-threaded cloth that flashed like an accusation. Luna stood, not in the way of people who wanted to be seen, but in a way that allowed her to catch details. She touched the ripped threads as if reading a line of braille and did not look surprised. I confess I felt a faint pleasure in that. When others are startled and perform for scare, it makes them human. Luna's calm made her an island you can lean on. I leaned. It doesn't fray, she said, quietly. Her voice did not carry across the murmur, but the portrait beside her made a soft, congratulatory noise. It splits with intention. Everything at Hogwarts splits with intention, I said, because I had to say something. My public face requires economy, the economy of shall we have another waltz. The Malfoy smile is a functioning contrivance built to sell confidence at a glance. She glanced up at me, and there was a tiny crease at the edge of her eyes, a constellation I had learned to read. Not everything, she corrected. This one is probably cut to coax the winds along the seam. Look. She fished a scrap from the frayed fabric and held it to the lantern light. On it, the silver thread chimed faintly, like a tiny bell under water. There was a pattern woven through it that made my jaw go slick with the proprietary sort of recognition I only allowed myself in the privacy of the manor library, a spiraling knot ancient as family banners. Not ours, not exactly, but of the same liturgical grammar as the urn's decoration. My mouth went dry. There is a trick I have perfected over the years, an art of appearing precisely where I need to be while pretending the movement was effortless. I drifted, gently, so that my arm brushed hers. People obey you because you command an atmosphere. There were privileges in being a Malfoy. There were the other kind of privileges too, knowledge, danger, contracts written in ink that smelled of iron and old books. I had both. For once I did not want the crowd watching. For once I wanted the quiet. Do you want to go look? Luna asked. We could have walked away. There was no rule that required us to be immediate heroes of whatever spectacle the castle served up. That the festival made the castle's C9 sing in a particular way, it thinned the castle's attention, like a loom set to faster speed. Ritual-minded people know that the more distracted the host, the easier it is to pass a needle through. Someone had threaded a needle tonight. We detached from the knot of spectators and moved closer to the dais where faculty stood. Flanking the high table, the portraits were getting fidgety. They leaned out of frames and whispered at each other in tones that were frankly embarrassing for such august images. The moving staircases, too, took the opportunity to be mischievous. One flight, in particular, gave a small cough and then extended outward as if to draw people toward a corridor that led to an old maintenance passage. Scholarly types would later say the staircases were reacting to the festival's enchantments. I prefer to say that old things will always do their own thing when the air changes. The first bright lights went out in a cluster like eyelids closing. Lanterns flickered and went dim, then bright, then died entirely, which made the pale stars look suddenly less like ornaments and more like wounds. There was an intake of breath as if the entire audience had been told a secret and declined to be polite about it. A child cried. Someone attempted to clap as if it might help restore the light. That is the trouble with people, they always assume applause will fix the weather. Sabotage, someone near me said, I could not place the voice, which is why people are useful. You eavesdrop and become better at anticipating threats. A pressing hand at my arm made me turn. Lucius had materialized beside me with all the feral ease of a man who believes himself the owner of any room he occupies. He was perfectly composed. His brows gave a single, minor twitch that betrayed worry. Narratives do not die if the man who fosters them keeps smiling. Probably technical failure, I said, because to propose sabotage would be to provide an opponent with motive and air. This castle has a long history of enthusiastic electrical innovation. Faults can be fixed, Lucius murmured. He was watching the crowd, not the lights. Men like him grew aggressive when people applauded them. They preferred silent, steady influence. Severus was on the dais with the staff, a figure in shadowed robes that made him look less like a teacher and more like a bad-weather front. He had that expression of his, contained, inevitably severe, as if the rest of us were a series of minor annoyances he tolerated only because diplomacy required it. He watched the frayed banner and the dead lanterns, and his face hardened into the sort of calculation I had come to expect. For once, we shared an unspoken currency, the knowledge that whoever made tonight their canvas had precisely timed symptoms. It was not incompetence. It was not cashless mischief. It was ritual. Keep the students calm, Severus said once the lanterns died fully, his voice carrying over the hush like a blunt instrument. Do not allow avenues to open up. Right, said Professor Barty Crouch the younger would have said, had he been present. But the present faculty dispersed into practical gestures, warm cloaks, levitation of fallen decorations, attempts to reknot the banners with spells that fizzled. The room smelled suddenly of hot wax and panic perfume. That is when the sky pressed down. I do not mean the sky grew ominous and thunderous, because that would be too dramatic for this sort of thing. The stars above the terrace seemed to cluster and lower, as if the distance between ceiling and head tightened. The air thickened like gelatin. People felt this as a weight, a mental pressure that made thought slow and language slur. You could see it in the faces, mine searching for the right syllable and failing. Luna's lips moved gently, forming words I could not hear. She took my hand again and squeezed. The smallness of the gesture was enormous. The festival was, in many ways, a test. Hogwarts is full of such tests, the castle itself enjoys constructing them. The room of requirement is meant to be that particular test personified, give it a need, and it responds. Tonight, the need was communal. The room was supposed to be closed off beneath the north wing to provide extra clearance for the performance. Someone had, either by design or accident, placed a charm on the doors that would open them into the room if enough people sought refuge. It was a sensible precaution. It also had the unfortunate side effect of offering the castle a very public way to move its furniture. When the sky pressed down, the crowd, I cannot blame them, turned toward the rooms. The room of requirement, living up to its name, decided to provide what it thought people needed. And it did something else, more vicious. It tried to rationalize the anxiety by opening to an interpretation it had not been given. The room, at the best of times, is fickle. At the worst of times, it is literal. Doors slid apart and a new corridor spilled into the hall. It was not the corridor we had been promised by the map of rehearsals. Instead, it was a twisting doorway that opened onto a sequence of small, private spaces, a narrow gallery of portraits that had not been invited to the evening, a dusty rehearsal theatre with half-made props, and then, worst of all, a bell tower, where the air sang with hollow resonance and the wind looked like a hungry mouth. The room had displaced its interior logic into the public sphere and offered the crowd an ill-fitting array of egresses. People streamed into where the room led as if tugged by unseen hands. The moving staircases, jealous of the new traffic, started altering their courses to match. Those staircases tend to be petty and ambitious. They prefer to push people into the bell tower and the portrait corridor. Portraits, for their part, were incensed at the intrusion and shouted advice that was at best irrelevant and at worst actively dangerous. The entire affair was beginning to look like a very bad painting. Get them out, Severus snarled under his breath, but there was an economy to his voice that suggested he expected me to be part of the solution, not merely a spectator. There is a particular light when he delegates. It is the light that says he knows you must make a choice and will judge you for it later. I had never liked to be given that light by anyone but Professor Snape. It makes your chest hollow in a familiar way. It also makes you capable of action. I planted my heels and felt every muscle prepare for politeness wrapped around urgency. Leadership is a costume you learn to wear well. Tonight I would do it without ceremony. With a brief, perfectly controlled motion, I stepped to the front and lifted my chin. "Everybody, please," I said, and the crowd obeyed not because my voice was loud, but because Malfoy men carry an undertone of ownership people never entirely shrug off. "Find your houses. The room is being helpful. We will be orderly. Prefects, form lines." It was an easy thing for a Slytherin to command. Slytherin students were on cue, disciplined and delighted by the chance to cooperate publicly. A green line formed. Hufflepuffs pushed in with reliable good sense. Ravenclaws glided, suspiciously efficient. Gryffindor did what Gryffindor does under pressure. Some were fearless, some hysterical, and some simply leaned hard into dramatics. The prefects did a passable job of shepherding children, and the portraits supplied a chorus of scandalized parental advice. My hand found Luna's like an anchor. And then the ceiling wet porcelain. This is the sort of phrase you will read in later recollections and think, there is no such thing as weeping ceilings, unless you have ever seen the castle take its rhythmic grief and translate it into physical matter. The bell tower had, in ancient times, housed an array of decorative porcelain tiles carved with ritual sigils. The tower was old and its memory long. Under pressure, emotional, magical, whatever the right combination, the tower will weep fragments of itself. Tonight, in response to the room's confusion, it dropped shards as if sobbing. Porcelain fell like a rain of tiny moons. The pieces were cold and sharp. They clinked on the stone and scattered in patterns that made my skin prickle with a remembered mnemonic. There were marks on them I had seen before, markings used in the urn's construction, little kill rings that burned with the specific signature of ancestral binders. The fragments made me taste iron. An effective ritual maker will always leave a language on their work, a dialect you can read if you grew up among the right volumes. I had, reluctantly, grown accustomed to these dialects. Luna touched a shard with the same casual reverence she applied to the banner. Her fingers were not afraid of hurt. "They're arranged," she said. "Like a circle. A circle is a circle until it is not. A circle placed in the wrong weather can be a trap." These fragments were falling into a subtle pattern, half moons aligning to form rings. If you read the air around them, if you had the patience to turn the world inside out, you could see the faint shimmer where magic was laying tracks. Someone was trying to wake a node. Not reopen a seal, that would have been loud and clumsy, but to test, to prod, to listen for a note. We were not supposed to have these threads laid so publicly. It meant an enemy was bold. It meant they had something to gain by watching the castle's reaction when it was deceived into airing its secret. It also meant, more dangerously, that whoever had placed these fragments at our feet understood the ritual grammar enough to coax the room into giving them a function. That is a skill that requires not only knowledge but access. I felt suddenly very alone in the warmth of Lucius's proximity. He was the kind of man who would understand this as leverage. "Seal them," Severus said from the dais, but his voice carried, I noticed, something that wasn't quite instruction. It was a test. Do not let the ring close. If you tell people not to do something, you get a clear picture of their character. Some people comply out of fear, some out of principle, and some because you have, at that moment, modeled the only correct answer. I had lessons not only in magic but in the ethics of demonstration. In a public emergency, you want to show competence. Competence buys you quiet. Quiet buys you time. I stepped forward, letting my robes billow with a performance calibrated to be reassuring. Two nearby prefects glanced to me and moved. I drew my wand in slow, disciplined circles that made the students think of practiced charm work and not of ad hoc ritual. The porcelain shards answered my motions with a tremble of silver light. There was a brief, traitorous whisper in the air, an echo of a language I'd rather not have heard again, that suggested the fragments were eager to be part of the whole. We could have closed the circle, ended the experiment. That would have required names and accusations and a very public arrest. That would have been politically explosive and, worse, a sign we had been surprised. Public surprise is a vulnerability you cannot afford when you are aiming to reconstruct reputation. Besides, you do not solve ritual probes with spectacle. You solve them with calculation and, sometimes, with the right self-sacrifice. The pattern was a probe. No one in their right mind would bait a node during a festival unless they wanted our attention. Attention is what politics consumes. I looked up at Lucius, and he met my gaze with a single, small calculation. His hand twitched toward the coin he'd been fiddling with earlier. He was thinking of bargaining. Hurried bargains in public make for very ugly compromises. No, I said, under my breath, and Luna's fingers tightened. I began to work then in a way I had practiced in the Manacella with old ritual diagrams and the edge of a very patient library. There are knots you can tie in the air with a wand that look like decoration and do the work of glue. There are phrases older than our textbooks that don't sound like much, that the castle hears as homage and settles. There are, too, loopholes. I had the prophecy in my possession. I had a clause someone, clever and cruel in equal measure, had written into an old oath. I had used it once, an omission that kept the urn sealed, and I knew its arithmetic. If you redirect a ritual's cost onto a living anchor bound by the same ritual grammar, you buy time at a price. I would not think of that price now, I told myself. Now the price was irrelevant. There were 300 students in the terrace area and the portrait of a departed headmistress shouting vain advice about umbrellas. I set my jaw and tied what I could without saying the word that made any of this a contract. Back, I said, to the prefects. Give space. They moved like obedient chess pieces. I felt the rings tremor like the pulse of a drum. Luna murmured a string of words that were not in any textbook, but they were correct in a way only she could be. She bent, gathered shards with gloves of white tissue, and held them above the stone. She had a sense of how things fit that the rest of us framed as eccentricity. Under her fingers the fragments seemed to cool. It was like watching someone play a musical instrument on which I had no talent and then wondering why I had never heard music like that before. Severus watched me as if this were a demonstration. He has that faculty, the ability to measure your limits while using you to achieve his ends. The look he gave me translated as, choose carefully. Use what you can, but remember the ledger. I remembered the ledger. I remembered obligations I had traded in the dark, bargains that were always, somehow, about the cost being deferred rather than destroyed. There are ritual moves, and there are bargains. You can bind a circle tightly with knots of light, but if someone has placed a key inside the ring they may have left a glitch, the secret that the ring will need a warm hand to close. My hand caught on that anomaly like a hook. I worked regardless. It was an ugly, improvised patch, my wand strokes quick, my throat dry, my robes a flutter of poison calm. I pressed the line closed with a shudder that felt like a small bruise. The ring ebbed. The shards quieted. The sky lost its press as if someone had withdrawn a hand from the castle's neck. The portraits resumed their commentary, louder, more scandalized, less helpful. The lanterns relit themselves with a theatrical little gasp, as though the castle were content to pretend the incident had been a trick. People clapped, uncertainly, at the right time, and the faculty sighed. Lucius placed a hand at my shoulder, too public, and yet protective in a way that made the marrow of me ache. Narcissa leaned in, her smile at once private and full of calculation. The morning of grudges and negotiations had been deferred. For a moment, one breath of a moment, the world seemed to resume its decorum. Luna and I stood amid the remnants of porcelain like two people who had taken a walk and found a battle. She laughed, a small, astonished sound that warmed my chest the way a tag of sunlight warms a cold stone. I thought the festival might be more literal, she said. I like how the castle does its own indoor celebrations instead of relying on decorations. Her hair glinted in the restored lantern light and I felt something inside me reshape. Not like surrender. Not like capitulation. Something that recognized a constant presence and stopped pretending it was optional. in the press of the crowd, in the way she kept a careful hand on my forearm when there were new fragments and new tentacles of magic at play, I knew I was not merely pleased by her presence. I was beholden to it. There was a new weight in my chest that had nothing to do with prophecy or bargains. It was an equally binding sort of claim. But the victory, the little one we had extracted, was an illusion of safety. I had felt the price before I made the knot. The loophole runs like a thin red line through contracts. You find a way to shift the cost, and inevitably something becomes owed. You can silence a ring by making yourself its stopgap. You can slow a node by becoming its warm anchor. You can seal a ritual with your blood and think you have shut the door. You have not. Not entirely. Severus drifted down the dais with the measured step of a man who intends to interrogate the landscape. He stood before me, fingers steepled. "Well handled," he said. I inclined my head like a trained thing. "It was a test," I said. It is useful sometimes to call things by their names. Someone intended us to react. Indeed. He did not press further then. He had an economy of question. He also had a way of letting other people volunteer information. I did not volunteer. I had reasons. The ledger reposed under my ribs, humming like a concealed instrument. Lucius's hand on my shoulder tightened, just slightly, the kind of touch that says much and solves nothing. Later, over private meals and late-night negotiations, he would remark, with the particular combination of pride and demand he reserves for his eldest, that I had a talent for public theatre. He was right, in his own way. Tonight my theatre had been necessary. The ministry reporters, naturally, had a field day. They framed the disruption as festive mischief or Hogwarts charm testing. That is what such people do, they flatten nuance into soundbite. There were interviews, and I performed as expected, apologetic, composed, grateful for the staff's swift response. I made jokes about the castle's mood, I laughed in the approved places. I was, in every public sense, exactly the sort of young man who deserved to be trusted with a family's name. The cameras liked that. The cameras always like a good costume. No one asked me why the porcelain bore the kill markers of the urn. No one asked, either, why the frayed banner used ancestral knotwork to coax the room. They are details you must not volunteer. Luna lingered beside me as the crowd thinned. The castle cleaned itself in a way that felt almost conspiratorial. Porcelain shards levitated into the sleeves of suits and popped out of skirts like unfortunate ornaments. Portraits tucked their heads back into frames with the air of feudal ladies whose dignity had been ruffled. The night settled into an uneasy afterglow. A wind picked up, as if the castle were glad to shed the pressure and resume its ordinary, mischievous temperament. "You're quieter than usual," she observed. She always offered an observation. It was the same thing as an invitation in her vocabulary. "Politics," I said. "It is a large word that covers many sins." "Logistics." People with a taste for ritual who know how to test a place when no one is looking. Her mouth made that small line that signaled she was thinking in angles. "Someone left messages in the festival's chest," she said. "To see what the castle would show when asked in a hurry." "Messages?" I said. "Like breadcrumbs," she said. "Little things they leave to map response. It's a way of reading the scenes, you see. If you know where to press, the room will answer. If you know which banners to fray, the tower will cough up its memories." I listened because she had a habit, perhaps developed from being raised to consider the impossible, of making complex ideas seem simple. It is a remarkable talent. It makes everyone around her foolish with gratitude, because when things are messy you want somebody to hand you a knitting needle and say start here, and she did that more than anyone I knew. "You think this was a trial?" I said. She considered. "And something else." "A mark." "A mark." The word fell between us like a coin. There are marks in politics, too, small notches on a breeding stock. They tell you what someone wants. The one I saw in her mouth said, "A warm touch will not be enough." She was right. A mark is a promise. We walked toward the gate of the terrace where some students were still stubbornly arguing about the ethics of applause. Lucius had gone back into the fold of people who trade in power. Narcissa followed with a shawl, a look I suspected of calculating who she might need to call later. I stood beside Luna on the edge of the terrace, looking down at the grounds, where lanterns cast circles on the gravel and the lake lay like black glass. The castle breathed behind us, a contented, scolding sort of thing that kept its deeper memories like secrets in a back pocket. "Do you think they'll come back?" Luna asked me suddenly. "To test the other seams?" "Yes," I said. It was not a prediction so much as a certainty. People who test once will test again. They are not satisfied until they know how far the mechanism will bend. They might be trying to map the lattice. They might be looking for a seam we haven't noticed. "Then we'll have to find the seam first," she said, with that particular calm that made her sound like a person designing a modest but very effective trap. The rest of the night blurred into pleasant aftercare, speeches about resilience from the headmistress that were well-worded and vague, a quiet supper in the Slytherin common room where the students traded tall tales and no one admitted they were afraid. I sat with Lucius and Narcissa. We spoke of appropriate things, charity donations, potential reintegration into certain circles, and the art of appearing magnanimous even when you want to be ruthless. Severus found me for a moment and left me with a small, corded instruction: keep your obligations private, and your choices measured. Measured, I said, because that was agreeable. I did not tell him then, could not tell him, about the small knot I had made in the terrace circle that had asked of me a warmth I was not ready to name. There are bargains you make with your voice as a public figure, and there are bargains you make with your bones. Later, when the castle quieted and the students had been sent to their dormitories with hot cocoa and tacit instructions not to talk about what had happened because the adults would do that, Luna and I walked down by the lake. The stars above were no longer indifferent, they seemed to be mile markers. The air had cleared to a kinder chill. We sat on the edge of the shore with our feet aiming at the black water as if it were a confession booth that did not judge. "You were very brave," she said after a time. Brave, in this world, is a flexible word. We attach it to acts of force and to acts of small courage. I have been called brave before by people who meant, in their own fashion, to flatter. This was not the sort of compliment I'd expected to be meaningful. It landed, quiet and oddly precise. I had to be, I said, which was truer than I intended. It meant not only that 300 students had been at risk but that the family name hung on a thread tonight. If the ring had been closed by a petty ministry, or if Lucius had chosen to choose the wrong moment to bargain, the fallout would have been ugly in ways that would not be mitigated by the manor's privileges. The privileged are always more exposed to rumor. I understood that older than most. I also understood the other implication: I had done something that would be read as a sign. For those who liked conspiracy, it offered them a neat explanation. Luna reached over and touched my hand. It was a small, utterly sensible gesture, like the ones her mother might have offered in a world that kept its sadness small. Her fingers were warm. My throat tightened. "Thank you," she said simply. The word contained entire histories I did not pretend to deserve. "Don't mention it," I said, but the words were both a dismissal and an admission. There are times when you are grateful and when you are not prepared to make it a habit. Accepting help makes you insidious to a pound. She laughed softly and then was serious in the way that made her eyes look as if they had stored up starlight. "I think you were the right person to stop it," she said. Of course, I lied, half to her and half to the universe. I mean, I had been the right person in the technical sense. I had the knowledge and the vocabulary. But rightness felt odd when the ledger hummed beneath my ribs. Rightness meant obligations unmade, choices deferred. Rightness meant the cost had been shifted and was, like a poppy seed, lodged somewhere I could not yet find. She leaned her head against my shoulder in that slow, unhurried way she has, and for the first time the thought of a future without that small, steady presence was a kind of ache I would not endure. It is curious how domestic the feeling was, less a trumpet blast of destiny and more the suffocating comfort of being exactly where you belong. I realized, with a clarity reserved for things that make you terrified of the consequences, that she was no temporary anchor. She was a seam I had been rewoven with, whether I wanted the pattern to show or not. I did not tell her about the clause I had invoked. I did not tell her the shape of the oath or the language in which the contract had been drafted. Some secrets are heavy because they are a responsibility, and some because the truth would make your partner's eyes widen and then leave. She is the sort of person who wants honesty folded into conversation like a map. I am the sort of person who knows the places on the map that if pointed out would blow up the countryside. We sat together until the moon leaned low and the castle's last nitpicks had been remedied. The night stitched itself back into tolerable scenes. The room would reopen on a day where the castle could think about what it had done. The moving staircases would scold themselves and return to their usual petty intrigues. The portraits, in their small, furious way, would rewrite the evening into a lesson about attentiveness or about the failure of correct protocol. The ministry would write an article that praised Hogwarts for its resilience. I would be lauded for my composure and even perhaps for my bravery. Lucius would take his cues and decide which meetings to hold in private and which dinners would be invitations. Narcissa would call certain mothers and reassure them. And I would hold the knowledge that when a ring needs warmth, someone had to be the hand that applies it. For better or worse, the knot was tied. "Stay," Luna said unexpectedly, with a practical, very Luna sort of insistence. "Stay at the manor for a bit. It's easier to work from there." I meant, we can. I turned to look at her. She had the small, determined look she gets when she has decided she will arrange things her way. The moon silvered her face into an image that had nothing to do with assembly lines or family strategy. It had, instead, everything to do with the way a person takes your life and makes it less of an experiment and more of a home. I thought of the ledger, of Severus's measured voice, of the vow that sat in my chest as if it had been sewn there. I thought of lucidity and the hard arithmetic of obligations. I thought of the way her hand had felt in mine when the porcelain fell. I thought of how many people had watches to watch me and how few of them truly knew which kind of clock I carried. "I'm staying," I said. It was an answer that felt both reckless and true. It was an admission that whatever else the prophecy had placed on my shoulders, worth and love could coexist, they could walk dangerous corridors together. There would be costs. There were always costs. But there were also choices. Choosing to keep someone with you when the world insisted you should be alone is, I have decided, a form of courage that tastes like cinnamon. She smiled, small and victorious, and slipped her hand into mine as if she had always been practicing. The castle sighed, content, scandalized, and inexorably watchful, and the air around us was warm with 1,000 small reprieves. The festival had wound down, the omen had been answered, and the room of requirement, oddly, seemed satisfied. Even it understood, in that private way the old building has, that not all scenes must be plucked open at once. Yet as we rose to walk back up the gravel path toward the manor, toward politics and scripts and bargains and the quiet domesticities of conspirators, I felt, very clearly, the tug below the surface. The knot I had placed in the terrace would hold only until someone clever enough came close enough to test it properly. There would be more tests. There would be nights when the sky pressed down and the bell tower coughed up new pieces. And there would be the ledger, always. I do not like debts. I have always preferred to settle them on my own terms. But for the first time in a long while I did not imagine doing it entirely by myself. Luna's fingers tightened and I returned the squeeze. The stars were pale, yes, but not exhausted. They were the sort of stars that can teach you to be patient, a faint light that nonetheless knows the pattern of the sky. We walked back into the manor with the long quiet that comes after a party's last guests leave. The portraits at the manor nodded at us in tired recognition, and there was treacle tart in the kitchens that tasted of triumphant, exhausted consolation. Lucius was waiting with new plans already formed in the creases of his expression. Narcissa had a list of calls and a face that implied she might abandon it all for the immediate business of keeping the people she loved safe. Severus's remark about measured choices replayed in my mind like a metronome. I felt, in that soft afterglow, the first tremor of a new decision. There are things you sign when you are certain they will keep a room safe or a family intact. There are other things you sign because the person next to you turns your life into something you never wanted to lose. I had made a knot in the terrace ring by instinct and oaths. Tonight, as Luna's head rested against my shoulder and Lucius drafted new alliances, and Severus noted the ledger's balance with a look I could not read, I knew that the knot's cost had begun to collect. We had a summer ahead where obligations would bloom like weeds in the garden. I did not know yet which of those weeds would prove poisonous. I only knew one thing with the stubborn clarity of someone who has watched torn banners and porcelain fall and chosen to stand in the way. I would not face it alone. Chapter 27. Decision. The carved map sat in the heart of the manor like a thing that had swallowed a small continent and never quite forgiven us for asking it to. It was built into the floor of the gallery, the old gallery, where portraits tended to hold their breath and the light fell thin and cold, a bruise of mahogany and silver filigree that traced the seals as though someone had tried to make sense of their geography by turning them into a landscape you could walk. Each seal was a small boss of metal, inset with something older than our house, a sliver of bone, a chipped shard of pottery, a thread of linen that still smelled faintly of smoke. The lines between them had been engraved, a lattice of fine grooves that tasted of wards and the kind of ritual exactitude Severus would admire for its cruelty. I had stood there before, of course. The map had seen every waking and most of my sleeping month since the urn had been put back in its place and the castle had taken a long, rattled breath. It had listened, too. Portraits were indiscreet, and had been witness when we traced the grooves and tried to read them like weather. Tonight it hummed, a low thing underfoot, and one of the seals near the westward line winked as if it were a candle guttering. "If you look at it sideways," Luna said, coming up behind me on that familiar, quiet tread of hers, "it looks a little like a spider that has been mended with silver." It was my favorite of her images. Everything she said rearranged the world into an economy of small truths rather than obligations. For once, I let myself smile without thinking of it as a mask. She had her hair pulled back in a lazy, practical way she favored when we were working, stray tufts like a crown of dandelions, and she was holding a pile of papers so carefully it seemed she was afraid they might still be shy. "The spider," I said, "is better company than most people at the moment." She laughed, a small sound that didn't much match her speaking voice. It loosened something in my shoulders. "Which is handy. Spiders don't demand dinners in the drawing room or insinuate political friends." "You're diplomatic tonight," I said. "Or cruel. I always confuse the two where you are concerned." "You confuse flattery for cruelty," she said. "You're very good at both." She was right, because flattery had been what I had learned to sell. It was the currency that kept the Malfoy name from falling entirely off the scales of public regard, and it bought us a precarious peace. But currency was also an accounting, and there are debts you cannot haggle away. The prophecy I'd been chosen by was not kind enough to let me bargain in smiles. It had demanded terms in a language older than handshakes. I had concealed it behind pale courtesy and the rustle of silk until the pores of my life were almost worn smooth. "I don't want to die for them," I said suddenly, and there it was, not a question but a fact I had carried like a pebble in my shoe for seasons. Luna's hand found mine. She always had the oddest instinct for the precise place to lay a palm. Hers was not the frantic protective touch Narcissa favored, it was gentler, as if she were testing for heat. "You don't have to," she said. "You can accept the duty without the death." Lots of things in ritual magic are about how you define the words. Anchor does not only mean give your life. It means to hold. There are ways of holding that are not a straight line to the grave. Her confidence made me both hopeful and cautious. Luna, for all the waywardness others heard in her, thought like an archivist. She'd spent months in the library with a persistence that annoyed the portraits out of their composure. She knew the old languages and the older evasions. If anyone could find a loophole that still had the ritual backbone to hold, it would be her. "You're in favor of semantic revisionism," I said. "How very dangerous." "It's practical," she replied. "And it's sort of beautiful." I looked down at the carved map. The west seal pulsed again. I suppose that to most people a map is a map, but maps that are also wards have a way of making demands. If you stand on them long enough, the lines begin to look like obligations. The prophecy sat in my chest the way 100 small braids of silver might sit on a neat gentleman's cuff, conspicuous, conspiring, woven into the very thing I presented to the world. It had named me. It had made me both an answer and a risk. The oath I'd sworn at the urn had narrowed the options until they looked cruel: accept and be the anchor, or refuse and become a target for everyone who wanted to see the lattice fail. Severus had given me another option in his usual, clipped tone, a bargain that smelt of necessity and exasperation. He bore information like a man who had been paid with patience that was earned rather than owed. He told me truths like bone pavings in a hallway, stark, unavoidable. He had some ritual knowledge. He had ways of describing the arithmetic of bindings that made me uneasy. When a man treats obligations like a ledger, you know he expects repayment. And there was Lucius, lurking like a footnote at every decision. Lucius's own appetite for restoration was a weather system. When the Malfoy name has power, he breathes. When it does not, he sharpens. There would be temptation, for him, for others, to weaponize the prophecy. Use my role as leverage. Tie our family back together by offering my position as collateral. Sell the need for me to some higher bidder who would view the cost as an investment. That was the part one feared most. I had been chosen. I refused to let my being chosen be turned into a debt the world forced us to pay with our children. You understand you'll be making waves, Luna said, as if reading the ledger myself. You're not just refusing a tragic destiny on your own. You're changing the terms the rest of them expect. I am allergic to being predictable, I said, which was a lie. I was not allergic, I was terrified. I was almost always terrified. But it sounded smoother than fear, which would have left me flapping. Luna's voice softened. You don't have to do it alone. But if you do it alone, make it clear it's your choice. I rubbed my hands over my trousers. The carved floor was cool. The silver wiring that ran through the grooves reflected my pale face in tiny crescents. All of this had a look of fortitude. It radiated a steadfast severity that made the castle itself seem to scold me into action. How do you write a choice into the map? I asked. How do you make a statement that even portraits and staircases have to notice? The urn's counter-ritual used a concept I studied, she said, producing a sheet of notes as if from nowhere. It established anchors as nodes in a lattice with rules of succession and repair. If we can change the lattice rules, not the existence of anchors, just what they cost, we can reassign the nature of the price. It is not purely legal language, Luna. This is a thing of magic, and magic resists cunning as a matter of principle. She blinked at me, grave for once. Magic isn't principled. People are. We argued the point with the precision of two minds that had been bred, in different sorts of households, to enjoy the exactness of ideas. I saw the possibilities as a series of hedged bets. If we redistributed the anchor across a network of willing nodes, we could dilute the mortal cost. If we bound the anchor not to life but to agency, to a responsibility that could be revoked by a collective rather than a single hand, then the Malfoy name could no longer be forced into the ledger. Portraits and relics can hold memory, Luna said. They are not human, but they are witnesses and can be participants. If the lattice accepts witness anchors, vessels that carry the burden of recall rather than of flesh, the cost becomes, mathematically, a sharing. The magic measures equivalence. Memory and presence can equal blood, in the old arithmetic. It was one of those sentences of hers that sounded like someone turning a page inside your head. Memory for blood. I had always believed memories were cheaper. In my family they had often employed memory as currency. But the proposal had a beauty to it. You did not extinguish a line. You preserved it in a different way. You're suggesting that I be the one to accept a role that binds me to the lattice, I said. But rather than the lattice drawing from my life, it draws from my commitments, my choices, and from a network I create. Instead of a single point of failure, it becomes distributed. Yes, she said. You accept the duty, you anchor yourself, but you anchor into a system that can be offered up, replenished, and, crucially, revoked. You refuse the hereditary clause. You refuse the default of Malfoy blood as the only currency. It sounded both cunning and impossibly hopeful. There would be work. There would be countersigns and counterwords. There would be Severus waiting with his ledger and Lucius waiting with his appetite. But the map trembled at the edges as if it liked the idea. The scarlet line just flickered, I observed. How long until someone notices we've moved the terms? That depends on whether you write it into the lattice with your name, she said, and then, with a flash of the ridiculous, or whether you engrave it with a better form of ink. My vote is silver. We had argued over small luxuries before. This was not exactly the same, though silver seemed pleasingly Malfoy. Silver for cunning, white for cold. I found a stylus in the drawer of the little cabinet by the gallery, a thin instrument that felt like a wand's cousin. It had been given to me by a portrait uncle who preferred gifts that said things without making a fuss. The stylus hissed when I touched the map with it, a series of fine lines opened in the wood like yawned fissures. Speak what you will bind into it, Luna said. The lattice will listen if you supply an intention. I swallowed. There are vows that are spoken and vows that are thought, both have weight. I wanted to be precise, the sort of precision my family prized, the sort that could be read at court and in cellars. But I wanted, more than anything, to keep the option of love, and of life, and of future mistakes. The prophecy named me, I would not let it name my children without my consent. I would not sign away my mother's future in the name of convenience. I bent my head and spoke words that were almost not words at all. They were a combination of the ritual jargon Luna had taught me and my own private language of bargains, the iron-souled phrasing Severus had once approved with a reluctant nod. I laid out a claim on myself rather than on my blood, Draco Malfoy, voluntary anchor, non-hereditary, revocable by unanimous will of designated nodes, networked with witness anchors including painted memory and willing living participants, no transfer to heirs without explicit consent. It was a ridiculous bureaucracy, and it read like the sorts of defenses the ministry liked when they wanted to be polite. But magic appreciated the exactness of bureaucratic thinking. The silver filigree caught my words and sang them into the wood. The seal near the west line flashed in answer, then another seal along the northern coast murred awake as if acknowledging its neighbor. The map did not object. It considered. You are audacious, Luna said, half impressed, half concerned. It might work. It might also send Lucius into a fury, I said. He will call it either cowardice or political theater. Then he will be furious, she said. And then he'll have to carry on being furious. That is not a bad place to leave him. There was a silence between us then, a silence full of the future like a room waiting for someone to move through it. I had made choices before, foolishly and with too much haste. I had been cruel, graceless, and sharp-witted in all the wrong ways. This choice felt different because I was choosing something people thought was ordained for me and redrafting it. It is one thing to rebel against expectation by being wicked. It is another to rebel by being deliberate. A portrait in the gallery, an ancestor who had always had the look of a man slightly offended by everything, cleared his painted throat in a way that is indistinguishable from a human's harumph when they are keeping an opinion to themselves. Annabel Malfoy, and of course her distaste radiated, leaned forward in her frame and said, in the old voice that echoed down paintings, Draco, must one of us always be made a lesson? No, I said, before I could check myself. The answer surprised me. Not if the lesson is a choice. The painting blinked. Paintings blinked when in conversation. They rarely disagreed in moments of family crisis, loyalties are sticky. Annabel made a small, grudging nod. That night it felt like a favor. You will have to tell your mother, Luna said. Will I? I asked. She will know when the network pulses. The lattice does not permit secrecy among those who are bound to it, not for long. Then perhaps you tell her the way you tell your schoolmates, with the least possible drama and the most possible consequence, she said. Or you simply let her find out and let her make of it as she wishes. It felt like lying either way. Narcissa's patience had a dangerous edge. She was the sort of woman who would take this and make it into protection, which meant she would cross Lucius if need be. I both feared and depended on her. We must notify Severus, I said. He will want the ledger. He will want to know how the balance is being altered. He will not be pleased to see Malfoy vanity in counter-ritual work. Severus will be amused, Luna said, and then, softer, he will be watching me arithmetic as if he expects a trick. Let him expect. Let him find that you anticipate his ledgers. I wanted very much to trust her. We had been living with the castle's half-shepherded fears for months now, and Luna had become my organism of calm. People who had known me when I was younger would have said I had no business being calm. My family drilled charm into us like discipline, and fear as well. But there was something steadier in me these days. Perhaps it was failure tempered by stubbornness, a kind of bone-deep thriftiness about losses. Whatever the reason, I felt more capable than I had a year ago, and that was a strange, disorienting pleasure. Do you imagine you could have done this if the prophecy had named someone else? I asked, not sure whether I was asking Luna or confessing to the carved wood. If it had named someone else, that someone else would be making their own choices, she said. This is not the prophecy's fault. Prophecies are a little like weather reports, accurate for a time and then propelling people into action who should have paused to look out of the window. I did not like the implication that I'd been too quick to obey fate before. There were things in my past I would prefer to forget. But I would not trade my chance now to make the future less brittle. We finished the last bits carefully. I set tiny runes of acknowledgement along the northern grooves that stipulated the participation of witness anchors, and Luna laid down a compact series of sigils that defined revocation as a magical function requiring unanimity among the designated nodes. There were fail-safes, of course. Severus would laugh and call them hedging the covenant. Lucius would call them a concession. But those were words. The map had actually changed, its metal bosses humming like caged bees. There was a physical sense of something loosening in the house. The manor felt lighter in its strategy, perhaps it had been carrying its own version of the burden for a while. A staircase, 3 flights below, creaked as if some unseen carriage had rolled through it. The portrait of an elderly Malfoy who had once been scandalized by sporting clothes leaned out and murmured, "Hearken, a Malfoy decides for himself." It sounded to me like praise. I am not a communal hero, I told Luna then. I will not romanticize this. People will still try to hurt us because of it. They will still try to make me their instrument because that is what they do. Then you will stop them, she said. You will be very, very good at stopping them. I am good at words, I allowed. I am decent at looking like I haven't lost something. I'm adequate with a wand if someone insists on the theatrical. I am not pretty heroic. It does not require prettiness, Luna said. It requires endurance, and a willingness to be ordinary in some things and extraordinary in others. She was modest, not about herself, about everyone. I liked that. I liked that she could speak of endurance like it was the most interesting spell of all. Also, she had the infuriating ability to make me feel entirely seen and entirely ridiculous in one breath. We left the map and the map left us with a small, precise warmth in the floor where our feet had been. I could feel the pulse of the lattice now, slower but steadier. The seal that had been worrying the castle quieted as if satisfied the argument had been made. I told myself I had only made a contractual change. I told myself I had only added clauses, secured exits. I told myself I had not thrown our name to the wolves. But in a house like ours, nothing stays contained for very long. The decision was a light thrown into a pool. Ripples would move outward and everyone would have an opinion about the way ripples made them look. On the stairs, Lucius's shadow leaned in for a moment as if the matter interested him. He said nothing at first. He had been gone from the manor in the day, suiting himself up in the sort of meetings that smelled like old power. He carried himself with a new edge, one that suggested deals being negotiated in a room that was warmer than politics should be. He smelled of someone who had been required to give courtesies to unpleasant people and had learned the advantage of appearing generous. "You have been busy," he said, his voice smooth. "Yes," I replied. "Very." "Do not make your father a lesson," he said mildly. "Lessons do not restore what we have lost." I wanted to tell him, for once, that what we had lost was not exclusively his to reclaim. But there are lines you do not cross with Lucius without preparing the battlefields. I smiled the small smile that undid most of his anger and said, "I am restoring what I can. Including our advantage. It would be foolish to give advantage away." He smiled in that way that is entirely his, one that hides a calculation. Then do not make enemies of possible allies. I would not think of it as making enemies, I said. Just making terms. He looked at me a long time. Very well, he said. Terms are, after all, what we have to sell. He left then, and when he was gone I found that the room had shrunk a little. Lucius had that effect, he made spaces feel like they were being accounted for. I looked at my hands, my pale hands, capable of both cruelty and this strange, careful tenderness where it counted, and felt the weight inside them that had been my prophecy. I had not refused being chosen. I had only refused to be used as capital without consent. When I told Narcissa, because of course she learned within the day, she did not flare or faint. She was all calculation and an immediate readiness to adjust. She kissed my forehead in a way that was both maternal and conspiratorial. You will keep them from making you a sacrifice, she said, in the tone of a woman who was used to doing precisely that. You understand the risk? I asked. I do, she said. And I prefer you to be alive to annoy us a great deal longer. Her humor was as sharp as her loyalty. I wanted, in that small hour, to take her into my arms and tell her everything, the ledger, Severus's bargain, the way Lucius's teeth clicked where he thought about leverage. But secrecy is a tool in my house. I folded it back into my chest. There was time enough to reveal the smaller betrayals. By nightfall the lattice hummed with a new rhythm. The school would notice, of course. Hogwarts paid attention to seals, its portraits and stairs were the first to whisper. Severus sent a note that smelled faintly of pepper and old ink. He did not scold. Instead he asked a single question, the way a man reads a book and then writes the footnote that will haunt later pages, who else? I could not answer him with names. I could answer him with the fact of the change, and that would be enough to make his ledger tremble. He would want to negotiate terms, he always did. He would expect to be paid in some fashion, and I had no doubt he would keep his part of any bargain to a standard no court would envy. That was the kind of man he was. When the hour came for sleep, I set a small charm on the map that would let me know if anyone attempted to cross the lattice without my say-so. It was one of Severus's lessons tucked in with a little trick Luna had found in a book that lived somewhere between an archive and a clearance of unsent love letters. The charm filled the room with the sense of being watched, which was one of those paradoxes we lived under in our family. Safety required being observed and being counted, which is different from being free. I lay awake thinking of the future like one stares at a chessboard across a table. Some pieces moved with me. Some would remain resistant. There would be councils and reverse engineering and, undoubtedly, people who wanted to tear down what I had built because building is oddly unbecoming to them. They will say I shied from death for cowardice. They will say I refused to step into a role because I lacked the stomach. They will say all manner of things in mistaken good faith. And perhaps, somewhere in the middle of those claims, there will be a truth I have not yet tasted. I am not naive enough to think this will make me beloved. I do not want to be beloved. I want to be accountable on my own terms. I want to shelter my family from being default sacrifices. I want the arrogance of my name to stop meaning that someone else can write checks on our lives they will not cash themselves. I had, in older years, believed my destiny meant others would decide where the currency left. Tonight I had rearranged the scales. I had placed myself on one pan and the rest of the world on the other and, for the first time, felt the sense of being able to tip the balance the way I thought fit. There would be cost. There always is. I am not foolish. But cost, at least, is different when you choose it. Luna slept with a hand in mine. It was, as ever, the most unremarkable and marvelous of assurances. She pressed her face against my shoulder and murmured in her sleep, words of no particular language, as if the map's work had wandered into her dream and found pity there. In the morning the portrait of an old Malfoy, not an ancestor of anything noble, merely a man who had scolded ghosts and bankers in equal measure, had written a note to the household. He was delighted, apparently, that a Malfoy had decided to be clever rather than merely dangerous. It is a kind of praise I will accept. Later that week there would be meetings, small rooms, polite faces, and speeches about unity. There will be Severus, of course, who will measure my covenant as if tasting it. There will be Lucius, who will see the political hazard and the advantage in equal measure. There will be Hogwarts, which will notice a distributed lattice and either decide we were more cunning than it or less. There will be those who believe that a prophecy must be paid in one currency and that I had no right to change it. Let them think so. Prophecies, like storms, can be navigated if you know where the shoals are. I know the shoals. For now, the map had been altered. The lattice accepted my clause. The house hummed as if it were content to be a little less predictable for our sake. I had accepted the role the prophecy pointed to, but I had done so by writing myself a different kind of signature. There would be reckoning. There would be retaliation, bargaining, maybe betrayal. There would be nights of counting what we had chosen to hold and why. But the bargain was no longer an inheritance placed on my family without our consent. I would be the anchor, but the anchor would be an act of will rather than a sentence. I had claimed the agency the Malfoy name had always taken for granted and used it to redefine the penalty. The carved map was quiet now, as if listening to the new name it would call when the winds changed. I traced the line we had written and felt, for the first time in a long time, like I had a voice at the table that was not just a performative one. I would be the chosen one. I would decide what the chosen paid. Outside, the portraits of Hogwarts would begin to murmur. Severus would write back. Lucius would decide whether to profit or to sabotage. The lattice would test its new rules. And somewhere in the castle that had been a refuge and a battleground, there was a seal that still bothered the map. It would have to be addressed. I stood up, smoothing my sleeves as if that would make courage look like a habit. Luna squeezed my fingers, awake now and practical. So, she asked. So, I said, and let the world tilt under the weight of the decision. We wait to be blamed and then we fix what they break. She smiled, small and steady. I like it when you take responsibility, she said. I like it too, I admitted. Mostly I like having a choice. The map watched us in silence, grooves filled with our intentions. The seal on the western line blinked once more, as if warning of weather to come. I could already hear the spares shifting their routes, the portraits sharpening their gossip. I could already imagine Severus's ledger, waiting to be balanced. I closed the gallery door gently behind us because some things are worth not making a spectacle of. The world will demand spectacles later. For now, I had made a decision that was mine, written it into wood and silver and witness, and offered the first quiet proof that the Malfoy name would no longer be the dead end of every choice. When the first letter from Severus arrived, the ink was neat and his single sentence both accusation and invitation. I read it and folded it slowly. It would be a conversation better had in a place where walls listen poorly. I put the letter in my pocket, kept my hand in Luna's, and walked toward the drawing room where an argument that involved more than one gentleman's temper awaited. The map had given me a clause. The castle would require proof. And summer, as ever, had a way of testing promises with a kind of slow appetite that made me both afraid and unaccountably ready. Some bargains are terrible. Some are salvageable. I had chosen mine, now I would spend the rest of the season ensuring it did not become a funeral. Chapter 28, Summer That Stays Open. If victory had a taste, it would not be champagne. It would be something drier, metallic at the back of the tongue, the aftertaste of a promise kept by cleverness and nerves. We had closed the first seal, sealed the urn back in its cradle, arranged apologies and smiles and precisely measured acts of contrition for public consumption. The headlines were polite. The portraits in the drawing room whispered condolences of the appropriate length. My father practiced his smile until it shone the way a tarnished heirloom might if you buff it long enough. And yet whatever a seal ate to be fixed left behind crumbs, a set of seams that shivered in the dark, a registry of loyalties that had been forced to bend and refused to sit straight. Hogwarts, which had always been clever enough to look after itself, was not as whole as we told ourselves it was. The castle kept murmurings. Staircases shuffled in new patterns as if trying to forget old roots. A few portraits refused to wait properly, and the ones that did spoke around things, their painted eyes drawn to edges as if something had been cut away and set aside. Small, practical mischiefs, students tripped by steps that were suddenly taller, lessons interrupted by doors that opened onto the wrong corridor, grew out of a scene tension I had not the luxury of ignoring. The cost of the first seal's repair had dispersed itself into the warp of Hogwarts. It wanted attention. I intended to give it some. Luna was the sensible person in the room who made eccentricity look like a plan. There are a great many ways to be odd. Luna's was precise. She had a talent for mapping things that were not maps, the way an old portrait tilted its head depending on the weather, the way a stair favored certain feet, the whisper of a buttressed arch that meant, in plain language, there was worry in the mortar. She and I had spent the spring running fingers across bound volumes the library would rather not speak of, peeling back ceremonial diagrams and fragmentary notes until patterns answered. She would listen to the castle and translate it into work she could set a margin square to. Her notes were full of small telescope diagrams and underlined conjectures. Her hair caught the late sun and made her look dumber and more dangerous than she was. I liked that about her. We were not alone in our work. Severus had arrived, because he always arrived when things had the potential to be a problem, and he arrived as he always did, everything folded inward, brimmed with a patience that rarely made room for gratitude. Narcissa stood where she had always stood for me. She had the look of someone who would trade a world if it meant keeping the people in her world safe. My father, restless and more dangerous for being slowed, lurked on the edges of our meetings. He requested a veto on things he found insufficiently devious. I listened to him, as children of his sort do, and then did what had to be done without his permission. Not because I am disloyal, God knows loyalty is an old habit learned at my mother's knee, but because the nerve of the world sometimes asks for a different kind of fidelity. The plan, if I can be generous and call it that, was to perform a counter-ritual at one of the scenes. Not to purify the remainder of the lattice but to stabilize a particular knot where the energy of the first seal had left a rawness. The room we picked had consented, in Luna's language, to being called the Little Green Room and had, in mine, not resisted too much. It was a place that only appeared if you precisely needed it, and for the past few weeks it had the look of a small, patient chapel, shelves of clocks that ticked at irregular intervals, a shallow pool of water that reflected your face sideways, and a floor of tiles that hummed when you walked. The room of requirement, always mercurial, was tired. It smelled faintly of lavender and iron. It opened for us because the castle trusted, if not me, then that we had not yet given it a reason to hate. There is a fashion for dramatics in rituals, as if a candelabrum makes belief more reliable. Our ritual was utilitarian. We needed components whose echoes resonated with the urn and with the house. Porcelain, shards left over from the glasswork used in the urn's making, a length of ancestral braid, a cord from Malfoy Manicello that had been kept for funerary purposes and smelled of incense and old linen, words that were not spells so much as tight little knobs of promise, and a sacrifice that I had been prepared to call mine. Severus wanted more than my blood. He wanted, as a man of bargains, a ledger entry, a thing I would owe him at a date he could name without giving away his intention. I told him I would consider that later. Narcissa watched him watch me with something like disfavor and asked only for my safety. My father suggested, with a thin and patient smile, that if the binding had to take an anchor, it might as well be one that returned us not only moral credit but political capital. He imagined the castle grateful to the Malfoys. I imagined less glitter than consequence. In the end, the ritual asked for a binding light enough to heal and heavy enough to be felt. The loophole I had carried in my breast, the text of the prophecy and the way it might fold on itself, gave me a trick. There are always tricks. Prophecies are riddles, and riddles invite loopholes if you can feel the seam of their language where it bends toward obedience. I had learned to read law and curse by the same small eyes, find a point where the phrase wanted to mean something but could be made to mean something else. That seam could be used to set an anchor that would not cost a life, but it would cost a tether. The castle could be steadied by the give of me. I said nothing of the oath to my father or to Severus until the night we went to the room. There are moments to be tender and moments to be secret. This one required both. I told Luna because Luna is not the sort who betrays, she is the one who holds curiosities like sacred things. I would have trusted her with less and wondered only at her willingness. The night smelled of rain. Malfoy Manor had never been good at weather, Our greenhouses were better at it than our butlers, but storms suit a ritual. They make the world feel like it remembers older rules. We moved through the manor with the quiet of people who tread very carefully at home. Narcissa attended to a last comfort, having placed a blanket over a statue that had taken to leaning too close to the hearth. Lucius lingered in the library with the kind of interest that was all about the optics of absence, not the absence itself. He peered at me a little as if measuring the potential of my next choice. There is a slant of his look that counts advantage and risk in the same breath. Severus arrived at the manor because he had to, not because he wanted to watch me perform with the kind of care that was also exacting. He wore that long coat of his and had the pale look of someone who holds the weather inside him and chooses whether to rain. He handed me a small, folded note, an invocation in his handwriting, then, because he could not say it out loud, watched the way I might fold it back. There are debts that come in paper and ones that come in silences, both are dangerous. We arrived at Hogwarts the least noticed persons in the sky. I could have gone alone, which is a comfortable truth and an unhelpful one. People like to think one must be isolated to do work of consequence, but stabilizing a scene is both political and practical. We needed witnesses who could bear testimony, and, if necessary, blame. Witnesses are useful because they spread accountability like a blanket. Luna's smile when she walked the grounds was a small, fierce thing. The portraits murmured their greetings with an odd solicitude. Few of them recognized me as the boy they had once known, which was an advantage. The stairs decided, briefly, to show some mood. One lifted in a manner that tried to place us on the wrong floor. A portrait of a gentleman with too much eyebrow muttered something about where he thinks he's going and refused to be coaxed. Luna laughed, and in that laugh the stair eased its back into its old pattern. We set up where the castle scene had been most vocal, a small chapel beneath the west wing whose windows had been re-leaded during the ceiling. The tiles there were uneven and held a hum like the throat of an animal. The portraits on the wall painted their expressions thinly. The ladies and gentlemen wanted to know who we were and whether the world was merely drifting into novelty or peril. We placed the porcelain shards in a ring because ceramics remember heat and what has been fired into them. We braided the ancestral cord through the ring and binded it through the tile with a folded oath, my vow, given in the language of the loophole, and Luna's consent, which she gave without hesitation. Her voice had a steadiness to it that made things possible. I will not pretend the ritual lacked pain. There were cold places in my bones I had not visited before. The binding asked me to give name to the castle in a way that made me responsible. Names matter in our business. To name is to own, and to own is to be owed a return for. I offered my name, and then I learned that a name can be a rope. There was a sensation that something in the masonry took my breath and kept it, as if the west wing had decided to borrow my lungs when it needed them. Energy passed through the porcelain like a river through glass. Severus's voice, low and even, ordered the threads to lay down as if calming a nervous animal. He gave words to the pattern that I could not have spoken, the sort of phrasework you learn in narrow rooms where men with little mercy teach you to bargain. Luna's part was not less magical. She explored the chord of things, listening to how the porcelain sang under my blood scent and telling us, in the plainest terms, where to pin the knots. She set her hand on the tile and hummed, again, not an incantation but a frequency, and the tile answered with a shiver that came down my ribs. At a certain point, the castle spoke back. Not a bell or a voice. A pressure at the base of my skull, like the memory of a blow. A portrait in a corner inhaled, and the windows rattled minutely. I saw, in the periphery, the stairways adjust themselves like a spine settling. The room of requirement behaved with a type of gratitude. The clocks ticked a beat more regular. It was a small victory. It was also a binding. When the ritual finished, it left a map stamped into me. Severus called it an attunement later, with his usual economy of terms. The bond had placed a node, a tasteful and literal word to use for something you prefer not to anthropomorphize, into the west wing. That wing would sleep more soundly now that my name knotted into the lattice. In return, a portion of the castle now answered to my presence in ways I had not intended and could not fully reverse. Anchor, Severus said after, not unkindly, as if naming a scene could make it less heavy. He wanted, quietly, to inventory the liabilities. He is the sort of man who counts what he cannot kill. Narcissa pressed my sleeve. Her hand smelled of the lavender soap she favored. Lucius looked like a gentleman who had been given the choice of ways to use a new tool and was considering which was most profitable. Luna, who had witnessed the whole, did not seem startled. She looked at me like you look at a creature that has skinned itself and not died, taboo knowledge made ordinary by affection. "It's better," she said simply. "It will make the hallways hum less at night. They will have steadier dreams." She could have been speaking about the castle or about me. I did not ask. There is a kind of magic in shared labor that acts like a bandage. You know the wound is there because you see the stitch. The wound does not vanish because you sew it, you delay its expansion. The room of requirement closed behind us that night with the faint sound of a door sighing shut. It leaves you off kilter when it decides it's done, like a person who has finished telling a story and expects you to applaud for reasons you do not entirely understand. Back at Malfoy Manor, late, the house was a hush. Lucius retired to the smoking room to pretend he was reading while the rest of us, sensibly, arranged tea and sat in the drawing room to do the thing families do in crisis, perform normality loudly enough to smother curiosity. Narcissa asked me a small question, the one that mothers always ask when they cannot hide their worry: "Why did you choose yourself?" I had an answer that was true and a larger one that was truer. The smaller truth was that the loophole of the prophecy allowed me to bind in a way that did not cost a life. The larger truth was that I had learned the arithmetic of obligations the hard way. One gives what one can afford to give, and then calculates the margins. I did not tell her the whole because it would have made her leave. Moon was at the window when I finally went to find her. Luna kept the sitting room lamp low. She had taken to sleeping poorly of late, and yet when she was awake her eyes were like the exactness of a compass. We did not do grand statements. We had been spared that. Instead, we held a small conversation about the way the West Wing would fold back into steadiness, the fact that the map of nodes had been broadened but not eliminated, and the curious fact that Severus had accepted paper instead of immediate payment for his part. "He likes his ledgers," Luna observed, as if this were a sportsman's observation. She was right. She was almost always right. She stayed at Malfoy Manor that summer. The household adjusted around her as a thing sometimes does when it notices a necessary alteration. Our house kitchens, normally obsessed with appearances, began to prepare her favorite teas without being asked. I found one place in my night where she slept like the world could be trusted, and in that narrow hour I thought perhaps I could afford to believe her. Love, which arrives at you like a tax, is at once the most reasonable and the most foolish of human ventures. The bond one had made with the castle made certain things happen in me I had not expected. The West Wing was quieter, yes. There was a steadiness in the portrait's wake that allowed students to cross halls without constant traction on stairways that would otherwise fidget. But I gained a sensitivity that was often inconvenient. The castle would tug at me like an anchor line as events bloomed in its rooms. When a quiet argument broke in the Gryffindor common room some nights later, I felt a small pulse under my skin and could not tell if it was the house or a boy's temper. I told myself it was neither and then told myself again that I had been too clever. Cleverness is a fashionable sin among my people. It looks good in rooms where people prefer it. Lucius, who had spent the morning after the ritual feeling the result as if one might touch it like a ledger entry, proposed to the right people that our family had performed a public service. He wrote a letter to the Board of Governors which he properly framed as offering our continued gift. Narcissa intercepted said letter with a look and rearranged it into a request for discretion. We are a family of negotiation. Negotiations sometimes require that certain things be kept private so the bargaining table does not explode. Severus's paper, when he finally proffered his name for the ledger, read like a telejet bargain. He had written a clause that, read at his leisure, meant I would owe him a return. He watched me with those dark eyes and asked for nothing in the moment. He will hold that note in his pocket like a weight. Men like Severus prefer to keep their weights close. I do not expect him to forget. Some are unfolded like a brittle leaf. We had succeeded enough to sleep, but not well. The map of nodes remained, a constellation that could be read by someone who had learned to look in the dark. It was the knowledge of someone who knows a room is built on seams. When I closed my eyes, I could feel the lattice like a raised pattern under my skin. It made living easier in some ways and harder in others. There is a cost to anchoring things. You bind yourself to them in a way that will ask for your presence again. People will say I am dramatic in my phrasing and not necessarily wrong. The truth is unspectacular until it isn't. Our ritual delayed, not healed. The lattice still has loose ends. The urn is safer, less hungry, the castle is steadier, but there are other seals and other scenes and a strange lattice that goes beyond what we can see. I could have bound more, of course. It is tempting to think the world will bless a man who attempts to tidy every loose thread. Binding everything to myself would have made the castle safe and me culpable and maybe, in the end, a martyr. I have the taste for better transactions than martyrdom. I prefer being alive with options. Luna and I spent afternoons mapping the scenes in the library and evenings letting the manor be domestic in ways it had not been for months. We read maps and argued over the best way to fold a cord. She taught me to make a proper knot in a way that made me feel ridiculous and warm. When we walked the grounds, she would stop to look for signs in the hedges, a branch that had been cut oddly or a faint scratch on the bark where something had been fixed. She called them small protests, as if the landscape were a person with a speech impediment. I liked to stand behind her while she laughed at the hedges because her laughter made my world look less like a ledger. There were nights when I woke with the sensation of being called and made the excuse of needing to check something, water drawn for the basins, an errant lock inspected. Narcissa accepted these oddities, such as they were, with contented silence. Lucius used a nocturnality to entertain less savory acquaintances and pretend that being awake at odd hours proved he was a man of enterprise. I did not correct him. There is a pleasure in letting those who require their illusions keep them. Severus did not come to the manor much that summer, and when he did, it was like an economy shock. He arrived and the house noted the balance of things. Once, in the library, he propped one elbow on the table and asked me a question about the prophecy I had never expected to answer aloud. It is a foolish person who speaks the prophecy unless forced. It is a more foolish one who does it in Severus's presence. I said only the parts that needed saying, that the loophole allowed binding without death, that it required a name and a tether, that the cost was not a thing you could count in currency. He listened. His head tilted in what I had learned was a sign he was calculating. Then he offered a small concession that warmed and chilled at once. He would keep the ledger for now, but if ever the debt came due, he would ask nothing of my family. He would ask of me. My heart, which does odd tricks in the company of certain men, leapt and then sank. Severus does not do sentiment. He does transactions. I am grateful to live in a world where I can count things that I cannot otherwise. There is something to be said for the responsibility of binding. It makes you paternal, in a bizarre way, toward the objects you anchor. I find myself scanning the house's portrait galleries and thinking of them like a roomful of children whose curfews I must sometimes enforce. It is ridiculous and very like protection, a thought I wore like a badge, as if protecting a castle were not an exercise in self-preservation masked as nobility. Yet when a child returns from a stair that had misled her, and she arrives safe because the stair no longer shifts, I feel something like proud and therefore human. The summer kept its secrets as summers are wont to do. It was generous and fickle, a patchwork of warm days and small thunderstorms. Luna stayed through it, and the manor hummed with the strangeness of her presence, as if a new sort of music had been introduced and slowly approved by the furniture. People found reasons to stay for dinner and to hear, through a discreet series of glances, a story told in pieces we allowed the public rooms to overhear. That is the politics of safety. You plan your secrets to be the least inflammatory possible and then you hold your breath. At the end of the summer, I measure things by ends, as if the last action in a calendar gives way to the months. I stood in my mother's garden and looked at the west sky. The castle would be safer, now, when it slept. Students would return with more stable feet and fewer late-night stampedes. The lattice would be calmer. The map of nodes remained, a constellation that would be read and reread over the next year. Some would call what we had done a triumph. I called it a delay. We had bought time with an anchor that made me more visible, not less. That visibility has an unpleasant habit of creating interest. Already the right sort of people, those who catalogue debts like trophies, have the eyes to see that I now carry more than the Malfoy name. Severus kept his ledger, Lucius filed his correspondences in a manner that suggested networks rather than mercy, and Narcissa, who worries like a hawk that will not let go, tucked something small into my palm and told me to eat when I forget. Luna, who had walked with me both through halls and into the small dark places where we tested charms on porcelain shards, is staying. She wakes early and cleans the teacups like a small ritual of reassurance. I have never respected domesticity so much. She has a habit of arranging the books in the library by a secret logic that makes them more useful. By the time term approaches, she will have made the manor a field station for the knowledge we need, as if the world were a library we could hope to repair. When I lie awake in a late hour, I sometimes feel the castle tug. It is not a demand so much as a test, an old house checking that its anchor is still where it should be. The tug is quiet, a thread in the blood. I find that I answer it sometimes, because obligations are polite and because it would be stranger not to. There is a small terror in that fact. I have anchored more than plaster. I have threaded my name through mortar. The castle will know where I am, and those who would undo me might wish to undo what I have tied to myself. We delayed the larger work. That work remains, like a mountain seen farther down the road. It will be harder than a late summer ritual and more consequential. I had the advantage of having named the price enough to know its shape. I also have the burden of having shaped it, which is a weight that sits around my shoulders when the night is particularly quiet. There is a right and a wrong way to live with a secret. Mine will be to carry it close and live as if it were not the axis upon which everything spins. For now, summer stretches like a bright, fragile thing. Luna laughs in the kitchen at some joke the cook told, Narcissa arranges small precautions as if they were flowers, Lucius files the world into categories he imagines he can charm back together. Severus, when he passes through, leaves his hand on my shoulder for a moment that is courteous as balm and sharp as a ledger line. I watch the west sky and think of the knots we tied. We had held the castle steady enough to sleep and not yet brave enough to declare ourselves saviors. There is humility in that. There is also an ugly sort of hope. The map of nodes remains. They are not friendly things. They will not be easily erased. When the first leaves of autumn spiral off their branches and the students return with their optimism tucked tightly in their trunks, the lattice will stir. It will give a small, impatient cough the moment someone with a clever face decides the Malfoys look like a convenient lever. Luna will be there. So will my family and Severus and the careful arrangements we have made. We have delayed, and in that delay there is both mercy and threat. I have bound part of Hogwarts to myself in such a way that it will not suffer an easy attack without first making the attacker consider the cost. I am what the lattice will call on first. Whether that is salvation or a hazard is a question I carry like a coin in my mouth. It tastes of cold metal and the summer air. I do not know how many more knots I will be willing to tie. I only know that when the castle tugs now, faint as a child's hand on a sleeve, I answer. It is a small thing, and it will not be enough. But it is a beginning, and sometimes beginnings are the only currency people like me have left. Chapter 29, Aftermath. There is an aftertaste of victory that never taught me how to be proud. It comes neither sweet nor vindictive, it is the mineral tang left on the tongue after a strong cordial, something metallic and tidy that means you have survived a particular kind of danger but are immediately obliged to catalogue all the ways you might not next time. You imagine, for a moment, that you have done what needed doing. Then you count the receipts and the losses, one by one, like a man at a bank who is certain his ledger is a safer thing than his reputation. We had repaired the urn. The seal had been closed. The castle no longer hummed with that higher, panic pitch that sounds when wards are torn by something that thinks like a weather front. That was the truth that one accepted aloud in drawing rooms and at dinners and with the slight beneficent smiles you offer to one another at a funeral if you intend to live afterwards. The truth that was quieter and heavier and made my hands shake in private was that something had been answered only because someone had counted the cost and found an unlisted line on which to write it. I lived inside that margin. At the breakfast table Narcissa sat straight-backed and immaculate, the picture of domestic triumph with the brittle edge of someone who had held a glass to the light and watched a hairline fracture for a season before it snapped. She polished her teacup as others might play with a worry stone, calm in the way of people who know how to rotate their fears into practical plans. Her pride was narrow and exact. It fit her like a corset, and she wore it so that I might step out to whatever called me without displaying the ragged seams. Lucius, by contrast, had taken to retreat like a man who prefers to sharpen knives in the dark. His fury was the low indoor thunder of someone whose social weather had been laid bare and who would now spend evenings devising storms that might return him the power he had misplaced. He was quieter than he had ever been when we were boys and the house smelled of new money and greased ambition, quieter because he had learned that threats made too loudly are not only heard but catalogued and answered. Quiet had only contained him, not tamed him. He was building meaner plots, measured and slow. I saw the way his hands closed around papers and names as if practicing a chokehold. He would be dangerous in a way that did not ask for attention. It fell, of course, to me to be both son and steward. You learn, quickly if you grow up in my house, that stewardship is the art of making other people's confidence feel like your own. At gatherings I perform the familial currency, smiles, reservations, a laugh in the right place, and watch how people accept me because they have been taught to. At night I walk the corridors and test wards, because it is easier to believe hands can hold a place together than that hands can hold a person. I place myself between Lucius's ambition and Narcissa's protections, because that is what children of brittle houses are for. We are scouts who return with maps of possible dangers. My position is both theatre and armor. I wear it until it is a second skin and then change the costume when necessary. Keep Miss Lovegood close, Mother said once, in that thinly veiled domestic command of hers. It sounded like a suggestion and a strategy at once. Luna, more than anyone, had become my anchor. She is the sort of person who steadies others without knowing she is doing it. Her affections are not dramatic. They arrive like a slow, steady tide that softens edges you hadn't thought to smooth. If I did not trust her, I would be much lonelier and considerably more dangerous. I am not, so instead I find that my dangerous thoughts are tempered by a gentleness I do not own but which she seems to cultivate in me, as if she grows gardens in winter. We had, between us, developed habits of surveillance and curiosity. Luna would braid possibilities into patterns I had not considered, and I would fold those patterns into contingency plans that did not alarm my mother and did what my father could not bring himself to do, act with discretion when it looked like cowardice. People imagine Slytherins as single-minded, perhaps most of them are. I learned to be many things at once because the prophecy had required that multiplicity of me. That had a way of making my life less dramatic but more useful. It is useful to be the kind of man who can sit politely in a conjured drawing room and know, as a fact, where the seams of a spell begin to fray. It is a strange sensation, being both the cause and the cure of one's public fortunes. I have friends in unlikely places. Portraits that used to be politely hoarding gossip now gave me confidences in soft whispers, as if old oils and varnish retained loyalty when flesh did not. A house elf who had once flinched when I walked into a room now follows me with a new kind of attentiveness. Perhaps he believes, as I sometimes pretend to, that there are honest people left who will use power to keep others safe. Severus, predictably, is not a friend in any sentimental sense, but he has become one of my most reliable weather reports. He speaks in incomprehensible barbs and handoffs that are less favors than deposits. He has taught me the unsentimental calculus of bargains. When he told me, in his usual frost, that there are always ways to trade an obligation for a future, I did not feel better. I felt prepared. It would be convenient, for a certain kind of narrative voice, to pretend that I am stoic because I have accepted that I am the chosen. That choice, the capital C kind, makes one self-explanatory. I am less simple than that. Being the person who carries a prophecy is not heroic on its own. It is a ledger, a list of obligations, of names, of how you have promised to spend the future in order to save the present. The prophecy itself sits in a place only I know, an urn of words and obligations I rewrote once and still cannot entirely forgive myself for. I keep it like one would keep a loaded instrument, clean, oiled, and under key. I sleep better knowing that it will not speak unless I say it should. And yet knowing how to obey the ledger and knowing how to bend it are different things. I have always been very good at bending. Hogwarts itself was, for a while after the repair, a place one could pretend had returned to its original business. Children laughed again in the courtyards, portraits resumed their usual panegyrics, the ghostly processions took their customary paths. But wards are not a single stitch. They are a net, and nets are only as strong as their weakest knots. Someone had been testing those knots before we sealed the urn. Someone, perhaps, was doing so still. The moving staircases misdirected a first year toward the edge of a gallery. A portrait in the North Tower claimed to recall a conversation it had no memory of the day before. A library shelf decided, with the temperament of a bored cat, to withhold certain marginalia destined to help us identify the makers of the urn. Such things are small, and their smallness is what makes them so dangerous. Nobody likes to think of danger as a pattern until it has teeth. Then it becomes impossible to ignore. Patterns, I learned at Malfoy Manor, are the language of the world, allegiances conspiring like currents. If a portrait in the North Tower began lying for profit or habit, one must ask not who told it to lie, but what it bought in telling the lie. If a first year nearly falls because a staircase has a temperament, one must ask whether that temperament is being coaxed. Patterns are a pale sort of prophecy. They are quieter, but they have a similar relentlessness. Our evenings became partly lit by the careful work of mapping those patterns. Luna and I sat for hours, usually at her insistence in the library, because the library is the only place where you may pretend every question has a polite enough answer that the books will hand it to you if you ask properly. Luna knew which dusty margins an archivist portrait would resent being asked about, and which would volunteer scandal merely to be interesting. She would tilt her head and say what she calls true things, like, "You see, Draco, the places that are hammered on the most are the ones that hold the least." She is right. The more you meet a place with force, the less it will meet you back. It preserves itself by giving you complications. We found fragments, then, a shard of pottery bound in twine that matched the material used in the urn's crafter sigils, a scrap in a portrait's ledger that suggested a weaver of wards once sold a recipe to someone who later crossed the channel to places that prefer their promises bound by blood. The fragments were not dramatic. They were patient, like someone leaving breadcrumbs that would not spoil. We followed them the way one follows a scent, carefully, distantly, with gloves on, because there are people who will accuse us of conspiracies if we are careless. At Malfoy Manor I would lay these findings before my parents as if they were ribbons. Narcissa measured each one with an eye that could see whether something might be used to keep her son from harm. Lucius measured them with an eye that calculated the leverage each scrap might buy him. There was a particular night I remember well. The house was quiet in that close way mansions have after a state visit or a political arrangement. I had been to the library, Luna had been translating something indecipherable to everyone else into a neat map. Mother moved about the drawing room keeping the china in order as though its very cleanliness was a form of magic. Father sat in the study, his back a small island in the dark. I had sat at the edge of the hall, watching the way light lay across the Persian rug, and had been thinking about how often the world asks you to choose between the safety of a thing and the truth of its making. "Will you tell them?" Mother asked suddenly, as if I were a child and the matter concerned whether I would eat my soup. "Who?" I asked. It was the correct answer, it bought me some air. "Everyone who needs to know, Draco." Her voice was not sharp. It had that Malfoy gentleness that can flatten an argument by appearing to be merely solicitous. "Snape. Perhaps an aura, if that must be done. People who can be trusted to fix things without displaying them." The correct answer, of course, would have been to say yes and to sign the confession and arrange the points of diplomacy. The other correct answer, in my ledger, was no. Because to tell is to expose names is to invite choice upon choice from parties I would rather not obligate. The prophecy we had answered asked for things it did not delineate clearly. I had made compromises in the dark, some of them were my own doing. Snape had taken an obligation in the exchange and, like all good men with debts and particular weaknesses, he would call them when convenient. I had not come to him with bribes because he does not accept bribes. I had come to him with facts, which he refracts into barter. There are people who believe that everything can be arranged with ink and a handshake. They imagine that politics is a matter of paper and posture, as if men are only as mean as their signatures. They are wrong. Politics lives in corridors and in the small, repeating gestures of those who move there. It lives in the way portraits color their tongues to flatter donors, and in the way old servants tell tales meant not to inform but to steer opinion. You cannot fix the world with good manners. You can, however, direct the world's manners in the way you choose. Lucius tried to teach me that once, in fewer words and with more venom. He taught me to show the right face at the right dinner, to let the world believe what it wanted because belief is always currency. He also taught me to be ruthless in the calculus of what is exchanged for what. He would not, however, teach me how to hold a ledger of promises that lives in your chest and in an urn that smells faintly of iron. That I have learned alone, and with help from people I had not expected to be my help. There is, I realize, an honest bravery to the work of being unseen. It does not appear on banners. It is quiet and domestic. It is the clearing up after gossip so that your mother might sleep. It is the late-night ferries between portrait and portrait that extract a confession about a slip of pottery and return with nothing to trade but the assurance that someone else's name will remain tucked in a drawer. It is the way Luna will press my hand if I think I am alone, and call my name when she thinks the catalogue of everything I am is too heavy for one person. We share the charting, the watch duty, the inventories of fears. She has been, in the past months, a found family all to herself. I am not, though, sentimental in the way some might hope. I am sly and suspicious. I keep lists. I keep registers of smiles. If you have been born to a house where every friend might, in time, become a ledger entry, you learn to measure loyalty by action, not by words. I was very skilled at measuring my friendships before the prophecy made me soft. Vigor and technique are not mutually exclusive. You can be tender and still know where the knives are. There was a dinner, then, in which I had to play the heir's part to a room of men who make reckoning their hobby. I arrived in a manly mood and left with an understanding that I had not altered Lucius's trajectory as much as I had allowed mother's. My presence at such events is primarily a form of insurance, a face for the cameras, a voice that sounds like an apology. People come to see the boy who has been rallied back into society and are disappointed when he is not more enthusiastic. They want spectacle, not stewardship. I smiled. I poured the wine. I let the right compliments fall into their crops the way you scatter seed in a field you want to keep. Beyond the speeches and the polished toasts, I felt the net around me tighten. Eyes that used to be indifferent warmed toward us, eternally curious when a story of defeat promises a future of regained power. I could feel the appetite for the Malfoy return. Appetite is not necessarily bad, it is merely appetite. It beckons deals. Lucius, when he appears in public at all, is careful with his moves. He makes offers in quiet places. He cultivates men who think he has nothing left to lose and thus become careless. It is detestable and clever in equal measure. He will take advantage of the very fact that people never believe a man who has lost everything is still dangerous. The next plot he begins will be quiet and vindictive. It will be one that leaves scars where the world will not notice them until they ache later, and that is, he believes, how to win back prestige. Narcissa, however, became a strategist of a different order. Where Lucius gathers arrows, she weaves a net. She calls upon old acquaintances who do not ask for payment in titles, only in practical loyalty, to owe her a favor as much as a drink. She has friends who will interview portrait testimonies with an impartiality that borders on cruelty. She knows how to make a favor seem like gratitude, so that debts are repaid without anger. I trust her because her politics are domestic at their core. She is like a gardener who will trim whatever threatens the rosebush. She may prune, but she keeps the roots. There is, in all of this, a particular delicacy. People in our society are like certain kinds of china, sound, fine, but prone to cracking if mishandled. You cannot set them too close to heat without supporting them. I have learned to offer that support when asked, and to remove the plate when I sense it might break otherwise. This is not moral superiority. It is survival. We are, as a family, recalibrating. Each of us moves as a different instrument of the same orchestra, sometimes out of tune, sometimes in perfect counterpoint. I learn to sound a tone of strength when needed. Lucius is a sour chord. Narcissa is a steady bass. I play both melody and the counterpoint, because who else will? If you have ever tried to carry a house inside your chest, you know the strange economy of that job. You give pieces away and keep others close. You watch people you love make wrong bets because love is not a political instrument unless you force it to be. And in the margins, where political calculus becomes personal, I watch the castle. Hogwarts is steadier for the moment because we've tended its wounds. But steadiness, like beauty, is a temporary arrangement. Someone is still testing the seams. It would be negligent of me not to watch the net I had mended. I check wards at odd hours. I shadow portraits that have begun to move too quickly with their tongues. I keep a small ledger of grievances and small accidents and give it to Luna to translate into patterns at dawn when the world is soft. We compare notes. We cross-reference a shard of pottery against a servant's confession and the memory of a portrait who insists on being stubbornly unreliable. We speak in the language of the cautious. It is not romantic, but it is the only thing that has allowed me to sleep. There are nights when the urn sits in a small, locked room and I go in and stand before it as if to practice humility. I do not chant or light candles as some dreadful old oath would dictate. I merely stand and consider the shape of the object that has been the center of so much policy and sorrow. I think of the ledger and imagine the hand that wrote it, the way hands tremble when forced to account for futures. There is a part of me that wants to be done with obligations altogether, to walk out from under them and not look back. That is a fantasy for bored children and the very wealthy. Real life asks that one keeps watch. Severus will call sometimes with news that is more instruction than update. He will say, in that clipped voice that has the warmth of a frost, that a certain portrait must be prevented from speaking in public, or that a particular stair must be walked at dawn to ensure it remembers which rooms are friends. He is as capable of cruelty as anyone, perhaps more so because his cruelty is practiced and private. He has made his bargains in the dark, and I have accepted them because they were necessary. I do not like the price. No one likes prices when they are invisibly levied. There will be, as summer that keeps its secrets unfolds, more bargainings. Men will move in small, patient patterns. Lucius will return to men whose favors are built on old resentments. Narcissa will call in debts and make quiet arrangements to ensure the household's safety. I will continue to be the steward who receives reports and arranges replies. Luna will keep us honest with strange, precise questions. Hogwarts will breed, like any living thing, with a steadiness that can be mistaken for health. I do not like being the person about whom legends may be built. Legends tidy themselves around the dead and the removed. They prefer neat arcs. A ledger is messier. It forces you to write yourself into the story in measured, sometimes shameful lines. I have made choices that would sound monstrous if summarized in a pamphlet. I do not expect forgiveness as a right. I have come to understand, in a way that is not flattering, that courage is sometimes indistinguishable from cowardice until the ledger is balanced. It is not, however, all grim arithmetic. I have moments, with Luna, in which the world is distilled into something half ridiculous and entirely necessary. We once sat in the room of requirement when it was willing, and it shaped itself into a small theater of maps and soft chairs. Luna read aloud to me the entry of a particularly obtuse archivist who had called ward scenes the ribs of the house, and we laughed because there are remedies in laughter that no ledger can tally. She rested her head against my shoulder and, for a while, the future looked like a safe and stupid thing. Those moments are worth any cost. We work like people who know how to collect small truths out of large uncertainties. We are cartographers of the possible. We walk the castle and place markers where danger might find roots. We teach the portraits which questions are permitted, and which to seal with a polite cough. We keep the house elf's hands busy and the servants' tongues full of gossip that distracts alone enough to hide the real moves. Sometimes, late, when everyone else in the house has surrendered to other obligations, I will take my ledger to the window and tally what's left. It is a habit, making lists. I have lists of who has been seen talking to whom, lists of mysterious shards and where they were found, lists of plausible enemies and the places they might strike. You learn, in a life like this, to write down not only what you fear but how you might be wrong about it. It is a small courtesy to yourself. The prophecy reads, in a way only I remember, like any other sentence that asks a person to act for many. It is not a crown. It has no jewels. It has obligations and a very particular grammar that insists on the accuracy of sacrifice and the cleverness of loopholes. I rewrote one. I counted it out and put away the text. The moment of triumph was private. The cost, as always, is not only monetary. It is the knowledge that there will be another line to fill. So we live in this odd white space between calm and preparation. The castle sleeps more soundly because we have mended the obvious tears. But mending is always temporary. There is a ledger of seals yet to be accounted for. Someone, somewhere, is patient enough to test the edges again. They will not be as crude as the first time. They have learned that crude leaves witnesses and witnesses can be turned into leverage. Someone will return with more careful fingers, and they will test not the center but the periphery. I plan, as quietly as I can, to be the man who intercepts them. I plan to be sneaky, practical, and small in public ways that satisfy those who watch for spectacle. I plan, sometimes with a childishness I rarely allow myself, to keep my head down and my hands clean. I do not expect either to be entirely true. Clean hands are for those who do not know how the ledger works. Mine will always be inked a little. Luna presses her palm to mine now and says, softly, it will be all right, Draco. She does not say it as if she thinks it will be, she says it as if she is arranging it into being, the way she arranges odd things into new hypotheses. I allow myself to be comforted because it is a dangerous skill to be alone in these things. I have people who would die to save our family. I have men who would die to save themselves at our expense. I have found in my life, in spaces I thought poisonous, the small grace of loyalty given not because it was fashionable but because it was necessary. The ledger of seals still waits. It is a neat book with more empty lines than filled ones, and each blank hums a little like a bell that wants to be rung. We have answered one question. We have not, by any means, asked the rest. Summer stretches ahead, promising only that there will be more small discoveries and more thin triumphs that taste like metal. I make my lists, I polish my smile, and I watch the scenes. Someone will poke at the castle again. They always do. It is not whether they will, but when. I will be ready to notice. I will be ready to act. The ledger is not finished with me, it never will be until whatever it protects stops needing protection. I am not sentimental about what courage looks like. I am careful. I am watchful. I am, for now, grateful that I have Luna, and a mother who will call favors like a general calls marshals, and a father who has not yet exhausted his taste for dangerous games. There is comfort in such company. There is danger in it, too. That has always been the bargain. I close the little book and feel, for once, like I have the map in my hand. The inks may smudge. The paper may tear. The house may ask for more. But the line to be written next is mine to decide, and that is a precarious liberty I intend to use. Chapter 30, The Long Light. The lake did not do pity. It took the sun, broke it into 1,000 tiny knives, and sent the glittering shards out over the water as if no living thing could be trusted to keep a whole light for very long. I had never liked the lake when I was 11 and still certain that anything beautiful must be weakness. There is a particular cruelty to reflections when you are trying to be a mask. They always ask you to choose what you are in private. Tonight they asked me nothing I could easily answer. Luna was late because she had found, as she put it later with the grave dignity of someone reporting a small revolution, a portrait in the library that had been very anxious during the sealing of the second node. She had coaxed it into admitting which glasshouse had been moved and which wording the archivist had edited to make the memory more presentable, and then had stopped to tie a clipped insect to her hair because the insect had what she called the reasonable head. That was factual. She always arrived like an unexpected chapter, necessary and never quite where the rest of the sentence thought it would be. We sat on a low wall that looked out over the water, our skirts and robes pushed back to accept the heat. There were the usual late summer sounds, distant maintenance, someone sweeping a gallery of emptiness, an owl who cared nothing about subtle politics, the shuffling, almost embarrassed, of portraits among themselves. Hogwarts breathed, in a long, old way, neither complacent nor alarmed. It was simply a castle with edges that had been mended, the seams showed but the skin held. "It's good to see this," Luna said, as if to the lake rather than to me. "Light likes to be asked to break sometimes. It teaches you how not to cut yourself." "I've always preferred not to be cut at all," I answered, which was both a joke and the truth. Luna smiled at me in a way that meant she knew I was protecting family instincts behind the sarcasm. She always seemed to know which edges of me were armor and which were paper. I envied her the way she could treat my defenses as interesting furniture rather than as a barricade to be scaled. We'd done much of our work in the house. Malfoy Manor took the early hours and Luna the late ones, the two halves combining into a whole that was disconcertingly domestic. There was a chintz I had never thought my eye would tolerate, stacks of unfinished parchments on the library table, a kettle that hissed at odd intervals, Narcissa's quick shadow moving through the house with a linen cloth, and a mind that had found the economy of silence. Even Lucius had an economy, but it tended toward the kind of actions that made other people thinner. He dealt in gambits and in gestures designed to bruise like a hand closing. The second seal was contained. A phrase like that is tidy on a report, less tidy to the person whose palms it sits in. We had managed it, Luna with her slow questions, Severus with that ledger's face of his, and myself with a part of the ritual that had been a trick and a truth at once. We patched a hole in something older than any of us and did it without calling the thing explicitly power. That had been the plan. The plan had not been without cost. "Do you think it will be better this autumn?" Luna asked, watching a gull. Hogwarts gulls were a breed specifically indifferent to reputation, tilt and then fold into silver. "Better doesn't arrive because you wish for it," I said. "It arrives because someone can afford it." I was thinking of the small arithmetic that governed our lives, influence purchased in favors, secrecy in exchange for a future Levi. It always struck me grotesquely that the phrase, "do not be greedy," contained all the world's diplomacy. She looked at me like she was measuring the margin of my smile with a clean ruler. "We have some things to claim," she said. "We have rooms that smell like lemon wash. We have made a map that shows where the castle's ribs are sore. You have your mother." "Yes." Saying Narcissa's name did not require a remembering. She was a fact now, as necessary as breath. She had presided like a small sovereign over our house, quiet, exacting, propelling, making choices that were not pompous but worked. She had placed friends in positions that had no public reward and had renounced 1,000 obvious dangers in private. Her love was folded the way a goodwill is, practical and unflashy. "And we have you," Luna added. She did not say it the way someone would offer comfort as if it were pity. She said it like a catalogue entry. It is surprising how much that can feel like praise. "And your maps." My map surprised me. Where once I had the appetite for only grand plans and sharper people, I found my nights filled with the smaller gratifications of tracing lines in the margins of parchments, occasionally adding a stitch of warding, noting a stair that had begun to pretend it led someplace else. There was courage in these acts. Not the brave sort celebrated on a headstone, but the sort that keeps people warm and alive, the courage to be patient, to wait and watch, to put a ward on a corridor someone's child might run down and not tell the newspaper. We were being careful, all of us in different ways. Severus had a way of being careful that left a human-shaped silence in the wake of it. He had given us key words, precise syllables of the ritual, the list of the glasshouse names, where the original binder had misread an elder syllable and left an opening, and he had expected, in return, that when the ledger of his need came due, I would find a way to make the payment. He had not named it. He had never named anything he expected to extract. That was Severus. "You are not pleased that he asks things," Luna observed. "He eats on a different blink." She meant, of course, that Severus measured time and obligation differently than most. He kept people under scales. Sometimes he was the scale. "I'm not pleased that he has leverage," I said. "But I don't suppose he'd be interested in being particularly fair." He is? Severus. Severus is exact, Luna said. He is not always kind. But he tends not to be reckless with scales. He knows theft, good on paper, wants inventory. My mouth went curiously dry. So does my father, I said. He buys influence the way other people buy art. He wants to hang himself in a gallery that will look at him with new eyes. I told it as though it were a personal, professionally expressed truth. At times it has been the only way to take the measure of a man I loved because I could not imagine trusting him not to cause harm in order to win. Do you think he'll win? Luna asked. He will never be satisfied with small victories, I thought, remembering Lucius moving through a room with the kind of smile built to wound. He had never learned to accept a peace that was not a stepping stone. That was how old men turned into risks. He will make a move in the autumn, I said. It was the sort of sentence that passed for news in our house because we had learned to be ready to respond to the inevitable. He will attempt to translate our quiet back into influence. He will arrange for an ally to appear, and he will test something he should not. He will think he is clever. Then we will be cleverer, Luna said simply. There was something in that I liked. It was small and stubborn, like the way a person chooses a hat. My breath tightened. To be cleverer than my father required small treacheries of a kind I had not been willing to practice before. I had always believed that there were lines you did not cross because crossing them would be to betray not only reputation but the person you had once sworn to avoid becoming. But the world has a generous inventory in which it files necessity and always finds room to ask for more. You keep the prophecy close, Luna said, as if reading a label. You keep the oath tucked as a coin. How heavy are coins in a pocket when you are swimming? I laughed at that because being asked a question like that was almost more dangerous than any possible answer. Luna's questions tended to be like needles, precise and slightly awkward if one had never been properly handled. I keep them as one keeps anything dangerous. Folded, layered, and behind things that look ordinary. Like a receipt in a wallet. Or, for photograph no one wants to look at. It must be strange, she said. To hold what everyone says will happen. It is strange that anyone thinks fate should have a publicist, I replied. Then, softer, it is strange to carry the thing itself. People have phrased it oddly so they can sleep. They told themselves it meant something noble. I know what it says. I can read it easily. The problem is not reading the sentence, the problem is whose voice it will ask you to speak from when it needs to be heard. There are clauses in it that look like kindness and clauses that look like a bill. She picked at a seam in her cuff as if it were a loose thread on a tapestry and examined the thread with the exactness with which she examined omens. Do you want to tell me, she asked. Not the prophecy if it is a bill, but the voice it asks you to speak in. I don't need the whole ledger. I thought of Severus's ledger and the way Lucius liked to sign things that pretended to be gifts. I thought of the oath I had uttered in a room that smelled of clay and old candles, which had been a saving and a betrayal all at once. It has always been the truth of our position that a promise is both protection and chain. Not yet, I said. But soon. It was a lie by the thin logic of us. It was neither cruelty nor a truth. It was something between, the sort of postponement you grant to a bird that sits too low on your palm. It kept the bird quiet, and it also kept you from knowing whether you would let it fly. She sighed, but not the resigned sigh people make when wished into bed with a story. Hers was a curious, almost scientific noise. You shouldn't be the only person to carry the coin, she observed. It splinters when it's all by itself. Probably you would say you prefer it to be a private splinter. But we could. I have been thinking about how loyalties can be stacked like bricks and then tested by weather. It is better to build a wall together than to have a single tall pillar. It was remarkable how the word "we" sat between us. I could taste the old, rusty instinct that told me to protect. It tasted of iron and policy. It was the flavor of someone who had learned to invisibilize generosity. The newness of building a "we" with Luna tasted of something else, lemon and wax and, absurdly, a sort of calm. I had not expected calm to be an edible thing. We will have to be cautious, I said. There are people who would like a window in our house. There are still those who believe in reputations as absolute as coronets. My father's moves will not be subtle. They will be a theatre designed to make others perform. That is the danger. But there are other things to claim, quiet things. The castle's gratitude can be a kind of currency. Not gratitude, Luna corrected. Remember, gratitude will forget when tempted. Offerings are safer. They can be repaid. Very useful, I said, because she had a talent for turning a moral into a practical instruction. The library owes us 100 pages, then. We fell into a companionable silence that had the feel of two people sinking watches. It was the kind of silence that stretched naturally rather than tautly. Every so often one of us would turn a page in the book of the day. These were the minute rituals that kept a war from inserting itself into a life. Do you think you will ever be able to make things square with your father? Luna asked finally. It was a question about schedules and shape, whether the arc of a man could be altered. Square, I repeated. No. Squares are delusional. You cannot make Lucius Malfoy a square. He is a triangle with gilding. But perhaps we can reframe what he can win and how. My attempt at optimism tasted faint and metallic. I will have to be more direct with him, and I will have to stand ready to refuse him. That is the most dangerous thing, refusing him when confronted by a man who thinks himself owed. She nodded, as if the knotted principle was a puzzle she'd been given to wire. Refusal is a small engine. It doesn't look like much, but it can move the world. We sat until the light shifted from knife to coin, and over the water the moon rose, an honest witness. I felt the old urge to orchestrate, to protect and control like some well-trained conductor. I also felt, under my ribs, an unease that was not entirely political. Loving Luna had laid a new tile in my chest, one that made the burglaries of my household life more intimate. To love someone who reads portraits and who knows the way a scene can be coaxed, her bravery was not headlines. It was the kind that understood that one small stitch undone could unravel much. She had become my confidant and the keeper of 1,000 small protocols. We walked back across the grass to the carriage circle where the house elves had left a basket of bread and a thermos that still steamed. Small comforts, indeed. Narcissa had insisted we take them. She had also insisted I sleep later than usual and read a book that did not have the words oracle or both in its index. She had been a queen in restraint. Lucius had been more restless, arranging things, making polite phone calls to people whose names made the hair on my neck stand up. He had been leaning toward the kind of action that gets written up and embroidered into reputations. Severus had called the morning the second node was woven into place. He had not come to Malfoy Manor. He sent instead a note with ink that smelled of hospital turpentine, which in Severus's language meant something like observe the necessary condition. The favors he asked for were real. He had not set a date, but he had set a balance. I don't like the fact he can demand now, I said later to my own mirror. The Malfoy silver looked the way it always had, pale, a little too fastidious. It was a face that had been taught to hide much. But it's a fact. Do you think he will ask for you? Narcissa asked me that evening, her voice a small ship's bell in the dark of the library. I had returned early. The manor felt smaller when Lucius was away plotting. Nebulous plots elsewhere remain nebulous until you are asked to carry a part of them. Severus has ways of choosing his moments. He thinks in accounting, but he thinks of people like chess pieces. He chooses what keeps the boards level, I said. And what will you do if he asks for something that is beyond balance? She looked at me as if she had always known more of my life than I had told her to. She had been very practical in the weeks after the sealing. She had collected anyone that the house needed and offered them employment, shelter, a room without many questions. Narcissa had become the most dangerous kind of help, a thing that moved like a steady hand across a ledger. She was inclined to protect her line and to reassign risk as a surgeon reassigns tissues. I wanted to tell her everything. I wanted to relinquish obligation into the mattress of her practicality and let her do something useful with it. But there are certain things promised in rooms full of time that cannot be passed on without altering their architecture. The last thing one wishes in a household is to make the shelter itself a hazard by spreading a prophecy like an open pest. There are people who think safe things are made of walls and more who know they are made by words never spoken. Then we'll be practical, I said. We will make sure whatever he asks for, if he does, is something we can manage. We will not sign a blank check. She smiled. Her smile was small and was not the sort that people saw at balls. It was the sort one uses for rationing affection, which is a kindness in its own way. That is a relief, she said, and I believed she meant it because she had the kind of hands that did not tremble easily. Lucius's plan would arrive in autumn. He would stage a meeting with certain old acquaintances, a hand extended like a trap, and he would hope the public image of the Malfoy name would be a stage that kept his debt soft and his arrogance sharp. I could predict the tone and the call for a return to traditional values. He believed in ritual of another sort, the ritual where a man presents himself as being wronged and is then offered the right to redeem himself publicly. I had, in the weeks since the sealing, learned to anticipate such things. Anticipation is a mild narcotic, it keeps panic from spilling. But it also calcifies you, and I had decided, on some late and windy night when the house had no guests and the portraits had gone quietly critical, that I would not let my future calcify into a set pattern. I would not be the man who only reacted. I had been that man for far too long. It had the miserable virtues of politeness and self-preservation. It had the terrible consequence of permitting others to sculpt the shape of my life. I had, as Luna's casual observations had forced me to admit, been a pillar they could tip. It will be dangerous, I told her one afternoon when she had returned to Malfoy Manor with a list of portrait friends who had promised to watch Stairways in the autumn. We had taken to keeping lists like love letters, precise, oddly affectionate, sometimes absurd. And it will be public. I have to decide how much of me to let be an armor and how much of me to let be a tool. I am tired of being the sole instrument of safety for the family. Safety works better with more hands, she said. She had the unhelpful habit of making the obvious sound like an old truth. And that does not mean leaking. It means planning. Secrets are only weapons if they are sharp and used. If you keep them like dull coins, they will weigh you down. Her hands, small and oddly sure, took from me the faint remainder of my composure and folded it into something that looked like a plan. I did not offer her the prophecy then. I had kept that book face down for reasons that were not honorable. I had kept it because telling anyone was to breathe life into a destiny that had once been written by other hands. I was reluctant still. But I was not as reluctant as I had been the year before. I had, by measure and by accident, accumulated people I trusted, and trust is its own kind of currency. When the post began to arrive in the letters of autumn, letters from lacquered old acquaintances, invitations that smelled of old alliances, I found I could refuse them without flinching. Refusal is an action with a variable moral spin. It can be petty, and it can be courageous. I learned to choose. I refused an invitation as one might decline an obscure dish, politely, with some arrogance, and with certainty. Lucius, discovering a boundary in his son's behavior, assumed at first that it was a ruse, and then, when ruses failed, that it was a rebellion. Are you rebelling? Luna asked as we sealed again a ward on a corridor near the library, our hands close and the magic quiet between them. She had placed her palm over mine to steady the arc of a charm, and for a moment the world shrank to the width of her fingers. I am choosing, I said, and it felt like saying something of true substance. Choosing required weight and method. It required that you consider your debts and measure them against what you were willing to risk. Choosing was a rebellion of a deliberate kind. It mattered which. Then choose well, she said. There was no sermon in it. It was a small admonition, like a mother reminding her child to button a coat. But the quality of her words had a strange gravity. She came from a place where choices were not weighed for theatre but for consequence, and she wore consequence as a very simple dress. Severus's favour remained a dark note. It sat in the house like a guest who stirs the soup with one finger and then leaves it to simmer under suspicion. He had been precise in his silence. He had told me what to do in the moment and nothing about the ledger. That suited him because he always preferred to keep the future in a hand he could read. He would call upon me in the fall, Perhaps when Lucius made his move. He would ask, perhaps for information, perhaps for an action, perhaps for something else entirely. He had ways of making obligations feel like necessary hygiene. I imagined him arriving with a request born out of that same ledger. What he asks will be something that cannot be whispered to a public without damage. He will expect, in that way, to keep me honest. I do not say that I trusted Severus. Trust is a companion to vulnerability, and I had kept my vulnerabilities thin. But I respected the man who could bend his ethics into precision and who could stand, small and black and unyielding, and bargain with fate. He had not made a bargain without cost, and I had accepted that. That was something to remember, that bargains are never free and that sometimes the cost is the very thing that keeps you human. Will you tell him no? Luna asked one morning as we painted. Oddly, we had started painting as a way to distract ourselves from conversations that could scratch at unseen wounds. It depends on what he asks, I said, which was true in a way that felt small and insufficient. I would refuse what I must refuse. I would pay what I must pay. I was learning, in this late summer, to measure the worth of my bones against what would be lost if I refused. It was a bad calculus. Sometimes, you weigh a child's safety against the privacy of a letter and decide which to sacrifice. These are the kinds of choices people in my line prefer not to speak aloud. They prefer instead to leave them to committees and white papers. I had no committee. I had Luna and Narcissa and, sometimes, Severus. That was a precarious advisory board. It was also real. Real people can be stubborn and unpredictable in a way that committees cannot. They embody a sort of courage that contains the heart's architecture. There was also the question of the public. The Malfoy name had been polished, and polishing is a public operation. People do not see the elbow grease. They see only the shine, and then they wonder at the moral cleanliness of it. That is why we keep so many operations private. Lucius believed in the theatre of public opinion. Narcissa believed in the economy of small, sharp actions. I had been taught to love both. I found I now preferred the economy. It suited my temper. Autumn would arrive with a heavy suitcase of other people's expectations. Lucius would invite cameos and choose faces like actors, and then a man would go, as he liked to do, to where the applause seemed likely. Severus would keep his ledger. The prophecy would remain my private weather. Luna would sit with me and make my hand steady. Narcissa would watch like a hawk who had purchased a very sensible cloak. I would practice refusal and then execution. We went back to the house and sat under the lamp in the drawing room until the lamp was tired and the house had decided to sleep. Outside, a portrait sighed itself awake to keep a small vigil, and a footman of prudence, I have meant footman in the figurative and practical sense, moved through the corridors collecting things people had misplaced under the pressure of politics and fear. I promised myself then what I had disguised as an intention for months. I would not merely stand at the edge of my life like a man who cleans the parade route and hopes no one will ask him to march. I would not be surprised by the rehearsal of other people's demands. I would be an active participant. That sounded grander than it was meant to be. Really, it meant I would pick my alibis carefully and my battles too. I would refuse to let myself be a single tall pillar. I would ensure I was one of a set of strong, short supports. How will you be different? Luna asked at some late hour when the house had bled into itself and the fire was the only witness. She tacked the question as if it were a needle she intended to thread. I will tell you sooner, I said. And I will tell my mother when the risk requires it. That was about as concrete as I had gotten and, to be honest, as concrete as I dared. I could hear Severus ticking the balance and Lucius pacing diagrams in his head. The world was full of wolves who wore suits and of men who thought the best plan was to make noise. My plan would be quieter. It would be a measured kind of treachery. It would be an older, almost gentlemanly form of protection. Promise me something else, Luna said. What? Promise you won't be the man who thinks alone about fate. Share the tools. We can make a map that other people could read. We can make the scenes visible without exposing the children who run them. I promise to try, I said. Promises in my life had once been a currency that had been spent to purchase absolution. I had not the luxury of absolution. I had, however, learned to be honest in small, strategic doses. We spent the rest of the night assembling things to be given not as weapons but as help: a wet ward for a stare, an extra hand on the tapestry that knew how to keep curious fingers from unpicking threads, a portrait who would feign forgetfulness if questioned in public. It was strange to work at these small acts of courage. They felt domestic and righteous at once. Luna hummed an odd tune that matched the steady measure of our work. Narcissa checked our progress with a brevity that had the charm of someone who had managed many troubles and found the smallest steps to fix them. As dawn broke, I watched Luna unwrap a parcel of slightly ridiculous, slightly necessary clothing, an old sweater that smelled faintly of lemon and parchment. She slipped it on, and I found myself feeling like someone given permission to sit in a house not solely of duty but of comfort. The gesture was absurdly important. I had spent so long sitting on the outside of warmth that this wore well. Lucius would make his move, and whether it would fail spectacularly or slide into something more dangerous remained to be seen. Severus's favor would be exacted in measures yet unknown. Wolves would prowl the public corridors and propose bargains dressed as charity. I would be asked to do things I did not wish to do. Politics is the art of being asked to become less than you are in order to become more acceptable. But for the first time in many years I could imagine meeting those requests with something that was not fear. There was courage in refusal and in choosing allies, and there was courage in admitting the size of the burden to another person. For the first time, I could imagine telling someone the whole of my coin and trusting them to keep some of it without liquidating. There are odd, private kinds of bravery that have nothing to do with prophecy and everything to do with breakfast. I found I had learned to card both. We left the lake that night with pockets full of small, firm things and a plan that was intentionally ordinary. It was not theatrical, and that was its virtue. The world would feed on grand gestures. We had chosen to feed on slow, surer things. There was an odd delight in that, as if the future could be outflanked by a good cup of tea and a pair of patient hands. I went to bed with the prophecy hidden under a line of maps I had never meant anyone to see. It lay there like a coin I had been taught to distrust and yet could not entirely throw away. I promised to be braver, to refuse my father's calls when they would harm, to answer Severus's ledger in a way that kept my soul in a minimal state of solvency. I would tell Luna sooner. I would let the house be less of my solitary fortress and more like the room it is when a family quietly tends to their wounds. The lake would glitter. The castle would inhale and exhale through its old scenes. Autumn would come with its deep pockets and quick hands and its men who believed the world owed them stage directions. I would not be the same man who had stood at the edge of the lake and practiced smiles into masks. I would learn, finally, to select my masks for their usefulness rather than their perfection. I understood the price of that. I accepted it. When I next walked the grounds, the first guests were arriving. Lucius's invitations had gone out with the precise cruelty of one who knows how to tempt the curious. Severus had repaired what he could, then returned to his own shadows. Narcissa had arranged a sheet of life to lie over a house that would otherwise feel exposed. Luna had tied a ribbon at my heart in an instant in which words would have been too loud. There would be arguments to come. There would be dangers, and there would be bargains. But this time, when the first of those bargains was offered, when a hand came to me across the chessboard that was our strange world and asked me to move a particular pawn into place, I promised myself I would meet it differently. I would not be the boy who balanced loyalty like a plate and watched it fall. I would be the man who could refuse the hand without breaking the person who offered it. That is not a heroic sentence, it is merely a plan. It is a kind of destiny I can live with. I folded my maps and tucked the prophecy back between them like a coin you hide in a book. The light over the lake was still playful, trying once more to convince the water of its whole self. I watched it and felt the small warmth that survives when people choose to be allies instead of actors. There are wars you win by keeping the lights on and the children fed and the stairs guarded from mischief. That is courage too. When the knocking came at the end of summer, the sound of a future making its first rude sound at our door, I did not reach for the old reflexes. I straightened, smoothed my sleeve, and, with Luna at my side and Narcissa's voice in my ear and Severus's ledger an uneasy shadow, I opened the door. I promised myself then, out loud and in a voice that carried no bravado, that I would meet what came next differently.